Chapter 1: The Boss Travels Through Time. The scorching temperature roasted the earth, and everywhere was filled with a foul stench. Ling felt an unprecedented heaviness surrounding her, a feeling she had never experienced before. When she opened her eyes, she was met with a tattered face, and the foul smell in the air made her nauseous. Before she could react, zombies came rushing towards her from all directions. The growls were incessant. "What the hell is this? Don't come near me." These creatures, neither human nor ghost, approached her as if they had seen meat. Ling made a face of disgust and raised her hand to wave her sleeve, but the imagined scene did not happen. Instead, she saw a pair of chubby little hands. Before she could ponder this, the zombies were already close, and the stench hit her. Zombies surged from all directions. "Mao Chio." She wanted to shout, but what came out was a child's chirpy voice. Ling? Fortunately, she had a connection with Mao Chio. A fluffy, round little white cat swung its paws at the zombies. Roar. The little Mao Chio transformed in midair into a gigantic figure, nearly covering the entire sky, its sharp claws smashing the zombies to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Ling lay on the ground, unable to move, while the debris automatically avoided her. It was a crushing fight, and all the zombies seemed to have seen something terrifying, quickly disappearing from the surroundings. After the battle, the little Mao Chio meowed and pounced onto Ling with a thud. The little Mao Chio fell to the ground, looking pitiful. "Master, do you not love me anymore?" The little Mao Chio quickly wiped away its tears. "Master, it seems we have entered the apocalypse." The face of Mao Chio appeared before Ling, and the once small Mao Chio now seemed gigantic in her eyes. She remembered that she was checking the situation of the 3,000 worlds just like before, but how did she wake up here? The apocalypse. The world she had abandoned? Her master was now just a nursing baby. It wouldn't raise a child. My baby. My baby. Mommy is here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The small body fell into a warm embrace, and Ling saw a beautiful face, instantly mesmerized. Is this her mother? She's so beautiful, wouldn't she also grow up to be beautiful? This sudden voice made Li Yunwan pause for a moment, but she didn't pay it much attention, thinking her condition had worsened, and she was starting to hallucinate. "It's all Mommy's fault. It's Mommy who got sick and left you outside. It's all Mommy's fault." The beautiful woman shed tears, and Ling was entranced. Her mother was so beautiful. Beautiful Mommy. Nestled in the warm embrace, Ling couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep. After all, she was just a newborn baby. Even with a powerful soul, she couldn't resist the drowsiness. The highly tense Li Yunwan didn't notice that the zombies around them were keeping their distance, as if they had seen something terrifying, while the little white cat elegantly followed behind them. In the large villa, Li Yunwan held the child in one arm, her expression somewhat dazed. The moment Li Yunwan appeared, Lu Qingqing's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. This person was actually fine. "Madam, the young lady is lucky and blessed. She is a fortunate person." "Yes, my Linger is a fortunate person." Linger? Ling. Isn't this the character from that boring novel she read before? Because it shared her name, it was a being that died at birth. She had been particularly careful when reading this book. At that time, she even created a world based on this novel, but she ultimately abandoned that world. It was a chaotic world, with the apocalypse coming, zombies rampant, and ferocious beasts appearing. This world had established its own order, where only the strong could survive, and those without power could only cling to the strong or become mindless zombies. This also created a strict hierarchical system in this world, where the strongest had the most say. In the novel, Yun Shangli was a child from the countryside who married into the richest family, the Li family, having 3 sons and 1 daughter, with the daughter dying young. The couple appeared to be loving, but in reality, Yun Shangli had long harbored feelings for someone else. Marrying into the Li family was also for their wealth. After marrying into the Li family, Yun Shangli flattered everyone in the Li family while secretly sowing discord between the Li family and Li Yunyuan's relationship. He made Li Yunwan compete for shares and property. After marrying Yun Shangli, Li Yunwan handed over all the shares and affairs of the Li family to him, and the actual power in the Li family had shifted to Yun Shangli, while Li Yunwan became a housewife. She believed she was happily married, unaware that her husband had brought his mistress into the Li company, carrying on right under Li Yunyuan's nose. To allow his illegitimate child to enter the Li family openly, He even colluded with the mistress to abandon the remaining child of Li Yuntang. Under the guise of adoption, Yun Shangli brought his illegitimate child to be raised by Li Yunwan. As the apocalypse struck, everyone was on edge. Yun Shangli used the Li family's wealth and reputation to gather a large number of talented individuals. Coupled with his reputation as a scientist, he gained attention from the higher-ups and held a certain social status. After he had pocketed all of the Li family's wealth, he stopped pretending, watching as everyone in the Li family died at the hands of zombies, while he and his mistress lived happily in this apocalypse, and she was now the abandoned infant. The woman holding her was the daughter of the richest family in the Li family, who had been pawed to death. "Madam, I see the young lady is hungry. Shall I take her down to feed?" Yin Ling's eyes darted around. Having accepted the reality of becoming a child and listening to the servant's words, she couldn't help but retort, Mommy, please hold on tight to your little darling. This woman is not a good person. She wants to kill me to elevate her own child. She was the one who threw the newborn me away. Everyone in this house is not a good person. They're all scum." Li Yunwan paused for a moment, looking at the child in her arms. The chirpy voice came again, and upon seeing the child's smiling face, Li Yunwan thought that her hallucinations were getting worse. She was even hearing her daughter speak. "Ching, help me get the medicine." "Okay, he'll be right there." Lu Ching looked at the child in Li Yunwan's arms, her eyes filled with malice. She had clearly thrown this child away. Why was this child appearing here now? She extended her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Yun Ling. This child must not be allowed to stay in the Yun family. Or how could her own child rightfully enter the Yun family? This time she didn't succeed, but next time she must ensure this child dies. Chapter 2: The third brother who died a horrible death. "Mommy, this medicine shouldn't be taken. It's a psychotropic drug, and taking too much will turn you into a complete lunatic." A soft voice came, and Li Yunwan looked at the child in her arms, whose big round eyes blinked and looked at her with a cheerful smile. Utterly endearing. Is this really her hallucination? This person is the mistress. She has long been involved with the scum father. Li Yunwan. Li Yunwan glanced at Lu Qingqing beside her, her heart instinctively becoming wary. "I remember, you have been here for many years. Was it the master who brought you in?" Lu Qingqing nodded. Yes, she hadn't noticed before, but now it seemed that Lu Qingqing was quite good-looking, with delicate skin. It was hard to tell she was the family cuckoo. She almost forgot. This person also worked part-time as Yun Shangli's assistant. She lowered her gaze. Although she had some doubts in her heart, the origin of the voice was unclear, and she couldn't tell if it was an auditory hallucination or something else, so she needed to observe for a while. She didn't believe that Yun Shangli would betray her. Because of Chef, she couldn't believe that their feelings after so many years were fake. What if this voice is real? Li Yunwan felt a bit scared. She looked down at the child in her arms. She had 3 children, but none of them were like the one in front of her with big eyes and fair skin, who smiled at her with a wide grin when she looked over. "Mommy is so beautiful. Mommy, hug me." Li Yunwan heard the voice again, completely unafraid. This child was hers no matter how different she was. She was still her child. Perhaps she and the child were connected by a bond. The Li family spent a lot of money to build a laboratory when the apocalypse was approaching. Because of this, the Li family's villa was protected by the government, allowing them to survive steadily in this apocalypse. Supplies were also provided by the authorities based on the number of people. "Mommy, you can't trust that person. Your husband is in the villa with another woman, having her child. Luckily, Mommy saved me otherwise. Mommy would have raised the daughter of the mistress, only to have her push me into a horde of zombies herself." Li Yunwan's hands froze. Li Yunwan vaguely heard about the mistress's daughter. She looked at the child lying on the bed, sucking on her little finger. Her husband was with another woman, having a child? The mistress's daughter? She had always thought her husband didn't like children. She had given birth to 3 children, but he had never been there for any of them. He always said that the birth of a child disrupted their world of 2. Otherwise, he was always busy in the laboratory. He never had time to be with the children. Could he really have had other women and children? In the dead of night, Li Yunwan looked at the child beside her and finally got up. "Madam, are you going out? Do you need me to escort you?" Li Yunwan suddenly remembered Yun Ling's words. Everyone here was a person from Yun Shangli, and in this large villa, she actually had no one she could trust. In the room, Yun Ling seemed to sense something and let out a couple of soft cries. The little fur ball on the windowsill proudly swayed its tail and disappeared into the night. The laboratory was not far from the Lee family villa. In front of the laboratory, Li Yunwan sat in the car, watching the person in the yard playing with children. A wry smile appeared on her lips. It turned out he didn't dislike children, he just didn't like the children she bore. Back home, she held the child in her arms. All those years of feelings were a deception. It would be a lie to say she wasn't heartbroken. For over a decade, she had lived in deception. In the distance, several zombies staggered excitedly towards the direction where Li Yunwan was, suddenly stopping in their tracks and disappearing in an instant. The lazy little fur ball on the car roof lifted its head to glance at Yun Che, then began to snore. She should have thought of this earlier. Smelling the soft, milky scent from the child, Li Yunwan held the child tightly. The child still needed her care. She had to pull herself together. Her other 3 children also needed her. "Mommy, where's my sister?" Outside, there was a burst of cheers, and a child about 8 years old rushed in excitedly. "You where? Be quiet or your sister is still sleeping. Don't wake her up." But he disliked studying the most. He liked adventures, which often got him scolded. Yet, he never learned his lesson. Yun Che suddenly covered his mouth, slowed down his footsteps, and tiptoed to Li Yunwan's side. "Mommy, are you feeling unwell again? Why do you look so pale?" Although he didn't like studying, Yun Che had a good relationship with Li Yunwan and was quite filial. "You want to provoke those zombies again?" Li Yunwan thought of something and frowned. "Mommy, don't worry. I'm so strong. Those zombies can't do anything to me." Li Yunwan's temples throbbed. "Yun Che, you need to be more obedient. Don't go provoke those zombies. What if something happens to you?" "Well, Mommy do." Yun Che, however, didn't care. It's fine. Someone is protecting me. I won't get into trouble. In the past, Li Yunwan might have felt reassured, but now knowing that those bodyguards were all from Yin Shangli, although a tiger doesn't eat its young, who could really be trusted? She let out a barely noticeable sigh. Yun Che quietly approached the crib, reached out to poke Yun Ling's soft little face. A chubby little face leaned in, and the just awoken Yun Ling was startled. "This little guy looks really likable, chubby, and cute. Isn't this my 3rd brother who died a terrible death?" Yun Che paused for a moment, rubbed his nose, and couldn't help but lean closer to Yun Ling. This voice must be his sister's, right? Chapter 3 Charge. The soft voice of the child was completely different from Mommy's. It was just him and his sister left. It seemed he could hear his sister's thoughts. They truly were siblings. Yun Che felt delighted. Why, 3rd brother died, a horrible death. Yun Che? He leaned closer to Yun Ling, wanted to listen carefully to what happened. How'd he die so tragically? "My 3rd brother liked adventures, liked fighting zombies, but was pushed into a horde of zombies by his bodyguard, turned into a zombie, and that wasn't all he was captured by. The mistress's child, chained by the neck, used for experiments every day, limbs chopped off, leaving only a torso. What a tragic child. Yun Che has no skills, no knowledge. A person like this is basically abandoned. Even if he turns into a zombie, no one will care." Yun Ling's 3 brothers, after Li Yunwan's death, none of them had a good ending. One was worse than the other. Yun Che collapsed onto the ground, his limbs involuntarily starting to ache, his hands and feet going weak. He definitely didn't want to become a dirty, smelly zombie. He didn't want to be missing arms and legs. He had to eliminate all future troubles. The little fur ball outside the window glanced at Yun Che and then started snoring. His 3rd brother had always been bold and reckless, easily provoked. In the book, he was incited by someone and stormed out with bodyguards, only to be bitten by zombies afterward. Those were zombies. What skills did he have to provoke them? If he didn't die, who would? His 3rd brother, who disliked studying, was foolish. What could be done about that? Yun Che ran off, determined to become smart. He would study hard. He would never provoke those zombies again. Mommy, I want to change bodyguards. Those were the bodyguards who pushed him out?" Li Yunwan had the same thought, but now she had no one to use. Mommy will remember this. For the next few days, Mommy will report this to the higher-ups. Back in his room, Yun Che took out a book and placed it on the table. It was just studying, right? He could do it. The math problems, he got them right. 1 second, 2 seconds, and then he started feeling sleepy. He fell asleep. An hour later, Yun Che looked at the book in front of him, speechless. That he used a rope to tie up his hair. "Young master, what are you doing?" "I'm studying, can't you see?" "Young master, it's the apocalypse. What's the use of studying? The most useful thing is still fighting zombies. How about we take you to fight zombies?" Yun Che's eyes lit up, but the next second he hurriedly shook his head. No. He still remembered what his sister said about him turning into a zombie, missing arms and legs, and dying. He is so handsome, he definitely doesn't want to become such an ugly zombie. The bodyguards exchanged glances, a hint of depth flashing in their eyes. This is a flower for you, your favorite roses, and this is a rattle for our daughter. Yun Shangli held the flowers in his right hand and the rattle in his left. In this apocalypse, finding these things shows how much effort he put in. His heart and eyes seemed to be filled only with her and their daughter. If it weren't for hearing Linger's thoughts, who would suspect such a person had already changed their heart? No, perhaps this person never liked her at all, and from the very beginning, what he wanted was the Li family's fortune. Yuan, we still haven't been together. Tonight. Although he didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was clear. Yun Shangli wanted to state it in the past. She knew nothing about these matters and was naturally willing, but now just thinking about the fact that this person already had other women outside, and even children who were so big, made her feel disgusted. Pushing the person in front of her away, Li Yunwan maintained her distance calmly. The child is still here. Let's forget about tonight. Rejected, Yun Shangli's face stiffened. All these years, Li Yunwan had almost agreed to all his requests and had never refused him. It felt strange to him at that moment. Glancing at the child lying on the bed, he frowned slightly. This child actually survived. Left outside for a whole night, this child was really lucky, not even eaten by zombies. Yuan, you should rest early. I'll sleep in the study tonight. Mommy, bad dad is lying to you. He went to find Lu Qingqing. Li Yunwan's heart sank. Although she already knew, she still felt a bit disappointed since it was someone she had liked for so many years. In the dead of night, she stood in front of the door, almost self-torturing herself by listening to the mixed sounds of men and women inside and the last bit of reluctance in her. Heart completely disappeared. She had been trapped in the Li family's villa for many years and had not been in contact with the outside world for a long time. Many things had to be done step by step. Oh, Mommy is wearing makeup. Mommy looks better with makeup. Is Mommy going to rise up? Ling Yunwan. Li Yunwan was amused by Yun Ling's playful thoughts, gently tapping her little nose. At such a young age, your imagination is quite good. Don't worry. As long as Mommy is here, I will protect you. Yun Ling wiggled her fingers, her big watery eyes blinking. Today, Bad Dad arranged for people to lure all the zombies to the old Li mansion. That night, my uncle lost his life, and the Li family suffered heavy losses. If only she could speak, maybe she could have saved her uncle. Li Yunwan felt anxious, but there were zombies outside. Even if she went, she couldn't save them. What to do? Where's the fluff ball? If Mommy takes the fluff ball, and me along, Grandpa's family can be saved. Li Yunwan's hand, holding the cup, paused. Water splashed on her hand from the cup. She took in Ling and got into the car. Linger, let's go check on Grandpa's house. Yin Ling grinned, bubbles coming from her toothless mouth. Mommy and I really are in sync. She's actually taking me to Grandpa's house. So happy. Behind them, the fluff ball jumped onto the car. Fluff ball, fluff ball. Li Yunwan looked at the white cat on the roof of the car. She had never seen such a well-kept cat in this apocalypse. Is this the fluff ball? The sound of giggles came from inside the car. Yin Ling was a bit excited. Mommy, go for it. Chapter 4. A destructive force. Li Yunwan. This child truly fears nothing. Would they not become fodder for the zombies if they ventured forth like this? Alas, the zombies across the way have spotted them. The unsteady figures of the undead, having detected their prey, surged toward them as if fueled by a stimulant. It was too late now. Even contemplating an alternate route was futile. They had no choice but to confront the threat head-on. The zombies drew closer and closer, and Li Yunwan's entire being was taut, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, ready to make a break for it. Upon the roof of the vehicle, a fluffy creature lazily cast a glance at the approaching zombies. Li Yunwan was poised for a sudden escape when, as if sensing the allure of flesh, the horde of zombies unexpectedly slammed to a halt, some failing to stop in time, resulting in a chaotic collision that toppled a considerable number of them. A soft meow echoed, and the fallen zombies hastily scrambled away, vanishing around a corner. Li Yunwan was bewildered. What was happening with these zombies? Why were they fleeing? Beside her, seated in a child's car seat, Yin Ling nibbled on her fingers, her little legs kicking joyfully. Noticing Li Yunwan's gaze upon her, she beamed with a smile reminiscent of a traditional Chinese doll. Mommy, don't look. Hurry, let us go. If we delay, Grandpa's family will be in trouble. Yes. She still needed to rescue them. Time was of the essence. The vehicle swiftly vanished down the street, her heart increasingly anxious. Please, let them be safe. Let nothing happen. Soon they would arrive. Mom, Dad, brother, wait for me. Along the way, every zombie encountered seemed to shy away from their car. A journey that should have taken an hour was mercilessly cut down to half that time. A throng of zombies congregated at a single location, surrounding the Lee family's ancestral home completely. The eldest of the Lee family, Ling, an abilities wielder, fought valiantly. To the second floor, quickly. Hide in the rooms. Boss, we must hide together. There are too many zombies. You cannot withstand them alone. There's no time. Go now. I'll be fine. We need to get upstairs and devise a plan. The zombies, frenzied, gathered around the Lee residence in ever-increasing numbers. The strength of his abilities waned as the relentless horde pressed on, and despair flooded Ling heart. Was this the day his family would meet its end? He closed his eyes, desperately wielding his weapon. A thunderous sound erupted. Roar! Now even the beasts of prey had joined the fray. Despair deepened within him as a furry paw emerged, swatting away a group of zombies. The once advancing horde froze, expressions of terror adorning their decaying faces as they turned to flee. Moving with the swiftness of sprint champions, the once crowded ancestral home was suddenly deserted. All zombies vanished without a trace. A small cat, with graceful steps, deftly avoided the bloodstains on the ground, leaping onto the roof of the car. The transformation occurred in an instant. Ling, a small cat? Wasn't he a beast of prey? How could it possibly be a mere kitten? The little ball of fur lazily cast a glance at Ling, and he could even detect a hint of disdain in the cat's eyes. How unfortunate it is to be scorned by a mere feline. The car parked outside the courtyard seemed somewhat familiar, and as he recognized the license plate, a flicker of excitement flashed in Ling eyes. With a voice trembling with emotion, he called out, "Little sister, is that you? Wow, is this the uncle who was harmed by that scoundrel father? He is so handsome." Ling, as the foremost heir of the Lee family, knew that as long as he was present, his unscrupulous father could not claim the entirety of the family fortune. This time, it was indeed the machinations of his father, who sought to obliterate the Lee family entirely, thereby seizing all their assets for himself. In the original account, the uncle had been torn apart by zombies, leaving no trace of his remains. How tragic. Mommy, hurry and get out of the car. I want my uncle to hold me. Ling, feeling somewhat helpless, picked up the child and opened the car door. Brother, my little sister has been neglectful, not having visited you all these years. Is this child my niece? Noticing that the attention of the two was now on her, Ling broke into a smile, extending her tiny hands. Uncle, hug. Indeed, Ling wished for her brother to embrace her. The child in his arms was so small that her limbs were thinner than his own, her body soft and delicate. Ling stood frozen, afraid to move for fear of harming the child. Elderly stood silently nearby, tears glistening in his eyes. Sister, tell me honestly, has Yin Shangli bullied you? Otherwise, why would you come out with the child alone? I'm fine. No one is bullying me. Please don't worry. Nonsense. Mommy is lying. It was clearly that scoundrel father who deceived her and even plotted to harm all the members of the Lee family to take their place. Ling, what was that sound? It resembled the voice of a child. And here, the only child present was his gaze fell upon Ling. Uncle is looking at me. Uncle is looking at me. How delightful. Ling, it truly was Linger's voice. Yin Shangli, that fellow, was adamantly opposed to marrying my younger sister back in the day. A mere pauper, his eyes were filled with avarice. Yet my sister was fond of him, and they could not dissuade her. Little did they expect that he would dare to bully her. He even dared to covet the riches of the Lee family. Ling did not linger here for long, fearing that Yin Shangli might detect her unease. Mommy, you left the little furball here? With it around? Neither humans nor zombies can harm the Lee family. The siblings from the Lee family simultaneously glanced at the cat snoring beside them. How extraordinary was this little cat. Such an exceptional creature. He wouldn't keep it for himself, but would rather leave it for his sister and niece. Brother, please keep this little cat here and help take care of it. Brother, this cat is not an ordinary feline. It possesses remarkable intelligence. With it around, you will be safe. Precisely for that reason, I cannot accept it. The two of them jostled back and forth, and Ling yawned. Uncle, just keep it. With me around, Mommy will be safe. I am even more formidable than the little fur ball. If Uncle and Grandpa and Grandma are safe, then Mommy can conquer all. Chapter 5. The second brother was bitten. Ling silently cradled the little fur ball in his arms. I will keep it, but you must ensure your own safety. Brother, rest assured, I have many things to accomplish. I will be fine. I will see you out. Ling recognized that her brother had something he wished to discuss. Little sister, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to tell your brother. Do not bear it all alone. I can manage, big brother. Have you forgotten who I was before marrying? A smile tugged at the corners of Ling mouth. Indeed, after all these years. He had nearly forgotten that his sister was no ordinary person. She had simply concealed her brilliance for the sake of Yin Shangli. Take good care of your child. Ling glanced at this, then at that, bustling with activity. As she watched the car fade into the distance, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Ling eyes. How dare they bully his sister? Did they truly believe the Li family was defenseless? He vowed to grow stronger to protect his little sister. What is the matter? The lady inquired. The guard team is here to escort the young master to school, but he has locked himself in his room and refuses to come out. At this hour, third brother has been bitten by a zombie and is too afraid to show himself. Ling yawned, feeling somewhat fatigued. Children are easily wearied. Li Wuan. Inside the room, Yu curled up beneath the blankets, trembling as the zombie toxin coursed through his veins. He was gradually losing control over his actions, consumed by an urge to bite, to drink blood. Beneath the covers, his eyes glowed a deep crimson. Don't come near. I can hardly restrain myself. Stop. Li Yunwan hesitated, hearing the continuous growls emanating from beneath the blanket. Could her child truly be transforming into a zombie? How could this happen? Mommy, don't stop. Let me see my unfortunate third brother. The Yu beneath the blanket was in such a state, and yet his sister still found amusement in his plight. It was utterly heartbreaking. Mommy, don't worry. Just hold me close. I can save third brother. Oh, how in tune they were. Mommy had indeed come to third brother's side. Quick, place me beside third brother. He can hardly suppress the zombie toxin any longer. The sweet scent overwhelmed him, and he could not help but reveal his fangs as the blanket was suddenly yanked away. He was left with nowhere to hide. Instinctively, he covered his face, acutely aware that he must look frightfully hideous. What would happen if he frightened his sister and mother? Soft, delicate fingers brushed against his fangs, and Yu froze. Third brother, don't dawdle. Eat. It will make you feel better. A small black pill was pressed into his mouth, dissolving instantly. Li Yunwan watched in astonishment as the once transformed Yu gradually returned to normal, even more handsome than before. Ling clapped her small hands, laughing merrily. All right. Third brother need no longer fear the zombies. With the crisis averted, Li Yunwan did not perceive this incident as a mere coincidence. Yu lowered his head, expressing remorse. Mother, I am truly sorry. It was my fault for being disobedient and following the bodyguard out to confront the zombies. I should have heeded my sister's and mother's advice and refrained from venturing out. Third brother, such a fool. He has been manipulated. Ling was already on the verge of slumber. Yu? The third brother was incited by the illegitimate child and was subsequently pushed into a horde of zombies. The poor fool had no inkling of the truth and believed that he had simply lost his footing, resulting in his bite. One might wonder, could the third brother not endeavor to learn and cultivate his intellect? Yu. Li Yunwan expressed her agreement. How could a genius with such high intelligence give birth to such a simpleton? Yu discerned a profound disdain in his mother's gaze. He resolved to strive diligently in his studies henceforth. Outside, a commotion ensued. The third young master had indeed been bitten by a zombie. I witnessed it with my own eyes. According to protocol, he should either be expelled or sent for experimentation. Yu discerned that the voice belonged to his bodyguard, the very individual who had thrust him into this predicament. Indeed, this person had deliberately sought to harm him. Recalling the heartfelt pleas he had overheard from Ling, he felt a surge of despair. Oh, dear sister, save me. I do not wish to be subjected to experiments. I cannot bear the thought of losing limbs. I refuse to become a mere guinea pig. Sister, I implore you, rescue me. Ling munched on her tiny fist, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Rest assured, Third brother, after taking the pill from AO, it is impossible for me to become a zombie in this lifetime. Both individuals felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yun Shangli stood at the entrance, his countenance darkened. Wan, come here quickly. Do not let Yin Yu be harmed. Bind him. Li Yunwan Shukalat, bemused by the fact that he had chosen to trust the word of a mere bodyguard without even a glance, showing no concern for his own child. As if binding him was an easy decision. Yin Shangli, this is your child. Wan, do not be foolish. Even if Yin Yu is my son, once he has transformed into a zombie, he has lost his humanity and should not remain here. Yin Yu is fine. There is no need to bind him. Yin Yu attempted to rise from his cocoon of blankets, only to find a small hand pressing down firmly, rendering him completely immobile. Observing his little sister's cheerful demeanor, confusion clouded his eyes. What did this mean? Was he not allowed to go outside? Do not listen to the lady. Bind him. I have stated that Yin Yu is fine. As a mother, she stood resolutely in front, determined that no one would harm her child. Yin Shangli, how can you be so certain that Yin Yu is in peril without even a glance? Do you perhaps know something we do not? Yin Shangli harbored a sense of trepidation. It was he, the mastermind behind everything. The last time he failed to secure his illegitimate daughter's entrance, he resorted to targeting Sangu. Should Sangu transform into a zombie, he would finally be able to usher his own illegitimate son into the fold. How absurd it was that she had developed feelings for such a creature over the years. They say even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Yet this man was even more despicable than a beast. Since you are so fearful, from this day forth, I shall take the child to reside in the backyard, never to set foot in the front yard again. Warm, that is not my intention. I merely worry for you. Besides, the backyard is the eldest brother's territory, and you are aware of his situation. Under the watchful gaze of Li Yun, he felt an unsettling sensation of being seen through. The person before him seemed somehow altered, reminiscent of the first time he laid eyes on her, so noble and unattainable. No, it must be an illusion. The years had transformed Li Yun into a mere housewife, no longer the lofty young lady she once was. He suppressed the unease swelling within him. If you persist in refusing to relinquish Yin Yu, then you shall take him to the backyard and never return. A faintly sardonic smile appeared on Li Yun's lips, as if she had finally seen through his true nature. Yin Yu, let us depart. Cradling the child, Yin Yu emerged from beneath the blankets, casting a complex gaze at Yin Shangli. He could hardly fathom that the one intent on harming him was none other than his biological father. Chapter 6. Keep it a secret. His father actually expected him to give way to the illegitimate child. Why was it that he was utterly unscathed? Yin Shangli felt a surge of irritation. He still had some documents requiring Li Yunwan's signature. Now, due to this incident, if the two of them were to fall out, how could the signing proceed? How could nothing at all be amiss? Useless, unable to manage such a trivial matter. Standing before the door of the backyard, Li Yunwan felt somewhat disoriented, while Yin Yu hid timidly behind her, casting fearful glances at the small building ahead. The entire structure was shrouded in silence, devoid of any light, exuding an air of eeriness. Fearful? Yin Yu nodded. He had inadvertently wandered into this place during his childhood, a memory he would never erase from his mind. The scene he witnessed was haunting, blood and corpses, a trauma that nearly cost him his life at the tender age of 3. The entire building in the backyard was encased in iron mesh. Residing within was his elder brother, a youth who was completely immobile during the day, but transformed into a murderous fiend by night. Each day, only the servants would bring food inside, and at all other times, the space remained devoid of human presence. Mother, must we truly reside here? He swallowed hard. Yes, she replied. Ling should be considerably more exhilarated, for residing here are the very villains from the tales. After the demise of all members of the Li family, Yun Chao Ci, who had been confined in the backyard, emerged in a frenzy of slaughter. Yun Shangli nearly perished at his hands, but tragically succumbed to madness and took his own life. A sudden voice broke the silence, leaving Li Yunwan in a state of shock. Poisoned? Wasn't it said to be a mysterious illness? A wave of guilt surged within her. She had never considered that the eldest had transformed into his current state due to poisoning. holding the child tightly in her embrace. She felt a surge of relief that Ling had arrived. It was only then that all the machinations came to light. Otherwise, they would have remained oblivious to the very cause of their demise. She knew she must grow stronger swiftly to safeguard her child. The long closed door swung open, breathing new life into the once silent villa in the backyard. The entire estate was permeated with the stench of decay and neglect. During the time when the eldest fell ill, she often visited, yet his moods were erratic, volatile during his moments of clarity and unrecognizing at night, launching indiscriminate assaults. He despised the sight of each one of them. When had she allowed herself to forget him so completely? Yin, watch over your sister while I tidy up. All right, mommy. Sister, you must be good. Brother will play with you. Ling, does she truly consider herself a mere child? With a new teething toy clenched between her teeth, her little legs kick with fervor. I wonder what my elder brother is doing at this moment. I longed to catch a glimpse of him. Yin quietly embraced himself, pondering the volatile temperament of his elder brother. It would be unwise to disturb him, especially as twilight approached and his brother would soon be capable of action. However, the sight of his younger sister's wide, expectant eyes made him waver. Perhaps we could just take a glance, he thought. Just a fleeting moment at the door should pose no issue. With his clumsy frame cradling the soft Ling, he stealthily approached Yun Zhaoxi's room. We'll merely peek and then depart, I assure you. Just a brief look, absolutely no lingering. In the dimly lit chamber, Yun Zhaoxi lay upon the bed, a tempest of rage and destructive urges raging within him, utterly uncontrollable. As Yin opened the door, he was met by a pair of bloodshot eyes, which startled him so profoundly that he fell to the ground. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. His elder brother remained as formidable as ever. In a flurry, he clasped Ling tightly. Oh, dear sister, please, do not venture into your brother's room. He found himself at a loss, unable to proceed forward or retreat. Oh no, how can my little sister, so small and fragile, withstand his fury? Do not go over there. I implore you, stay back. Ling turned to Yin and broke into a radiant smile, then pivoted and began to climb onto Yun Zhaoxi. Her tiny fingers playfully poked at his face. Brother, you are truly handsome, although you do seem a bit pitiable. You have been a prodigy since childhood, granted early admission, yet just as the apocalypse loomed, you inexplicably fell ill. In truth, it was no illness at all, but rather a sinister scheme orchestrated by our father's mistress to poison you. That is the reason for your current state. The overwhelming sense of chaos dissipated, and the violence that had burdened her heart vanished completely. Yin, who had covered his eyes, cautiously lowered his hands and blinked in astonishment. His brother was neither angry nor out of control. One foot tentatively stepped forward, and when nothing untoward occurred, the other foot followed suit. Assured that all was well, he hurried to the bedside. Brother, this is my little sister. She is still young and naive, so please do not be angry. I will take her away immediately. Yet, despite his efforts to embrace her, he found himself unable to lift her. Ling clung tightly to her elder brother's neck, exclaiming, Third brother, please let go. Let go. If elder brother holds me a little longer, I will feel much better. Yin cast an awkward glance at his elder brother, who lay on the bed. It's all right. Let her stay a little longer. There was no unusual sensation within his body, a phenomenon he had never experienced before. The aura emanating from Ling enveloped him in an unprecedented tranquility. He gazed at the child in his arms, small yet remarkably beautiful. He had witnessed the births of his two younger brothers, but neither had possessed the charm of his sister. Her large, glistening eyes resembled ripe grapes. Elder brother, I see that you are feeling much better. Would you like to have a doctor come and examine you thoroughly? He inquired. Did sister not mention that elder brother is not ill, but rather has been poisoned? No need for that. He could sense that the stability of his body was attributed to his sister. For years, he had undergone annual checkups, yet each time yielded no discernible results. He had taken countless medications, all to no avail. The essence of his sister brought him solace. Suddenly, something was placed in his mouth, and Yun Zhaoxi looked over in surprise, the sound of giggles ringing in his ears. Big brother, hurry and eat it. It will help you get better gradually. Though taken aback, he did not hesitate, as the pill slid down his throat. The veil of fog that had clouded his mind seemed to lift entirely, and he felt considerably more alert. Shoo, elder brother, this must remain a secret. Yin Shaoxi's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded, causing the child in his arms to giggle with delight. Yinyu, where have you taken Linger? Oh no, if mommy finds out you brought your sister into Big Brother's room, you shall be in trouble. Chapter 7. My hair sister, we must hurry. As the child departed from his embrace, the comforting sensation dissipated, and crimson veins appeared at the corners of his eyes. Indeed, he was still a peculiar being, his body gradually slipping out of his control, a refreshing chill spreading from his abdomen. The red veins vanished, and he lay helplessly on the bed, unable to move. Yet, Yin Shaoxi felt a sense of joy. This was the first time he had not completely lost control. Linger, his sister, seemed to possess an extraordinary nature. Where have you been? Mommy, I was merely carrying my sister and wandering around a bit. We didn't go anywhere at all. Yinyu nodded eagerly. Ling gnawed on her teething toy, likely feeling the discomfort of emerging teeth. Occasionally, a zombie would pass by at night, but they kept their distance. Wan, standing by the window, wore a heavy expression, her complex gaze resting on Ling. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such abilities as Ling might not necessarily be a blessing. Mother, Wan, Zhao, are you all right? Yes. Seated in a wheelchair, Yin Zhao appeared no different from a typical person. He recounted the events of the day to Wan, and upon observing the intricate emotions on her face, he realized she was aware that Ling was unique. Mother, has father really taken mistress? This matter would be handled by his mother. He needed to focus on his recovery. And that rascal Yinyu, keep him from running around. He actually carried his sister everywhere. If it weren't for Ling Heir's abilities, who knows what might have transpired? He certainly deserves a good thrashing. Yinyu, chased and scolded, cried out in acknowledgement of his misdeeds, vowing not to repeat them. Upon waking from his slumber, he found the once tranquil villa bustling with numerous individuals, including doctors and bodyguards. Upon awakening, Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mommy is truly remarkable, attracting so many people overnight. This doctor is incredibly handsome, and that bodyguard is so cool. I want to get close to him. Wan silently restrained Ling's eager hands. This child must be closely watched. Otherwise, she could easily be lured away. What do you think? Indeed, she has been poisoned by a type of psychoactive substance that induces hallucinations. It turns out she has been ensnared for so many years. Buried beneath the surface, the heart of Yin Shangli is truly ruthless. Moreover, the medicine you sent last time, upon examination, yielded the same results. Prolonged consumption may lead to madness. I understand now. I appreciate your efforts. The tumult in the backyard has certainly drawn Yin Shangli's attention. Originally, he anticipated that Wan would capitulate first, yet he now feels a twinge of unease. After all, she is merely a woman who relies on him for survival. Considering him an indispensable part of her life, he must not lose his composure. How fares the situation at the Li family ancestral residence? Our people are exerting every effort to lure the zombies toward that direction, yet those creatures dare not approach the Li family estate. As long as the Li family remains alive, he cannot assume control of their vast assets. The Li family spans numerous industries, firearms, pharmaceuticals, chain supermarkets, enough to last him a lifetime. Were it not for the stature of the Li family's eldest son and the protection they receive from above, he would have seized everything long ago. With Li Machin present, he does not dare to act recklessly. The last zombie outbreak failed to obliterate them, leaving him to seek another opportunity. As for Wan, she must still require sustenance. All the supplies are here, and he does not believe they can forego food and water. After all, in this apocalypse, no one is willing to share their provisions with others. Wan is contemplating this dilemma as well. There are two avenues for obtaining food and supplies. One is military assistance, and the other is to venture out in search of resources. Food, she has it. She possesses everything. Mother, simply express your desires. She, the mistress of the heavenly Tao, can summon treasures from the myriad realms with but a flick of her finger. The child in her arms giggles with glee, blowing bubbles. What resources can a mere child possess? She must find another way. Mother, Why that expression? Do you not believe in her? You, dear child, are still so young. Simply grow well, and leave the other matters to mother. The little nose was playfully poked, eliciting even more laughter from Yun Ling. Mother does not believe in her. Just wait and see the surprise she shall bring. Yun Yu removed his garments, preparing to retire for the night, when, as the fabric brushed against his fingers, a sudden blaze engulfed the entire clothing. Oh dear, third brother's supernatural ability has manifested. Yun Ling, sprawled on the floor and drooling, turned over. Sitting upright, she pointed at the charred remnants on the ground, exclaiming, "It appears to be a fire-related power. How formidable! Just imagine. Anyone who misbehaves could be dealt with by simply shutting the door and letting third brother incinerate them." There was no need for such brutality, however, but his supernatural ability. Could it truly be that he possessed such a gift? His delicate fingers displayed no signs of anything unusual. Fireproof. Fire. Fire, come forth. Alas, nothing happened. Was his little sister deceiving him? Third brother is so foolish. Having gained a power, yet unable to wield it. You must concentrate, focus all your energy into your fingertip, and release it. So, it was as simple as that. Focusing energy into his finger, and then let it fly. Third brother is attempting murder. Fida, Fida, Fida. It's going to singe my hair. I can already smell the burning. She lamented, "Oh, my already sparse hair. Third brother, you owe me for my hair. I shall no longer acknowledge you. Do not cry, little sister, do not fear. The fire has extinguished. Your hair is unharmed. Please do not weep." With a quivering pout, Yun Ling's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Was it truly so? Was her hair really safe? It's fine, truly, Yun Yu said, a twinge of guilt causing him to avert his gaze. The girl was indeed unharmed, but her hair had been scorched to nothingness. This was a truth he could not allow his sister to discover. What if she chose to ignore him thereafter? Yun Ling felt a sense of relief. Yun Yu felt a sense of relief as he emerged to search for the child. Li Yun Wan. Yun Yu, how daring you are to have set fire to your sister's hair. Mom, it was not intentional. I was wrong. Ha. The third brother scurried about like a monkey, being pursued and playfully beaten by their mother. Joyfully clapping his small hands, he tugged at his own hair. Whoa. The third brother deceived me. My hair, which was already sparse, has vanished completely. Oh no. Chapter 8. I am not well, read. Do not deceive me. The resounding cries echoed throughout the entire villa. Yun Chaozi adeptly maneuvered his wheelchair to lift the child from the ground, gently caressing her head. Do not weep, dear one. Hair is meant to be singed. It will grow back even more lustrous and beautiful. Is that truly so? She inquired, her large eyes blinking in innocence. Big brother, I am not well versed in such matters. Please do not deceive me. Captivated by her tearful gaze, Yun Chaozi pressed his lips together, stifling a chuckle. Linger, she must surely be an angel sent by heaven. Wow, her hair is utterly dreadful. Grasped by the collar, Yun Yu found himself ensnared. His very pulse constricted and was unceremoniously thrust into Yun Ling's room. Upon meeting the child's woeful expression, Yun Yu could not contain his laughter. It was impossible to fault him. The sight of his little sister was simply too comical. When Yun Ling was born, it took quite some time for her hair to grow, reaching a length of merely a finger's breadth. Now, half had been singed away, leaving a patchwork of hair and baldness that was truly laughable. Yun Ling's cries grew louder, while third brother merely laughed, much to her annoyance. Upon entering the room, Li Yun Wan was greeted by the sight of two disheveled children. In an effort to comfort his sister, Yun Yu had singed his own hair, transforming his once stylish locks into a charred mess. The veins on his forehead throbbed visibly. Could these two children possibly be salvageable? Despite his unkempt appearance, Yun Yu was in high spirits. He had acquired supernatural abilities. With this newfound power, his status in the apocalyptic world had elevated, granting him a means of self-preservation in the face of danger. How delightful! Even with singed hair, his joy was palpable. Had third brother truly lost his wits? She discreetly shifted to the side, uncertain if foolishness might be contagious, and decided to keep her distance from third brother. In the dead of night, Yun Ling stealthily crept outside, settling at the doorway of an empty room. With a flick of her small hand, the entire space brimmed with supplies, an abundance of everything one could desire. Satisfied, she nodded approvingly. At the break of dawn, the sounds of excitement erupted. Ling grasped her mother's clothing, filled with urgency. "Mother, please check the guest room. There are plenty of supplies in there, everything we could possibly need. We need not venture outside." Oh, if only she could articulate her thoughts. She had placed the supplies in the guest room, but would her mother even notice? Li Yinwan gazed at the room, brimming with provisions in silence. Indeed, there was an abundance of resources. Even the scarce fruits in this post-apocalyptic world were present, remarkably fresh. Among them were large, vibrant red fruits that looked utterly delectable. With a crunch, Yin had already seized an apple and began to munch on it. "This fruit is genuine. So sweet. Sister, you are truly remarkable." The cloud spirit's haughty little expression. Doesn't she realize who she is? Yun Chao's gaze settled upon Yunyu. It seemed this lad could also perceive his sister's innermost thoughts. Yun Shangli had waited for several days without any sign of Li Yunwan and could no longer remain composed. Do you think they might be starving? It had been an entire week, and the back gate had not opened even once. Lu Qingqing leaned against Yun Shangli's embrace. Ever since Li Yunwan's departure, the two had ceased to care about being discreet. "Perhaps your monstrous son has done away with them. Do you feel sorrow?" "How could I? As you know, my affections are solely for you. It's merely that I require Li Yunwan's signature on some documents. If a person is deceased, who would know whose name to sign? We could simply sign for ourselves. Did you notice the bodyguards at the entrance? Where do you suppose Li Yunwan acquired such a multitude of them? The more I ponder, the more I sense something is amiss. This situation seems to be spiraling beyond my control. I must investigate the circumstances in the back courtyard." However, he found himself unable to gain entry. "Do you know who I am? How dare you obstruct me?" It had been a long time since someone had dared to undermine his authority. Yun Shangli was a figure of significance wherever he went. "Indeed, we are fully aware of who you are, Yun Shangli, and it is precisely you whom we are preventing from entering." The young lady persistently brandished a magnified photograph of this individual at the entrance, making it impossible for them not to recognize him. "Where is Li Yunwan? I demand that she come forth to see me. The lady is currently unavailable to meet with irrelevant individuals." Irrelevant individuals? Who sent you? Who is your superior? The bodyguard cast him a cold glance, full of disdain. "Yun Shangli. If they refuse to let him in, then he shall not enter. He is curious to see how long Yunwan, accompanied by a disabled individual, a fool, and an infant, will endure in this apocalyptic world for even a few days." A diminutive figure crawled out from behind the door. Halfway through, they were lifted by Long Yunwan. "My dear child, if you continue to be so untidy, I might just have to part ways with you." Ling chuckled joyfully, for her mother could never bear to part with her. "You have all done remarkably well. Allow me to offer you these refreshments." The crimson apples in hand left the bodyguards astonished. Such exquisite fruit was beyond even their boss's reach. He recalled the last time he visited the boss, who was munching on a withered apple. He had longed for it then, but it paled in comparison to the splendid apples before him. Lady Li's generosity was truly remarkable, presenting an entire platter. So abundant. "Madam, this is far too precious. We simply cannot accept it." Ling remarked, "What is so precious? She possesses an entire apple orchard. She has an abundance. Take these. I have no need for them." The bodyguards silently accepted the offerings, their hearts filled with a sense of gratitude. Throughout numerous missions, they had always approached each location as if guarding against thieves. Yet this was the first occasion someone had generously shared such valuable provisions with them. Their respect for her grew accordingly. Li Yunwan's actions were not without purpose. She understood they could not remain in this place indefinitely, and she required an opportunity to capture the attention of those in higher positions, thereby ensuring their protection. This moment served as that opportunity. Cradling a child in her arms, she sat across from a man whose physique was a testament to strength and muscle. Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. A muscular man. Her small hand poked repeatedly at the man's arm. "Chengvaida, in this apocalyptic world, it is indeed a rarity to encounter such an endearing child. The lady has raised her offspring Quite well. Ling, why does this person gaze at her so intensely? Surely he wouldn't harm a child. Meeting Chung Vida's eyes, Ling felt a sense of revelation. Chung Vida? Li Yanwan, who could hear Ling's thoughts, felt a tinge of exasperation. This child sometimes had an imagination that was bewildering. Children could be shy, I understand. Typically, children cry upon seeing me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chung Vida, the captain of the second team of the guard. Chapter 9. It wouldn't be good to hurt the father today. I wish to propose a trade with the lady. Observing Li Yunwan's unwavering demeanor, he couldn't help but admire her. In the past, upon hearing of his role as the captain of the guard, others would have begun to curry favor, for members of the guard are all endowed with abilities, and only those ranked within the top 10 can assume the captaincy. He had become a captain of the second team, due to his second place ranking in the entire guard. In this post-apocalyptic world, he was a formidable presence, someone whom all sought to befriend. How much fruit do you have left, madam? I will take it all. In exchange, you may propose any conditions you desire. Any conditions? That depends on how much fruit the lady possesses. Currently, there are around 20 pieces, but if you require more later, we can provide it. Do you have any more, madam? Yes. My daughter mentioned she has an orchard. Please feel free to propose any conditions. Looking after the child, I will arrange for someone to care for them. However, I want you, captain, to personally oversee the child. In this apocalyptic era, I cannot trust anyone else. If the captain agrees, we can prioritize your needs in the future. Do you have anything else, madam? Anything at all? Anything at all? Chung Vida furrowed his brow. Could you mean what he thought? I know you find it hard to believe, captain. Please follow me. 5 minutes later, Chung Vida remained silent. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Food, which was so scarce in this world, was all here, and it was fresh. This was simply astonishing. Madam, are you saying that, aside from what is in the house, you have more? Li Yanwan nodded. I promise to help you care for the child. Is it not merely looking after a child? He could manage that, if necessary. He could summon the entire guard to assist in caring for the child. But that was fresh meat, real, normal pork. He hadn't eaten meat in over a year, not to mention instant noodles and a variety of fruits. Manga, you're finally going to confront the scoundrel of a father. Don't worry about us. I will take care of my brothers. In the spacious villa, Chung Vida crouched beside the sofa, staring wide-eyed at Ling, who sat atop it. He acted impulsively. He could slay zombies, but caring for a child? He lacked the experience. This child still seemed to be nursing. He would need to feed them. What the child cried. Was there still time for him to regret his decision? But there was an entire room filled with delectable food. Yet, he had no idea how to care for a child. A moment of inner turmoil ensued. His arm was grasped, and a small hand playfully pinched his muscle. The child before him beamed with delight. It seemed that the little one was not so unattractive after all. After all, it was merely a matter of observing the child. He could do it. He was capable of anything. Yinyu, their home has been invaded. They have been robbed. The thief is even holding my sister. Who are you? Return my sister to me. Yinyu took a step back, flames igniting in his hand. Chung Vida was astonished. How old are you? Yet you are already an extraordinary being. You appear to be only 7 or 8 years old. An extraordinary being of such tender age, wielding powers with such proficiency, is indeed unprecedented. I assure you, I am formidable. Return my sister to me, or I shall not hold back. Positioning himself, he prepared for a sprint, charging forward. Let me go. If you have the ability, let us settle this one-on-one. You boast quite audaciously, young lad. I do not believe you. You must be a charlatan. Your sister is so small. How could a mother ever trust her to a stranger? Moreover, you do not strike me as a person of good character. I am not a charlatan. Your elder brother is aware of this matter. Yu instinctively cast a glance at his sister. Ling laughed heartily, devoid of any cares. Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity. You give me my sister. I shall watch over her myself. Chung Vida, here you go. With the child now gone, Chung Vida exhaled a sigh of relief. He had felt utterly uncomfortable holding the child moments ago, fearful that even the slightest pressure might harm the fragile being. Now, however, he felt liberated. The thought of annihilating them all surged within him. That illegitimate child was of the same age as his elder brother. The scoundrel of a father treated him exceptionally well, a sight Chung Vida had never witnessed before. The scoundrel had always berated him, never offering praise, nor sharing meals or playtime with him. "Sister, how about we teach that scoundrel a lesson tonight?" The two children had sprouted devilish horns atop their heads. Chung Vida, unable to quell his unease, trailed behind, observing one child speaking while the other responded with excited sounds, their communication surprisingly harmonious despite the language barrier. As the night deepened into silence, the duo quietly rose. With a creak, the door swung open, and Yin Shangli stealthily entered, finding the room enveloped in an eerie stillness, devoid of any presence. Even the guards at the entrance had vanished. Could it be that they had met their demise here? He crept further inside, ascending the staircase. In the shadows, Ling seized the opportune moment, utilizing all fours adorned with a wig as she crawled stealthily. A shadowy figure approached with alarming speed. Startled, he thought, "What is that?" Losing his footing, he fell to the ground, and in the darkness, you could even hear the ominous crack of bones breaking. A flame materialized out of thin air, landing upon his garments. What? When did this place transform into a haunted house? The creaking sounds grew increasingly terrifying. In the darkness, the wheelchair drew nearer, ultimately halting before him, an unsettling odor of urine wafting through the air. A hint of disdain flickered in Yun Chao's eyes as the lights of the villa blazed brightly. Yun Chao lifted Yun Ling, who was sprawled on the ground, and removed the wig from her head. With a damp cloth, he meticulously wiped her face. "It is you. Is this how you treat your father?" He felt a sense of being deceived. Her gaze, light and airy, fell upon him. "Father is not in the front courtyard. Why have you come my backyard?" Yin Shangli wished to rise, yet a piercing pain gripped her ankles. Chapter 10. Schemes. Yin Shangli shuddered. He nearly forgot the terror of his eldest son. A trace of irony flickered in Yun Chao's eyes. Even his own son was afraid of him, not even realizing that he could now move his arm. What use was such a father? "Captain Chung, I kindly ask you to see our guest out." Chung Vida, who had silently observed a grand performance, discreetly touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed for being caught in the act of spectating. "Mr. Yin, please." "Captain Chung, Chung Vida, what brings you here?" "I am a guard summoned by Madam Li." "Mr. Yin, I must insist you leave. Otherwise, we shall not be so courteous. Someone, please escort Mr. Yin out." Yin Shangli was unceremoniously thrown out by the guards. "I am a scientist, a person protected by the higher-ups. Do you dare treat me this way, fearing no repercussions from above? Chung Vida, I paid a handsome sum to hire you as my bodyguard, yet now you serve as a woman's escort. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the reasons behind this." Yin Shangli suddenly faltered, discreetly shifting his body to a safe distance before unleashing his fury. "That wretched Li Yunwan, how dare she tarnish my honor? Just you wait." With a thud, Yin Shangli found himself cast to the ground, his curses ignored by all. Yin Chao Ci sat by the window, gazing down upon the raucous crowd below, a flicker of lethal intent glimmering in his eyes. "Captain Chung, let us feast on meat today." Chung Vida's eyes brightened at the suggestion. "I shall prepare it at once." At the dining table, Yin Ling's eyes were fixated on the plate of chicken legs, the aroma wafting tantalizingly. Oh, how she yearned for meat. Alas, lacking teeth. She could only gaze longingly and instead took a hearty sip of milk. Once her teeth emerged, she vowed to indulge in an abundance of meat. The savory scent drifted far and wide. How could there be meat in the backyard? That wretched Li Yunwan must have seduced the captain of the guard, Chung Vida. It was likely he had brought the meat. It had been nearly a year since she had savored meat. That wretched woman was feasting while she starved. "Second brother, I have arrived. Where's the child?" Li Rongrong, wielding an axe and clad in leather, burst through the door. Chung Vida fell into contemplation. This person seemed even more masculine than he. Oh my, what a handsome young lady. Linger adores you. Such a delightful child. The soft, fragrant Yunling, crawling toward the door, was swept into Li Rongrong's embrace. Li Rongrong inhaled deeply, savoring the child's sweetness. "Second brother, where did you find this child? She is utterly adorable. From employer's household. Be gentle, will you? Use less strength. We wouldn't want to harm the child." "Do not worry, second brother. I am mindful." "Chung Vida, your punch could send a zombie flying. Considering those tiny arms and legs, I truly cannot believe your restraint. Rest assured, this child will henceforth be under my care. I shall look after her meticulously." In a flash, Li Rongrong whisked Ling into the room. With a wave of her hand, countless little dresses materialized in the space around them. "Wow, such spatial abilities. You will look splendid in these. This one is lovely, and this. How about we try them all on?" Ling, filled with dread at the sight of the mountainous pile of garments, at least 100 pieces, could only imagine the horror of trying them all. She quickly crawled to the ground, scuttling toward the exit. No, she was ensnared by the shackles of fate. Ling was reluctantly subjected to an afternoon of being a doll, trying on an array of outfits. Her spirit was utterly depleted. Why does such a dashing young lady delight in changing costumes? She felt she could hardly endure any longer. It was only then that Li Rongrong decided to relent. Dressed in a delightful pink Barbie dress, Ling brought immense satisfaction to Li Rongrong. Gulu gulu. Ling drooped her head, feeling hungry. "Will the handsome young lady feed me?" "Linger, come, it's time to eat," said Zhao, who had long been unable to bear the sight of her distress. Seated in his wheelchair, he held a milk bottle, and with his strikingly handsome face, he resembled a perfect dashing father. "My elder brother truly understands me. The milk bottle, Linger is coming." With a flurry of movements, she gestured eagerly. "Hand the child to me." Li Rongrong, in a daze, handed the child over to Zhao. The sight of the handsome man feeding the baby was simply delightful, making it hard to look away. Chao frowned. The woman tasked with caring for Linger appeared rather daft and unreliable. Ling, cradling her milk bottle, indulges in her meal with great delight. The night envelopes the surroundings in a profound silence. Ling awoke from her slumber, her mind racing with dread. It's over. It's over. Something terrible is about to happen. Her father had unleashed a horde of zombies into the backyard, lured by the enticing bait, and they were charging toward her like madmen. With their minds lost and driven by the allure of the bait, the zombies were heedlessly rushing this way, rendering her presence here utterly futile. She needed to escape at once. Meanwhile, Yu, who had risen to use the restroom, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Uncle Chung, something terrible has happened. We must flee. The zombies are coming." Chung Vida? It couldn't be. The surroundings were eerily silent. How could there possibly be zombies? Moreover, even if they existed, the area was ensnared with nets, preventing any number of them from entering. "It is true, Uncle Chung. Hurry, we must leave this place." "Don't worry, my boy. Rest assured, with your Uncle Chung here, no zombie shall breach our sanctuary. Just return to your slumber." "Yu, do you think I can sleep peacefully? Why do you refuse to listen to anything I say? Your stubbornness will lead to your own detriment, you know. Come now, he can certainly take his sister away himself." "Come, sister, they do not believe us. I shall take you away. Let us go. Third brother, take me outside. We shall confront the horde of zombies head on." "That is unnecessary. He wishes to remain hidden. The zombies, lured here, are approaching swiftly. This is dire. The horde of zombies is upon us. Captain, an overwhelming number of zombies are advancing. We must leave this place at once." Chung Vida was taken aback. He could hardly believe there truly was a horde of zombies. So many. He had never encountered such a vast army of the undead. "Hurry, escort the Yun siblings to safety. We must ensure their protection." "This is bad, Captain. The third young master and the young lady have gone missing. Sister Rong has already taken people to search for them." Chaozi, seated in his wheelchair, gazed down upon the horde of zombies that approached with alarming swiftness. "Young master, allow me to escort you from this place," Chung Vida urged, his expression grave. Despite the year-long chaos of the apocalypse, he had never witnessed such a multitude of zombies converging at once. Chapter 11. No longer paying attention to third brother, we will exert every effort to safeguard this location. That is unnecessary. We must retreat entirely. This area has been laced with bait powder. There is no reason for us to incur needless sacrifices. Move. Bait powder? Who dares to scheme against me? Have they grown weary of life? What are you doing? Chaozi inquired lightly, and in that fleeting moment, Chung Vida silently sheathed his axe. "Leave, everyone retreat." It struck him as odd, as the captain of the guard, How could he feel such trepidation before this mere youth who had just reached adulthood? It was utterly surreal. The zombies continued to multiply, an endless tide of the undead drawing nearer. The cloud merchant stood atop the building, gazing down upon the scene below. Despite the proximity of the two structures, the horde of zombies relentlessly made their way towards the backyard, entirely disregarding the front yard. Yun quietly concealed himself with Ling amidst the thicket. Third brother, it is here, indeed here. Please set me down. Set you down? Surrounded by zombies. Are you certain about this, little sister? Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement, a glimmer of joy reflected in their depths. Yun quietly set Ling down. The moment her tiny feet touched the ground, her small figure vanished in an instant. Yun, alas, dear sister, please wait for your elder brother. These are all zombies, and I am terrified. Do not abandon me. Ah, roar. Ah, roar. Ah. When Yun found Ling, a zombie stood before her, a creature of the undead facing a child. Two species devoid of a common tongue. Their conversation was fervent and animated. Yun quietly concealed himself at a discreet distance, attentively observing Ling, ensuring her safety. Ling stepped forward and gently patted the zombie on its leg. Go on, now it's time for your performance. With a roar, the zombie swiftly darted away. Yun Shangli stood by the window, observing countless zombies making their way towards the backyard, a cruel glint flashing in her eyes. This cannot be blamed on me. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon your inability to recognize the situation. Meanwhile, all the zombies that had initially besieged the backyard shifted their focus, advancing towards the front yard. Third brother, stop daydreaming. Let us find a place to watch the spectacle. Sir, it is dire. All the zombies have altered their targets and are heading this way. Sir, we cannot remain here any longer. We must flee at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Shangli turned and fled, abandoning all the possessions in the room. Ling sat comfortably in Yu's embrace, her laughter ringing like delicate chimes. The zombies surrounded them, yet they all seemed to bypass her entirely, as if she were invisible. Bloodied and breathless, Li Rongrong fought her way through the horde, finally emerging to behold the untouched Ling. How different people can be, she mused, observing the stark contrast between her desperate struggle to escape and the serene stillness of Ling, who stood silently as the zombies instinctively veered away from her. Though Li Rongrong was drenched in gore, this child remained impeccably clean. The moment she positioned herself beside Ling, the very zombies that had lunged towards her diverted their course. Li Rongrong gazed in astonishment at the figure before her. What peculiar quality did these two children possess that compelled the zombies to avoid them? Oh no, this is bad. We've been discovered. Third brother, think of something quickly. Distract them. Yun, it is quite difficult to be deceived in this regard, isn't it? Yun and Li Rongrong exchanged a bewildered gaze. Sister, you didn't see anything, did you? Sister understands. Sister comprehends everything. Rest assured, sister will not utter a word. Yet, her gaze towards Ling and Yun became considerably more pronounced. Oh dear, I completely forgot about elder brother. Yun Zhao Ci. Having you as my brother is indeed a blessing. Why have all these zombies vanished? It seems they were chasing something. I wonder what it was that captured their attention. It appeared to be a human. Alas, what unfortunate soul could it be? Ling clutched her head, exclaiming in desperation, do not follow me. You are far too hideous. Though you may be the zombie king, your appearance is quite repulsive. Do not follow me. I implore you. The zombie king? Yun Zhao Ci observed, not far from Ling, a gaunt zombie trailing closely behind her. Ling crawled to the left, and he followed suit, moving in the same direction. Ling crawled to the right, and he followed closely, maintaining a distance of 5 steps, neither too far nor too near. This particular zombie appeared to be unlike the others. It seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. Ling was exceedingly vexed. The zombie trailing her was not only repugnant in appearance, but also emitted a foul odor, driving her to the brink of madness. Please do not follow me, she exclaimed. Oh, dear brother, save me, I implore you. This vile zombie harbors malevolent intentions, seeking to shadow my every move. What shall I do? Such a diminutive creature. If I am utterly terrified, Linger, does this zombie pose a threat to you? Not at all. This zombie dares not inflict harm upon me. He is, after all, the chosen one of this realm's natural order. Though he is yet to fully mature and appears rather pitiable at present, should he ever contemplate causing me harm, the very forces of destiny would swiftly obliterate him. Even those I wish to protect would remain untouched by this creature. Yin Ling's head shook like a rattledrum. Not capable? If that is the case, why not harness this zombie for one's own purposes? Very well. Let's change attire. Scared. Yin Ling struggled, pleading no, no, no. Please, do not change clothes. Changing is so exhausting. Yin Chao stopped the zombie that was intent on following him. Shall we converse? The zombie hesitated for a moment, tilting its head as confusion flickered in its brown eyes. It hesitated, stamping its feet in uncertainty. What shall we discuss? Indeed, it was remarkable. It could still speak. You may remain here, but you must alter your appearance. No one must know that you are a zombie, and you must not harm any human in this place. The zombie nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the room, Yun Yu, deep in slumber, turned over with a sudden thud, startled awake. Who dares disturb me? He exclaimed, bewilderment coursing through him. At the head of the bed, a small figure backlit by the sun cast a formidable shadow on the wall. There were horns. Could it be that a ferocious beast had intruded? Oh no! Would the beast devour him? Quietly shifting his body in an attempt to evade danger. He felt a grip seize his arm. Yin Yu exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling, Please do not consume me. I am quite unpalatable. If you seek a meal, I implore you to go next door. My sister Xiang Xiang is delectable. She is so formidable that she could surely slay this ferocious beast with a single strike. Yin Ling, the third brother, is a villain. He has sent the ferocious beast to devour me. She no longer pays any attention to the third brother. Chapter 12. A warm bed. Yin Ling quietly turned away, curling up in the corner of the wall, utterly heartbroken, weeping softly. Yin Yu. How did he discern that this was his sister? He scratched his head. Sister, third brother was mistaken. Do not disregard me. He leaned closer to Yin Ling and tugged at her sleeve. Third brother acknowledges your prowess, which is why I spoke thus. Any fierce beast that encounters you is destined for a dire fate. Yin Ling replied, Really? Indeed, truly. You're the most formidable. Of course, she is the mightiest. Not angry anymore, are you? She turned around. Yin Yu? He merely remarked on why my sister has horns today. She has donned the attire of the bull demon king. Yet, such a sister is even more endearing. How precious. Third brother, quickly, let us venture out while it is still dark to seek out Mummy. Let us depart at once. But sister, neither of us can drive. How shall we find Mummy? Take me along. At the entrance, Li Rongrong spoke up. Yin Ling felt it was acceptable. On the way, Yun Yu wore a conflicted expression, his entire face wrinkled into creases. Yin Ling perched on the safety seat of the passenger side, her little legs swinging playfully as her chatter flowed incessantly. She exclaimed. Just ahead, take a right turn. Oh, it's right over there. Yin Yu translated Yin Ling's words for Li Rongrong to hear. We've arrived. Mommy is trapped in this supermarket, where there is a mutated cat that can kill a group of people with a single bite. Third brother, distract the charming young lady for a moment, and we shall enter on our own. Such a small cat, I could easily dispatch a whole group with a single slap. Yin Yu, Sister Rongrong, mother is trapped here. We are waiting for you. Can you help us rescue her? Rest assured, I will take care of it. As Li Rongrong stepped out of the car, the two little ones quietly followed suit and swiftly ran in the opposite direction. Inside the supermarket, Li Yunwan found her path obstructed by a formidable cat. Standing a meter tall, the towering feline leaped into the air, lunging towards Li Yunwan. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing observed the scene from the shadows, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Li Yunwan, no matter how beautiful you are, it matters not, for you shall meet your demise at my hands. Everything you hold dear belongs to me. The man is mine, the family fortune is mine, and even the respect of a child is mine. Fear not, for after your demise, I shall safeguard all that is yours. A thunderous crash echoed as the colossal cat collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Yin Yu, still trembling with fear, sat on the ground, holding Yin Ling tightly. Mommy, are you all right? I'm fine. What about you all? How did you manage to come out? Of course, it was third brother who brought me out. It's you again. You have once more sneaked your sister out. Stand right there. Do not attempt to flee. I shall teach you a lesson today. Ling giggled as she was held in Yu's embrace, exclaiming, Mommy, you can't hit third brother anymore, since you've already hit him. She was determined to keep it a secret that she had insisted on coming out with third brother. How did you two come down? Li Rongrong, with one hand lifting Lu Qingqing and the other wielding a large axe, looked perplexed at the fallen mutated beast on the ground. What caused this beast to fall? Li Yunwan instantly regained her composure. Ah, this mutated beast must have been poisoned. It just collapsed on its own. Holding Ling's soft body brought her a sense of relief. She could not allow anyone to discover Ling's uniqueness. Otherwise, she would be unable to protect her child. No, that wasn't it. The ferocious beast was neither poisoned nor had it collapsed on its own. Li Yunwan slapped her hand down. You vile creature. How dare you follow me and attempt to harm me? Lu Qingqing looked on in terror at the smiling Ling. In the face of such a situation, she hardly resembled a child at all. She had seen it. She had witnessed it all. The moment the ferocious beast leaped, it was this child who had floated through the air and struck it with a single blow. Just one blow, and the beast lay motionless, barely alive. This child is a monster, a true monstrosity. Ling glanced over with a mischievous smile, causing Lu Qingqing to shudder involuntarily. A fleeting sensation of foreignness washed over her mouth. Oh no, her voice, her precious voice. She found herself utterly unable to utter a sound. A monster, a monster. This child is indeed a creature of the uncanny. You must control yourself, or I shall make you vanish from this world. Only Lu Qingqing could hear those words, sending her into a spiral of terror. She nodded fervently, promising her compliance. She would reveal nothing. Absolutely nothing. She did not wish to meet her demise. Not yet. What to do with this person? Perhaps it would be best to leave her to her own devices. I have also added protection outside. No one can enter, not even the zombies. Protection? Throughout their journey, Yu had been filled with curiosity regarding the protection his sister mentioned. What sort of protection could it be? It wasn't until the vehicle came to a halt in the courtyard that he witnessed the zombies, which had been lurking just 10 paces from their doorstep, explode into fragments in an instant. Yu, sister, you are truly remarkable. With this, they shall stride with confidence in the future, to avoid further notice from others. He concluded the transaction prematurely, allowing Chung Vida to take what was rightfully his. He dismissed all the bodyguards. You may leave, but please maintain discretion. Li Rongrong, I shall not depart. I have severed ties with the guard squad and intend to remain here. For the sake of sustenance, she is determined to stay. As you can see, we do not require your presence here. I possess many skills, laundry, cooking, and even if I am unable to combat zombies, I can certainly deal with those who harbor malicious intentions. With my presence, no one shall harm you. Moreover, there is one essential matter. Li Rongrong leaned closer to Yun Zhaozi. I can warm your bed, and should you require assistance, I'm always available to provide warmth. The two were in close proximity, and her words were laced with seduction. Yin Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he pushed aside the person before him. I do not require warmth in my bed, he stated. Li Rongrong remarked, this individual is indeed exceedingly dull. In the future, as resources dwindle in the apocalypse, it is inevitable that some ill-intentioned individuals will emerge. Having such a person by one side may not be entirely detrimental. Chapter 13. Infuriating yet conceited in the stillness of the night, the growls of zombies echoed incessantly. GRRR. What could be the cause of such agitation among the zombies outside? Their cries were laden with malice. Downstairs, Yun's eyes sparkled brightly as he stood 10 meters away from the mouth of the cave. He had drawn a line and observed it for quite some time, finally realizing that as long as the zombies crossed this line, they would be blown away, turning into mere puddles of flesh. A triumphant smile adorned his face as he watched the zombies retreat in frustration. He leaped out, taunting them, come on, try to catch me. The zombies hurried towards him. Come on, if you have the skill, come and catch me. Come on. Alas, they could not reach him, could not grasp him. Are you angry? You should be angry. His little sister had crafted this barrier with such brilliance. How remarkable! Yun tightly held onto her younger sibling, Ling, who was trying to climb out of her embrace. I want to play too. I want to play too. A swift tap on her bottom made Ling instantly obedient. Though she appeared delicate, her strikes were surprisingly painful. Yet, she was indignant. Third brother is playing too. Why should I be the only one to get it? You should hit him too. Yu, complete 2 more sets of exercises tonight. If you don't finish, you're not allowed to sleep. Ling felt a wave of satisfaction in her heart. Yu, oh no. Please, Mommy. I have erred. I shall not play anymore. I do not wish to tackle the examination paper. I recognize every single character on that paper. Yet when they are strung together, I truly cannot comprehend their meaning. Ling chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. Yu, sister, will you accompany me in my studies this evening? Ling, third brother, this is mere displacement of anger, pure displacement. How could you possibly expect me, so young, to stay up late with you to tackle these problems? Do not inquire further. The answer is simply a matter of willingness. Sister, you have no idea how arduous studying can be, particularly mathematics. I must tell you, it is truly formidable. Just look at this problem. What is 5 plus 2? Doesn't it seem exceedingly difficult? Surely, you cannot solve it either? Of course I can. Such simplicity rolls off my tongue. It is not challenging in the slightest. 5 plus 2 equals 7. A trivial math problem, and third brother can manage it for an entire night? Truly, third brother is the most wretched fool. Yu woo. 11 plus 12. My little sister must not know what it equals. It's 23. Not challenging at all. Yu was profoundly disheartened. Could it be that he truly is a fool? Or perhaps the most unfortunate fool, doomed to an excruciating fate? Even his younger sister could tackle the problems he struggled with. Alas, after a bout of sorrow, Yu discovered an ingenious solution. He would read the questions aloud while his sister provided the answers, and within a mere 10 minutes, he completed a paper. Thus, he resolved to always include his sister in his studies moving forward. Mommy, we've finished 2 papers. Ling inquired, did you do them? Of course. I did. Having long been aware of the truth, Ling seized a nearby feather duster and delivered a thorough reprimand. Yu, mother, I have already completed the examination. Why do you still strike me? Ling grasped Yu's ear and whispered, do you think you are the only one who can hear Ling Air's innermost thoughts? Yu, he was mistaken, utterly mistaken. Who would have thought that this heart's voice could resonate for the entire family to hear? Ling quietly curled up, nestling entirely within Yun Xi's embrace. Mummy is truly frightening. I must never provoke her anger again. Do not be afraid, Linger. As long as you are obedient, Mother will not raise her hand against you. Elder brother is so gentle. He is truly the best. I could heal elder brother's leg. I just wonder if he believes in me. If I take action, in a month's time, his leg will be well again. If elder brother does not trust me, I shall secretly administer the medicine to him. She is quite clever. The group suddenly paused. This was something he had never dared to imagine. Dinner is served. Dinner is served. The enticing aroma tantalized their taste buds. Meat. Ling nimbly descended from Yun Zhao's shoulder, scuttling towards the dining table. She steadied herself against the edge of the table, her tiny, grimy hands reaching eagerly for the braised pork on the plate. Oh, meat, glorious meat, it is within reach. Do not tug at my arm. Do not snatch my meat away. Wah, meat, delicious meat. With a swift motion, she bit down. Yet, a large hand mercilessly yanked the morsel from her mouth, leaving her with nothing but a sense of longing. You cannot indulge in such delicacies right now. Gulme, drink your milk. Ling fiercely sank her teeth into the pacifier, her gaze fixated intently on the plate of braised pork. When will I ever get a savor meat? When will my teeth finally emerge? Ling couldn't help but smile faintly. What a little glutton she had. Watching her baby indulge in milk made Ling feel pleasantly full, nestling in her mother's embrace, drowsy and content. Meow. Little sister, I'm here. Big brother, what brings you here? Did you encounter any dangers on the way? Ling glanced around, ensuring that Liemo-chan was unscathed before she felt a sense of relief. I've heard about your situation. that Yun Shangli is indeed a scoundrel. Fortunately, you are astute and realize this in time. Mom and Dad are quite worried about you. Mom and Dad are here too? Indeed, in this perilous world. I couldn't bear to leave them at home. They wish to come, so I brought them along. Since you're here, why not stay? Having you by my side brings me comfort. We cannot stay. My brother intends to venture out for training. In this apocalypse, remaining complacent is not a wise choice. They did not wish to burden her, and Li Yunwan understood their unspoken thoughts. Yet, in this dire world, family unity was of utmost importance. She lacked for nothing in terms of supplies. Would you consider staying to help me care for the children? The tears of the elderly couple fell instantly. They were fully aware of Nwan's intentions. She simply wished to have them close to care for them. With mutual understanding, the elderly couple decided to stay. They had brought all the scant supplies from their home, solely wishing to assist their child. Chapter 14. Capturing Thieves' Mom and Dad. Please stay. I intend to venture out for training. Little sister, I entrust our parents to you. Li Yunwan did not agree with Li Mo Chin's decision to go out at this time. Big brother, the outside world is far too perilous. One can never know when a zombie might strike. It is precisely because of the danger that I cannot remain here indefinitely. I must enhance my abilities. In this apocalypse, lacking strength will only render one a stepping stone for others. Grandpa and Grandma, enjoy the fruit. Grandpa and Grandma have become so thin. They've lost weight. And Mommy would be heartbroken. She has so much food. Eat more, eat more. The vibrant red fruits were unlike anything they had seen before. Grandma wants to eat. She wants to save it for the children. What does Grandma like to eat if not fruit? Ling, air has everything. Small hands would occasionally produce plums, oranges, bananas, and blueberries, fruits of every kind. Madam Li was taken aback. This child, Mom and Dad, we have an abundance of supplies here. There is no need to be frugal. You may enjoy whatever you desire. How could we not be concerned about scarcity? The elderly couple assumed their child was merely trying to comfort them. Frugality was still required. For several consecutive days, the dining table was adorned with an abundance of meat, seafood, and an array of delightful desserts and fruits. It became evident that resources were truly plentiful here. Lady Li, the commander of the guard, sought to discuss matters of collaboration with you. With an impassive expression, Li Yunwan cast a glance at Li Rongrong before taking the intercom. If there's a next time, please take the initiative to leave. You will naturally report back. I have no interest in any business. Li Yunwan's rejection was unequivocal. A deep, amused voice resonated from the other end. Nwan, you remain as forthright as ever. Li Yunwan paused momentarily, recognizing the voice as familiar, yet she could not discern its owner. She promptly hung up. The individual on the other end was momentarily taken aback, soon bursting into hearty laughter. In the stillness of the night, as she lay in bed with her legs crossed, playfully grasping her own feet, Yun Ling laughed joyously. She stealthily glanced at her mother, who was still in the bathroom. With a swift motion, she leapt from the bed and darted towards the door, leaving only a fleeting shadow in her wake. Ah, a little mouse. A little mouse has entered the villa. Catch the mouse. She loves catching mice the most. In the silent night, a shadowy figure crept alongside, carefully pushing open the villa's door. The once tranquil villa was now flickering with lights. The figure instinctively hugged themselves, memories of countless horror films flashing through their mind, a grotesque zombie visage haunting them. Their breath quickened, and they stifled a scream. They retreated hastily. The lights extinguished completely, and a child floated in the air, giggling eerily. In this quiet night, the atmosphere was particularly unsettling. Uncle, 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 play, play. Unable to contain themselves, the person let out a terrified scream, shouting as they fled. The ethereal cloud floated gracefully in the sky, pursuing in its wake. Oh dear, do not flee, uncle. Pause and indulge little Linger in play. Wasn't the uncle supposed to join her in merriment? Why'd he dash away? Oh no, I was wrong. I erred gravely and shall never again trespass to pilfer. Goodness, this individual has come to steal. Yun Ling pursued with increasing fervor, her speed soaring to remarkable heights. Yun Zheng was on the verge of fainting. He had encountered something supernatural, an entity he could not shake off. The eerie giggles were enough to petrify anyone. Suddenly, He collided with something warm, something fleshly. It was a person. Surprised, he looked up to meet a strikingly beautiful face, adorned with a smile that rendered it even more exquisite. Who was this? So handsome. Ling wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, embraced the man's thigh, and began to climb up, wrapping her arms around his neck before planting a kiss on his lips. She had kissed the handsome man. He momentarily froze, and his smile broadened with delight. The surroundings brightened. Wan furrowed her brow as she regarded the individual before her. What brings you here? Thief! Thief! This man is a thief! Ling exclaimed, pointing at the person on the ground, babbling in her childish language. Yin stood silently beside Wan, cradling the child. I am not with him. Yinzheng? Yes, sister-in-law, I merely came to see you. I am not here to steal, truly. Liar. Liar. This man came to steal, and he has concealed many apples in his arms. He just took them from the table. If not for Ling Heir's discovery, he would have stolen even more. Moreover, this man has ulterior motives. He is eyeing his sister-in-law. In the original text, after Wan was driven to madness by the drugs, Yinzheng became increasingly unrestrained, repeatedly violating her. That was not love. It was mere possession of his belongings. He was well aware that Yinzheng had a family outside, and that they had conspired to poison Wan. Yet he remained silent and did nothing to stop it. Such a scoundrel deserves to vanish completely from this world. In her heart, Ling cried out, while the expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically. Wan could scarcely believe that the boy she had raised as her own brother harbored such insidious thoughts. When she married Yinzheng was merely a child of 10. She truly had nurtured him as if he were her own. She accompanied him to Dr. S appointments, attended parent-teacher meetings, and purchased his clothing. Who could have anticipated such a corrupt disposition in him? Even seated in a wheelchair, the aura of a formidable figure surrounding Yunchao Ci was undeniable. Presently, she wished to avoid the entire family altogether. How had she ever found herself enamored with such a man? As she prepared to witness the unfolding drama, Yin touched her nose and held onto Ling. Ready to depart? No, if you are leaving, go on your own. Put me down. I still wish to watch the show. We are leaving. The scene below is far too gruesome for a child like you to witness. Why is it unsuitable? It's perfectly suitable. Put me down quickly. Ling tugged at her brother's wheelchair, refusing to relinquish her grip. Though young, she possessed considerable strength. Woe is me. She vowed never to admire handsome boys again. They wouldn't even allow her to enjoy the spectacle. She felt utterly despondent and resolved to consume several bottles of milk today to drown her sorrows. She was uncertain how her brother would deal with the individual in question. The anticipation was excruciating. It was simply unbearable. Oh, by the way, there is now an additional zombie in their household, seemingly following her brother, which appears to have been left by him. On Ling's delicate visage, a myriad of emotions brewed, for the grotesque zombie was a sight she wished fervently to banish from her abode. Yet, resigned to her fate, she mused, since my elder brother holds an affinity for it, I shall permit its presence. As long as it remained out of her sight, all would be well. Chapter 15. She resolved that in the future, whenever she encountered a zombie, she would take care to steer clear well in advance. Ling's teeth have emerged, and she is now filled with joy, grinning widely to show off her budding teeth to anyone she encounters. Look, my teeth have grown. Once they mature, I will be able to eat meat. The formula has ceased to suffice for her, and she is beginning to consume solid foods. Little teeth, you must grow quickly. Yun, I have previously expressed my disinterest in the guard, so do not waste your time here. Yun's smile remained unwavering. I am not here regarding the guard. What else could it be if not concerning the guard? Wan found it difficult to believe. As a commander of the guard, could you truly be so idle? For matters pertaining to you, I shall always make time. Wan felt a sense of exasperation. How had she never noticed this person's obstinate demeanor before? Beside her, Ling clutched her bottle, blinking her eyes. Yun, the commander of the guard, he likes mommy. He is quite handsome, and one can sense a feeling of safety from him. Having him as a new father would be quite nice. Wan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She had known Yun since childhood, attending the same kindergarten, primary school, and secondary school. In kindergarten, He tugged at her braids. In primary school, he pulled her close. And during secondary school, he scarcely spoke to her. By the time he graduated from the military, she was already married. How could this person possibly harbor feelings for her? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ling, come out. You vile woman. How dare you conspire with outsiders to drive your man away? Open the door. Let us in. Return the house to me. The incessant shouts from outside the circle echoed relentlessly. The flames of gossip surrounding Ling are ablaze. Mommy, rise up. Ling, what should one do with a child who always seeks to join in the excitement, yet vanishes the moment they are not closely watched? Ah, Ling, how could you harbor other men outside our home? Is this how you honor your children? Upon witnessing Yun standing beside Ling, Iwun Shanglis compulsura shatarat instantly. While he might be indifferent towards women, he absolutely cannot tolerate the presence of other men beside a woman he desires. Mother, you have truly disappointed me. The expression on Yunshin's face was one of profound disappointment. Earlier, when father mentioned that you had expelled him for another man and even incited the zombies to attack him, I found it hard to believe. Yet now, witnessing it with my own eyes, I must ask, Mother, how could you act in such a manner? Yunshin was filled with profound sorrow. Ling, is this truly her unfortunate second brother? From a tender age, he has been indoctrinated, mistaking the mistress for his own mother and treating the illegitimate child as his brother. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, he ascended to the pinnacle of power, only to be betrayed and meet his demise at the hands of that very illegitimate child. Yunshin, having spoken only halfway, fell silent, pondering the revelations he had just encountered. What had he just heard? An unfortunate soul? What of mistresses and illegitimate children? Whose narratives were these? Why could he not comprehend their meaning? His second brother's plight was tragic. The girl he had adored for years had long been taken by the illegitimate child. Oblivious to the betrayal, he regarded that child as his closest ally, a quintessential example of a man who had lost both his girlfriend and his brother. Furthermore, he was ultimately trampled upon in the quest for advancement. He considered them to be brothers, while they viewed him merely as a stepping stone. His own mother was a stranger to him, yet he fell prey to the insincere affections of the mistress, manipulated to the point of despair. Yunshin? No. He certainly does not wish to meet his demise at this moment. Yunshin awaited Yunshin to speak on his behalf, but after a long while, Yunshin remained silent, lost in thought, occasionally nodding and shaking his head. On the other hand, Ling contemplated delivering a sharp rebuke to awaken Yunshin from his stupor. Yet upon hearing these words, she suddenly felt a twinge of pity for her son, albeit recognizing that this predicament was of his own making. Yunshin watched helplessly as Yunshin entered the house, the barrier that caused him such excruciating pain proving utterly ineffective against him. He could not fathom how the child who had always obeyed him could so suddenly betray him. Ling, allow me to enter. If you grant me this request, I shall forgive your past transgressions. We can return to our former way of life. I am willing to overlook all that has transpired. Good people, is this man perhaps unwell? Yunshin, it should be clear by now, has been informed that we are no longer connected in any way. This house belongs to the Li family, and you have no right to reside here. If you do not leave at once, I shall have you forcibly removed. Rongyun stood by, eager to take action. Yunshin, warmth. I know you cannot be so heartless towards me. I am certain that you still harbor feelings for me, albeit in anger. I promise, I vow that from now on, you shall occupy my heart exclusively. Is that agreeable? Furthermore, my infidelity was merely a transgression that any man might commit. Can you not find it within yourself to forgive me? In just a few short sentences, the perspectives of those present have been utterly transformed. This individual is truly shameless. Ling, should I depart, do not lament my absence. As Ling gazed upon the grim visage before her, a sense of relief washed over her. I shall never regret. When we meet again, we shall share no ties whatsoever. The child is of no relation to you. Do you believe I cherish these burdens? A cripple, 2 fools, and a little waste. None of them can compare to his Ting'er. His Ting'er is the second in command of the safe haven. The fool, Yunshin, stood in astonishment, having never encountered such a father. Did he truly perceive him as a simpleton merely for being obedient? He masked the disappointment lurking in his eyes. Beside him, Yin Chao's CEI cast an impassive glance in his direction. Second, come with me. Ah, very well, elder brother. It was only then that he realized his elder brother's hand had regained mobility. Yun Chao confided all matters to Yun Shun, who was engulfed by an indescribable sensation. So, father has been unfaithful all along? Not merely infidelity. It was orchestrated from the outset. That illegitimate child, you are aware of him, right? He is a few months older than us. Chapter 16, Stealing Away the Sister. Lu Qingqing, the aunt you hold in such high esteem, is in fact our father's mistress. Many years ago, she administered psychotropic substances to my mother and me, which is why I've become what I am today. My mother nearly fell victim to her schemes. Now that you comprehend everything, the choice to stay or depart lies with you. Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Am I the sort to disregard familial ties? Naturally, I stand with mother. It's not that I am utterly foolish. Brother, can you hear that strange sound? After much hesitation, Yun Shin finally mustered the courage to inquire. As for the matter of Yun Chao's departure, I find myself unable to elucidate it to you. However, if you linger a while longer, the understanding shall reveal itself to you. Yun Shin tossed and turned, his world utterly reconfigured in just one evening. To his astonishment, his brother turned out to be his half-brother, who would even cast him out to feed the ferocious beasts. He still could not bring himself to believe it. As he rolled over restlessly, he found himself face to face with a pair of gleaming, smiling eyes. Yinshun, is that you, my dear sister? How did you find your way to me? Where is mother? As I opened my mouth to call out, a small fist was swiftly placed over my lips, silencing me. Don't shout, don't shout, she urged. Brother, please refrain from calling out. If mother discovers us, we shall be in trouble. Oh, how painful it is to receive a spanking from mother. Yinshin has now realized that what he heard before was indeed the heartfelt voice of this little creature. The second brother ceased his calls, and Linger inquired, What do you wish to do? Is there something you wish to share with your elder brother? Second brother, it is far too dull at home. Will you take me along on your mission tomorrow? If you do not, you may meet with misfortune. Yin Ling let out a sigh. The sensation of being unable to speak was truly unpleasant. During this time, she had been gesturing, uncertain whether her second brother understood her. Linger wished to accompany her second brother on a quest. Yin Ling's eyes sparkled brighter, for her elder brother was indeed clever. He instantly deduced the meaning behind her sketch. She gazed at him with eager anticipation. I could take you along, but mother would undoubtedly disallow it. She was fully aware of this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to seek him out in the dead of night. Come on, let us leave. Right now. If we depart now, mother won't have a chance to realize it by morning. She truly was quite astute. Leaving now? It was indeed a possibility. Thus, in the dead of night, Yinshin stealthily took his sister away after barely spending half a day at home. Brother is so cool. Brother's drifting skills are remarkable. Following her brother was exhilarating. Lying at home was simply too dull. Next time, we should bring Mao Chiu along. What if we encounter a hero on the road who saves us and brings us home? What nonsense. She is my sister, my own sister. Oh, so she is the eldest brother's sister. She is truly adorable. Eldest brother, why did you bring your sister along? What will she eat? What will she drink? If we encounter zombies, how will we care for her? A crowd of younger brothers surrounded Yin Shun, bombarding him with questions. He and T considered it either. Never mind. I will take care of it myself. By the way, where is Yin Ting? Yin Ling clutched her pacifier, her eyes darting about. The illegitimate child has set a trap. Second brother must exercise caution. Yun Shan wished to listen closely, for the thoughts of children often leap about with great fervor. Alas, the quality of the food here is truly dismal. There isn't even any meat, merely the dry rations of compressed biscuits. For second brother to remain so robust under such circumstances is indeed remarkable. Should she offer her assistance to him? Yet if she did, would he question the origin of her provisions? Never mind, she decided it would be best to first attend to her own sustenance. Second brother, milk? Yun Chun gazed silently at the infant formula in Yun Ling's hands. Surely, such a thing should not exist here. Indeed, it was certain that it was absent. Where could it have come from? His sister possessed an air of mystery. After finishing her milk, Yin-chun watched in awe as his sister held strawberry, which was as large as her fist, devouring it with both hands, her mouth smeared with juice. He fell silent once more. Ling, why is my second elder brother staring at me? Do you also wish to indulge in strawberries? Ah, here, brother, don't be shy, partake. Yin-chun gazed at the remaining strawberry, its only remnant being the bottom, and silently pressed her lips together. I shall not partake. You may indulge. Even as I refrain, you continue to watch me. Do you presume I lack teeth and cannot bite into it? Ah, second brother, look, I have grown teeth too, in fact, and I can still manage to bite into the tender strawberry. Within her small mouth, two tiny teeth stood side by side, a source of pride she had cherished for quite some time. Recently, her upper gums had also been itchy, leading her to believe that more teeth would soon emerge. She was convinced that she would soon be able to savor meat. Joyful, today's task involves the fearsome beast dwelling in the depths of the forest. A creature that has mutated from a crocodile. Its body harbors crystal stones that can enhance supernatural abilities. Today, as I accompany the child, I shall not compete with you. Yin Ting will lead the team. Whoever slays this beast shall claim the crystals as their own. Yin Ting, his visage marred by dark circles beneath his eyes, captured Yun Chen's attention. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Here it comes, the iconic scene, he mused. Yun Ting feigned injury, prompting his elder brother to rush to his aid. In a treacherous twist, he thrust his brother towards the ferocious beast, witnessing in horror as the creature tore him apart. Yet, in a moment of desperation, he managed to blind the beast, and together, they fought valiantly to vanquish the monstrous foe. Yin Ting was relentlessly pursued by a ferocious beast, his body already marred with countless wounds. Gritting his teeth, he wondered why Yun-chun had yet to come to his aid. His father had expressed intentions to seek refuge with him, yet he had not explicitly mentioned his servitude under Yun-chun. Yun-chun was only aware that he held the position of the second-in-command within the team, possessing a measure of authority. He could not allow his father to discover that he was inferior to the offspring of Li Yunwan. He must surpass them all. Yin-chun, hurry. The beast is enraged. You must flee. I can withstand this on my own. Just go. Yin Ting spoke with deliberate intent. In the past, whenever confronted with such a predicament, a mere utterance from him would prompt Yin-chun, in his naivety, to rush forward and shield him. This had resulted in serious injuries before, and this time would surely be no different. However, after waiting in vain, he found that the individual before him remained utterly unmoved. Yin Ting, it is truly inconvenient for me to rescue you while cradling the child. You must hold on, he implored, all the while being pursued by the crocodile. Could you refrain from merely standing there and offering your sardonic remarks? If the roles were reversed, would you truly believe you could endure this? A gash from the crocodile's claw throbbed painfully on his arm, and a flicker of fierce resolve crossed Yun Ting's gaze as he swiftly turned and sprinted towards Yun Chen's direction. Yin-chun, damn, this kid is indeed up to no good, leading the crocodile towards him. Chapter 17. The second brother is truly cowardly. That is a mutated ferocious beast. Should it bite him, he would be left severely injured, if not dead. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Yun Ting's eyes. Today, Yin-chun must die. He would secure his position as the leader without fail. As the man drew nearer and nearer, Yin-chun hastily fled with the child in his arms. Oblivious to the imminent danger, the child joyfully waved his tiny hands, exclaiming, I'm flying. How delightful. Hurry, even faster. Woohoo. You seem to be having quite a splendid time. Could you lend your second elder brother a hand? The pursuer relentlessly closed in, the ferocious beast drawing ever closer. Yin Ting's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as the enormous crocodile leapt into the air, stumbling beneath its weight. Ah, sister has flown away. Yun Chen's heart shattered, and at that moment, even his breath seemed to cease. Sister, he cried out, pursuing her as the crocodile plunged into the depths of the pool, vanishing without a trace. Calm down, please, calm down, Li Qinghe implored, clutching tightly to Yun Chen's waist. How can I possibly remain calm? He retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. It is all my fault, every bit of it. My sister is so young, barely able to walk, and I should never have brought her along. I thought I could protect her, yet this calamity has befallen us. Li Qinghe swallowed hard, but you cannot simply dive in after her. We have no knowledge of the dangers that lurk within these waters. Yun Shun gazed at the tranquil surface of the water and implored, "Let me go." "No. If I release you, what will happen if you jump in?" "If you release me, I won't jump." Li Qinghe, still skeptical, hesitantly loosened his grip. Yun Ting suddenly seized Yun Ting's collar, exclaiming, "Why did you lure the beast towards us?" "No, please listen to me. It was not intentional. I was so terrified that I didn't even realize I was heading your way. Please forgive me. I beg you." While he uttered words of apology, his heart was steeped in malice. Yun Shun was truly fortunate to have escaped such peril. "Forgive you?" With a grip tightening around his neck, Yun Shun fixed his gaze upon the individual before him. If he had harbored doubts earlier, they were now extinguished. This person genuinely wished for his demise. If he were to perish, so be it. But why must his sister be harmed? She's still so young. The sensation of suffocation enveloped him as Yun Ting pleaded, let go of me. I truly did not mean it. It wasn't intentional." Yun Ting, an illegitimate child, hiding in the shadows, has come before me. You wish to bring about my end and take my place. Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? Yun Ting was astonished. How could this be? How could this person know everything? No, it must be a test. It is indeed a test. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. We are friends. We are brothers. How could you possibly think of me in such a way? How should I regard you? You, a mere pest residing in the Li family. How dare you consider yourself my brother? I shall take your life to avenge my sister." Yun Ting distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Yun Shun. He truly wished to end his life. Concealing his hand behind his back, a dagger peeked out ominously. "Woohoo! Step aside, quickly!" Li Qinghe exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. A colossal shadow enveloped the two individuals within its grasp. Yun Shun swiftly retreated, gazing in terror at the back of the ferocious beast. What was that? What lay upon its back? Could it possibly be his little sister, devoured in a single bite by the monster? Ah, how exhilarating! You hurry faster. Yun Shun, here he is, consumed by sorrow and thoughts of violence, while his sister revels in joy. She has somehow procured a rope, tying it around the crocodile, and stands gleefully upon its back, tugging at the leash. Her laughter is infectious, revealing her gums in a charming display. Those exposed teeth are utterly delightful. "Second brother, come play. It's so much fun." Yun Shun silently took a step back. Whether it was amusing or not, he could not ascertain. But how could this crocodile be so obedient? It faithfully carried Yun Ling, responding precisely to every command. With a resounding thud, the crocodile crashed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Yun Ling perched upon the back of the crocodile, pouting in discontent. It was simply too fragile, having lost its vigor so swiftly. Only when she cradled her younger sister in her arms did she find solace. Truly, you are on the brink of terrifying your second brother. Heaven knows the turmoil he felt upon witnessing their little sister being seized by the crocodile in its jaws. Yun Ling chuckled softly. "Do not fret, dear brother. This little creature cannot harm me." She, the sovereign of the celestial realm, though currently ensnared within the confines of a child's form, remained an object of reverence for all beings in the world. Meanwhile, her carefree laughter nearly sent him into a state of panic. Fortunately, all was well. Alas! Who is this? Why are they lying on the ground? Oh dear, is this not the illegitimate child of her unworthy father? I thought you shared a close bond with him, dear brother. How did it come to this, with him sprawled upon the earth, with wide, curious eyes? She gazed at the figure before her. Yun Shun touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he averted his gaze. It was his fault for misjudging the person. The second brother promptly expelled this individual from the team. It seemed that the second brother was not as foolish as he appeared. How could this possibly contradict what was written in the book? Yun Shun, he is not foolish, you know. Brother, the crystal within this fearsome beast is remarkably large. It is a pity that it belongs to the water element, and among us, there is no one with water abilities. Otherwise, it would surely enhance our prowess significantly. Let us keep it for now. Little sister, come, I shall take you to see the base that I have constructed. Big brother, May I hold my sister for a moment? Li Qinghe's face radiated admiration. Truly, she is the little sister of his esteemed elder brother. Despite her tender age and unsteady stance, she effortlessly balanced herself upon the back of the fearsome beast. Yin Shun, why do you wear an expression reminiscent of a trafficker? Yin Ling cast a glance at Li Qinghe before swiftly wrapping her arms around her second brother's neck, exclaiming, "No, no, no. This uncle is far too unsightly." She certainly did not wish for his embrace. Li Qinghe's expression was one of profound sorrow, feeling utterly rejected. "Eldest brother, visitors have arrived at your home." Just as they entered the base, they were greeted by Yun Shui. Yin Shen's heart sank momentarily. Who could it be? He inquired in a whisper. Could it be that his misdeed involving his sister had been uncovered? If Mother were to find out, he would surely face consequences. In his childhood, he had been more mischievous than his elder brother and had not excelled academically, which led to numerous reprimands. He had grown fearful of such punishments. The voice belonged to a woman he did not recognize. It was late. Undoubtedly, it was Mother coming to reprimand him. What should he do? What to do? Yun Ling laughed joyfully, for the sorrow of humanity was beyond their comprehension. Little sister, would you kindly seek out Mummy by yourself later? He dared not venture forth, for Mummy's reprimands were exceedingly painful. Brothers truly cowardly. Chapter 18. Brother's injury with head held high yet trembling. Yun Ling hurried forward. Suddenly, she turned and fled, calling, "Brother, brother, I am your beloved little sister. Your dear sister. Don't run away. Take me with you, please." The pair, one large and one small, dashed out in swift pursuit. Li Yunwan brandished a feather duster, commanding, "Both of you halt." "So, you've grown bold, have you? Leaving the house without a word. Yin Shun, you are 18, not 8. At such an age, you dare to sneak your sister out. Mummy, Mummy, my beautiful Mummy, I was wrong, I was wrong. I shall never do this again. You dare to hope for a future. There is none, no future." Ultimately, he bore the brunt of it all. After receiving a beating, Yunshin glanced at his gleeful sister and scoffed, that carefree child. Although the pain was minimal, the embarrassment of being punished in front of the entire base was quite significant. "Mummy, please, enough. I truly understand my mistake. So many are watching. Spare me some dignity. Grant me some respect. Otherwise, how can I lead my followers if they only remember me as the one chased and beaten?" Li Yunwan cast a subtle sigh towards Yun Ling, for this child was exceedingly difficult to discipline. She genuinely worried about her ability to protect her in the future. Yun Shan cautiously cast a glance at his mother, approaching her with utmost care. "Mother, do not worry. We shall protect our younger sister." His mother understood, yet a trace of concern lingered in her heart. Yin Shun comprehended her feelings. He had witnessed his sister's uniqueness firsthand. He must continue to strive and grow stronger to ensure that his sister can navigate this world without worry. Suddenly, the tender moment was shattered. What happened? It's Yin Ting. For Yin Ting, this base was currently the only sanctuary. Oh dear, the illegitimate son of that scoundrel has arrived again. An illegitimate son? From his vantage point, Li Yunwan spotted the so-called illegitimate son, a child 2 months older than her eldest. Even before their marriage, Yun Shangli had already been involved with another. Indeed, Yun Shangli sought only the wealth of the Li family. He held no love for her whatsoever. Drive him away. Drive him away. The sight of this person repulsed him. What he had thought was a brother was merely a schemer who had come to his side, who would not feel disgusted in such a situation. "Yin Ting, the boss has declared that you are no longer one of us. Depart. Impossible. We are the best of brothers. How could he cast me out?" This man had an audacity so great that it bordered on shamelessness. The visage of Yun Ling was etched with cunning as she swiftly retreated. Wait for her to summon 2 companions to assist him. Companions? The sister's companions? Who could they be? Oh no, the zombies are approaching. The zombies are coming. Quickly, defend. The entire base descended into chaos. Yin Shin was taken aback and swiftly rose to his feet. Yun Ling crawled about, brimming with excitement. "Brother, dear brother, quickly, take me to see the commotion." Yun Shin's movements halted abruptly. "What? These zombies were summoned by my little sister." His gaze was filled with complexity. What kind of sister is she? How could she possess such incredible prowess? At such a tender age, She tames ferocious beasts and commands the undead. A sister of this caliber is simply astonishing. She must be a celestial being descended from the heavens. Everyone, secure your doors and windows. No one is permitted to venture outside. Li Qinghe exclaimed, "Boss, let us follow the orders. Second brother, hurry. Let's go to the entrance and witness the spectacle. Quickly, quickly. Hurry. Yun Shun carried Yun Ling to the entrance, while Yunting knocked on the door. As the horde of zombies grew larger and closer, he shouted in desperation, "Ah, open the door. Please, open the door." But it was evident that opening the door was an impossibility. Yun Ting gazed at the tightly shut door with a heart full of resentment. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly turned and fled, the zombies relentlessly pursuing him from behind. As he felt them closing in, his heart burned with hatred. Yun Shun, just wait. If he survived this time, he would ensure that Yun Shun paid dearly for it. Alas, what a pity it would be to let this illegitimate child escape unscathed. However, it was of little consequence, as keeping him around for amusement seemed quite enjoyable. At such a tender age, he wore a face of regret, shaking his head one moment and nodding the next, while a subtle smile played at the corners of Yun Chen's lips. "This child, I crave some meat. There is no meat here, second brother." He bit down hard on the pacifier in his hand, lamenting the absence of meat-flavored formula. Meat-flavored formula? The eldest had encountered a zombie ambush ahead. "Second brother, wait for me, I want to go too." Leaving his bottle behind, Yun Ling crawled eagerly forward. Who was that? Who was poking at her? Annoyed, she turned around, ready to snap at the intruder, only to see the person lifting her up, and her expression instantly softened. In a heartbeat, she transformed her demeanor, beaming at her mother. "Mommy, is there something you need? If not, could you please set your dear daughter down? It's rather uncomfortable like this. Want to come down?" Yun Ling nodded fervently, filled with thoughts and desires. "Mummy, please set me down quickly." Li Yunwan's lips curled into a smile. "Then think away. Mummy will take you for a bath." Stinky? Impossible. Even without a bath. She would never smell bad. Absolutely not. She sniffed left and right, sensing a hint of odor. With her head drooping, one could imagine her ears hanging low as well. "Wah, I really do smell. Wah. Mummy, please hurry and take me for a bath. I want to transform into an adorable, fragrant little doll." A slight smile graced Li Yunwan's face. "All right, let us go for a bath." The glistening little doll rolled on the bed, feeling delightful after a wash. "Mummy, come and smell me. What kind of doll am I now?" Li Yunwan willingly lifted Yun Ling, inhaling deeply. "Ah, now my little Ling is a doll with the fragrance of gardenias." After a lively session, Yun Ling lay on the bed, drowsy. Her tiny hand rested on her mouth, her lips moving adorably. Suddenly, a pang of concern struck her heart. Had her little brother been hurt? Yun Ling suddenly perked up. Chapter 19. Mother's going to kill my hair. "We have run out of anti-inflammatory medication. What should we do? Hurry, request more from above. Second brother is injured, and I wonder how he is faring now. Medicines, she has them." She turned her body back, holding several bottles of pills. This one is for treating external injuries. This one is for mental health. This one is for coagulation. This one. "All set, let us go, mother. We're going to deliver medicine to second brother." Her eyes blinked innocently, completely unaware of the implications of these items in a post-apocalyptic world. It has been a year since the apocalypse began, and medicines have long been scarce, even with dedicated personnel for production. These medications are only marginally effective against wounds caused by zombies, yet they remain in high demand. This illustrates the preciousness of pharmaceuticals in such dire times. Ling, do not casually display those items in the future. Linger understands these items are indeed valuable, but there is no problem presenting them before mother. Let's go, mother. This child truly. Let's go and see your second brother." Taking the medicines from Yun Ling's hands, she cradled the child and stepped outside. The once spacious base was now filled with a crowd. To no one's surprise, they were all injured. In this post-apocalyptic world, injuries have become a norm. As long as there is no imminent threat to life, they merely bandage themselves, often foregoing medication, enduring the pain stoically. This was the first time Li Yunwan witnessed such a scene. Injured individuals lay on the ground, bloodied. In this world, such sights are not uncommon for survival. With extra medicine in hand, Yun gazed in astonishment at the smiling child in her arms. "Mother, I have plenty of medicine here. Let us give it to them." Despite her mischievousness, the child's heart was kind. "These medicines, you can administer to them according to their symptoms. This way, their wounds will heal more swiftly." Li Qinghe looked in disbelief at the bag of medicines. Even over the past year, they had never encountered such an abundance of pharmaceuticals. "I will give this to the leader first." "No need, I have other medicines here. Please distribute these among the other companions." Li Qinghe felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Let us go, mother, to see second brother, to see second brother." This was the first time seeing Yun Chen so gravely injured. "Oh, second brother is truly pitiful. Look at his clothes, they're soaked in blood. His little face is all bruised. Second brother has become ugly. Yun Chen, is there something amiss with your focus? Shouldn't you be hastily attending to my needs instead of contemplating appearances?" This sister exhibits a modicum of concern for him, yet it remains rather limited. Ling climbed beside Yun Chen, her delicate hand resting gently upon his wound, softly scratching it. "Yun Chen, second brother, don't move recklessly. Your wound is infected with zombie venom. Allow me to tend to it. Otherwise, the dashing second brother may transform into a zombie, and she would be left without her brother." A delicate hand was placed upon the wound, and a soothing chill permeated throughout his body. The pain dissipated. Li Yun gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, hastily closing the door as she marveled at the spectacle. The once gruesome wound healed rapidly, leaving not even a scar. Ling, alas, in a moment of carelessness, I lost control, struggling to drape Ling's tattered garment over his wounds. I cautiously surveyed the surroundings, hoping that no one had witnessed this. Surely, no one had seen. "Oh dear, what a calamity my second brother has awakened." The two of us exchanged bewildered glances. Yun Chen was equally perplexed. He had just seen his great-grandmother beckoning to him, and in the next instant, all his wounds had vanished. He even felt as though his body was in a better state than before. Who could comprehend this sensation? Observing his mother's calm demeanor, Yun Chen found himself at a loss for words. "Sister, are you all right?" Ling, now profoundly fatigued, yearned for slumber. Having overexerted her abilities, she nestled against her mother's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. "Mother, what about my little sister?" What was unfolding before him had transcended his understanding. How could this be? The tangible wounds that had once adorned his body had simply disappeared. It was indeed quite astonishing. "You must take care of your injuries. Refrain from letting others know that you have healed." "Very well, I understand." Yun Chen lowered his gaze, concealing his astonishment. Rarely able to sleep, Ling slumbered for several days this time. Were it not for her restless movements, crawling from one end of the bed to the other, one might have thought she had fainted. Is the little sister still not awake? Indeed, it has been 3 days, and she shows no signs of stirring. Chicken leg, I long to eat chicken legs." Ling turned over and smacked her lips. "Yun Chen, these medicines were given to you by your sister, and at that time, you did not utilize them. They are all for you." A myriad of medicinal herbs, each one unique, lay before him. Yun Chen fell silent once more. Each of these remedies is now in high demand. It is truly astonishing how his mute sister could so effortlessly procure such a remarkable collection. Yun Chen, at long last, on the evening of the 3rd day, Ling awoke, still somewhat disoriented. Sitting on the bed, she fiddled with her delicate hands, her eyes filled with confusion. Li Yun gazed tenderly at the child before her, lingering in silence for a while. Ling, cradling her little belly, collapsed onto the bed, exclaiming, "Mummy, mummy, I am so hungry. I want to drink milk, drink milk." It seemed that she was quite well now. "Linger, drink your milk." And their mashed potatoes, the meaty flavored mashed potatoes. Clutching the bottle, her eyes remained fixated on the bowl beside her. With a voracious appetite, Ling let go of the bottle, declaring, "Don't touch me, I can still eat. One more bowl." "You cannot eat anymore. Look at your little belly, it's sticking out." A gentle poke at her small belly elicited delightful giggles from Ling. How adorable! Her little belly is the cutest of all. Observing that the child was indeed well, and had regained her vibrant spirit, brought a sense of relief. Her sparse, tousled hair was quite a sight, and Li Yunwan couldn't help but chuckle. The hair that had been singed before had grown a little, now too unruly to tie up, creating an uncomfortable appearance. The moment Li Yunwan stood before Ling with scissors in hand was truly a sight to behold. Ling blinked her eyes inquisitively, pondering her mother's intentions. What could she possibly be up to? Oh no, could it be that her mother intended to ruin her hair? With her petite frame, she scurried away, swiftly disappearing from the room. Help me, second brother, please, cried the little one from the sofa. Yun Chun, feeling a sense of indignation, found the small child clinging to his legs. Second brother, please save me. Mother wants to destroy my hair. The hair she had painstakingly grown out must not be diminished, not even a single strand. Chapter 20. A heartfelt cry. Yun Chun, with his disheveled and sparse hair, resembles the wolf grandmother from the tale of child abduction. Linger, he asks, do you think my brother's hair has grown well? Ling gazed over, her heart filled with nothing but envy. Alas, why was it that they shared the same mother, yet her elder brother possessed such dark, thick hair, while hers was yellowed, sparse and dry? Once, as the sovereign of the heavenly way, she had boasted a head of lustrous black hair. How had it come to this? Tears of jealousy trickled down her cheeks. Her elder brother whispered a secret that could grant her hair the same dark, dense quality as his. Ling's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Quick, tell me. I must know. He recounted how, in his youth, his hair resembled hers until a master advised him that to achieve healthy hair, one must first trim away the unhealthy strands, allowing for better growth thereafter. Really? Brother, I'm not well read. Please don't deceive me. Doubt flickered in her gaze. Yet, gazing at her brother's magnificent hair, she relented. She wrapped her arms around her mother, exclaiming, cut it, mother! Hurry, or I shall regret it. But why did her brother's expression become increasingly peculiar? What was he finding amusing? It was merely a haircut, was it not? Li Yunwan stifled her laughter with great effort. Although she had 3 children, none had ever experienced her own hand at cutting hair. She always took them to a barber. Yet now, in this apocalyptic world, barbers were a rarity. She had to undertake the task herself. As it was her first attempt, she was a bit clumsy, resulting in a less-than-perfect cut. All done. Our Linger is truly beautiful. Really? Did beauty require a smile? Where was the mirror? She longed to gaze upon herself and see just how lovely she had become. Oh, Linger, the ground is dirty. Don't crawl around. They could not allow her to see her reflection, lest she weep unfettered. Brother Mirror, I need a mirror. Oh dear. Yin Chun was startled by the loud wails, realizing that a mirror had somehow appeared in the hands of the child he held. She is too ugly. She has become even more unattractive. Li Yunwan, who was about to sneak away, felt a twinge of guilt as she touched her nose. In truth, it was not so bad. She was not ugly, was she? Indeed, their Linger, even with a hairstyle resembling a dog-esque chew, was undeniably adorable. Ling wept even more sorrowfully, her hair appearing less appealing than that of a dog's rough grooming. Oh, Mama, the haircut was lovely, but please refrain from cutting it again. Nestled in Yunchen's embrace, Ling sobbed uncontrollably. Li Yunyuan remarked, she didn't intend for it to turn out this way. Following this incident, Ling resolutely decided to never allow her mother to touch her hair again. Elder brother, when did you adopt a puppy? She exclaimed in shock. Yin Chun gazed at Li Qinghe in terror, exclaiming, what? Who is this person accusing of theft? Although the words were incomprehensible, the intensity of the expression vividly conveyed the severity of the insults. Li Qinghe silently took a step back, reflecting on the consequences of his careless words and poor judgment. After all, this was the sister of the boss. What could a mere puppy compare to her charm? Yet, one must admit, with such a hairstyle, she appeared even more endearing. This hairstyle certainly had its merits. Ling, woe is me. What is the matter? His praise is unfounded. This hairstyle truly appears splendid, brimming with layers. The cries of children resonate throughout the entire base. Yinshun, one must console their own sister. Little sister, shall we go and take a look at that charming young lad? He is quite the handsome fellow. Oh my, a handsome boy. Let us hurry, to see the handsome boy. Yin Chun, this younger sister must be watched closely, otherwise she may easily be taken away. Mother, you have worked hard caring for her these past few days. Please, go upstairs and rest. I will keep an eye on her. Li Yinwan felt a twinge of concern. Do not take your sister to engage in perilous activities. Rest assured, mother, I am well aware. Li Yinwan's worry deepened. Being well aware of what? You can hardly care for yourself. Watching the two figures drift further away, Li Yinwan could only force herself to relax. What a delightful aura. Could it be the child of destiny? No, this person does not belong to this world. How could they possibly be here? This is the child of destiny from another realm. Ling sat upon the bed, extending her hand to poke at the smiling face of the child before her. Alive! Could it truly be the child of destiny from another realm? Was her unexpected arrival here due to the absence of oversight from the heavens, resulting in a distortion of time and space? The feeling of uncertainty was quite unsettling, especially in her current juvenile state, her mind swirling in confusion. She resolved to cease her musings. It was simply too exhausting. Linger, the injuries on this child have healed, yet he remains in a deep slumber. And the cause eludes us. Do you know the reason? Of course I do. This little rascal was frightened into unconsciousness. Frightened into unconsciousness. Is that even credible? He couldn't shake the feeling that his younger sister's assertion lacked reliability. Still doubting me? When have I ever been mistaken? Just watch. With a swift motion, Yin-chan was left bewildered. Not my little sister. We are girls, so let us be a tad gentler, shall we? How could a girl capable of riding an alligator possibly embody gentleness? To his astonishment, the figure lying on the bed truly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of fear within their depths. Who are you? Who dares to strike this prince? Beware, or I shall have you imprisoned. With another swift blow, Gong Jinji became utterly subdued. His father had often said, if one cannot prevail, one must obey. Thus, he resolved to comply. Faced with the peculiar child before him, memories of the monstrous beings he had encountered previously flooded his mind, intensifying his trepidation. I know nothing. Please, do not strike me. Do not harm me. Yin-chan has discerned that this child possesses a certain naivety, likely due to the claims of being the child of destiny made by his younger sister. Do not be afraid. There is no peril here. You may rest and recuperate in peace. May I inquire as to what dynasty we are currently in? Which nation is this? Yin-chan, this child is gravely ill. My lord, you have finally awakened. I can at last provide an account to the leader. Chapter 21. Yun Shangli arrives. Gong Jinji had yet to comprehend the situation when he was suddenly enveloped in an embrace, tears streaming down in torrents. After much evasion and distress, Yun Shangli finally reached the base. Standing tall, he declared, "Go inform your leader that his father has arrived." Our leader's father? Indeed. Is your leader not surnamed Yin? The gatekeeper nodded, bewildered by the disheveled figure before him, who appeared akin to a beggar. Could this truly be the father of the leader? He hardly resembled the father described by the leader. They had encountered the leader's mother, a gentle, elegant, and beautiful woman. How could she have married such a man? It seemed utterly implausible. Indeed, I am your leader's father. Let me in promptly. How could this gatekeeper be so lacking in discernment? You should allow the thunder to open the way. Wait a moment. I must announce your arrival before you can enter. Furthermore, you must be inspected to ensure you have not been bitten by a zombie. Announce? What is there to announce for family? Where is your leader? The guard's expression shifted as recognition dawned upon him. Isn't this the leader's father? Here, to see the leader? He is on the second floor. I shall escort you. No need. I can find him myself. With those few useless individuals around, it is still my thunder who holds the base and is the leader. Thunder. Father has come to see you. Li Qinghe? What? Whom is this person calling? Oh no, could he be calling Yin Ting? Yin Ting is indeed the half-brother of the eldest. It seems that the eldest's father favors that illegitimate child. Tingat? The voice caught in his throat, unable to ascend or descend. He gazed at the figure before him. How could it be you? What are you doing in Tingner's domain? You cannot be using my reputation to shamelessly cling to this place, seeking protection. Can you? Upon encountering Yun Shangli once more, Yun Chen's face bore no trace of emotion. You are not welcome here. I kindly ask you to leave. Not welcome? Your opinion on that matter holds no weight. Furthermore, I am here to find my son, Ter, which has nothing to do with you. You, a worthless individual who relies on my connections to remain here, what gives you the right to expel me? Each word dripped with arrogance and left no room for mercy. My Tinger is the leader here. As the father of the leader, he has the authority to decide who stays and who departs. In this place, his word is law. Yin Shun previously disregarded him. Such treatment towards a father warranted his expulsion. Yet you, why do you linger here? You ought to depart. Yin Shun, he had never perceived his father's visage as so grotesque. It was as if the paternal figure he had known throughout his life had vanished entirely. Well, my son, Yin Ting, where is he? Yunqing stood before him as if he were a specter. Li Yunwan cradled the child while observing the figures below. Is this truly the person she had long yearned for? So selfish, so utterly incomprehensible. Beggar, beggar, beggar. Yunling clapped her tiny hands. Who is this beggar? He appears somewhat familiar. Oh, so he is the disreputable father. How has he come to this state? Disgusting. What are you doing here? How dare you linger in this place? One by one, like parasitic leeches. Li Yunwan, were you not once so full of pride? What? Unable to survive with a few useless sons? Come to me. Plead with me. If I am in a generous mood, perhaps I shall allow Yunting to take you in. Yun Shang's demeanor was bold and self-assured, standing with an air of arrogance as he awaited Li Yunwan to seek his favor. Li Yunwan smiled and replied, Second brother, since this individual has spoken thus, let us proceed as he suggests. Yin Shan nodded slightly. This matter was of no concern to him. It was a request made by his negligent father. Father, it is not that I am unwilling to take you in. Rather, it is you who does not wish to remain here. If you seek Yunting, then go ahead. If you desire to stay, as you just mentioned, you must personally plead with mother. Should she consent to your presence, then you may remain. He recognized each individual, yet he could not fathom the meaning when they were brought together. Was it not the wretched one who should be begging me? A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Yunshin's eyes, and the vestige of tenderness in his heart vanished entirely. Leave this place at once, he commanded. Leave? On what grounds should I depart? I have come in search of Yunting, the esteemed leader of your organization. I am his father. Who do you think you are to dare demand my departure? As the chaos erupted around them, Li Qinghe quietly distanced himself from Yun Shangli and approached Yunqing, saying, Brother Cheng, I did not bring this person in. This has nothing to do with me. He was bewildered, unsure of when Brother Cheng's father had transformed into his current state. It was truly frightening. Yun Shun regarded Yun Shangli with an icy demeanor, addressing him, Father, this shall be my final time calling you thus. Whether you choose to respond or not is of no consequence to me. I am content with having Yunting as my remarkable child. I have no desire for the flawed offspring birthed by Li Yunwan. If that is the case, you may depart and seek out Yunting. I shall indeed pursue Yunting. Where is he? Hurry, summon someone. Bring forth your clan leader and inform him that his father is seeking him. As for Li Qinghe, who had been seized by the arm, he had no business being present here. Mr. Yun, Yun Shun is the leader of our household. Cloud merchants do not believe in the gift. Are you all jesting? Can this fool truly become your leader? Do you even believe that yourselves? Yun Shangli's body stiffened, and the previously arrogant demeanor diminished significantly. He gazed at Yun Chun in astonishment, seeking a different answer reflected on his face. Yet, there was none to be found. His surprise was palpable. It shouldn't he be like this? How could it be? The true leader here is clearly Yun Ting. Yun Ting. How could a foolish individual like you possibly be worthy of the title of leader? By what right? Yun Chun smiled, realizing that in the eyes of his father, whom he had admired since childhood, he was merely a fool. And indeed, was he not? From a young age, he had distanced himself from his biological mother, yet believed the deceitful words of a mistress. His relationship with his own mother was fraught with discord. Was he not a fool indeed? How embarrassing it is that this fool is the leader here. If you hold me in such disdain, I kindly ask you to leave at once. Yun Shanli. No, this cannot be. He has come so far, weary and famished. If he leaves this place, he shall perish. Chapter 22. Playing so wildly. Do not. Yin Chill, my child. I am your father. You cannot cast me out. Such actions are unfilial. I sincerely apologize, father. I am but a fool, lacking understanding. Li Qinghe, please escort him out. Certainly. Yin Shangli, no, you cannot do this. You must not. Wan, do you not harbor feelings for me? Speak up, please, utter a word. You shall regret this, you will indeed. Once I locate Yin Ting, I shall ensure that all of you pay dearly for your actions. Li Wan, accompanied by a handful of inept individuals, stands little chance of survival in this apocalyptic world. Sooner or later, you will come to plead for my assistance. Amidst a cacophony of wailing and lamentation, Yun Shangli was unceremoniously cast aside. Li Qinghe observed the disheveled figure with a sense of responsibility. Truly, this individual has brought this upon himself. Yin Ling remained silent throughout, nestled comfortably in Li Yunwan's embrace. Mommy, please don't be sad. Such a man is hardly worthy of love. In the future, Ling will introduce you to a plethora of handsome suitors, a variety of them. Wouldn't a life filled with such charming company be delightful? Alas, her daughter was already showing signs of being a little flirt. At such a tender age, the potential for mischief was evident. It was imperative that this child receive proper guidance to stay on the right path. Mommy is not sad, not in the slightest. Having these children around is already a great blessing. Men, whoever desires them, may have them. Elder brother, a group of people has arrived outside. Their equipment surpasses ours, and they are armed, seemingly sent by those above. Their team had been formed for a year and had never encountered the forces from above. What excitement! Oh dear, could it be that Mommy's admirers have come? Yin Shun, his mother, still has admirers? How could he be oblivious to this? Who could it be? Let him see who possesses such discerning taste to appreciate his beautiful and gracious mother. Li Yunwan, casting a glance at the bright-eyed Yun Ling, and then at Yin Shun, who was already eager to step outside, she was left speechless. What suitor could she possibly have at her age, especially while caring for 4 children? Who could be so misguided as to pursue her? In the very moment the door swung open, Yin Yu dashed out, colliding with Yin Shun, causing him to stumble and fall onto the ground. Yin Ling burst into laughter. Truly, Sangu possesses remarkable strength, having knocked Gu down with ease. Yin Yu, are you incapable of watching where you tread? Gu, kindly set me down. Beware. I might just set fire to you. You've got some audacity, daring to threaten me with flames. It seems you are in need of a good thrashing. The 2 brothers promptly engaged in a spirited scuffle upon their encounter. Meanwhile, Yin Ling stretched out her arms, eager to join the fray, her little fists tightly clenched. Had she not been held, she would have already crawled over. Mama, release me. Let me join the brawl. Fighting appeared to be such an exhilarating affair. It fosters camaraderie, after all. Just look at how tightly Sangu has wrapped his arms around Gu. She too wished to partake in this bonding experience. And then, a gentle tap landed on her little bottom. Yinling? What is she doing? She has done nothing to deserve punishment. She protests vehemently. Lai Yinyuan? This child is truly something. A cacophony of screams erupted, causing Lai Yinyuan to instinctively cover her ears. How can this child be so loud? Meat. While other children utter their first words as mama or papa, this one has an entirely different repertoire. Previously a beggar, now a little glutton. Meat. Eat. Yinling pointed to her own mouth, revealing several tiny, adorable teeth. Mama, look quickly. I have grown teeth. Does this mean I can eat meat now? Not yet. Just a little more patience. Yinling wore a look of deep disappointment, lamenting the absence of meat, as her mother forbade her from indulging in it. However, she could prepare some minced meat for you. Yinling's eyes sparkled once more. Mother is truly wonderful. Long live Mother. Yinling's face was adorned with a look of gossip. Oh dear, Uncle Rong is indeed quite familiar. This was unmistakably affection, a clear indication of a budding romance. She subtly distanced herself from Rong Yun. Li Yinwan's stance was unequivocal. She wished to maintain her distance. I'll keep you company. Li Yunwan. What? Who needs your company? It's unnecessary. Ling. Then I'll keep Ling company. Li Yinwan? This person is utterly shameless, isn't she? Mommy and Uncle Rong. Keep up the good work. Even their bickering is filled with the sweetness of young love. Uncle Rong is truly handsome. How delightful. A loud thud echoed. but it could not drown out the increasingly erratic beating of Li Yunwan's heart. Yun's body grew progressively tense. He was truly unaccustomed to holding a child, especially a delicate little girl, despite her somewhat unkempt hair. Their gazes locked, a large pair of eyes staring down a smaller pair. "What do you want to do now?" "I'll keep you company." He had made up his mind. Since he intended to pursue Li Yunwan, he must establish a good rapport with these children. He had already nearly won over that little rascal, Yunyu. Yunchun and Yunxiao Ci appear rather challenging. It will be prudent to take a step back for the moment. His current focus is on the young child before him. Upon hearing this, Ling burst into laughter. "Uncle Rong is truly kind-hearted. Let's go out and play." Just 5 minutes later, Yun found himself somewhat bewildered, gazing at the vast expanse of mutated, man-eating flowers before him. He never anticipated that the situation would evolve into this. His sole intention was to please the child in front of him and take her out for some amusement. Who would have thought that a 1.5-year-old child could be so wild? Chapter 23. A bit fearsome, these are man-eating flowers, and mutated ones at that. One careless bite could lead to an untimely demise without a clue as to how it happened. Meanwhile, he glanced at the exuberant 8-year-old Yunyu beside him. This is quite alarming. Their child seems a bit reckless. These are man-eating flowers, not mere toys. It is forgivable for a toddler to be unaware. But how can an 8-year-old lack such discernment? Yunyu expressed agreement. Although Ling cannot speak, her little head has already been shaking like a rattle. "Pick the flowers." "Flowers? Uncle Rong, my sister wishes to gather flowers. She is fond of those few swaying blooms over there, which even possess teeth." "Yin, this child's aesthetic sense is rather unique. These flowers are not to be trifled with. Another day, Uncle Rong will bring you a few. These particular ones are rather unsightly. Best not to provoke them, indeed." Ling swiftly descended along Yun's pant leg, and before she could react, the child hurriedly crawled into the midst of the carnivorous flowers. Yun, with remarkable agility, swiftly scooped the child into her embrace. Yet, before she could even exhale in relief, Yunyu launched a fireball into the throng. "Yun, these two children are truly reckless. Hurry, we must depart from this place." The surrounding carnivorous flowers, incensed, began to thrash and claw wildly. Yunling's laughter grew more joyous as she exclaimed, "Third brother, look, look! The flowers are greeting us." "Oh, Uncle Rong, please don't run away. Let me down, I wish to greet them." Alas, conversing with Uncle Rong proved to be quite a challenge. I longed to descend, yet Uncle Rong insisted on carrying me away. The carnivorous flowers surrounding us seemed to have sprouted legs, swiftly encroaching upon our little group. Their enormous petals opened and closed, and one could detect a peculiar fragrance as they drew near. Yin inwardly lamented the predicament. There were far too many carnivorous flowers around, rendering any hopes of retreat utterly futile. Meanwhile, Yunyu became increasingly exhilarated, hurling fireballs one after another. One such fireball landed squarely in the gaping maw of a carnivorous flower, which promptly snapped shut before hastily reopening, retreating in a pitiable manner. Before long, other carnivorous flowers encircled them. So many flowers. The flowers smelled delightful. I love them. As Yin battled the onslaught of the carnivorous flowers, she struggled to manage the restless child, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. "Stay still. Oh, Yunling, don't go over there. Stay away, it's dangerous, dangerous." Ling swiftly ascended into the midst of the carnivorous flowers, while Yunyu, eager to follow, was restrained by Yun, who gripped his collar tightly. Yun's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. He yearned to rush into rescue, but his hands were tied with another matter. He could only focus on one at a time. He resolved to devise a plan upon returning, convinced that the child would be unharmed. Meanwhile, Ling perched upon a colossal petal, tugging and pulling at various points. The enormous carnivorous flower, with its gaping maw, awaited the child on the petal to tumble into its jaws, yet no matter how much it swayed, the child stubbornly resisted falling in. It was a tantalizing sight, yet utterly unreachable. This simply could not be tolerated. With a swift motion, it struck down. Ling was furious. "Don't move recklessly. If you do, I shall end you." Such a threat, yet it possessed a certain charm. The carnivorous flower did not perceive this statement as a menace. Instead, it trembled even more vigorously. Ling, still fidgeting, are you? Witness how I shall discipline you. The petite figure descended from the petals, while the other carnivorous flowers stirred restlessly, for the fallen flesh bore no owner. Anyone could seize it. Countless carnivorous flowers stealthily trailed behind Ling, waiting for the opportune moment. They could only watch helplessly as Ling plucked them one by one, rendered utterly powerless. One carnivorous flower approached, faintly exuding a putrid odor. Little Ling covered her nose, her face contorted in disdain. Have you not brushed your teeth? How foul! And you still indulge in such revolting things. Are you not afraid of an upset stomach? With hands on her hips, she confronted them fiercely. The carnivorous flowers were taken aback. In all their years, they had never encountered someone to educate them, and astonishingly, they found her reasoning quite compelling. Ling retrieved a pill from the side and diligently placed it into their mouths, proclaiming, "If you follow me, consuming this will ensure your delightful aroma in the future." The carnivorous flower immediately felt rejuvenated. What is this extraordinary substance, so potent and delectable? I want more. However, Ling swiftly swatted away the eager flower, warning, "You may only consume one a day. Overindulgence could be fatal." The diminutive figure sat amidst the cluster of carnivorous flowers, earnestly imparting wisdom to them. One dared to teach while the other dared to learn. Meeting Wan's gaze, remorse flooded her eyes. Wan, something has gone awry. His voice was barely audible, unsure how to articulate his fears. What? Something has happened. I just took the children out, and Linger has ventured into the carnivorous flower thicket. Yun, how could you? Yun exclaimed, "You are in your 30s, yet you cannot even keep an eye on child. Eldest, come with me to search for Ling." Yun was filled with guilt. Suddenly, a familiar laughter echoed, causing Wan to halt in her tracks. Raising an eyebrow, she turned around, only to be met with a scene that struck terror into her heart. Everyone at the base was trembling, entering a state of combat readiness. Countless carnivorous flowers swayed ominously towards their base. Are these truly carnivorous flowers? Can they leave the soil? This utterly shatters their understanding. Have plant mutations advanced to such a degree? Look, is there a child sitting atop that flower? Indeed, it is a child. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Have plant mutations truly reached such a level of sophistication? Will they no longer be able to consume vegetables? What if a child emerges from what they eat? How disheartening. With no meat available, and now even vegetables are off limits. Wait, it's my younger sister. Yes, it's her. Yun gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What on earth is happening? Have these carnivorous flowers mutated into obedient kittens? How else could they heed a child's commands so readily? He cautiously stepped forward, intending to rescue Ling. The enormous carnivorous flower gaped its mouth wide, drooling upon his face. He could even glimpse the terrifying internal structure of the flower. Chapter 24. Held too high, it would be prudent to eradicate these carnivorous flowers swiftly. Observing silently, Chen nodded. This individual was far superior to the wretched father. Wan? Yu expressed agreement, stating that it is indeed beautiful. Shen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these carnivorous plants, they could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Whether it be zombies or humans, anyone who dared to approach their base would be devoured in an instant. His little sister was indeed remarkable. However, wait a moment, this was his treasure, and he could not allow it to be destroyed. Yun, these carnivorous plants possess a formidable aggression. It would be prudent for us to eradicate them all. Not to worry, they pose no danger. Yun was perplexed, and moments later, his confusion deepened. A tiny figure held Yu's hand, ambling along at a leisurely pace, swaying unsteadily. You fell into this pit. You came into this pit. He watched in astonishment as these carnivorous plants obediently entered the pit that Shun and the others had dug, following Ling's command. Then he glanced back at Shun, who was diligently digging. What is happening? I cannot comprehend this at all. All the carnivorous plants were planted around the courtyard, and from a distance, it resembled an exquisite, sprawling garden. Ling contentedly let a petite carnivorous flower, which, though small, stood taller than an adult. Abruptly, Yun instinctively shielded her behind her. Swallowing hard, she thought to herself, after all, this was a man-eating flower. Mommy, look. This is the most beautiful flower that Ling has chosen for you. Do you like it? The childish eyes sparkled with hope. Li Yuan, the sight of this flower, with its gaping maw, was truly off-putting. Yet, it was a gift from her beloved daughter. She simply could not bear to hurt the child's feelings. Is this for Mommy? Ling nodded. Indeed. It was Uncle Rong who gifted it to you. Oh, Mommy, do you not think Uncle Rong is truly wonderful? Li Yuan exclaimed. Mommy truly adore it. Ling was in high spirits. She exclaimed, Mommy will surely adore this. How beautiful these flowers are. Just the thought of it brought her joy. Li Yuan. No, she wouldn't appreciate such beauty. Ling, as I gaze upon these blossoms, it seems that Uncle Rong would take a liking to them. Perhaps we should gift them to him. Having such a treasure in the courtyard would be splendid, but placing them by the bedside? Truly, that is unnecessary, utterly unnecessary. Ling blinked her eyes, wondering if Uncle Rong would like it. She never anticipated that a grown man like Uncle Rong would have an affinity for flowers. Thus, she decided to be generous and offer it to him. As for her mother, there would be many more opportunities in the future. The newly acquired carnivorous plant left Yun in a state of confusion, unsure whether to laugh or cry. This child was remarkably sincere in her gift-giving. Yu gazed longingly, yearning for something he could not possess, leaving him despondent. Yun and the carnivorous flower exchanged glances, and he discerned a hint of disdain upon the flower's face. The carnivorous flower lamented that had it been left alone, it could have cherished the solitude with its beloved master. Yet, this odious man had audaciously claimed it for himself. Now, it could not share a room with its dear master, nor partake in the delectable pills it so relished. It was utterly discontented. Yun found himself bewildered, marveling at the fact that he perceived disdain on the countenance of a carnivorous flower. It was fortunate it bore him no ill will, given its foul and fearsome appearance. Thus, a peculiar animosity brewed between man and flower. Meanwhile, the instigator comfortably cradled a bottle, indulging in milk. The familiar embrace of his mother was soothing, soft, and fragrant. As he drank, drowsiness began to envelop him, ultimately leading him to sprawl in a state of complete repose. Unbeknownst to him, outside, a neglected carnivorous flower wandered aimlessly, tears streaming down its petals in silent sorrow. It felt unloved and, in its despair, dug a pit to bury itself. It wished to remain hidden beneath the earth forever, never to encounter them again. The night deepened, shrouded in darkness, permeated with the stench of decay outside the base. Yin Shangli found himself in a dire predicament outside the base. He could neither locate Yin Ting nor find Li Qingqing and their recently born daughter. The higher-ups had inexplicably abandoned him. With nowhere to turn and devoid of protection, he felt utterly vulnerable. Stripped of his identity as the son-in-law of the Li family, he possessed no standing in this post-apocalyptic world, rendering his survival nearly impossible. He firmly believed that Li Yuan, who had once defied her family to be with him and had endured years of emotional manipulation, could not simply cease to love him. Her anger was merely a fleeting sentiment. She was upset that he was not solely hers. A little coaxing would surely mend their rift. He was confident that Li Yuan would once again return to his side. She could not thrive without him. In the preceding days, there had been guards at the base. Yet tonight, there was an astonishing absence of sentinels. It felt as though the heavens themselves were favoring him. He maneuvered his body swiftly towards the entrance of the base. In the inky darkness of the night, the carnivorous flowers surrounding the base were nearly invisible. Yin Shangli, filled with trepidation, cautiously pushed open the door. In that fleeting moment, a gaping maw seized him in its grasp. The carnivorous flower, drowsily drifting in and out of slumber, began to chew, mumbling, "Ugh, this is quite unpalatable, far too tough, and the skin is excessively thick." With a disdainful puff, it expelled Yin Shangli, who, reeking of a ghastly odor, was flung far away. Ling, gazing at the stars from her window, observed the peculiar object soaring through the air until it vanished from sight. What was that? Could it be the legendary shooting star? A shooting star. Quick, make a wish. No one was privy to Yun Shangli's brief appearance at the threshold. Li Qinghe lingered at Yun Ling's door in broad daylight. Inside, Yun Ling pressed her ear against the door, captivated by the rhythmic footsteps outside, her eyes sparkling with hope. Ah, there is someone out there. Could they be searching for me? Hurry inside. If you don't come in, I can't go out. Ever since Li Yunwan discovered that Yun Ling had been taken away by Rong Yun, she had been confined, surrounded by a multitude of carnivorous flowers. Indeed, she was prohibited from stepping outside. Her mother vigilantly monitored her, providing her meals 3 times a day. Although she cherished the time spent with her mother, which brought her great joy, she longed for freedom. The moment she heard the footsteps outside, she pressed herself against the door. Why aren't you coming in? Guomin. Li Yunwan glanced over, and Yun Ling instantly feigned ignorance, settling on the carpet to play with her building blocks, though her ears were nearly glued to the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and Yun Ling's face lit up in delight, exclaiming, "It's open! It's open!" Yun Ling gazed at Li Qinghe before her with eager anticipation. Quickly, tell me why you're looking for me. Madam, Qingge has a matter to discuss with Ling. May I take Linger to see Qingge? Yun Ling was filled with anticipation. Mommy, please agree. If you don't, your little darling is going to suffocate from boredom. Being cooped up indoors was truly tedious. Li Yunwan shook her head. All right, go ahead, but be careful. Oh, Mommy is still mine. You're the best, Mommy. Hurry, or Mommy might change her mind, and it will be too late. The duo vanished in a flash. Li Yunwan sighed. This child was simply delightful. Once outside, Yun Ling transformed into a wild stallion, greeting each of the carnivorous plants with exuberance, tossing a few pills to them when a mood struck her. The plants wriggled with even more vigor, swaying to and fro. Oh dear, little flower, you've lost weight. Eat more, eat more. Little green, why are your leaves turning yellow? Should I give you a touch of color? Little red, where have your petals gone? You're looking rather bare and unappealing. After such remarks, the carnivorous plants fell silent. They had once been praised for their beauty, and now they were deemed unattractive. It was too late to return them. Li Qinghe followed closely beside Yun Ling, a smile gracing his lips. Were all children this charming? They could converse endlessly with anything. So adorably innocent. He wished to have a little sister. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he promptly dismissed it. No, such a dangerous notion must not linger. Before the apocalypse, his cousin had wrecked all his collectibles without a hint of remorse. He needed to remain grounded. Not every child was as delightful as the older brother's sister. He resolved to treat the older brother's sister as his own sibling. In that way, he too would have a sister. Finally finishing her greetings, Yun Ling looked up at Li Qinghe, only to meet his oddly sinister smile. Startled, she thought, why does he smile like a wicked witch intent on abducting children? The eyes of Yun Ling sparkled once more. Trafficking, perhaps? She is remarkably obedient. Captured, she would undoubtedly offer no resistance. Her entire demeanor seemed to scream, "Come, abduct me." Li Qinghe found himself increasingly fond of the child before him. It's nothing serious. The boss is concerned that you might be feeling stifled in your room, so he specifically instructed me to take you out for some recreation. Yun Ling, my dear second brother, how I miss him. Li Qinghe stifled the urge to reach out and touched his nose. I must go, I must. It seems that Gong Jinji holds a significant identity in this realm. The soul within that body has transformed into that of another world, rendering him quite peculiar. It is only natural for others to harbor suspicions about my second brother. In the room, Gong Jinji clung tightly to Yun Chen's leg, refusing to let go. I won't leave. I'm not going anywhere. He wailed, this world is far too frightening. I'll stay right here. I will not go anywhere. Yun Chen, feeling the pressure on his thigh, could feel the veins in his temples throbbing. The child was clinging far too high, and it hurt, truly hurt. Let go. He gritted his teeth to say. If this continued, he feared he might become incapacitated. I won't let go. I simply won't. Yin Chen, very well. I can release my grip, but you must not let me depart. I wish to remain here. He must first negotiate the terms before relinquishing his hold. Yin gritted his teeth and nodded, finally attaining his freedom. Before he could even exhale a sigh of relief, his thigh was once again embraced. Ouch! Chapter 25. Flowers, Plants, and Insects. My leg. He bent down to lift the swaying child from the ground. How did this little darling come here? Why does my second brother's expression seem so peculiar? His face is almost wrinkled like a twisted dough. Oh my! Is it truly possible for a person's face to wrinkle to such an extent? Yun, slightly embarrassed, averted his gaze and allowed his entire face to relax. Has my second brother mastered the art of face changing? His expressions shift with remarkable swiftness. Yun, she truly is, with a gentle yet somewhat resentful motion. She placed the child upon the ground. Ling sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes darting around. And when they met the probing gaze of the man across from her, she broke into a smile, revealing a few pearly white teeth. This uncle is quite handsome. Which family's little girl is so preoccupied with charming young men at such a tender age? Casually, she slipped a piece of candy into her little sister's mouth. Ling moved her lips, savoring the sweet taste. Oh, don't go. It's sweet, it's mine. She cast a reproachful glance at the uncle, feeling that he was rather unkind. How could a grown man steal treats from a child? Displeased, she shifted her little legs, leaving behind a silhouette of dejection and disappointment. You are still too young. You cannot have candy. Humph. The child certainly had a strong will. It had been a long time since he encountered such an adorable child. Mr. Gong, please do not mind. My sister is quite young and doesn't understand. It's nothing, he replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What was this? He did not wish to show off his child. This little girl was far more troublesome than his younger sister. This seems rather inappropriate. Gong Jinji cautiously approached Ling, entirely hidden behind the sofa. There is nothing wrong. My child does not listen to me. But now that she has found someone who can make her behave, I am naturally pleased to keep her by your side. However, you may need to consider relocating the base. Yun, emotions await them here. I possess a manor spacious enough to accommodate all the members of your entire base, as well as your family. Ling, no, why would we need such a vast space? Yun held a similar sentiment. There is no need for excess. In this apocalyptic world, the mere ability to live alongside family is a blessing. Your base is rather limited, with the arrival of a few more individuals. It would be unable to accommodate them. If you wish to endure in this desolate existence, a more spacious abode will undoubtedly be necessary. That manor boasts a prime location, ample size, and the potential for expansion. Yu cast a glance at the child, playfully poking her foolish son's face with a tiny hand. My estate even has an amusement park. Ling, yes. Second brother, please agree. Let us hurry, the sooner the better. Yin, could you not adhere to some principles? However, the allure of being together with family is indeed quite tempting. Second brother. Ling ascended to Yun's lap, her eyes brimming with anticipation. If we were to leave, what would become of those carnivorous flowers? Should we abandon them? These flowers are remarkably obedient here, never turning against their own. Yet they possess the capability to repel the undead, offering a safety that surpasses human vigilance. Fear not, dear flowers, I can take you all with me. We shall relocate together. Every blossom, every aquatic creature, every minuscule insect shall accompany us, leaving not a single one behind. Yin's thoughts wandered far and wide. In this apocalyptic world, how could anyone be so benevolent as to offer their shelter to others? Human nature in such dire circumstances is the most fragile of all. Mr. Gong's actions are not solely motivated by my rescued child, are they? Certainly not. I have heard that you possess a plethora of medicinal supplies, and I seek to acquire the rights to purchase those medicines from you. Yun's expression was grim. The matters concerning their base had spread so swiftly. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek medicine. As you are aware, our frontline team is in dire need of supplies, particularly pharmaceuticals. Yin pondered deeply. This matter concerned his sister, and he dared not consent lightly. Ling despised her current inability to speak. Had she possessed the power of speech, she would have rushed forward to express her agreement. This matter requires consultation with my family. Yu expressed his understanding. Ling exclaimed, "Amusement park, amusement park." Li Yun readily agreed, for nothing holds greater significance than family unity. As this was their first journey away from home, Ling was brimming with excitement. Even before dawn broke, she busied herself within the confines of their dwelling, navigating around tables and chairs with fervor, engaged in a flurry of activity. Yet, it was unclear what tasks consumed her attention. Ling clutched her little milk bottle, exclaiming, "I must take this with me while eating, and this for playtime, too." And the carnivorous flower baby, of course. Li Yun interjected, "What carnivorous flower baby? And this chubby little worm of mine, I must take it with me." As she spoke of the plump, green worm she held in her hand, Li Yun marveled. How is it that this child tends to every conceivable creature? That sizable worm appears longer than her tiny finger. How does she manage to remain unafraid? She busily packed a substantial amount of belongings, seemingly heavier than herself. Yet she bore it effortlessly. Outside the door, Yin could only see a wriggling bundle resting at his feet. What on earth is this? Surely, there can't be a mutated worm beneath that wrapping. He raised his knife, only to be met by a small face emerging from the package, cheerfully declaring, "Come on, brother. I'm all set." Yin casually took the package from Ling. "Second brother, could you please hold this for me? It contains all my treasures." When Li Yun descended, she glanced at the package in Yun's hands, then averted her gaze, pondering to herself how composed he remained, unaware of the true contents within. Wow, the vehicles here look so cool. She marveled at the impressive sight, lamenting how this lad, with such a remarkable and dashing father, failed to appreciate his fortune. Were she in his position, she would certainly cling to that familial bond with fervor. A few guards remained to escort them. These guards, bewildered, could not fathom how such women and children entered the esteemed presence of Mr. Gong, given that this base was the smallest they had ever encountered. Upon witnessing the carnivorous plants surrounding the perimeter, they began to grasp the situation, especially after narrowly escaping their grasp when attempting to enter. Yet, as the individuals emerged, those once menacing plants stood docilely aside, devoid of aggression. The relocation of the base left the plants immobile. What a pity. Such a waste. Chapter 26. Striving to rise, even their roots were uprooted. What is happening? Have these carnivorous plants truly adapted to such conditions? Can they survive away from the soil? Ling stood at the entrance, her tiny hands bustling with activity. "Everyone, heed my command. Lift your feet, left foot, right foot, and form 2 lines. Oh dear. No pushing. I'm talking to you. No shoving, please. Keep up." Ahead, the vehicles sped away, trailed by 2 rows of carnivorous flowers, their roots casting fleeting shadows. Ling stood atop the seat, gazing back with evident satisfaction. Indeed, these blossoms have become increasingly obedient. Her efforts in nourishing them with countless pills have not been in vain. What the others? When did this world transform into such a state? Perhaps they were overlooked during a clandestine evolution. Linger, the day is waning. We must seek a place to rest. Ah, rest indeed, especially in this vicinity. Close to the seaside, I presume. Yin believed that Ling had a fondness for the seaside and did not ponder further. They discovered an abandoned house, which seemed to have remained untouched, as its owner must have perished outside. The refrigerator still contained food, though it had long since spoiled. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Ling ascended the stairs with her small bundle, shrouded in an air of mystery. Yin was taken aback. He followed closely behind and witnessed his younger sister cautiously unwrapping a package. She extracted a small potted plant and then revealed a transparent bottle, within which a wriggling creature, no longer than a finger, scuttled about. "Yin, my younger sister is too wild. He often feels he is not wild enough to deserve being with her. Yin, do have something to eat and rest early. This place is near the seaside, and it may not be entirely safe." As the alluring aroma wafted through the air, the compressed biscuits in his hand suddenly lost their appeal. What a delightful fragrance! The scent of meat, the scent of meat. Stretching his neck and closing his eyes, Ling resembled a little insect, eagerly yearning. "Oh, mama, meat, I want to eat." Everyone's gaze fell upon the bowl in Li Yun's hands, and they could not help but swallow hard. "I have prepared some meat soup for the child, and there's still some in the kitchen for you to enjoy. No, no, they would not snatch food from the child. Yet, it truly smells wonderful. Surely the little ones cannot eat too much. A little bit would not hurt them, right? Modesty lasted but a fleeting second. In an instant, they vanished into the kitchen. Ling sipped the meat broth with great satisfaction. Although she could not yet gnaw on a chicken leg, savoring the broth was a delight. One more bowl, please. You cannot have any more. Just look at how your little belly has rounded. Ling let out a contented burp, proclaiming, I could still drink 3 more large bowls. Yet, there wasn't even a single bowl left. In the stillness of night, a few zombies occasionally wandered by. The rustling of leaves against the glass echoed. Stealthily, Ling descended from her bed and cautiously opened the door, only to run into her equally stealthy older brother. Sister, are you planning to go out? Yes, yes. Hua mentioned that there are delectable treats in the sea outside. Treats? Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 2 children stealthily slipped outside. In the apocalyptic world, the seawater glowed with an ethereal luminescence. Ling crouched by the shore, pointing at the water, and exclaimed, Fish! Look, second brother, such adorable little fish. Fish! Yu leaned closer, and suddenly, a fish leapt from the tranquil surface of the water. It must be a fish, with sharp teeth, longer than a human. This is no ordinary fish. This is a mutated creature. Little sister, step aside quickly. This is a mutated beast. Ling stood below, arms outstretched. Fish, fish, fish. Come swiftly into my embrace. Yu, my dear sister is truly remarkable. The mutated fish opened its mouth wide, seemingly about to swallow the child on the ground, only to be sent flying by a single slap. Foul, foul, it stinks terribly. Close your mouth. The mutated fish, now sprawled on the ground, pondered what had just transpired. Had it truly been struck down by a mere child? It turned over, filled with doubt, gazing at the child before it. Just a child. How could such a small being possess such strength? It must have been a fluke. With a massive body, it leapt again, this time instinctively closing its mouth, feeling an inexplicable sense that opening it would lead to another blow. Yu stood quietly by, swallowing hard. His sister possessed quite the prowess. Too ugly, no. Choose another. Choose another. She leaned over the seaside, gazing down as her chubby little hands stirred the water. All the mutated creatures beneath the surface instinctively recoiled, unwilling to approach. A tiny turtle, no larger than a palm, timidly clutched Ling's sleeve. Little turtle, how adorable. Yu, are we certain that this turtle is indeed adorable? Though diminutive in size, it hardly embodies cuteness, does it? Yet, since my sister adores it, we shall keep it. Alas, what delectable treats did Hua mention? Where might one find them? Is it possible that Hua is deceiving us? Nearby, a massive carnivorous plant submerged its entire blossom in water, voraciously devouring the mutated fish within. Upon being startled, it lifted its head, blood dripping from its mouth, revealing even fish bones. No, it is not lying. The fish from the sea is indeed delightful. Would you care to join a feast? It even contemplated regurgitating its meal to offer to Ling. How could one possibly refuse such delectable offerings? It eludes my understanding. The man-eating flower greets with utmost curiosity. Ling, with a face full of disdain, ate in a most ungainly manner, utterly lacking in charm. No one is aware that they had departed. Yu stood frozen in place, while the nearby carnivorous plant, perplexed, inquired, Do you wish to partake? I shall share half with you. Yu astonishingly deciphered the meaning of a flower. Startled, he hurried after her, calling out, Little sister, wait for me. Gong Jinji obstructed Ling's path, eyeing the small turtle behind her, which wore an expression of utter innocence. What are you doing? Staring at her little turtle. Do you wish to possess one as well? She is quite generous. She will give it to you. Observing the turtle being offered, Gong Jinji replied, I do not want it. He and the turtle exchanged bewildered glances. After all, he had no experience in caring for turtles. What if he inadvertently let it perish? No need for that. Just find me a jar to hold some water. Suddenly, with a thud, the turtle fell to the ground, causing Gong Jinji to display an expression of sheer horror. Why you? Did that turtle just speak? What in the world is this? The seemingly diminutive turtle, upon hitting the ground, instantly grew to the size of a table, lying on its back. Gong Jinji realized he should never have believed in the existence of anything normal in this world. He turned and fled, leaving behind the turtle struggling to right itself in the living room. Chapter 27. The Little Turtle the Following Morning. Ling descended the stairs with her small bundle, exclaiming, "Where is my little turtle? Where is it? My little turtle! Oh dear, my little turtle is right here. What is my adorable little turtle up to?" Ling lay on the ground, observing a little turtle stretching its legs and drooling. What game could this be? Is it enjoyable? As Li Yinwan opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of a person and a turtle sprawled on the floor, extending their limbs. The eyes of Ling sparkled with delight. How amusing, how delightful, truly enjoyable. Even a little turtle knows how to play. Li Yinwan? Mother, mother, come and join the fun. Li Yinwan. Ling chuckled softly, observing the little turtle that had struggled throughout the night without managing to right itself. How utterly exasperating. Could someone not show a modicum of compassion and assist it in turning over? Last night, that child was truly frightful, having flipped it onto its back. From now on, I shall keep my distance from him. Alas, someone, anyone, please lend a hand to this creature. At that moment, Li Yinwan approached, gently lifting the child and retrieving the turtle. Where on earth did this turtle come from? She inquired. Ling flashed a grin. This is what I gathered from the sea with Brother Sen last night. Li Yinwan exclaimed, how daring of you to venture out in the dead of night to catch turtles. Ling, this child truly needs a lesson. After receiving a light swat on her behind, Ling was bewildered, wondering why her mother had punished her when she had done nothing wrong. Gong Jinji cautiously peered over, locking eyes with the little turtle that had just flipped onto its back. Gong Jinji, the little turtle. How frightening, how frightening. A turtle that can speak and grow larger is truly terrifying. The person who flipped the turtle onto the ground is also quite alarming. Help! Please don't come closer. Don't come closer. Ling? No, why are we running? If all goes as planned, we shall arrive at the estate by tomorrow evening. As the vehicle traverses the road, Ling and the little turtle are reveling in their merriment, while in another car, Yu finds himself in a dire predicament, having suffered greatly. Naturally, those who cause trouble must face the consequences together. No one can escape. Ahead, someone has fainted. Ling, once again invigorated. Is this not the girl that second brother fancied? Indeed, it is she who conspired with the illegitimate child to bring about second brother's demise, usurping all that he possessed. She is the one who ascended to her current position atop second brother's grave. Yinshun? He gazed at the girl on the ground, her appearance disheveled and lacking in beauty. Could he possibly harbor any affection for her? Absolutely not. She was not at all his type. Boss, what should we do? Should we save her? Save her. It is unthinkable to turn a blind eye to someone in peril. However, taking her with us is out of the question. Leave some medicine and supplies behind. Li Qinghe, send someone to take her to the house where we stayed yesterday. Yunshun turned his head and observed that his younger sister's initially inquisitive expression had swiftly transformed into one of disappointment. How could they not take this person along? No wonder the second brother failed to win the affection of the girl. This was rather too straightforward. The group arrived at the estate in the evening. After they disembarked from the vehicle, the escort who had been accompanying them fled in an instant. Amusement park, amusement park. Let me go, let me go. I want to go to the amusement park. Yunshun gazed at the estate behind him, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had foreseen the pitfalls. Indeed, there were pitfalls. Had he known earlier, he would never have sold the medicine to Ganyu first. This estate, undeniably an estate, was surrounded by utter desolation. The gate hung askew, dragging along the ground, while the interior lay in disarray, evidently ravaged by the undead. One could only imagine the state of what lay within. Ling had already plunged into the depths, guided by a carnivorous flower. Amusement park, your beloved Linger has arrived. Sister, please don't run off recklessly. There could be zombies lurking within. Mommy, please wait in the car for a moment. I shall venture in with the others to ensure the area is secure. Yu followed closely behind Yunshun, hastily making his way inside. Li Yinwan truly left much to be desired in terms of reliability. Within the silent manor, several zombies stumbled about. Upon hearing the commotion, they all turned their gaze towards it. The movements of the entire horde quickened. as they rapidly approached Ling and her companions. Ling perched upon the expansive petal of a carnivorous flower, her laughter resonating with joy. Blossom, Blossom, do take a look. Our little friends have come to greet us. Shall we extend our greetings as well? Chun watched in horror as his younger sister approached a group of zombies. His mouth agape in fear. Little sister, don't go over there. Those are zombies. It's perilous. Yet, to her, nothing seemed dangerous. Astonishingly, the very zombies that instilled dread in others were effortlessly struck down by her hand, one even soaring into the air. Faintly, he could hear her exclaiming, "How foul! How repulsive! Oh dear, I didn't mean to use so much strength just now. Are you all right, my friends?" Chun, observe the force. These two zombies have been reduced to mere pulp. Ah, there's a pool here, and within it there are fish. How peculiar the shape of this fish is. Oh, it turns out to be a mutated ferocious beast. Ling silently extricated the little turtle that had been trailing behind her, gently stroking its shell. Little turtle, I am curious to know who is mightier, you or that fish. Whoever proves to be the stronger shall remain. Go on, little turtle. The turtle, cast into the water, exclaimed in distress, "Ah, wait. This is not fair. Is it too much to ask for a warning before you strike? Do not bite my tail. Release me. I implore you. Do not touch me. If you persist, I shall be compelled to retaliate." Ling clapped her tiny hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, as she leaned beside the pool, observing the little fish pursuing the small turtle. Come on. Don't just hide. Are you afraid, little turtle? Can you not compete? The little turtle? Unable to compete? How could that be? Once in those distant waters, it was the sovereign. All the fish and shrimp in the sea would scatter at its approach. How could it possibly fear a mere fish from this pond? Such a notion was absurd. It's growing. The little turtle is about to become enormous. Wow. Ling marveled as she watched the palm-sized turtle transform into a creature larger than the pool itself. Chun, were those things surrounding my little sister? This turtle, no larger than the size of my palm, when did arrive. The little turtle raised its hand with charm, and the fish that had been pursuing it instantly transformed into fish cakes. Incredible, simply remarkable. Congratulations to the little turtle for claiming the pond as its own. Henceforth, this shall be your home. Little turtle, have you ever considered that I do not particularly fancy this place? It is utterly devoid of interest, with only him residing within, making it dreadfully boring. Had I known, I would not have carelessly crushed that solitary companion. I could have kept it around to torment slowly. Chapter 28. Mutual non-interference. The once enormous little turtle was diminished in size, instantly becoming quite small. It crawled and crawled in the water. Ling leaned closer, her small hand flipping with delight. Ah, it is indeed more enjoyable to play this way. The zombie, pinned to the ground, lifted its bloodied head and swiftly vanished into the night. Ling, what was that? Something just darted past. Never mind. I shall no longer dwell on it. I am off to explore the amusement park. Chun shook his head and began to instruct others to tidy up the area. Although the exterior of this place appeared dilapidated, the interior was surprisingly well maintained, with all the necessary furnishings present. Each room was securely closed. The space was indeed expansive, surrounded by lush lawns. What transpired? Hadn't they just been eagerly heading to the amusement park? Yu, how should one articulate this? It feels akin to being struck down. To arrive at an amusement park with great enthusiasm, only to be met with a desolate wasteland. Who can truly comprehend such a sentiment? Is Chun's amusement park not enjoyable? Ling suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Uncle Gong is deceiving us. That amusement park is completely ruined. It is not enjoyable at all. Even the slides have been vandalized." Chun gently touched his nose. It was not his fault. He could not have anticipated such an outcome. All right, do not be disheartened. Tomorrow, elder brother and our grandparents will arrive. Shall we tidy this up together? Once it is in order, second brother will bring people to assist you in constructing the amusement park. Shall we? Ling nodded gently, running her fingers through her slightly prickly hair. She first set about planting the flowers. A tiny figure stood in the yard, methodically directing the carnivorous plants to line up as they dug holes to bury themselves. What about Chun, standing at the door with a shovel? He couldn't shake the feeling that these carnivorous plants were becoming increasingly intelligent, now capable of digging holes on their own. Taking out a small package, Ling retrieved a tiny vial from within. "Flora, little bug," she exclaimed. "Oh, Flora, the little insect expresses fondness for you and wishes to dwell upon your leaves. Carnivorous plant, do not approach, do not come near." The plant gazed at the plump little bug in the vial with trepidation. It appeared to have quite the appetite. If it resided on her leaves, it would spell her demise. "Oh dear," she lamented. "Oh, Flora, do not flee. Why are you running? It merely wishes to befriend you." Yun-chun. Ling has finally acquired her very own cozy abode. She has placed all her cherished treasures upon the bedside, lying contentedly on her bed. As Yun Chaozi and his companions departed from the Li family's villa, the barrier vanished without a trace. Countless zombies, sensing their presence, swiftly rushed towards them. The languid cat resting atop the vehicle lifted its head, causing all the zombies to freeze momentarily before vanishing in an instant. This peculiar occurrence went unnoticed by anyone except Yun Chaozi. Contemplating the furry ball nestled in his arms, he reflected on their journey, during which they encountered not a single zombie. "Let us find a place to rest for the night. We shall continue our journey tomorrow." The perils of the post-apocalyptic night are far greater. Ahead lay a deserted supermarket. "Let us take refuge there. Perhaps we might discover some provisions." The entrance to the supermarket was firmly shut, leaving the potential dangers within shrouded in mystery. It appears no one has ventured here. Inside, an abundance of food and clothing awaited discovery. "You all stay on the ground floor and do not wander about. I shall investigate the upper levels," Li Rongrong declared, brandishing her large blade as she ascended the stairs. The furry creature nestled in Yun Chaozi's embrace shifted slightly. "I have surveyed the entire supermarket. There are no anomalies or threats. We can settle down here safely. Look, everyone, there's a supermarket ahead. It seems well stocked." A heavily tattooed man entered, casting a disdainful glance at Yun Chaozi and his group. "Damn it, how unlucky. A cripple and two old folks beat us to it," he exclaimed. "This place belongs to us now. You lot should leave while you still can. Come now, let us not be so uncouth. After all, they arrived first." Suddenly, the supermarket became a cacophony of voices. The man who spoke was robustly built, his gaze lingering on Yun Chaozi with an unsettling significance. Yun Chaozi's gaze flickered momentarily. Such an overt look was unmistakably clear to everyone present. In this apocalyptic world, the number of women had dwindled significantly, prompting many to set their sights on the man. "Little brother, you shall stay here tonight. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety," she assured him. The tattooed man withdrew to the side, remaining silent. "Everyone else, come. Move all the supplies onto the vehicles." Yun Chaozi was indifferent to these resources. His sister had left them ample supplies before her departure, ensuring they could easily survive until tomorrow. This group before him exuded an aura of malevolence, and he had no desire to provoke them. His intention was to avoid conflict, yet that did not guarantee that trouble would not seek him out. Alas, there was a cat here that had not undergone mutation. "Boss, it has been quite some time since we last tasted meat. Let us slay this cat," one of them suggested, reaching out to grasp the feline that rested upon Yun Chaozi's shoulders. Yun Chaozi evaded the situation. "This is my cat, just because you claim it as yours. Does that make it so? I assert it to be mine as well. Hand it over. I have declared that this cat belongs to me. I renounce everything in this supermarket, but this cat shall not be relinquished." Even seated in a wheelchair, Yun Chaozi emanated an aura that was in no way diminished. "Second brother, since the cat belongs to someone else, do not touch it." The burly man forcefully pulled the tattooed man aside, stating, "Once tonight passes, this cat will be yours." "Boss, you said that. I take you at your word. Rest assured, all he desires is himself." That repugnant gaze fell upon Yun Chaozi, who lowered his head, expressionless, gently stroking the little cat in his lap. Only the furry creature could sense the emotional turmoil within Yun Chaozi. "Get inside, quickly." A gaunt man was pushed in, trembling as he huddled in the corner. The boss, meanwhile, pulled the man closer, his eyes remaining fixated on Yun Chaozi. Li Rongrong descended from the second floor, her axe scraping against the floor. Everyone turned to look. "Oh, there's a woman too." The tattooed man approached. "Beautiful lady, Are you alone? Would you like some company? Li Rongrong? She rested the axe on her shoulder. What sort of company do you have in mind? Listening to the lady. Whatever you say, I shall comply. Li Rongrong, with an impassive expression, circumnavigated the tattooed man and approached Yun Chaozi. Had I known these individuals would arrive, I would have remained upstairs. She maneuvered to the back of the wheelchair, leaning against the chair's back. There is no danger above. Shall we ascend? Yun Chaozi nodded slightly, and the group ascended the stairs. The tattooed man followed, a massive axe resting on his shoulder. We are on the second floor while you're on the first, completely unbothered by one another. Should you dare to come up, do not blame me for my rudeness. Chapter 29, what a thing this is. Please, beautiful, we were just chatting, merely chatting. Li Rongrong's gaze fell indifferently upon the tattooed man. Scram. She had an aversion to such repugnant men. In the early days of the apocalypse, her hair had been long, and those loathsome men always leered at her with undesirable gazes. Thus, she shaved her head and, through her own capabilities, rose to become the captain of the guard. Her strength was not to be underestimated. You filthy wretch, to have caught my attention is a blessing for you. Don't be ungrateful. With the axe poised at his throat, the tattooed man quickly yielded. Sister, please, I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart. Get lost. All right, sister, I'll leave at once, I promise. As the axe was withdrawn from his neck, the tattooed man spat disdainfully. Filthy wretch. Li Rongrong mused that had there not been so many people below, she would have already dealt with him. In the stillness of the night, occasional sounds of heavy breathing could be heard. Li Rongrong could no longer remain seated. These men were utterly beastly. No wonder the few women in the group dared not lift their heads. They had ceased to regard women as human beings, viewing them solely as instruments for their desires. Wait a moment. What are you doing? Can you truly bear to watch this? I am not forbidding you from intervening, merely from doing so at this moment. With my grandparents nearby, I must ensure their safety. These men, I will deal with them in due time. His hand gently brushed the fur of the pom-pom. Do you have a plan? Footsteps echoed. And Yun Chaozi raised his gaze to see a corpulent man cautiously ascending the stairs, rubbing his hands together. It had been long since he encountered such a beautiful young man. Slender and delicate, he seemed most suited to lie beneath. Li Rongrong fronat. An axe was now positioned at the corpulent man's neck. Corpulent man? This matter has nothing to do with you. Be gone. Li Rongrong? It has been a while since anyone dared to tell me to leave. With a swift motion, the blade fell. The head tumbled to the ground, and the corpulent man, until his last breath, could not comprehend how he had met his demise. Yun Chaozi cast a glance at Li Rongrong. I apologize, I couldn't restrain myself earlier. It matters little now, given that the deed is done. The zombies are here. Quickly, we must hide. Chaos erupted on the first floor. The arrival of the undead was fortuitous, for the group below remained blissfully unaware of their leader's demise. Where's the boss? Boss. The tattooed man hastily ascended the stairs. Urgency etched on his face. Boss, you must hurry down. The zombies are coming. Quickly. His feet stumbled as he caught sight of a lifeless head, its eyes wide open, fixated upon him. How could the boss have perished? He collapsed to the ground, terror etched across his features. The zombies advanced with alarming speed in mere moments. The people below were bitten. Please, someone save me, he cried, desperately racing upstairs. He seized a frail old lady nearby, believing that if he could save even one person, the others would not abandon him to his fate. A shadow of gloom flickered in Yun Chao's eyes. Release my grandmother first. We will not abandon you. I refuse to believe this. You all need to go. Drive away the zombies now. Once they are gone, I will let her go. Otherwise, we shall perish together. My grandmother is elderly and cannot withstand such terror. You are using me as a hostage. I, being disabled, am less capable of fleeing and thus more suited to be your captive. If anything were to happen to my grandmother, the hostage would hold no value for you. Then come here. Approach alone. Maneuvering his wheelchair, Yun Chao advanced toward the tattooed man, who abruptly seized him by the neck, pulling him close. You down there, hurry. Engage the zombies. Meeting Yun Chao's gaze, Li Rongrong glanced at the axe as it descended the stairs. Hurry. His neck was pierced by the sharp claws of a zombie. Blood oozing forth. He stared in terror at the zombie before him. unable to comprehend why this particular creature was fixated solely on him. "Chi, you have worked hard." He offered a wet wipe, and the terrifying zombie gradually morphed back into a human form, a striking young man. Must this night be devoid of peace? Li Rongrong muttered as she ascended the stairs, having dealt with the zombies below. Dawn was approaching. Are we still going to sleep? How can we possibly rest in this situation? No more sleep. Let's be on our way. Come, come. Li Rongrong pushed Yin Chao's wheelchair, maneuvering past the young man. Suddenly, the hem of her pants was seized by someone. Yin Chao lowered his head, clad in tattered garments and gaunt as a skeleton. "I implore you, take me away with you. I am willing to do anything." Chi furrowed his brow, his countenance replete with disapproval. When the zombies had first breached the entrance, it was this individual who had seized a nearby woman to shield himself, even going so far as to push another person forward as a barrier against the undead. Such a person, regardless of how pitiable their plight, is not deserving of sympathy. Yin Chaozi's thoughts were far simpler upon gazing at that face. He resolved not to offer salvation. "I will not save you. You have implored the wrong person. Yun Ting, the illegitimate son of my father, the so-called exemplary offspring in his eyes, is this truly the epitome of his aspirations for the latter half of his life? Although he may appear unremarkable, he must, after all, provide my father with a glimmer of hope." When Yun Ting was still quite young, he encountered Yun Zhaoxi. At that time, he would secretly admire him from the shadows, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy as he observed Yun Zhaoxi. In his childhood, Yun Zhaoxi was truly exceptional. He was a prodigy from the moment he was born. Although Yun Ting was of the same age, having arrived in the world slightly earlier, his father consistently compared him to Yun Zhaoxi. His mother imposed strict expectations upon him, urging him daily to study diligently and surpass Yun Zhaoxi. It could be said that he spent his childhood ensconced in the shadow of Yun Zhaoxi until the latter experienced an unforeseen event, which allowed him to finally breathe in relief. His father began to visit him, providing companionship for them both. He ceased to envy others and no longer cast his gaze upon Yun Zhaoxi. Over the years, he nearly forgot the existence of Yun Zhaoxi, even failing to recall his appearance. In contrast, Yun Zhaoxi had only just become aware of the existence of this individual and had made a point to investigate him, thus learning what Yun Ting looked like. Upon witnessing the bewildered expression on Yun Ting's face, Yun Zhaoxi tugged at his hand and declared, "Let us depart." Yun Ting watched helplessly as these individuals departed, his eyes filled with an intense loathing. They possessed the means to rescue him, yet none were willing to extend a hand in his aid. "Ah, silence. It is all your fault. Had you not insisted that I accompany this wretched group, would I have found myself in such a dire predicament? A man reduced to this state." Lu Qingqing recoiled into a corner, for her plight as a woman was even more severe. "Mummy, do not fear, do not fear." A nearby girl's eyes flickered with disdain, though she concealed it well. She was but a child, in desperate need of the protection purportedly offered by these so-called family members. Chapter 30. Clinging without release, leaning over the edge of the basin. Yun Ling supported her chin with her hands, her tiny fingers playfully poking at the little turtles swimming in the water. "When will Big Brother and our grandparents arrive? It has been so long. Why have they not yet come?" Her hands remained busy, while her eager eyes gazed longingly outside. "Meow. Fluffball, my Fluffball has arrived. Oh, Fluffball, how I have missed you. Master, master, I have missed you too." The proud cat, who had ignored everyone along the way, now squinted its eyes and rubbed affectionately against Yun Ling. "Master, master, let me cuddle." Yun Ling majestically lifted the little kitten and bestowed a gentle kiss upon it. "Fluffy ball," she exclaimed, "we may be on our way, but could you kindly release its neck?" It was a miscalculation, a moment of oversight, for she had forgotten that its current owner was merely a toddler, just beginning to walk and struggling to maintain balance. The kitten was seized by the scruff of its neck, forcibly dragged forward, its fur standing on end. "Dear owner, please let go. I can walk on my own." Yun Ling chuckled and said, "No need for politeness. I can carry you quite comfortably." The fluffy ball felt utterly despondent. "Next time, I must be more cautious. I cannot allow my master to carry me so carelessly." Completely overlooked, Yin Xiaoci wore a helpless expression, his eyes shimmering with affectionate amusement. Elder brother, Yun Chun emerged from the room in disarray, exclaiming, "At last, you have arrived." Yin Xiaoci swiftly maneuvered his wheelchair to avoid any contact with Yun Chun. He surveyed him from head to toe, noting the splatters of paint adorning his clothes. "Have you taken up renovation as a profession?" he inquired. "Not quite. I merely applied a bit of paint," Yin Chun replied nonchalantly. "Well, sitting in a wheelchair shouldn't hinder your ability to paint," Yin Xiaoci remarked. "Come on, let me take you to a splendid place," Yin Chun urged, a calculating expression etched across his face. "Do rein in your expressions," Yin Xiaoci admonished. "Just speak plainly if there's something on your mind." He had no desire to engage further. Despite being twins, their personalities were utterly dissimilar. From a young age, he had been the epitome of composure, his emotions tightly controlled, while Yun Chun wore his feelings openly. To put it succinctly, one was the intellectual counterpart, while the other was the physical one, often referred to colloquially as the one lacking in wit. Having been called out, Yun Chuan sheepishly touched his nose. "I'm just going to help with the painting in the back," Yun Xiao said. "Painting? Indeed, my little sister desires an amusement park. Yet this particular one has fallen into disrepair. I am currently overseeing its restoration. Would you care to join me?" Yun Xiao said, "You truly have some nerve. They have barely arrived and haven't even had the chance to tidy up, yet you expect them to begin working? Listen to yourself. Does that sound reasonable? If you insist on denying me a moment's respite, at the very least, you ought to provide me with a bowl of water." Brother, water. Please." Ling graciously presented a glass of water, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Hurry, please. Assist me in repairing the amusement park." Yun Xiaozi accepted the water, a flicker of emotion passing through the corner of his mouth. After a day of arduous effort, Ling's amusement park began to show signs of success. Well, it could be considered a nascent success. At least the toppled wooden horse had been righted. The rest of the attractions, however, remained a sight unworthy of admiration. In recent days, Ling has been barred from entering the amusement park. This marks her first visit, and she follows Yin Zhao Ci with great anticipation. However, upon surveying her surroundings, her mood swiftly darkens. Second brother deceived me. He promised it would be ready soon, yet at present there is nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. Ling wore a countenance full of despondency. Yun Chun gently touched the back of his head, realizing that he could not be blamed for the situation at hand. The destruction of the facilities had been far too severe. They had been striving diligently to restore them. Some individuals had even begun to search the surrounding area, yet to no avail. In this apocalyptic era, many things have been irrevocably damaged. Yun Xiaozi gazed at the paint bucket in the distance, beside which stood a seesaw painted in a delicate shade of pink. A flicker of a smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Yin Chun, however, my little sister is fond of it. She'll find a way. With her resourcefulness, how could she possibly fail to manage an amusement park? Not to mention, at this very moment, Ling is already upstairs preparing the necessary items." Fluffy, which world do you think is most suitable for establishing an amusement park? Indeed, I also believe that the facilities in that world are quite superior. In the stillness of the night, a person and a cat stealthily arrived at the abandoned amusement park. "Here, let us place the miniature train. Over here, the carousel. And here, let us set up the roller coaster. And right here." Ling was thoroughly engrossed in the amusement park, which soon became bustling and crowded to the brim. Yin Chun let out a regretful sigh. This place was far too small, and she had numerous facilities with no space to accommodate them. The entire amusement park was filled with Ling's laughter, as she and her feline companion reveled in joy, while a small turtle leisurely paddled in the water. A pallid hand rested upon the turtle's shell, flipping it over. The little turtle, now on its back, was left in a state of despair, questioning why the people here had such a penchant for turning turtles upside down. What was the allure in that? On the second floor, Yin Zhao Ci sat in a wheelchair, observing the uniquely advanced amusement park, equipped with technology that had not existed even before the apocalypse, devices reminiscent of those found in interstellar realms. If previously Ling's abilities had astonished him, now he was utterly astounded. These innovations had entirely surpassed their comprehension. His younger sister was more enigmatic than he had ever imagined. As he ambled along, conversing with his fluffy companion, he suddenly collided with something, losing his balance and landing unceremoniously on the ground. Ling was taken aback. What was happening? She tilted her head upward, gazing at the young man standing before her, who extended his hand and lifted her gently. Miss, are you all right? He inquired, his speech slightly halting. Ling stared at him in astonishment, utterly captivated by his striking appearance. He was undeniably handsome, truly handsome. Why hadn't she encountered him before? No, wait. There was something familiar about him, as if she had seen him somewhere. Ling nestled against the young man's form, inhaling deeply, yet detected no scent. She allowed Ling to remain in her position, and indeed, there was no odor. Her small hand playfully tugged at the boy's face. It was unmistakable. He was the little zombie she had previously looked down upon, the one who had awakened his intellect. How had he transformed into this striking figure? Not only had he become handsome, but he also exuded no unpleasant odor, instead possessing a delightful fragrance. Fascinating. The night was serene, and under the gentle glow of the moonlight, the boy's pallid complexion only served to enhance his charm. Ling was momentarily stunned. Her greatest affection was reserved for those of striking appearance. Whether they were young men or young women, she found them all delightful. Although several gentlemen around her possessed remarkable looks, none could compare to the beauty of the person before her. Ling clung to Chi's neck, unwilling to let go. Chapter 31. Whose wild man gave this to you? Hand it over. Ci descended from the second floor, extending his hand towards Chi. Chi handed the child to Ci, observing him as he carried Ling and maneuvered the wheelchair upstairs, his gaze growing increasingly intricate. Ling's gaze remained fixed upon Chi, lingering until the corner, where a pair of small hands rested against the wall, revealing a pair of sparkling eyes intently watching Chi. If you do not release your grip, I shall summon my mother to intervene. Ling, my dear brother, how can one abandon the principles of martial ethics and seek external assistance? Let your hands rest decorously upon your person and maintain an upright posture. The furball lingers behind, exuding an air of languor. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, one would scarcely believe that a man and his feline companion had been frolicking so wildly in the amusement park moments ago. After ensuring Ling's comfort, Ci approached Chi. I do not fathom your reasons for choosing to remain here, yet I earnestly hope that your intentions pose no peril to Ling. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. On the ground, Chi clutched at his heart, bound by a contract, an ancient spell, the very means through which Ci exerts control over him. Though Chi possesses his own consciousness, he remains, after all, a zombie fraught with danger. The dawn breaks. Ling was awakened by the cacophony of sounds, and with a sense of dissatisfaction, she turned over in her bed, wishing to continue her slumber. She found the incessant noise from downstairs utterly disruptive, rendering her unable to sleep. With a groan, she sat up, momentarily dazed. She touched her little head in an attempt to gather her thoughts, striving to keep her eyes open, yet they would inevitably flutter shut once again. Like a tiny insect, she nestled back in her bed, seeking the comfort of sleep once more. Early in the morning, Shun descended the stairs and was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. These objects, do they truly exist? Are they not the very creations one encounters solely in science fiction films? These items are simply remarkable. They're incredibly cool. He felt an overwhelming urge to engage with them. Xiao glanced at him nonchalantly and remarked, "This belongs to my younger sister. If you break it, you wouldn't even know how to repair it." Yunshin quietly restrained his restless feet. "Yunshin, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." In the room, he continued, "On my way here, I encountered Yun Ting, the illegitimate child. He is still alive." Yunshin was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the man's capabilities, having relied on him for a sense of security previously. Yet, he had not anticipated that even in his absence, Yun Ting would manage to survive until now. He is not dead. However, judging by the direction he is coming from, it won't be long before he arrives here. They shall meet again. When he arrives, drive him away. Such a person is one I truly have no desire to see." To their surprise, instead of Yun Ting, they were greeted by their irresponsible father. He appeared to be faring much better than Yun Ting, evidently a leader within the military. Yun Shangli had never anticipated that within this grand estate resided his abandoned wife and children. The moment the gate swung open, Yun Yu, without a moment's thought, closed the door, nearly pinching Yun Shangli's nose. A flicker of gloom passed through the depths of Yun Shangli's eyes. Her disdain for the several children born to Li Yunwan grew even more profound. A fool is a fool, lacking even a modicum of courtesy. Yun Yu opened the door. Yun Yu played with the turtle nearby, stubbornly refusing to respond. "Yun Yu, can you not hear me? I'm speaking to you." A woman, strikingly beautiful and one of the captains of the guard, interjected. She was a formidable presence, especially in these apocalyptic times. "Yes, they were my former family," he cautiously replied, wary of displeasing the woman before him. "My former family indeed." The woman surveyed the vast estate, realizing that such a place would be difficult to defend in a world ravaged by chaos. However, those who resided here must possess a wealth of resources. "Bring someone. Kick down the door." The thunderous command startled Yun Ling, jolting her from her drowsiness. "What is happening? Is there an earthquake?" she cried. "Who allowed you to enter? Leave. Leave." Yun Yu desperately urged, as two children were unceremoniously lifted by a burly man. Yun Ling was utterly delighted, urging for a higher ascent, higher still, even more elevated. How delightful! "Yun Yu, my dear sister, we must devise a strategy to prevent them from breaching our defenses. Today, our second brother's men are all absent, leaving them at a disadvantage in numbers." Yun Ling's eyes darted around with a playful glimmer. "Do not worry, third brother, my little flowers are still here." The enormous carnivorous plant huddled in the corner, obedient and subdued, evoking a sense of wildflowers tamed. Ever since their arrival, these plants had remained so docile that he had nearly forgotten their existence. Surely, they were still thriving and had not perished under his care. Just as this thought flitted across his mind, the carnivorous plant on the ground suddenly sprang to life, snapping with fervor. Pop, pop, pop. Yin Yu found himself perplexed. In the past, carnivorous plants were devoured with a mere crunch, yet now they resembled pea shooters. However, instead of peas, they expelled humans. Her floral creations remained formidable. Before long, many individuals were ejected, and Yin Ling rejoiced, scoffing. "Now you know fear after recklessly intruding." May, her fingers entwined in her tresses, observed the scene with keen interest. Yun Shangli, trembling with fear, cowered behind the woman, displaying a notable lack of courage. "Dear child, we harbor no ill intentions. Could you perhaps persuade these carnivorous flowers to cease their assault?" The commotion at the entrance attracted the attention of others. "Please halt," Yin Shaoqi implored. Yun Ling discreetly commanded, causing all the carnivorous flowers to retreat into the corners. May's gaze settled upon Yun Shaoqi, her eyes brimming with intrigue as she surveyed the scene. The caliber of men here is remarkably high. She has a particular fondness for young, freshly matured pups. Yin Chao frowned instinctively. Li Rongrong blocked May's gaze and inquired, "Is Captain San here for something?" Isn't that Rongrong?" May's eyes fell upon Li Rongrong, recognizing the allure of such a striking young lady. Li Rongrong's frowned upon. "Do not cast that repugnant look upon me." "Oh, why must it be considered repugnant? I'm merely admiring. If you have something to say, then say it. Does that voice not cause you discomfort?" Even she felt a pang of unease upon hearing it. Yin Ling was also intrigued, wondering if the ant had a whistle lodged in her throat, for her voice sounded rather peculiar. If one were to spend the night, surely the young gentleman behind you would not refuse, would he? "Naturally, but you may only retreat to the side courtyard, and you are not permitted to disturb us." She could not guarantee that, especially considering there were quite a number of handsome fellows in this courtyard. Captain of the third squad, this individual possesses greater strength than Li Rongrong and is a member of the guard. It would be prudent not to offend him. However, should she choose to provoke them, then she must not blame him for taking action. Yin Shangli had never imagined she would see them here. After leaving him, they seemed to be living better. This manner, which wild man gifted, how could Li Yin be worthy of it? Chapter 32. The Abduction of Virtue and Morality. Yun Chaozi's gaze casually landed on Yun Shangli, who was huddled in the corner. This individual arrived just in time. His good son should be arriving shortly as well. As everyone ascended the stairs, Yun Shangli finally made his appearance. Mei, seemingly lost in thought, regarded him with a hint of curiosity. You appear to be quite apprehensive about your family. No, not at all, came the response. Mei's inquiry was merely a passing remark, yet her gaze remained unabated, fixated on the young man in the distance, her eyes unabashedly lingering. Yun Chao frowned ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Li Yinwan had yet to make her appearance. Yin Ling gazed up at the exquisite young lady before her. Lowering her head, met Yin Ling's bright, sparkling eyes. A delicate hand gently brushed against Yin Ling's cherubic face, playfully pinching it. Surprisingly, the sensation was quite delightful. Though her little face was contorted from the pinch, Yin Ling remained cheerful and affectionately embraced the young lady's leg, exclaiming, beautiful sister, let's south be close. Yinyu? His sister truly exhibits an utter lack of awareness regarding potential dangers. Alas, third brother, do not pull me, please. I wish to seek out the beautiful elder sister. The beautiful elder sister. Hush, dear sister. That enchanting lady is perilous. It would be wise for us to refrain from approaching. Dangerous? She does not perceive any threat. The captivating aura exuding from that beautiful lady is fragrant, not dangerous in the slightest. Rather, it is their unscrupulous father, lurking nearby, whose intentions appear decidedly nefarious. She clutched the doorframe, gazing outside, and pointed at Yun Shangli, exclaiming, beware. Sister, take heed. That unscrupulous father is indeed very wicked. Such an adorable child. Affectionately calling her the beautiful elder sister, only deepens the smile gracing her lips. Wicked, wicked, wicked. The voice of Yin Ling grew increasingly faint until it faded away entirely. Mei surveyed her surroundings with astonishment. The defenses of this place were formidable. Apart from the carnivorous plant at the entrance, it seemed that every corner was guarded to prevent the intrusion of zombies. What kind of place was this? So brilliantly illuminated? How were the facilities suspended in midair? Had the world outside evolved to such an extent? Unsafety? Instead, Mei felt a surge of curiosity. How perilous could it truly be? The guards merely shook their heads. Then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing a group of individuals, who were gnawing on compressed biscuits, to suddenly find their meager rations less appetizing. Hunger gnawed at them, as it had been ages since they had encountered such a tantalizing scent. What was this fragrance? Taking a deep breath, she discerned roasted duck, barbecued chicken, and perhaps even the scent of fish soup. A flicker of surprise crossed Mei's eyes. This place seemed rather splendid. She rose to her feet. In the room, Yin Ling gazed longingly at the bowl of fish soup on the table. So fragrant, so delightful. A loud gurgle escaped her, unmistakably audible, as her mouth watered at the thought. Mommy, I want a drink. Hurry, give it to me. Li Yinwan's lips curled into a slight smile as she presented the soup, cautioning, drink slowly. Hey, you're already eating? Mei observed the abundance of food on the table. It was indeed a copious amount, brimming with meat, something she had not seen in quite some time. She casually took a seat at the dining table. It smells so good. I hope you don't mind if I join you for a bite. Ignoring the reactions of others, she swiftly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Others, you've already sat down to eat? Was that question truly necessary? Yin Ling indulged in her meal, her lips glistening with oil. After finishing, she slumped contentedly in her chair, cradling her plump little belly, radiating joy. Mei gazed at the child before her and gently patted Linger's round tummy, which had noticeably swelled. My dear girl, she advised playfully, one must eat less to remain beautiful. Cloud spirit, one cannot possibly eat less. With such delectable dishes, how could one eat any less? It is simply not feasible. Yin Chun cast a glance at Mei, pondering who had just indulged in such a feast, devouring an entire bowl of fish soup, a whole chicken, and a plate of braised pork. Step aside. Make way for us to enter. Indeed, by what right do you prevent our entry? The clamor echoed around them. Yun Ling stretched her neck to peer outside, exclaiming, let me see, is it that certain someone who has arrived? But who is this enigmatic figure? Yu scratched his head. This is a private estate. Entry is strictly prohibited. We have no place to stay. We intend to remain here for just one night before leaving. They dare not stay outside, where zombies could emerge at any moment. Look, we have children with us. It is unsafe to dwell outdoors. We shall merely spend one night within these gates. Yin held Ling in his arms, gazing at the person at the doorway. Ting was instantly exhilarated. I know him. We are friends. Yin Shun, it's me, Ting. Yin stood majestically before Ting, gazing at the impeccably polished figure before him, and an unexpected sense of inferiority washed over Ting. The two presented a stark contrast. Yin was immaculate and well-groomed, while Ting appeared tattered and ragged, resembling a beggar. Ting instinctively bent down, exuding an air of inferiority and helplessness. In just a few short months, Ting had undergone a complete transformation. Lu Qingqing, upon seeing Ling, fearfully clutched the child in her arms and retreated to the side. Ling struggled to descend from Yunshin's body, advancing step by step towards Lu Qingqing, who gazed at her in terror. No, don't come any closer. Stay back. Lu Qingqing hid behind Yunting, pushing Ling from behind. With her balance disrupted, Ling staggered and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Ling, she pushed me. She actually pushed me. Yunshin swiftly approached Ling and lifted her into his arms. What are you doing? Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her face filled with terror, her entire being trembling. Yunshin, why does he appear so terrified? Has he become so formidable now? Just standing at the doorway is enough to instill such fear in others? You should leave quickly. You are not welcome here. Ting now finds himself parched and fatigued, utterly unwell. His vision is clouded, and he struggles to move forward. He has gone an entire day and night without sustenance, all the while maintaining a heightened state of alertness to fend off the threat of zombies. Yunshun, I was in the wrong last time. I offer my sincerest apologies and vow never to repeat my mistakes. Please allow me to enter just for one night. I assure you, after this night, I shall depart immediately. Ting grasped Yunshin's hand tightly, pleading earnestly. I cannot possibly keep individuals like you here. One is a mistress, and the other has attempted murder. Allowing you to remain would invite disaster. Yunshin, after all these years of brotherhood, can you truly be so heartless? Yunshin, this individual seeks to impose moral coercion upon him. However, it is of no consequence. Devoid of morality, one cannot be shackled. He is indeed that person lacking in ethics. Chapter 33. Mother, let us dine. Of course. Close the door. Keep watch. No one is to enter. The door was ruthlessly shut, casting a shadow over Ting's countenance. Yunshin, you had better hope not to fall into my grasp one day, or you shall face dire consequences. As night deepened, the entire estate fell into a profound silence. In the backyard, a figure stealthily crawled through the dog hole. Be cautious. Come, quickly enter. Ting crawled in through the dog hole, his gaze fixated upon the sprawling estate, his eyes glistening with avarice. Lu Qingqing held her child tightly, trembling incessantly, plagued by an unsettling feeling that something lurked in the shadows, watching them. Isn't this wrong? She murmured. Ting gazed at Lu Qingqing and suggested, perhaps you should step outside. Lu Qingqing hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming, No, we cannot venture outside. There's zombies lurking at every corner. The tendrils of the carnivorous plant dangled before Ting's face, as if mocking him. He forcefully yanked away the obstructing foliage and pressed forward. The offended carnivorous plant stealthily trailed behind them, its gaping maw ready to consume them at any moment. Look, there's a turtle, he exclaimed. Let us take it along. Tonight, we shall feast on turtle soup. A slumbering turtle was swiftly shoved into the foul-smelling garment, nearly causing it to roll its eyes in distress. Yun Chao gazed down from his elevated position, his countenance devoid of any expression. The once pitch-black night was suddenly illuminated as brightly as day. The three figures, attempting to conceal themselves, found no refuge and fled in a panic. In a swift motion, Ting was entirely engulfed by the maw of the carnivorous flower. Lu Qingqing, cradling her child, watched in terror as the scene unfolded. The flower's mouth pulsated, hesitating with evident disdain before expelling Yun Ting, who fell to the ground, drenched in green liquid and unconscious. What should they do now? In their confusion, a familiar silhouette caught their eye, and a spark of joy ignited on their faces. Shangli, Shangli, it truly is you. Yun Shangli failed to recognize the figure before him as a foul stench enveloped him. Stay away. Just remain where you are. Who are you? He exclaimed, relief washing over him only when a distance was established. It's me, Qingqing Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the individual before him was indeed Lu Qingqing. The vivid image he held of her was one of elegance and charm. Yet now she appeared as a beggar, a stark contrast to his memories. It's me, Shangli. I have finally found you. You cannot imagine the hardships we endured to locate you. Is this entire garden yours? Does that mean we can dwell here? Yun Shangli remained silent, reflecting on the resplendent and graceful figure he had encountered during the day. As he gazed upon the disheveled and untidy woman before him, he found it difficult to comprehend why he had once forsaken the talented and affluent Li Yunwan for her. Nevertheless, it was not too late. If he sought her out, she would surely forgive him, and they could settle here together. Stay right there, he commanded. I have matters to attend to and shall return shortly. Yun Shangli departed without a hint of mercy, and Lu Qingqing, astonishingly, believed him. The child in her arms wore a face of disdain, thinking, what a fool. How could she possibly retain a man without attending to her own self? As she descended the stairs in search of her child, Li Yunwan unexpectedly encountered Yun Shangli. She frowned. Encountering this individual right upon exiting was truly unfortunate. Wan, Li Wan. In a corner, a child lay sprawled on the staircase, exclaiming, alas. The scoundrel father is at it again, manipulating mommy. I wonder if mommy can withstand it. Yun Ling, cradling a baby bottle and perched with one leg crossed over the other, watched the performance with great interest. Li Yunwan's lips twitched slightly. This little bundle of joy was quite transparent. Step aside. Wan, I understand that you are upset, and rightfully so. I acknowledge my mistakes. From now on, I shall remain here to accompany you and the child, if you would permit it. Surely, this person must be unwell, and severely so. Get lost. Your presence is unwelcome here. Depart at once. Yun Shangli, utterly lacking in memory, now insists on remaining here. This place not only offers protection, but is also abundant in resources. Staying here ensures his safety. Wan, look at the burden you bear with several children. They are not particularly cooperative and still require your care. It must be quite strenuous for you alone. Allow me to stay and assist you in looking after them. Li Yunwan smiled, recognizing that he acknowledges the challenges of caring for children. Over the years, she has tended to each child, and now that they have matured and no longer require supervision, he returns to offer his assistance. Lu Qingqing is outside, eavesdropping while holding a child. Li Yunwan's gaze flickered slightly as she regarded the man before her, a faint smile curling at her lips. Shangli, it is indeed possible for you to stay, but the presence of Lu Qingqing and her child deeply unsettles me. Each time I see you, I am reminded of the other woman and child you have outside, and this thought brings me considerable distress. Yun Ling's eyes widened as she observed the standoff between the two individuals. Goodness, her mother performs with the prowess of a star. Who could resist those tears? Little Notebook took note, vowing to learn from her mother in the future. In the heart of Yun Shangli, a newfound confidence blossomed as he declared his affection for her. An affection so profound. Consequently, he found it within himself to forgive her for the ambiguous entanglements with other men. I assure you, I shall never see them again. Is that agreeable? He proclaimed. Yun Shangli, you scoundrel. Lu Qingqing could no longer contain her fury and stormed out, seizing his hair with fervor. You just vowed to care for us, and in an instant, you come to speak with this woman. Are you even a man? That woman has long since divorced you. You share no bond any longer. Yet here you are, shamelessly pursuing her. Yun Shangli's already sparse hair was further diminished. You lunatic, let go of me. Lunatic, you dare to call me a lunatic. Lu Qingqing completely lost her composure. The onlookers, a person and a cat, quietly shifted to the side, ensuring they would not be involved, and stealthily produced a piece of candy, slipping it into their mouth, reveling in the joy of having evaded detection. Mommy hasn't noticed. I can finally enjoy some candy. Upon glancing up, they were startled to find Mommy standing right before them, observing intently. In a flurry, they hastily concealed the candy wrapper behind their back, shaking their head and exclaiming, "Mommy, I wasn't eating candy, truly." However, their words faltered, and with a soft plop, a red candy tumbled to the ground. Ling, it is over, utterly over. Caught red-handed, with nimble fingers, she swiftly picked up the candy and tossed it into her mouth, convinced that as long as she consumed it quickly enough, Mommy would be unable to seize her precious treats. Yun observed her, and in an instant, Ling faltered, with her grimy little hands cradling the candy. She exclaimed, "Mommy, eat." Chapter 34. Who is your father? Yun Shangli. Even if Yun were to retain you, would you dare to act against her? You coward. After all these years of marriage, is there even one child of yours among them? Yun, what does that imply? Here it comes, here it comes. The juicy gossip. Ling perked up immediately, recalling that this was also the reason she had not completely silenced Lu Qingqing last time. What juicy gossip? Yun maintained an impassive gaze upon the individuals before her. Yun Shang's heart raced, apprehensive about what the person before her might utter next, and she hastily covered Lu Qingqing's mouth. "What nonsense are you spouting? They are undoubtedly my children." The derisive tone suggested that even at this juncture, the scoundrel father was still desperately clinging to life. Indeed, Mother has suffered greatly. She had been manipulated into marriage, schemed against for her fortune, deceived by her own husband, and even handed over to other men. Yun felt a jolt in her heart, struggling to breathe. She had initially believed that deception was the utmost harm, only to discover that there were matters she remained oblivious to. Ling, the fluffy ball, the little turtle, and the man-eating flower sat side by side, watching the performance. With her mouth covered, Lu Qingqing could only emit soft whimpers. Yun Shangli gazed at Yun, imploringly stating, "Wan, do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of this woman." Had it not been for hearing Linger's heartfelt voice, she too would deem it impossible. No, even with that revelation, she still finds it inconceivable. How could it be? She is acutely aware of the child's true parentage. How could it belong to another? Who might that other person be? An array of doubts swirled within her mind, each more perplexing than the last. Release her. Allow her to speak. Wan, this woman is deranged. She seeks to undermine the bond we share. We must not be deceived. I shall expel her at once. Yun's countenance betrayed no emotion as she regarded Yun Shangli, who began to feel a sense of unease under her unwavering gaze. Yun understood the gravity of the situation. Everything was indeed true. A bitter smile formed within her heart. How many secrets had this person concealed from her? Let her go. Permit her to speak. With a heavy heart, Yun Shangli reluctantly released her grip, casting a fierce glare at Lu Qingqing. Think carefully before you speak. Upon hearing Yun Shangli's intention to abandon them, Lu Qingqing was consumed by resentment, and reconciliation was out of the question. She forcefully pushed Yun Shangli away and declared, "Yun, let me reveal the truth. All these years, the one who lay beside you is not Yun Shangli at all, but someone else. Impossible. I am well aware of who shares my bed," she replied, maintaining her composure. "That is why I deem you a fool. Are you truly certain it has always been him?" In retrospect, she realized that during their moments of intimacy, she had never clearly perceived the individual at her side. Yun Shangli yearned to resist, yet was subdued by the already arrived Yun Shun. "Are you uncertain? Do you comprehend why Yun Shangli harbors disdain for the offspring you bore, even shunning any proximity? It is because they are not his children at all, but rather the illegitimate spawn of an unknown man. Indeed, the biological father is a formidable figure, having taken away the fourth brother, who is a twin with the third brother." Yun found herself at a loss for words to articulate her emotions. "Please, take this person away. I wish to no longer behold him." With her eyes closed, a haze of confusion enveloped her. How had she lived for over 30 years in such a state of bewilderment? "Wan, do not send me away," Yinshin implored. "Considering that my father has cared for you all these years, please utter a word to keep him here." Yinshin remained silent, gesturing for the individuals to take their leave. Ling stealthily slipped out, following behind. Mao Xiao, keep up. The little turtle leisurely trailed behind, stepping over the unconscious Ting. In a fit of frustration, it stomped a few more times, yet still felt unsatisfied. The enormous turtle completely crushed Ting beneath its weight, even pressing down forcefully a few times. Let this be a lesson. I'll trample you. Ting, lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted once more. Wan, do not leave me outside. Let me in, and I shall reveal to you the identity of that man. Wan. After all these years of our bond, you cannot treat me this way. Oh dear, what has happened? Did this person provoke you? Mei approached Yin Shun, resting a hand gently on his shoulder. Yin Shun shivered slightly and shifted to the side. Do not be afraid, young man. I'm neither a monster nor a malevolent spirit, and I assure you, I mean you no harm. Yin Shun stood at a greater distance. This woman seemed almost like a fairy. Captain, oh Captain, please save me. I do not wish to be cast out. The outside world is fraught with danger, and you wouldn't want to see me in peril, would you? Mei did not even cast a glance at Yin Shangli. Young sir, I can disregard his matters. How about allowing me to stay here for a few more days? Yin Shangli was filled with desperation. He never anticipated that he would be the one completely abandoned. Captain, do you not have feelings for me? Please, let me stay. Feelings for you? The captain surveyed him from head to toe, shaking his head in disbelief. How could I possibly harbor any affection for you? If I were to like someone, it would surely be this young, strong lad before me. A rising tide of fear enveloped Yin Shangli as he incessantly pounded on the door. Alone, he felt utterly incapable of venturing anywhere. He could only remain at the threshold, curled up in a corner against the wall. All around him, the relentless roars of the undead echoed. Suddenly, the once firmly shut door creaked open. Yin Shangli's heart leapt with joy. He hastily rose to his feet, revealing a disheveled figure with a blood-streaked visage before him. What on earth is this? Yin Shangli was taken aback and swiftly retreated. But the ghostly figure hovering in the air advanced towards him with alarming speed. I do not know you. Please stay away. Do not come any closer, he exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground in sheer fright. Ling stood atop a small turtle soaring through the sky, swaying and trembling precariously. She absent-mindedly adjusted the wig on her head, inadvertently tasting the tomato ketchup smeared upon her face. She smacked her lips, finding it surprisingly delectable. Yin Shangli, who is that man? What man? I have no idea, Yin Shangli exclaimed, desperately shaking his head, fearful of having witnessed something dreadful, not daring to lift his gaze. You reached out and tugged at Ling's sleeve, saying, Sister, you must inquire. Who is your father? Ling nodded, realizing the truth. Who is your father? What is the issue regarding cloud commerce? Yu? Little sister. That is not how to inquire. Chapter 35, such a large daughter-in-law, is it not? Yet, did not third brother just pose the question in this manner? It belongs to you. Indeed, it is mine. Ling bore an expression of utter innocence. You inquire, who is the father of Ling? Ling? Is that not her? What distinguishes her? Although she does not comprehend the situation, Ling resolves to act according to her brother's words. Who is Ling's father? The cloud merchant no longer harbors the fear of beginnings. The soft, cooing voice is unmistakably that of a child. Ling waited and waited, but instead of receiving an answer, she was unexpectedly pulled into a wig. Ling? Indeed, it is truly you. How dare you masquerade as a ghost to deceive me? Stay right there. Do not attempt to leave. Upon touching you, I find myself once again locked outside. Ling patted her little heart, relieved that she ran swiftly. Otherwise, she would have faced a beating. As she turned around, both individuals were startled simultaneously. Lu Qingqing clutched the child in her arms tightly, gazing in terror at the child standing before her. Ling was taken aback by the dark circles under this person's eyes. Engrossed in the unfolding drama, she had initially overlooked him, only now realizing the severity of his condition. These pronounced dark circles, combined with his gaunt appearance, rendered him akin to a walking shadow. Utterly alarming. Lu Qingqing, divulge everything you know. Lu Qingqing trembled, responding, I only know this much. Whenever that person arrives, The entire villa is deserted save for Yun Shangli. Apart from him, no one knows the identity of that individual, though it is evident that he is of no ordinary status. Beyond that, I am entirely in the dark. Very well, you may leave now. Ling waved her hand, her little legs kicking energetically. Mummy must be very sad right now. I need to hurry and comfort her. Mummy, your adorable little treasure has arrived. Come into the embrace of your lovely little darling. Li Yunwan's lips twitched. Her child was indeed too exuberant. Mummy, please don't be sad. Alas, it seems I miscalculated. Mummy doesn't appear to be heartbroken, and it is hardly worth mourning over a scoundrel. Perhaps Mummy possesses a more enlightened perspective. Climbing into Mummy's lap, she planted a kiss. What have you been up to? Her little face is flushed. What is that? She extended her tongue to lick it. Still sweet, quite delectable. Li Yunwan grimaced. So dirty, it's unacceptable. She is not dirty at all, not in the slightest. Come on, let's wash your face. No. Where do you wish to go? If you don't wash your face, there will be bugs on it. There won't be any bugs. Mummy is lying. Li Yunwan thought. This child is far too clever to deceive. Even without bugs, a face wash is necessary. You are nearly beginning to stink. Not stinky. Linger is not stinky at all. Li Yunwan lay on the bed, contemplating the events of the day, realizing that it had not left her unaffected. However, she held no interest in that man. Her sole curiosity was about the child who had been taken away. Where's that child now? Is he faring well? What does he look like? Ling lay upon her bed, her eyes closed, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Mother is still sorrowful, undoubtedly heartbroken. Just look at how she can't even sleep. She must have something weighing on her mind. Fourth brother is quite a handful, even more challenging to manage than third brother. He is one who could easily be spoiled, who can predict what the future holds. Days passed in succession, and, at the dining table, Yun Shan gazed at the person across from him, who was enjoying their meal with great delight. Shouldn't you be taking your leave? It has been over a week now, and this person had been mooching off their meals, consuming the most at every occasion. Previously, they would at least mention staying a few more days. But now they don't even bring it up. Clearly, they intend to impose upon them. Ling gazed at Mei, suddenly reminded of who this person was. Although scantily documented and seldom appearing in the texts, her enchanting visage, so unlike the conventional depictions of women, lingered in the mind. It seems this individual harbors affections for the second brother, yet he finds her allure overly beguiling and is not drawn to her. Yinshun? What is that? Who would care for the affections of such a woman? She is oblivious to the numerous men who admire her, and her fickle preferences hold no value. A beautiful sister encounters a charming young man, wishing to tease him, yet her heart remains devoted to her second brother, with whom she has crossed paths before, though he remains unaware of her presence. When the beautiful sister finally encounters her second brother, she is burdened with a task and misses the opportunity to engage with him, her thoughts lingering on him. In the narrative, the beautiful sister seeks out her second brother only to be met with the devastating news of his demise. She dedicates herself to uncovering the identity of his killer, fighting valiantly to avenge him, ultimately succumbing to a horde of zombies. In her final moments, a smile graces her lips. Yun Shun gazed at Mei with a progressively intricate expression. He truly did not anticipate that this seemingly carefree woman would go to such lengths for her. Moreover, when had he ever encountered her before? He genuinely held no recollection. Yet, this woman had perished because of him. To some extent, he felt a twinge of emotion, although his fate had irrevocably altered due to his sister's circumstances. Mei, savoring the fragrant apple in her hand, implored, "May I stay here? I shall do anything you desire if I remain. Yinshin, we do not require your assistance, nor do we intend to keep you here. You possess your own team. Why would you wish to remain? Yet, what permits her to stay?" Mei gestured toward Li Rongrong, who stood nearby. "We are a cohesive unit, part of the same organization. Why should this individual be granted the privilege to remain? Her circumstances differ from yours." Li Yunwan's gaze fell upon Mei, and she couldn't help but notice the girl's remarkable beauty. This young lady was, astonishingly, destined to be her future daughter-in-law. How fortunate her son must be. Casting a glance at her own son, Yunshan, who was perhaps nibbling on some chicken feet, she felt a wave of disdain. He was hardly worthy. May, do not heed this boy's words. Stay here for as long as you desire. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. Mother knows best. It is indeed a bit overwhelming to suddenly have such a substantial daughter-in-law before her, yet the sensation is truly delightful. Yun-shun? What nonsense is this person spouting? What mother? Is she truly her mother? This woman is utterly shameless. He is uncertain whether he could ever come to like this young girl, but at present, he genuinely does not. Yun Chao, with an impassive expression, dined without a care for his surroundings. Chapter 36. Desire not, want nothing. Yun Chun wished to express more, but a sharp glance from his mother silenced him, leaving him to eat his meal in discontent. He felt like an outsider, the sole interloper among them. If he did not leave, surely he could at least take his departure. Yin Chin set down his chopsticks and said, "Mother, I wish to embark on a journey to search for my fourth brother." May raised an eyebrow, bemused by the fact that such a sizable individual would address her as mother. It struck her as a curious juxtaposition. In this vast world, particularly in these tumultuous times, where could one possibly search? Yin Ling stealthily approached Li Yunwan's side. Mommy, look at me. I know where the young master is." A ripple of emotion stirred within the hearts of those present. "Let me accompany second brother. Together, we can swiftly locate the young master. He must be suffering terribly now." Li Yunwan furrowed her brow slightly, pressing her lips together. She could not allow one child to put another at risk for the sake of one. This matter would have to wait. She needed time to contemplate. Late at night, the tightly shut door cracked open, and Yun Chun and his companions stealthily made their way toward the entrance. Yin Ling's eyes sparkled, and she stealthily followed along. Behind her trailed a small kitten. The moment they left the manor and settled into the vehicle, Yun Chun exhaled in relief. At last, they had escaped. At last, we are free. The chorus of delighted voices startled Yun Chun. "What did you board?" Yin Ling blinked her eyes, playfully indicating that she had indeed come up with you all. "Meow. Yes, indeed." The fluffy ball tilted its head slightly, its large eyes gazing intently. "Yin Chun, Linger, the outside world is far too perilous. You ought to remain at home and wait." This child was quite obedient when she couldn't walk, but since recently mastering the art of walking, albeit unsteadily, she moves with surprising swiftness. "Could you kindly inform second brother of the whereabouts of fourth brother? Do not dwell on the past. Remain silent, and if silence prevails, then let it be." Yun Chun touched his nose, pondering the childish cleverness at such a tender age. "I will take you there, but can you ensure your own safety?" He was genuinely concerned about a repeat of the previous incident. Yes. Yinling nodded eagerly. She was not alone this time. She had also brought along Mao Chio. Hee. Mao Chio nodded in agreement as well. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he was somewhat aware that the little cat beside his sister was extraordinary. However, it was the first time he encountered such an intelligent feline. "Ling, where did you find this remarkable little cat?" Yinling suddenly embraced the fluffy ball, her eyes filled with vigilance as she gazed at Yin Chun. "The fluffy ball belongs to me, and no one else can take it. I shall not take it from you. After all, it is merely a little cat." Posing no real threat, the vehicle proceeded steadily forward, and Yun Ling contemplated the path ahead. Second brother has taken a wrong turn. How should I convey this matter to him? Yin Chun, turn around, head south, proceed toward the south, cautiously observing Yun Ling's subtle expressions, ensuring there are no issues. Only then did I speak. Yun Ling has found tranquility. He, second brother, is truly astute, as if he can discern the thoughts within her heart. It is simply a matter of heading south, continuing southward, for fourth brother is located in some kind of base. What? What sort of base? Yin Shin listened intently, but could not grasp what kind of base it was. Eldest brother, the sky has darkened. We must find a place to rest. The recent weather has been rather unusual, with a terrifying crimson hue. It resembles those few days prior to the arrival of the otherworldly realm a year ago. Beautiful, yet concealing peril. Now that we are in this other world, although it is unlikely to be as dangerous as the present, the atmosphere is rife with anxiety among the people. Yin Ling rested her chin on the car window. Gazing outside, it was truly beautiful. This, however, is a harbinger of the zombies' mutation. After their transformation, they will become far more formidable, with some even developing cognition. Unlike the current zombies, which are relatively easy to handle. Yin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Zombies had mutated. The current zombies were already a source of terror. What form would the mutated ones take? Yin Shen dared not contemplate it. Could they, the ability users, still contend with these transformed creatures? It is said that ability users can also rise in strength through different levels. Alas, if only he could inform his second brother that the mutated zombies possessed crystal cores within their bodies, which, if absorbed, could lead to an upgrade. So, it could be that way. Yin Shun remained composed. Ahead lay a residence. They would rest there for the night. On this abode, it appears rather splendid, suggesting that its previous owner must have been quite affluent. The vehicle halted at the entrance, and the group disembarked. Before they could venture far, a sound echoed from behind, a distinct noise of the trunk being opened. Yun Shun paused, cradling Yun Ling in his arms. A foot emerged before him, swiftly followed by a hand, and soon an entire figure crawled out. Yin Yu covered his sore backside, grimacing in pain. Upon raising his head, he exclaimed, "What a delightful coincidence to encounter you here." Yun Shun spoke through gritted teeth. "What a coincidence. When did you board the vehicle?" Despite the multitude around him, he had failed to notice a single soul. Yun Ling clutched the baby bottle, producing a resonant sound. "I witnessed Sangu boarding the vehicle before me. Had it not been for Sangu seizing the car I intended to take, she would not have been discovered by Ergu so prematurely. Was she planning to indulge in a feast when no one was watching? She had already prepared her snacks." Yin Shun, at such a tender age, do you not realize the detrimental effects of indulging in snacks? The thought of Yin Ling sneaking a late-night treat while being scrutinized by her elder brother fills her with a sense of unease. What is he doing? What are his intentions? That gaze, could it be that he intends to seize her snacks? Yin Shun, would you like me to tell you a story, little sister? Yin Ling eagerly nodded, for she adored listening to tales. Once upon a time, there was a young girl who secretly indulged in snacks, concealing her delightful transgressions from her family. Yin Ling, this tale seems rather peculiar. Can you speculate on the fate of the little girl in the end? Yin Ling shook her head, pondering how she could possibly know. That little girl ultimately stunted her growth by indulging excessively in snacks, forever remaining as tall as a 3-year-old child, and her wits seemed to have dulled as well. Yun Ling, frightened, hastily discarded the snacks she had been concealing in her hands. This tale is truly malevolent. She suspected that her second brother was fabricating a story. However, lacking any evidence, she felt compelled to refrain from indulging in the snacks any further. Yin Shun picked up the snacks and said, "So, Ling, shall I take good care of these treats for you?" Yin Ling nodded, expressing her resolute refusal. "No, I don't want it. Not even a little. I desire nothing at all." Chapter 37. The handsome brother Yun Yu gazed at the small package filled with an abundance of snacks, his heart filled with astonishment. Where on earth did his little sister manage to procure such a vast array of treats? Yun Shin glanced at the snacks in his hand and offered them, saying, "Here, for you." Yin Yu shook his head, adamantly refusing. He certainly did not wish to remain short. Before departing, he cast a reproachful glance at Yun Shun, his elder brother, who was rather mischievous, seemingly intent on preventing his growth. "Yun Shun, is this foolish child truly 8 years old?" Surely, one wouldn't believe the words he just uttered to the 3-year-old. What dangers lurk within this room? After everyone departed, the trunk of a car was opened once more, and Gong Jinji stealthily emerged from it, quietly infiltrating the house. He meticulously examined each room. Meanwhile, at the threshold of a room on the second floor, Yin Ling crouched down, peering through the crack of the door, only to be met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Excitedly, she exclaimed that there was something else within that room. The blood-red eyes, how extraordinarily beautiful, akin to rubies. She was tempted to unearth them for closer inspection. The door swung open. Yun Ling staggered into the room, the door closing silently behind her. After thoroughly inspecting all the chambers and confirming their safety, a group of individuals gathered in the living room. "Where's my sister? My dear sister, who is so substantial in presence? Has anyone seen her?" Everyone shook their heads in response. "Yin Shun, it's over. He has lost his sister once more." "Sister Ling Er, where are you?" The little cat softly mewed, lifting its head to glance around, before resuming its gentle purring. "Do not fret, do not fret. The young master is currently reveling in delight. In the room, Ling gazed at the youth before her. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with strikingly beautiful blood-red eyes. Ling found herself enamored. What a stunningly beautiful young man. She had never encountered such a captivating figure in her past or present. Had not anticipated being discovered in this secluded spot. And even more surprising was the fact that it was a child who had sought him out. His eyes grew even redder as his consciousness slipped beyond his control. "Leave at once. Get out of here." His voice was feeble, and after his urgent plea, he suddenly fell silent. That overwhelming sense of loss did not manifest. Instead, a child had climbed onto his leg. A pair of inky black eyes gazed up at him with an earnest longing. Why was this happening? Why indeed? Yet, the agonizing sensation had utterly vanished, dissipating without a trace, leaving him unable to deny its absence. Whose child are you? In this apocalyptic world, the appearance of a child outside was a rare occurrence, and this little one appeared to be exceptionally well cared for, not resembling one who had been abandoned. "Brother, brother, brother." As Yin opened the door, he was met with the sight of his younger sister cheerfully calling another person brother, which instantly ignited a flare of anger within him. How could she bestow such an endearment upon a brat whose origins were unknown to him? Sobbing silently, he found himself in a corner, a towering figure of 1.80 meters, enveloped in gloom. Oh, how heart-wrenching it was. What troubles my brother, I wonder? Why is he crouching in the corner? Is he suffering from a stomach ache? If so, he ought to visit the restroom. "Yinshan, woe is me. My sorrow deepens." He silently rose and moved to Yunling's side, extending his hand. Ling clung tightly to Yi's neck, exclaiming, second brother, let me go. I want to be with the young gentleman. I wish for him to hold me. Not you, not you." Yinshan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "Sir, would you like me to hold my sister?" His younger sister clung tightly to the neck of the stranger, her gaze fixated solely on this boy who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. What did he possibly say at this moment? With a countenance marked by gloom and resentment, he descended the stairs behind the two. The instant Yi made his appearance, everyone was captivated. This child was truly exquisite, particularly with those striking blue eyes. Ling also noticed that in the darkness, the stranger's blood-red eyes transformed into a mesmerizing shade of blue. How beautiful, how enchanting. "Sister." Yu approached and inquired, "Who is this individual?" Yun-chan sat silently on the sofa, enveloped in a profound melancholy. Alas, the first cry of brother from my little sister was not directed at him. "My name is Yi. I once resided here. When the apocalypse descended, my family perished, leaving me utterly alone. I had previously hidden away in this place, never encountering another soul. May I accompany you as you depart?" Yin-chun, absolutely not. He would never consider departing with such a person. Ling glanced over and exclaimed, "Why not? Why not? Oh, it is so perilous for a handsome young man to be alone. He must have company." "Yin-chun, how can this child, at such a tender age, already exhibit such a rebellious spirit? This simply cannot stand. He must take his sister back." Yi pressed her lips together and implored, "Brother, please keep me with you. I can do anything. I promise I will not be a burden." "Brother." Ling gazed longingly at Yin-chun, and the moment she uttered the word brother, he relented. What could he do? She called a brother, even earlier than the eldest. How delightful. Very well, she may stay. Oh, how wonderful it is to have the second brother. Before long, Yin-chun began to regret his decision. Had time permitted, he would have resolutely declined to keep this person. He cast a glance of envy and resentment at Ling, who clung stubbornly to Yi. In the past, whenever they ventured out, it was his sister who sought his embrace, but now it seemed she would no longer allow it, preferring instead to be held by Yi. In recent days, Yi discovered that as long as he held this child, his feelings of restlessness vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. Ling extended her neck to gaze over and exclaimed, "Ah, it is that woman again." "Yin-chun, is that woman outside someone they have encountered before?" Strangely, this scene seems quite familiar. A woman lies motionless in front of their vehicle. "Boss, should we not rescue her? Let's go down and check." Upon hearing the sound of the car door opening, The person on the ground felt a surge of hope. As Yinshin approached, she grasped his pant leg tightly, pleading, "Please, save me. I beg you, save me. Boss, what should we do? Let us take her with us." "Ling? The entanglement with my second brother has resurfaced. This woman, who previously attempted to deceive but failed, has surprisingly succeeded this time. My second brother has taken her under his wing, and she will undoubtedly bring various troubles to him. His future appears bleak." Ling remained in a state of gloating, while Chun let out a helpless sigh. His sister truly was a source of exasperation. Having already brought her into the vehicle, he could not simply cast her out. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, "Boss, a horde of zombies is approaching." These undead seemed unlike any encountered before. Our team discovered that they appeared to be under some form of command. Chen's heart leapt. Could it be that the mutated zombies his sister spoke of had indeed emerged? We must instruct our people to proceed with caution. Chapter 38. The mutated zombies at last. I have encountered the mutated zombies. Oh, sister, could you possibly refrain from displaying such excitement? These mutated beings, while appearing unremarkable on the surface, possess formidable abilities. Some zombies have evolved rapidly, developing their own consciousness and becoming leaders among their kind. Boss, this is dire. These zombies have devised tactics. Indeed, they are engaging in a strategy akin to a war of attrition. Moreover, these zombies are not easily vanquished. We find ourselves utterly helpless at this moment. Suddenly, a zombie crawled atop the vehicle, its gaping maw dripping with blood, causing Ling to instinctively retreat into Yixi's embrace. At the same time, Yinshin looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy, casting a disapproving glance at Yixi. The battle raged on, and Yinshin wore a grim expression. After dispatching yet another zombie, it became evident that this approach was unsustainable. Second brother, a swift strike to the head is essential. Yet, even with a decisive blow, numerous zombies remained. We must locate the one orchestrating these zombies. Otherwise, we will be besieged by an unending tide of them approaching our position. Ling glanced over and, seizing the moment while the others were engaged in combat, pointed in the direction towards Yixi. "Over there?" she inquired. Yes, if only I could run swiftly, I would venture there myself. However, that path is fraught with peril. We shall encounter danger if we proceed." Ling curled her lips in disdain, finding the young man a tad tedious. She decided to go on her own. After a few unsteady steps, her small legs kicked into a swift motion. Yichi, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "I could take you there, you know." Amid the chaos, no one noticed Ling quietly slip away. The number of zombies was increasing exponentially, and Yinshin and the others were gradually feeling overwhelmed. Throughout the year, they had faced numerous battles, but none had proven as strenuous as this day. "Boss, what should we do?" A dark mass of zombies loomed ahead, growing ever larger. Yinshin was engulfed in despair. Could it be that he was destined to perish here today? No, he still had younger siblings to protect. He absolutely could not succumb to death just yet. No. Brothers, let's fight to the bitter end. The creature atop the vehicle let out a yawn, truly exasperated by the noise. A colossal figure emerged from the horde of zombies, swiping its paw to scatter a large group with ease. "Yinshin, from whence has this ferocious beast emerged? I am uncertain, yet the current circumstances favor us. Let's hasten our retreat." "Wait a moment. Do you not find this beast before us somewhat familiar?" "The more I gaze, the more it resembles that fluffy ball which languidly rests throughout the day." Fluffy ball. I knew it possessed extraordinary qualities, yet I never anticipated its prowess to be so formidable. Brothers, let us muster our resolve. We shall vanquish these zombies. The once orderly horde of zombies instantly descended into chaos. The zombies, previously charging recklessly, now scattered in fright. Yixi quietly boarded the vehicle with Ling in his arms. What manner of child is this? Notijing ye jiskaze, Yun kalach herbotu. Her cheeks puffing adorably as she beamed at him with crescent-shaped eyes. "Little sister, were you frightened?" Ling smiled brightly at Yinshin, exclaiming, "Not at all. It would be quite a surprise if such a trivial scene could intimidate her. Just moments ago, she effortlessly struck down the fourth-tier zombie commanding the horde. sending it into the ground, utterly immobilized. The memory of that fourth-tier zombie, frightened and fleeing, brought a joyful smile to her face. Yun Chin nearly failed to maintain his composure. Unbeknownst to him, what had his sister been up to? He felt a twinge of regret for bringing her along. She was indeed an unpredictable variable. The recent conflict had drained the energy of many, and they were in dire need of a place to recuperate. Yun Chin disembarked and approached a zombie, the stench of decaying flesh wafting through the air. Holding his nose, he began to rummage through the creature's skull. To his astonishment, there was indeed something inside. Everyone, search for the objects within the zombies' heads. These items may enhance our abilities. Yun Chin smiled even more joyfully. This second brother was far more clever than she had anticipated. Elder brother, how can such a trivial thing assist us in enhancing our abilities? Shall we consume it? Yun Chin gazit at Yun Ling. Yun Ling, what is she up to? Is second brother attempting to seize her milk? Second brother, let her have her milk. Yun Chan gazed at the bottle being presented to him, his lips twitching slightly. Second brother does not wish to drink. You may partake, he said. Clutching a crystal, he murmured to himself, must this crystal be consumed? It appears rather large. Second brother must be foolish. This is not something to be ingested. Simply pressing it against one's forehead with eyes closed will lead to swift absorption. So that is how it works. But why are there different colors? That is because these crystals represent various extraordinary abilities. To harness the effects of the corresponding attribute, one must absorb the right crystal. Red symbolizes fire, green signifies water. Blue denotes ice, and brown represents space. How wonderful it is to have a younger sister. Having a sister who knows everything would be even better. Yun Chin planted a gentle kiss on Yun Ling's cheek, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, little sister. Yun Ling touched her face, pouting slightly. Her second brother's expression was quite discomforting. Today, they needed to find a secure location to absorb some crystal stones and assess their situation. Ahead lay a villa that appeared to be occupied. Given the lack of suitable alternatives, this would have to suffice. Let us knock on the door. Li Qing has stepped forward to knock, and the door was opened by a tall, imposing man whose eyes brimmed with suspicion upon seeing their group. Who are you looking for? We wish to stay here for the night, perhaps in the yard, they replied. The man scrutinized each of them, his expression gradually softening. You may come in. Thank you. Upon entering, they realized that this was no ordinary household, but rather a small contingent of a dozen individuals, each armed and regarding them with the predatory gaze of hunters. Yun Chan furrowed his brow slightly. This place was far from secure. Yun Ling, the moment has come. The fateful entanglement of my second brother has begun. Yun Chan was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the woman being supported by Li Qinghe, who appeared delicate and innocent. We all reside on the second floor. The first floor can be made available for your use. As he spoke, he assessed their group, which included several children and an injured individual, concluding that dealing with them would not pose a significant challenge. Thank you. Yun Chan led his companions down to the first floor, which was devoid of any other individuals. They each settled in and replenished their energy with some food. Casting a glance at his younger sister, who was being embraced by Yi, he felt a pang of frustration. It seemed that during this outing, his sister had completely forgotten about him. Who is this Yi? That his sister held such a fondness for him? Yun Ling cradled the bottle, gazing towards the second floor, where an individual lurked stealthily at the staircase's entrance. Chapter 39. A Sudden Awakening. Yun Ling tilted her head slightly, observing that the individual before her bore a rather sinister demeanor. Second brother, you must exercise caution. Tonight may not unfold as peacefully as one would hope. Yun Chan absent-mindedly caressed the crystal in his hand, casting a sidelong glance towards the staircase, dismissing the small fish and shrimp as inconsequential. Boss, this group is indeed a veritable feast. I just observed what they were consuming. There was meat and even fruit. Truly, of course it is real. The fragrant aroma of meat still wafts up from below. Have the provisions been secured? Rest assured, boss, everything has been taken care of. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the lower floor. The door to the second floor creaked open. I can't believe it. There really is meat. Fresh pork, apples, oranges. So much of it. Quickly, let us take all of these. Suddenly, A sharp yowl pierced the air. Look, what is that? A ferocious beast. It's a monster. Run. The door was locked, unable to be opened. Panic ensued. How could a fearsome creature appear in their otherwise secure quarters? This beast appeared terrifying in its ferocity. It's over for us today. Mao Chiao Ball. Ling stood beside the fluffy creature, gazing at the individuals across from her. These people are truly wicked for stealing their belongings. Yi continued to hold Ling close, while Yu stood beside him, observing the chaos on the floor. The once menacing beast suddenly fell silent. The crowd looked up, witnessing 3 children standing before the creature, and breathed a sigh of relief, intent on fleeing. Stop! Who permitted your departure? This young friend, we must leave immediately. You cannot simply occupy this place. Yu clasped his hands behind his back. You may leave, but do ensure you leave behind what you have taken. What do you mean, little one? We haven't taken anything. The nearby ball of fur grew increasingly agitated. The group instantly weakened, sinking to their knees. Thinking you can flee after stealing? It won't be that easy. Furthermore, you claim you haven't pilfered anything. The crowd, trembling in fear, recoiled, their legs quaking. We apologize. We apologize. We shall return everything to you. Merely returning isn't sufficient. There is a vehicle behind the courtyard filled with supplies. Ensure they leave everything behind. Yu? How thoughtful of you, little sister. We have retained the supplies you left in the backyard. You should make haste and depart. A throng of individuals, compelled by the words of a mere child, found themselves utterly unable to retort, and could only leave with clenched teeth and heavy hearts. Confronted by the snarling beasts, they were momentarily paralyzed by fear, hastily retreating. Chen Sisi, hidden away in a corner, observed her companion's departure, swallowing hard. Sister, where are you going? Chen Sisi. When did this child appear before her? She had not even noticed. Why is everyone standing outside? What are those on the second floor? Is there no sign of movement? Ling cast him a disdainful glance, saying, Is my second brother completely foolish? If it weren't for them, everything would have been taken away. Yin-chun, what should one do when feeling disdained by one's own sister? However, how did they all lose consciousness? Second brother, look, it is your misfortune. She has poisoned the water you drank. Ling smacked her lips, savoring her milk. Fortunately, she does not favor water. Her preference lies with milk. Yu nodded in agreement, relieved that his beverage of choice was cola. After a moment of reflection, he smacked his lips. It had been quite a while since he had indulged in cola, especially when he was enjoying a meal with his sister. Was it you who had poisoned it? Yin-chun cast a glance at Chen Sisi, who hurriedly shook her head and exclaimed, It wasn't me. I know nothing about it. I didn't do it. It was indeed her. She was the one responsible. I have a witness. Yin-chun? What witness? Ling, swaying slightly yet resolutely, descended from Yi-Si's side and approached the rear of a car, rapping gently on the trunk. Brother, you are unaware, but there's a little darling in the trunk. He has been following us all along. A little darling? What sort of little darling could that be? Surely there are no zombies lurking within that trunk. The more Yin-chun pondered, the more plausible it seemed. I'll remain on guard. Linger, come here. It is perilous over there. Come to your second brother. Perilous? This place is not dangerous at all. Not in the slightest. She patted the trunk once more with her small hand. Yin-chun, oh dear sister, how can you be so audacious? There is a zombie lurking inside. One that could spring forth at any moment to bite. Alas, she has taken to the air. Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. She is indeed flying. How delightful that her second brother is able to lift her high. He must be over 8 meters tall now. Every time she sees him enter the room, she worries he might bump his head. Everyone heightened their vigilance, brandishing their weapons towards the trunk. Slowly, they opened the trunk door. Just awakened and stretching languidly, Gong Jinji opened his eyes to find himself confronted by an array of weapons aimed at him, causing him to burst into tears. What on earth is happening? He had merely taken a nap, and now this is the situation? Gong Jinji, how is it you rascal? When did you arrive? How could they have failed to notice him among so many? Second brother, you were unaware, but I boarded the vehicle right behind you, and after getting in, I even made sure to cover you with a blanket. Second brother, didn't he see anything while he was gathering his belongings? Yinshun, this little girl, she certainly possesses quite the pride, doesn't she? Come out, hurry and emerge. Gong Jinji was pulled out by the collar of his clothing. As soon as he touched the ground, he immediately sought refuge behind Yun Ling's sister. Save me, please. His sister was occupied with her meal and tossed him a disdainful glance. The nearby ball of fluff shot him a look of contempt. Gong Jinji, feeling the weight of disdain, received a stern reprimand. Did you witness her administering the poison? Gong Jinji nodded. I saw it. She was standing by the trunk when she did it. I could see clearly through the crack in the door. At the moment Gong Jinji appeared, Chen Sisi realized she could no longer conceal the truth. She grasped Yin Chen's wrist tightly. I was wrong, truly wrong. I did not intend for this. They forced my hand. Ah, look at this quintessential little white flower. Second brother has a penchant for such delicate beings. Once she weeps, he will inevitably soften. Once second brother's heart softens, he will surely retain her. Eventually, he will grow fond of her, only to be exploited time and again by this woman, leading to his tragic demise. Just as Yin Shen contemplated keeping her, a sudden clarity washed over her. Chapter 40, Fourth Brother, Li Qinghe. Cast her out. Yes. Oh, second brother, how remarkable. At such a tender age, he has learned to evade the charms of a femme fatale. The future is indeed promising. Yin Shen, I truly appreciate your kind words. Throughout the night, the entire villa remained unlit yet illuminated as if it were daybreak. As one individual after another experienced the elevation of their extraordinary abilities, Yin Shen could hardly contain his joy. Indeed, one must venture out into the world to truly grow. Yin Ling nestled in Yi Si's embrace, dozing off. Give her to me, he murmured, instinctively recoiling. Yin Shen, what is this little rascal up to? Is he unwilling to return his sister to me? Yi Si soon recognized his own lapse in composure and quickly regained his poise, asserting, I can manage. Yin Shen gazed at the boy with a clear expression of displeasure. Was this even permissible? This was not something he wished to indulge. He cradled Yun Ling and ascended the stairs. The morning sunlight streamed into the car, awakening Yun Ling as she blinked her eyes open and sat up, her fingers interlaced, enveloped in a dazed yet endearing aura. Alas, why did the sun seem to be approaching ever closer? The sun was racing. Oh, it dawned on her that she was indeed in the car, already en route. Today, she would finally lay eyes upon her pitiful fourth brother. Once cherished and nurtured, fourth brother had succumbed to neglect with the advent of the apocalypse. Their enigmatic father had been preoccupied, leaving fourth brother unattended, raised instead by the women coveting their formidable father, resulting in a haughty and arrogant demeanor, an archetypal case of being spoiled to ruin. Upon learning of their tragic demise, neither their formidable father nor fourth brother seemed to harbor any concern for them. How utterly despicable! If she were to find them, she would undoubtedly deliver a proper lesson. What are you pondering, little sister? Gong Jinji approached Yun Ling. What? Little sister? Yun Ling exclaimed. Yin Shen, what is happening? Why do I hear Mummy's voice? She shook her little head, convinced she was merely imagining things. How could Mummy possibly be here? With a sudden clap, a light smack landed on her rear, igniting her fury. Who dared strike her little bottom? Was her behind a target for anyone? She was genuinely incensed. Fiercely turning around, she was met by a familiar face, instantly transforming her scowl into a beaming smile. Mummy, Mummy. Oh, how did you arrive? When did Mummy come? Is Mummy here to scold me? She needed to flee. Closing her eyes, she extended her arms. Hee, how clever of her to feign sleepwalking. That would surely deter Mummy from scolding her. Lian Wan? She had heard that those who sleepwalk would jump thrice. With that thought, Yin Ling sprang up on the car seat, only to collide with her head with a thud. Yin Ling let out a yelp, pressing her hand against her head where she had been struck, and when she met her mother-esque gaze, she felt a wave of timidity wash over her. Have you come to your senses now? Yin Ling placed her hands before her, nodding obediently. In her heart, she felt a pang of regret. I jumped too high just now and bumped my head. I must not leap so high again next time. Li Yunwan, there will be another chance. Meeting her mother-esque gaze, Yin Ling planted a sweet kiss on her mother-esque cheek. exclaiming, "Mommy, I missed you so much." Li Yunwan's heart softened. Naturally, she cherished her child, yet this little one was exceedingly mischievous, even more so than her several older brothers. The eldest had always done well, never giving her cause for concern before the incident. The second, though a bit unruly, was kept in check by the eldest and later went off to the military. The third child, though playful, showed her respect. As for this little daughter, she was vivacious and charming. Were it not for her ability to hear her thoughts, Li Yunwan would have been oblivious to her intentions. Moreover, this child possessed remarkable capabilities, and Li Yunwan truly worried about her safety, fearing that she might encounter danger and that she would be unable to protect her. "Little Ling, please do not leave without a word next time. Just tell Mommy where you wish to go. I will not stop you." She merely wished to know her child's whereabouts. "Emma, understand, Mommy. I know I was wrong. It's all my second brother's fault for running off without a word." At that moment, Yun Chun, who was driving ahead, thought to himself, "Could you not drag me into this right now? It really makes things quite precarious." Yun Ling nestled in her mother's embrace, her little legs dangling. Nearby, Yi Si cast a discreet glance, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he instinctively shrank back. The convoy continued its forward march. Suddenly, a group of individuals clad in camouflage emerged, blocking their path. Who was this rotund little fellow, so plump that his eyes are scarcely visible? Why do her three brothers possess such striking features while the fourth is burdened with such girth? The fourth brother is the son of a local leader, a figure of considerable influence, yet devoid of familial affection, and it seems he has been deliberately raised in a manner that has rendered him a mere chubby child. Yun Ling, being a connoisseur of handsome faces, found this utterly intolerable. Li Yunwan glanced over. Her youngest child, despite his tender age, bore an arrogant demeanor. This was her fourth son. "Leave behind all the supplies in your possession. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Is he actually attempting to rob? Such a young age, and already a little brigand. Sensing a familiar aura, Yun discreetly distanced himself. "What do you mean by robbery? Once you enter my domain, everything here belongs to me. Hurry and relinquish all your belongings." Li Yunwan could hardly bear the thought of having a child who resorted to bullying the weak and plundering. Before Guanyu could react, he was abruptly seized and met with a series of slaps. Guanyu was taken aback. He never anticipated being struck, especially on the backside. His father had never dared to do so. Who was this woman that dares to lay a hand on him? He could no longer endure it. He truly could not tolerate it any longer. Yun Ling covered her eyes with her small hands, peering through a narrow slit, reveling in schadenfreude. In truth, when mother refrained from striking her, she appeared rather delightful. "Release me, you insane woman. Do you even know who I am to dare lay a hand on me?" Guanyu began to struggle, his corpulence trembling in response. Let me go. Are you all dead? Why aren't you hastily pulling this madwoman away?" Li Yunwan leisurely relinquished her grip, prompting Guanyu to hurriedly hide behind his bodyguard, casting cautious glances at his assailant, his face a portrait of grievance. The moment Li Yunwan turned her gaze upon him, Guanyu was consumed by terror, paralyzed into inaction, only able to vent his frustration upon his own subordinates. "Are you all worthless? When someone strikes me, do you not know to assist me? I shall inform my father and have you all dismissed." Ah, mother is formidable indeed. With just one move, she has instilled fear in fourth brother. He is simply lacking the guidance of a firm hand. Otherwise, he would not have endured such torment and met such a grim fate. Chapter 41. The agile chubby one Guanyu. What? Fourth brother? What a wretched fate. Had he succumbed to auditory hallucinations once more? After the downfall of their formidable father, fourth brother was left utterly without support, yet his arrogance had alienated many. Those he had offended confined him, treating him like swine. His every need was met within a dimly lit room. In a post-apocalyptic world where resources were scarce, he was even butchered and consumed like a pig. Guanyu, who is this? So tragic. Gazing at his own ample physique, he suddenly envisioned himself as a pig. No, he must exercise. He must shed weight. With that thought, Guanyu and his entourage swiftly fled, their speed unprecedented, resembling an unexpectedly nimble little chub. Yun Ling stood in stunned silence, astonished by the swiftness of the fourth brother. Yu hurried home, colliding with someone in his haste. "What are you rushing about for?" He instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Father! Father! Where's the gym? I must go work out." He clung tightly to his father's leg, his mind filled with thoughts of pigs. The image of the pig overlapped with his own, a feeling only he could comprehend. "It's right next to your room," came the reply, watching the hurried figure depart. A sense of confusion washed over him. How could someone unaware of the gym's location suddenly yearn to go? What had transpired moments ago? He felt a twinge of surprise. "What about that troop? They've already encroached upon our territory," came the answer. The domain under Gu's control resembled a fortified city, where the citizens lived free from the threat of zombies. However, an increase in population also meant a greater consumption of resources. Ling gazed around, her curiosity piqued. "Wow, Father has managed this place remarkably well. It appears to be under the governance of a formidable leader." She mused, "What a pity that such a leader, who is so devoted to the world, remains oblivious to the fact that his subordinates have long been eyeing his position." Just as arrived, he halted in astonishment. Was someone indeed watching him? With a composed demeanor, he surveyed those around him, sensing that no one had caught wind of the ominous whisper. Was this a divine revelation meant for him? He yearned to listen further, yet all fell silent, as if everything that had just occurred had been but a figment of his imagination. Those who entered this realm were subjected to a thorough examination, ensuring they had not been infected by zombies before being permitted to remain and assigned temporary lodgings. Their group arrived at their accommodations, a simple container filled with several beds. "Mother, you and my sister should stay here while I seek out the leader of this place." Yinshan spoke directly. Ling gazed eagerly at Yinshan, exclaiming, "Second brother, look at me. I want to go too. Please take me along. I wish to see what the esteemed father is like, and whether he is worthy of our mother." Her incessant chattering, accompanied by her adorable big eyes, was utterly irresistible. "I shall take my sister with me." Yuan did not deter them. She simply held no interest in the man they spoke of, and indeed felt a sense of disdain. A man who could conspire against her alongside Shangli was hardly virtuous. "Second brother is the best. He takes me out to play." He regarded the person before him with an expression of puzzlement. This individual seemed oddly familiar, yet he could not recall where they had met. Is this the leader of the group? A child who appears barely of age? Moreover, he is cradling a 1-year-old infant? Yinshan was also observing the leader of the North. Since the onset of the apocalypse, aside from a few small factions, there were 2 major bases, one in the south led by Yun, and one in the north led by Yi. Both were born from military backgrounds, possessing formidable strength and powerful lineages, commanding numerous supporters. He had previously encountered Yun, whose strength was indeed impressive, but this was his first encounter with Yi. His initial impression was that of a commanding presence filled with an air of oppression. Yi looked at the young man before him with some surprise. It was rare for someone to remain so composed in the face of his pressure, particularly a youth like him. A flicker of admiration crossed his gaze. "How shall I address you?" "Yinshan." "The esteemed father is truly handsome." A familiar voice chimed in, laced with an unmistakably adorable tone. Was this not the voice he had heard before? His gaze fell upon Ling, who beamed widely, revealing 2 tiny teeth, her laughter carefree. "The esteemed father is looking at me. He is looking at me." With that gaze, the esteemed father looks even more handsome. It was confirmed. He could indeed hear the thoughts of this little bundle of joy. Yet, what was this esteemed father nonsense? These 2 children seemed to recognize him. Yet he was certain he had never met them before. Have we met? No, we haven't, he thought. Yet he found it hard to believe. It was evident that the youth before him had no desire to acknowledge him. "Leader, I have something to report." "It is him. It is indeed him. This man harbors ill intentions. He seeks to harm the esteemed father." He turned to look. This individual was his brother, a companion with whom he had struggled to survive since the apocalypse began. They had relied on each other for support. Was he coveting the power in his grasp? It seemed implausible. The sudden emergence of this voice left him bewildered. He needed to observe further. "As the night deepens, why not let the 2 of you stay for the evening?" Ling expressed her delight. "Absolutely. I desire a drumstick." Elder brother, stay and enjoy the drumstick. Ling gazed eagerly at those around her, her eyes shimmering with desire. Upon her arrival, she had noticed the presence of chickens here. The tantalizing aroma of chicken legs wafted from a kitchen. Gui's lips curled into a slight smile. Today, we are fortunate to have an additional dish, chicken legs. Indeed, there are chicken legs. The eyes of Ling sparkled even more brightly. Shun felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, he had come with the intention of connecting with his fourth brother, so it would be better to stay. Thus, he thought it more respectful to comply. Meanwhile, the person left aside frowned slightly. Chief, the young master's people have reported that he has locked himself in the gym all afternoon. We should check on him. What is that rascal up to again? Yu, drenched in sweat, had nearly exhausted every piece of gym equipment, yet his excess flesh remained unchanged. Coupled with his lack of food, he felt a bit faint, and the sight of his own body made him resemble pork more than ever. Wah! I do not want to be mistaken for a pig. Chapter 42. There's a ghost. What are you up to now? Just as Yu was lifting a barbell, he was startled, losing control and toppling backward. The sound was quite loud as he landed with a thud, unable to hold onto the barbell, which seemed poised to crash down upon him. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. It's over, it's over. It's over. This thing will surely hurt if it lands on me. It's the end. I'm going to become a dead pig. Yet, the anticipated pain did not come. Yu opened his eyes and patted his little heart. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a familiar face, prompting him to hastily hide behind Gui. Why are you in my house? You know each other? Gui asked knowingly. Oh, when we just entered your base. The young master stopped us. Daddy, they're bullying me. You must help me take revenge. Such a young age, yet already full of bravado. Sigh, Mommy scolded fourth brother. But it was to make him better, so he wouldn't turn into a person like a pig. How could fourth brother not understand Mommy? Yu was baffled as to how he could hear the voice of a child who called him fourth brother. He was also perplexed. A person like a pig? He instinctively glanced at his own child and silently nodded. That description was not entirely inaccurate. Wasn't he just a person resembling a pig? Yet, he was curious about the woman who had struck his son, bullying others, and bullying them for being slightly overweight. How could one be so cruel? Ling? Why does the fourth master have such a penchant for running? This child has been rather spoiled. I hope you do not take offense. Ling pouted and remarked, Oh dear father, are you truly so confused? It is your own son. Should you not take it upon yourself to educate him? How can a woman who wishes to bear your child provide proper guidance? That very woman would relish the opportunity to spoil the fourth brother and bear you a child herself. He furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Ling becoming increasingly intricate. This child certainly possesses considerable insight. However, ever since he had entrusted in Yu's care to Ling due to his own lack of time, and Yu had indeed changed, transforming from a small gentleman into a brazen little tyrant. Wow, the aroma of the chicken leg is absolutely delightful. Is it cooked yet? Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she inhaled deeply, her cherubic face awash with delight. Come on, enough chatter. Let us go and enjoy our meal. News of Shun and Ling staying over had reached Li Yunwan, and she felt a twinge of concern. She was uncertain about the nature of the man in question and how much he truly understood regarding the children, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. On the table, Ling gazed longingly at the two substantial chicken legs. Why were there only 2 legs for 3 people? With wide eyes, she watched as her second brother devoured one, then reached for another. It had to be meant for her. With her little mouth awaiting the savory morsel, she helplessly watched the chicken leg float past her and land in the bowl of the esteemed father figure. Her face fell, filled with discontent. Oh, the meat! The meat was gone. Today, the chicken legs were spicy, unsuitable for children. How unfair it was to tease a child. It was indeed an act of cruelty. Ling grew increasingly displeased, so much so that she bit down hard on the cookie in her hand. Meanwhile, Yu, seated beside her, relished a roasted chicken, his mouth smeared with grease. Ling blinked her eyes, her face adorned with envy, admiring her elder brother's splendid teeth. When would she be able to attain such a dazzling smile? Observing her brother made her resemble a gluttonous little pig. Gu Anyu suddenly halted, ceasing all movements, and quietly set down the roasted chicken in his hands. Oh, how disheartening! In the stillness of the night, Ling stealthily climbed out of bed and tiptoed into the kitchen. After a thorough search, she contentedly seized a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into her mouth. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, prompting Ling to hurriedly conceal herself. Her small mouth chewed rhythmically on the meat. The door creaked open, and a shadowy figure crept inside. Gu Anyu had been roused from his slumber by hunger. In the past, he had consumed much more. Today, the thought of that little pig lingered in his mind, causing him to eat 3 bowls less than usual. Just as he had finally drifted into sleep, hunger struck once more. The kitchen was barren, devoid of any sustenance. He poured himself a glass of water, but suddenly felt something grip his ankle, freezing him in place. At that moment, a flurry of horror films and zombie flicks raced through his mind. A scream erupted. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. He bolted away in a panic, while Ling crawled out from beneath the table, bewildered by the commotion. All she had done was find his chubby legs rather adorable and had merely touched them. Why had her brother fled in terror? The blanket slowly slipped off her shoulders, as if pulled by an unseen force, sending Gu Anyu into a frenzy of fear. Trembling uncontrollably, he clung desperately to his blanket, but it slipped from his grasp, falling to the floor. A hand rested on his bed, leaving a greasy mark on the sheets. Gu Anyu. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Ling, who was just attempting to rise with the support of the bed, was baffled by her brother's sudden fright. Wow, there are so many delicious treats in brother's room. There are snacks galore. Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is happening? Onbai. There are ghosts in our house. There are ghosts. Gu Anyu clung tightly to Bai Ling's thigh, refusing to let go, while a flicker of disdain crossed Bai Ling's gaze. Trembling, Gu Anyu pointed towards his room and exclaimed, "There's a ghost in there. She pulled my blanket and even tried to climb onto my bed." The chubby child cried, his face streaked with tears and snot. Bai Ling calmly wiped her hands and replied, "You're imagining things. There are no ghosts." "Yes, there really are. I saw it with my own eyes, Aunt Bai. If you don't believe me, go take a look. That ghost is still in my room." Bai Ling frowned. "I'll go take a look. How could there possibly be a ghost? This wild child is just scaring himself, being both foolish and plump. Who knows which wretched woman dared to bear Gu Yi's child while she wasn't paying attention? Fortunately, we are in the apocalypse now. That woman is surely dead. Gu Yi can only belong to her." As she pushed open the door, the room was empty, save for the sound of crackling. Bai Ling followed the noise, approaching the wardrobe. Upon opening it, a white shirt stood upright, turning to reveal red stains. Chapter 43. Hiding in the wardrobe, Bai Ling's entire being felt faint. She collapsed to the floor as the white shirt turned, and the crackling sound echoed once more. Gu Anyu, standing behind Bai Ling, felt exposed. Terrified at the scene before him, he wanted to run, but his body was completely unresponsive, unable to move at all. From within the shirt, Ling had finished an entire bag of chips. Smacking her lips, she burst forth from the shirt, her mouth smeared with ketchup. "Oh no, I've been discovered." She grinned at Gu Anyu, saying, "Fourth brother, I just had a bag of your chips. You won't mind, will you?" Gu Anyu let out a sigh of relief. "Was it you who pulled my blanket and tried to climb onto my bed?" "Ling, I merely wished to rise." Yet who could have anticipated that the blanket would be yanked away? When fourth brother dashed out, he shouted about a ghost. Could it possibly be her? Surely not. Surely not. Fourth brother cannot be frightened by a ghost. Can he? Gu Anyu felt a twinge of shame and lowered his gaze. "What are you doing in my room? And why do you call me fourth brother?" Ling raised an eyebrow, perplexed. How could the fourth brother be aware that she referred to him as such? Had she inadvertently uttered it aloud before? Ling felt a peculiar possibility, as she found herself uttering a word or two quite frequently of late. Is he not currently at home? Has his father secretly bestowed upon him a sister? "Why, you are my sister." Gu Anyu's expression was one of complexity. Indeed, I am your sister," she replied. Gu Anyu's countenance grew even more intricate. When had his father silently added a sister into the family? Did Aunt Bai Ling know about this? Suddenly, he recalled that Aunt Bai Ling was still lying on the floor. However, The two children were unable to move her to the bed, so they simply took a blanket and draped it over Aunt by Ling. This woman wishes to do you harm, yet you still cover her with a blanket. You are truly quite benevolent. Yu, perplexed, mused about his strange sister, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind all day. Leaning closer to Ling, Yu whispered, "Are you perhaps the illegitimate daughter of our father?" Ling blinked her eyes in surprise, realizing she had been discovered. "You truly are my father's illegitimate daughter." Yu's tone shifted dramatically. The revelation of his father's secret offspring left him astonished. "So, who is your mother?" "Mother is simply mother." Ling wore an innocent expression, discreetly slipping a piece of candy into her mouth, savoring the sweetness. It was delightful to be at fourth brother's place, where delectable treats were abundant and no one was watching. How she wished to reside here forever. Yu felt a twinge of melancholy, refraining from inquiring about the identity of his sister's mother. Since he could remember, he had been oblivious to who she was, yearning to discover whether their mother was the same person. However, his sister was still so young. How could she possibly know who their mother was? Moreover, his sister had mentioned that Aunt Bai intended to harm him. How could that be? Aunt Bai treated him with such kindness. It was unfathomable that she would wish to do him harm. Fourth brother is still observing that wicked woman. That vile woman has drugged you, leaving you unable to feel satiated, and you have become a plump boy because of it. Yet you continue to watch her. If fourth brother had not become so overweight, he would surely be quite formidable. After all her brothers were exceptionally capable and striking. Drugged? Yu gasped in disbelief. How could that be? Wasn't it simply a matter of overeating? Yet, he recalled that prior to meeting Aunt Bai, he had never consumed so much. It was only after encountering her that his appetite had increased dramatically, often leaving him feeling unsatisfied despite having eaten a great deal. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Could it be true that he had indeed been drugged? What happened now? Would he continue to be this way in the future? Oh no. Sister, do you possess any methods to lose weight? You seem to know so much. You must have a solution. Although they had only recently met, Yu inexplicably placed his trust in this sister. Despite her tender age, she seemed to possess an extraordinary wisdom that set her apart from others. Ling smiled broadly at Yu. "Indeed, I possess a pill that will enable you to lose weight upon consumption." Yu felt a surge of joy. "However, I have one condition. I wish to reside here with fourth brother. Here, free from the supervision of mother and the other brothers. One can indulge in whatever one desires. It is nothing short of paradise." Yu clapped his hands in delight. "Sister, feel free to stay here." Fourth brother is truly wonderful. Fourth brother is so kind." Yu watched in astonishment as the little girl tucked her hand into her clothing, rummaging around until she finally produced a rather unattractive, pitch-black pill. It resembled a lump of clay, as if it had been rolled from her own body. "Is this truly edible?" He swallowed hard. "Does this thing really work?" "Fourth brother, go on, consume it. You will lose weight, and your hunger will gradually dissipate." "Sister, are you certain this is effective? It undeniably resembles a child's plaything. Could this be a lump of clay that you formed without realizing it?" Her pill is indeed a miraculous remedy. Each one consumed is one less. Outside, a faint rumble of thunder echoed, accompanied by a quiver in the air. Ling glanced over, and the thunder swiftly receded into the distance. Ling pouted, exclaiming how swiftly they had dashed away. She had hoped to converse with them, to engage in playful activities. Oh, the laws of this world, which she had never encountered before, had emerged only to retreat so swiftly. "Heavenly Tao, you are the sovereign of the celestial laws. I dare not approach you." Yu silently accepted the pill and swallowed it, resigned to his fate. If death were to come, so be it. At worst, he would suffer about a diarrhea. Upon ingestion, Yu was taken aback. The pill, seemingly unimpressive, actually possessed a delightful flavor. It was sweet, akin to a sugary confection. As he touched the excess flesh on his body, he pondered whether this truly held any efficacy. Surprisingly palatable. He wondered if there were more. "Ling, fourth brother, are you treating that pill as if it were candy?" "This pill is the most formidable one in the entire 3,000 worlds. Is it something one can simply wish for? Yu touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Sister, what shall we do about Aunt Bai? We can't just leave her lying on the floor of his room indefinitely. Father. Indeed, such matters should naturally be entrusted to father to handle. Father, please hurry. Ling observed as Yu hurriedly dashed out, calling out as he ran, and instinctively concealed the snacks into the wardrobe. Chapter 44. Several children. He watched the child who was eagerly rummaging for snacks in his embrace, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ling, unfazed, quietly hid the snacks behind her, raising her face smeared with ketchup and breaking into a grin. What is happening? Why is he coming this way? Ling wore a cheerful smile, yet her heart was consumed with fear. How many snacks were still hidden behind her? If they came any closer, everything would be revealed. Would they confiscate it all? You tiny frame cannot possibly guard a single snack, can it? You've transformed into a little tabby cat, yet you still cling to these treats? His movements faltered. The unconscious by Ling was taken away, and he cast a helpless glance at his chubby son. This child was, quite unexpectedly, a surprise to him. He was oblivious to the origins of this son. Had it not been for the genetic test confirming the boy as his biological child, he would have remained unaware of his existence. This child had been left at their doorstep, a small bundle, freshly born. At such a tender age, he had already mastered the ways of the indulgent. Upon hearing Ling's thoughts, he realized that everything had been orchestrated against them. It is your father's failure to care for you. He held the boy close, his eyes filled with remorse. Ling sat beside, tilting her head slightly. The esteemed father is also quite pitiable, being schemed against by his own brethren, and he has many children whom he has yet to meet. Many children? Does he truly have numerous offspring? He remained composed and inquired. And you mentioned that you wish to stay here a few more days? The little girl nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. If you wish to reside here, it is essential to discuss it with your family first, so as not to cause them any undue concern. Ling nodded in agreement, saying, I will take care of second brother. Yin-chun, second brother, please do not hold on to me. I wish to remain here. Ling clung tightly to Yi's neck, refusing to let go. Elder brother, release me. I must assist father and fourth brother here. I cannot allow them to perish. You see, after father's demise, his brother ascended to his position, and that man aspires to reign as an emperor in this apocalyptic world. He has assimilated other factions, oppressing them, and even collaborates with the intelligent zombies. This world has truly descended into hell. She could not permit father to die. At the very least, father had always been devoted to the welfare of humanity, striving to provide a secure haven for the inhabitants of this world. Yin-chun fell into a sudden silence, his gaze fixed upon Ling. In the depths of her eyes, he discerned unwavering resolve, yet abandoning his sister in this place was simply out of the question. Then I shall impose upon you and my sister for a few more days. It's nothing to worry about. He remained somewhat pensive. He had never realized that those around him harbored such sentiments. Little one, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you out for a stroll. Ling nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Thus, she would be able to discern the vulnerabilities in the base's defenses. It was imperative to venture out for a stroll. Yin-chun, cradling Ling, prepared to depart. Yet Ling began to resist. I won't leave. I wish to sleep with fourth brother. The crowd looked on, and Yu extended his hand. Why not let my little sister stay in my room tonight? It seemed plausible, but Ling exclaimed, fourth brother has so many snacks here. I can indulge to my heart's content. Just the thought brought her joy, and she licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yin-chun, no, have you forgotten what your second brother previously told you? Consuming excessive snacks will hinder your growth. Just look at that lad Yu. Isn't he significantly shorter than your third brother, and even a bit plump? Do you truly wish to resemble him? Ling, Yu, why must you compare your parenting with this? It is truly perplexing. Glancing at the excess flesh upon my own body, I feel an overwhelming sense of despair. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on my weight loss journey. After consuming that pill, my hunger has indeed vanished. Yet I remain uncertain as to when I shall finally shed these pounds. Ling was thus languidly taken away. Gu Yi stood beside the display window, gazing at the images above, lost in contemplation. Yun Shan bears a striking resemblance to him in his youth, yet the aura that surrounds them is utterly distinct. Contemplating Yun Ling's sentiments, he ponders the implications of her claims regarding his numerous offspring, as well as the inexplicable emergence of Guan Yu, an enigma he cannot fathom. What secrets lie beyond his awareness? In truth, among all the women he has encountered throughout his life, there exists only Bai Ling. Although their encounters occurred in a state of inebriation, she had professed to be the mother of the child. When he inquired about her desires, she expressed a wish to care for the child, prompting him to allow her to remain, yet he had never broached the subject in the presence of the child. In retrospect, everything seems profoundly amiss. There is something sinister afoot. Within the room of that illegitimate child, a specter lurks. What? What did that person just utter? Illegitimate? Gu Yi's gaze drifted toward Bai Ling, and as he called her name, she paused. There's a ghost in Anyu's room. No, you must be mistaken. It is merely a shirt, she replied. Bai Ling, during my moments of inebriation, how many times did we engage in intimacy? Bai Ling's body stiffened slightly. Did you not previously avoid discussing this matter? Why inquire now? I merely feel that I have wronged you. A glimmer of hope ignited within Bai Ling. Does this imply that Gu Yi has recognized her worth and is contemplating marriage? I am not wronged. As long as I can remain by your side, I feel no grievance at all. I love you. You have always known this. As she observed the man's departing silhouette, a flicker of malice crossed her eyes. After all these years, does this man truly harbor no feelings for her? Heartbroken? How could that be? If she were genuinely heartbroken, her heart would have long been shattered beyond repair. Chapter 45. What does Mr. Gu intend to do? What brings you here? I missed you, so I came. Have you missed me? The man's hand glided gently over Bai Ling's form, as she naturally leaned into his embrace. How vexatious. The woman feigned resistance, yet the two soon became entwined. Oh dear, the esteemed father has been cuckolded. Gui, around the corner. Yin Ling wore an expression of intrigue. When did this child arrive? He was completely oblivious. What are you doing here? Where's your second brother? Little Yin Ling placed her tiny hand to her lips and whispered, Hush, dear father, do not speak. Allow me to lead you to hear what they are discussing. Do not go, he replied. What transpires above is truly unsuitable for children. But please, dear father, you must listen. You should hear how Bai Ling and your brothers are plotting against you. Dear father, you are unaware that they have conspired to eliminate you without attracting suspicion, causing the demise of you and your loyal brothers. They have lured the zombies. They led the zombies directly to the base, standing nearby while watching helplessly as you all fell victim to the undead. They even bound forth brother, who was ultimately devoured by others. Gu Yi's body stiffened. He had never anticipated that these two individuals would not only conspire against him, but also sacrifice innocent lives. And in you, he is still but a child. How could these people be so cruel? If he had merely suspected that Bai Ling was not Gu and Yu's true mother, it was now beyond doubt. Who then? Wasn't Yu's mother? He instinctively glanced at the child in his arms. She had mentioned having many children. Alas, alas, dear father, will you not take a look? She was eager to see. The sounds from within the house grew increasingly loud, piquing her curiosity about what the occupants were engaged in. Such inquisitiveness at such a tender age could lead to misfortune in the future. Come, I shall escort you to find your second brother. The following morning, a drowsy Yunling was carried by Gu Yi as they began to explore. You promised to help me examine what areas require reinforcement, he reminded her. I'm not going. I do not wish to go. I am so sleepy, she protested. Gu Yi, somewhat exasperated, offered, Shall I take you for breakfast? There is delicious chicken, not spicy at all. Yun Ling instantly awakened, exclaiming, Let's depart swiftly. My beloved chicken, I am on my way. Ah, how delightful the meat is. I yearn to indulge in an abundance of it. However, you may only partake of a single piece, for overindulgence may lead to discomfort and, should that occur, do refrain from weeping. Yin Ling watched helplessly as the meat in her bowl was transferred into her elder brother's bowl, leaving her with but a solitary piece. Her brother was truly unbearable. Yin Ling cradled her round belly, feeling quite satisfied. Let's take a stroll now, she suggested. Yunling nodded, and Gu Yi embraced her, embarking on a leisurely tour of the entire base. It must be said that the base had been remarkably well organized. Encased in a framework of barbed wire, it was even electrified. Any approaching zombie would meet a fiery fate. Yet, concerns lingered in her mind. What if the power goes out? This wire appears rather flimsy. Without electricity, a horde of zombies could easily breach our defenses. She pondered the inadequacy of the shelter, realizing that should the barbed wire fail to contain the zombies outside, the interior would face utter annihilation. Moreover, the inhabitants remained in a constant state of trepidation, refusing to venture outdoors or engage in combat, relying solely on a handful of individuals for protection. In this apocalyptic world, such behavior was undeniably burdensome. Remaining here, they depended entirely on a few to scavenge for supplies and receive aid from above, resembling parasitic leeches. It was imperative for everyone to take action. Even ordinary people could wield weapons to eliminate zombies. They could accompany the troops in search of resources outside. Ling couldn't help but express her thoughts. Even the elderly and children should venture out to cultivate some vegetables and fruits. It is certainly feasible. With a crisp bite, Ling sank her little teeth into the apple in her hand. How delightful, truly delightful. Gu Yi wholeheartedly concurred with Ling's sentiments. He had held similar thoughts before. Yet the fear gripping the inhabitants here rendered them too apprehensive to step outside. Furthermore, their meager arsenal of weapons had delayed any progress on this matter. It appeared that a change was indeed warranted. He gazed at the child in his arms, and Ling noticed Gu Yi's unwavering stare upon her. Could it be that the esteemed father desired a taste of the apple? Certainly. Here you go. After all, Ling cannot consume it all. I shall not partake. You may enjoy it yourself. Ling, what do you think we should do if the zombies truly breach our defenses? The houses here offer no means of repelling such an invasion. Ling was munching on an apple, contemplating, we ought to construct a hideout akin to an air raid shelter. This matter was undoubtedly best understood by her father, a seasoned military man. Gu Yi's eyes sparkled. This child was indeed astute, almost instantly identifying the vulnerabilities of their base. Although they currently had electricity and the zombies could not approach the stronghold, the threat of a power outage or a malfunction in the supply system loomed large, rendering their base useless. It was imperative to mobilize everyone at the base to reinforce the outer barbed wire and secure their living quarters. They needed to bolster their strength. Cultivating in this environment was proving futile. With food and animals mutated, they faced a significant dilemma under the current circumstances. It was only a matter of time before resources ran dry. Even in the absence of zombies, starvation would claim their lives. Alas, Father seems lost in thought again. Is he perhaps too shy to admit he wants an apple? Where did you procure this apple? It appears so fresh. I haven't encountered such vibrant fruit in ages. Indeed, Father desires an apple. Why the hesitation? Here, eat. Gu Yi pondered how to articulate that he wasn't genuinely longing for the apple. The fruit, so vividly colored, looked delectable. Linger, do you know where this apple originates? Beside them, Shun furrowed her brow. Mr. Gu, your inquiries are excessive. I am aware. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, genuinely untainted and unmutated plants are scarce. I wish to safeguard these specimens. Does Father wish for an apple tree? I possess many, but would it not be peculiar to present them suddenly? Nonetheless, I possess a method to restore the mutated fruit trees to their former state. The trials of childhood are manifold. She had the means but felt utterly powerless. Gu Yi's heart raced. Wait a moment. What did Mr. Gu intend to accomplish? Shun regarded the figure blocking their path, her eyes glimmering with intelligence, exuding the aura of an ability user. Chapter 46. Bringing it home that grove of fruit trees had been enclosed with barbed wire, and there we had stationed a botanist to research and cultivate, in hopes of nurturing unmutated plants. The fruit trees loomed menacingly, their branches reaching through the iron mesh. Professor Yin, are you there? Yes, I'm here. That familiar voice. How reminiscent it was of her irresponsible father's voice. Ling glanced over. Their eyes met, and a smile spread across Yunling's face. It truly was the disappointing father. Yun Shangli had not anticipated that the figures before him would be them. His expression instantly soured. What purpose did the leader have in bringing them here? They had come to observe these mutated plants. Yin Shin chuckled. I recall that Mr. Yun's research focus does not pertain to botany, and he possesses no knowledge of cultivation. Can you truly nurture plants that remain unaltered? Surely, Mr. Yin cannot be a charlatan. Yin Shangli's hands trembled uncontrollably, and she appeared somewhat flustered. What do you know? She exclaimed. How dare you slander me? Is it not evident to Mr. Yun himself whether the accusations are true? Even the most oblivious person, Gu Yi, could discern that there was a prior acquaintance between the two, suggesting an underlying grudge. Yin Shun embraced Yun Ling, saying, Since Mr. Gu has already found another person, we shall refrain from interfering. Farewell. Yin Shun strode forward with unwavering determination, while Yun Ling nestled obediently in his embrace. Gu Yi pressed his lips together and said, Wait a moment. Mr. Yin, you have been conducting research here for quite some time without any progress. I am considering allowing someone else to take over. Change people? To a mere child? Mr. Gu, I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. The disdain in Yun Shangli's eyes was palpable. Gu Yi harbored a poor impression of this individual. His presence here could be attributed to two reasons. First, this person was indeed a scientist, and second, he was brought by Yi Ming. However, given Yi Ming's questionable intentions, how could one trust the person he introduced? Mr. Gu, the scientist, asserted, You must be aware that I am a scientist invited by Mr. Yi. Without me, it would be utterly impossible to cultivate any plants, let alone fruit trees. I assure you, provided with sufficient resources, I can nurture plants free of mutations within a mere month. Yun Ling could not help but raise her head. Isn't my father simply a master of making empty promises? He used to do the same with Mommy. You, a scientist forged by wealth, not even a botanist, how dare you utter such grandiose proclamations? Big shot, Dad. Don't listen to him. Heed my words. I shall act immediately. Gu Yi found this statement even more implausible, yet gazing at the child before him, he chose to place his trust in her. Mr. Yin, please proceed. Just dismiss him outright. My esteemed father is truly handsome. Yin Shin was taken aback by the extent of his trust in them. Was he not afraid of truly driving away a botanist? Gu Yi, you shall come to regret this. Gu Yi, is it really so easy for Mr. Gu to dismiss someone? I do not harbor idlers here. The corners of Yun Shin's mouth curled into a subtle smile. Little Yunling, shall we commence now? Of course we can begin. She could hardly contain her eagerness to frolic with the fruits. Oranges, peaches. Here I come. Instinctively swallowing, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it truly safe to proceed? Gu Yi gazed at Yunling with astonishment as she wobbled towards the iron fence. The branches of the mutated fruit tree reached out, exuding a green sap that dripped onto the ground, leaving behind the audible sound of corrosion. Tentatively, a leaf extended, and with a delicate hand, Yunling grasped it firmly amidst Gu Yi's anxious demeanor. Be careful, Yin Shin urged. Aren't you going to intervene at all? Yun Chun shook his head. Did he not see his sister reveling in her joy? Perched upon the tree, Yunling endeavored to climb higher, plucking an orange from its branches. Its dark exterior evoked no appetite whatsoever, and it emitted a foul stench. Yunling, it stinks, it stinks. Quickly, let me down. Hurry up, or I shall strike you. The mutated fruit tree trembled its trunk and then extended its long branches, gently lowering Yunling to the ground. As the foul odor dissipated, Yunling released her pinched nose and said, Here, second brother, we must find a way to sprinkle this on the fruit trees. They will return to normal. So simple. But what about the zombies? If this potion is poured onto them, could they not revert to being normal humans? Alas, those souls are beyond salvation. The humans infected by the zombie virus have had the contagion seep into their very bones. They cannot revert to their former selves, yet they may regain their awareness. Let us send someone to undertake this task. Yin Chun handed the potion to Gu Yi, and soon, a small helicopter ascended into the sky. Look, a plane, a plane. The aircraft stirred up the leaves, and with a soft thud, a leaf stuck to Yunling's delicate face, obstructing her view. Yunling, in her eagerness, reached out and tugged at the leaf for quite some time, yet it stubbornly refused to budge. Growing increasingly anxious, she called out, Second brother, please help me." A chuckle escaped Yun Chen's lips as he couldn't contain his amusement. The leaf nearly covered Yun Ling's delicate face entirely. "Second brother, don't move, don't move. Allow me to assist you in removing the leaf." Suppressing his laughter, he gently lifted the leaf, revealing a beaming smile beneath it, which made him burst into laughter uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at? What could possibly amuse second brother?" Yun Ling was filled with confusion, her entire being trembling as her small hands cradled Yun Chen's face. Gazing into his eyes, she was confronted by a visage marred by green liquid. Who could this person be? Who was it? She seemed to catch a whiff of a putrid odor. Second brother, please help me wipe it off. Wipe it away. Make it spotless." The mutated fruit tree visibly recovered at an astonishing pace, its dark fruits gradually returning to normalcy. Gu Yi watched this scene in astonishment. Is it really this simple? What kind of liquid is that? Merely by coming into contact with it, the mutated fruit tree reverted to its original state. The mutated fruit tree produced large fruits, which remained unchanged in size even after returning to normal. Yun Ling clutched a peach, savoring its delightful sweetness. What a delectable peach it was. Suddenly, a small worm wriggled out from a hole. With wide eyes, Yun Ling gazed at the plump little creature, then glanced down at the peach in her hand. The worm bared its tiny teeth, attempting to intimidate Yun Ling. How peculiar it was that this child did not adhere to the expected reaction. Was she not supposed to scream and toss the peach away? Why, then, was the worm now firmly grasped in her hand? "Brother, come quickly. Look at this little worm. It's so adorable." Yun Chen stood rigid, paralyzed with fear, his voice trembling as he nodded. "It is indeed quite adorable. Let us release it." Chapter 47. Despite all precautions, we were still caught off guard. Accompanied by Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing? That tiny azure insect? Within the red peach lies a crimson little creature. Let us name it Xiaohong then. Xiaohong, you must behave. No. Please, it does not wish to be confined within a small bottle. Let me go. Release is simply out of the question. Gu Yi's gaze upon the child grew increasingly profound. "Yin Ling, little Linger, would you care to stay here for a few more days?" Her expression resembled that of a wolfish grandmother, intent on abducting a child. Yin Ling retreated slightly. "While you are here with me, you may indulge in whatever your heart desires." Yin Ling has moved further back, and her father wishes to raise her into a plump child without any desire for her to grow taller. Hurry. Why did the conversation turn to snacks? This little girl gazes at him with an even stranger expression. Gu Yi finds himself quite perplexed. Yun Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Having spent some time here, we shall no longer intrude. However, I must inquire, how should we care for the fruit trees henceforth? Will they undergo further mutations?" "No. These fruit trees shall remain impervious to the ravages of the apocalypse." Gu Yi watched as the two departed, powerless to detain them. In the vehicle, Yin Ling cheerfully hummed a tuneless melody. This mission to the base had been a resounding success for her, without her lifting a finger. How delightful. Yin Chen? Wasn't he their purpose in going there merely to catch a glimpse of the fourth? They did see him, yet there was little interaction. The incessant sound of clattering was barely audible beneath the rumble of the car wheels. As the speed of the vehicle increased, the clattering grew more pronounced. "Yin Chen? What sound is that? Could it be my little sister sneaking a snack? No, she hasn't done anything at all. So where is this sound emanating from?" Bang! Yin Chen leisurely gazed at Guan Yu, who was rising from the back seat, and said, "Get down." Yinqing, he truly did not anticipate that Yunling harbored such intentions. Mother. She could not bear to leave fourth brother behind. Before long, chaos would ensue in that place. It would be better not to meddle with fourth brother's fate as a mere pawn. Meanwhile, Gu Yi was diligently reinforcing the base in accordance with Yunling's plans. Was he truly to be abandoned in this manner? He had no desire to become embroiled. After all, Li Yunwan, cradling Yunling, observed the approaching chubby little ball. Even having seen him before, it was still somewhat difficult to behold. This child is truly quite remarkable in appearance, but he is exceedingly plump. Who, pray tell, is responsible for raising such a hefty child? It seems his height and weight are on par, having grown accustomed to the dashing young man he had nurtured. It was a challenge to accept another upbringing at first glance. Yin Yu approached, circling around Guan Yu. Is this the younger brother that my sister spoke of? They are twins? He bears no resemblance at all. Last time, I didn't have the opportunity to observe closely, and that boy ran off with someone. Upon closer inspection this time, he has put on quite a bit of weight. What on earth has he been eating to grow like this? Observing this family, Guan Yu felt an indescribable warmth, an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Not an ounce of fat. Alas, you impudent child, if I do not reprimand you, you will never learn who the true leader is, will you? And thus, two complete strangers found themselves in a brawl. Ling? Li Yunwan. Alas, alas, mother. I have erred. My ears are about to fall off. Yin Yu exclaimed, clutching his ears and wailing. Though he was unaware of what precisely he had done wrong, admitting fault was certainly a step in the right direction. Rubbing his ears that had been painfully tugged, Yin Yu stood to the side, behaving obediently. Guan Yu was taken aback. The sight of the woman before him reminded him of the time she struck him, and his backside still ached faintly. Instinctively, he covered his rear. How could he have been so foolish as to accompany them to this place? I too have erred. Please do not tug at my ears. Li Yunwan? Yin Ling glanced at this and then at that. It turned out that even fourth brother was afraid of mother. After all, when she got angry, it could be quite painful. No wonder eldest brother, second brother, third brother, and fourth brother all feared her. Mother, it's time to eat. The vibrant red peach bore a row of tiny, adorable teeth. I will help my sister wash the peaches. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Yu vanished in an instant. Guan Yu was suddenly overwhelmed with stress. No need. Since you're here, just stay. Guan Yu did not wish to comply so readily. Yet when he looked at Li Yunwan, he inexplicably felt hesitant to resist. All right, thank you. While Guan Yu was merrily engaged on this side, Gu Yi was so preoccupied that he didn't even notice his son had long since disappeared. Yin Ling was counting the days. Today marked the moment when Yi Ming conspired with individuals from other bases to unleash the zombies upon the city. As dusk fell, the blood-red sun sank beneath the horizon. A solitary zombie emerged, its shadow elongated by the lingering twilight, followed closely by a second and a third. Within mere minutes, a multitude of zombies surged toward the base. The populace was thrown into a state of panic. The zombies are attacking. The zombies are attacking. Chief, there are far too many zombies. I shall activate the power supply. Gu Yi nodded, his gaze deep as he watched Yi Ming's retreating figure. As the horde of zombies drew nearer, the citizens braced themselves. Conserve our combatants. Everyone else, take cover. The zombies multiplied, and upon contact with the barbed wire, it became evident this individual truly desired their demise. All for the sake of this base, for the so-called imperial power. Yi Ming aimed to restore the monarchy. Yi Ming observed the scene, a faint smile gracing his lips as he vanished into the night. Activate the power. A surge of high voltage coursed through the wires, incinerating the zombies clinging to the electric fence. Yet, more zombies pressed forward, relentless and undeterred. This cannot continue. Chief, the rear fence has been breached. It appears that someone cut through while we were unaware last night. That area is unpowered, and some zombies have already infiltrated. This is dire. The breach is widening, and the zombies are flooding in from that side. Chief, we must retreat. Gu Yi's expression darkened. Despite all precautions, they had still been caught off guard. Chapter 48. So many adorable creatures. We cannot possibly retreat now. The only exit is surrounded by zombies. Opening the door would spell disaster. Quickly, everyone to the bomb shelter. Inform the citizens to head for the bomb shelter. An increasing number of people rushed toward the shelter. Quickly, follow me to the bomb shelter. Gu Yi burst into the container where Li Yunwan was, scooping up Yin Ling with one arm while grasping Li Yunwan's hand with the other. The boss is here. My boss is rather handsome. You need not worry about us. These creatures pose no threat to them. The zombies dare not approach Yin Ling. No, mommy. Let's go take a look. Joining the excitement will be fine too. Gu Yi's expression momentarily stiffened as he regarded the woman before him, but he quickly regained his composure. The zombies have breached our defenses. I must lead you to safety. Move swiftly. Li Yunwan had no time to refuse, as she was pulled along, fleeing from the increasing horde within the base. So many little treasures have arrived. I wonder how my second brother and the others are faring? As soon as the zombies invaded, Yun-chun had led a group outside to confront them. Her fourth brother had been forcibly dragged out by her second brother, purportedly to build his courage. The young Master Yi and Gong Jinji have both departed, guided by Ling. They are all children of the heavenly path. How can they unlock their potential without a little provocation? The air raid shelter is already filled with many individuals. Ling huddles in a corner, quietly vanishing into the crowd. Outside, the number of zombies continues to swell. Leader, you must enter the shelter at once. No, I cannot escape alone at this moment. I shall remain with you. Leader, there is no need for further words. My mind is made up. The door of the shelter closes. How magnificent! Gui, how did you manage to emerge? Ling ascended along Gu Yi's leg, remarking, with so many adorable beings around, I simply had to come and take a look. The horde of zombies, previously advancing, halted their progress, beginning to meander in place, as if deprived of purpose or gripped by fear. Suddenly, a piercing sound pierced the air, and the zombies surged forward once more. From a distance, Ling's gaze fell upon a particularly familiar little creature. The flute's melody ceased momentarily, causing the commanding zombie to shudder. An oddly familiar sensation washed over it. The undead encircled them once again. Gui's expression turned grave as he urged, "Brothers, charge." They found themselves with no avenue of retreat. And facing such a multitude of zombies, they were utterly outmatched. A battle of attrition was futile. At that moment, Gui felt a pang of regret for not keeping a closer watch on the child, who was now trapped outside. Ling gazed longingly at the ever-increasing horde of zombies, as if envisioning countless crystals. Such an abundance of crystals could significantly enhance numerous abilities. One by one, individuals fell to the ground, torn apart by the undead. Gui, in anguish, shut his eyes. Suddenly, a squad burst forth from behind the zombies. Second brother has arrived. It was Yun-chun leading his team forward. Gui watched in astonishment. How could these ability wielders be so formidable? The zombies, which had seemed insurmountable, were swiftly eradicated. He had thought the members of his base were powerful, yet he had not anticipated that these individuals would dispatch the zombies so swiftly. "Boss, all cleared," Li Qinghe exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Since the last time he absorbed crystals, he had longed for an opportunity to test his mettle. And this encounter with such a multitude of zombies was exhilarating. Send people to clean up the battlefield. Yes, they appear to be searching for something. Gui watched in confusion as they rummaged around. Even observing one individual thrust his hand into a zombie's head to retrieve something, bloodied, and placing it into his pocket. They seemed unfazed by the grotesque scene, their faces alight with delight, as if they had discovered a treasure. "Oh, my brothers have a peculiar penchant. They like to keep mementos from each zombie they slay. You need not concern yourselves with it." Daddy, Yu, experiencing such a spectacle for the first time, felt no fear, only exhilaration. "Daddy, they are so amazing. I want to train with them." It must be said, they were indeed formidable. Even Gui, who had established his own faction amidst the apocalypse, could not deny it. Seeing his son so spirited for the first time, with eyes full of admiration directed at Yun-chun, stirred something within him. "You, young lad, still lack the capability to join us." Yu patted Yu on the shoulder. "Teach me, how did you incinerate that zombie in an instant? I want to learn." Grasping Yu's hand, Yu found him increasingly likable. "This is how you do it." The two, hand in hand, ventured off to converse. Yi adeptly took Ling into his arms. Despite the fierce battle, he remained impeccably clean. Gong Jinji glanced at the sword in his hand, his arm still trembling. Although he had trained in martial arts, he had never taken a life. While it could be argued that these beings were no longer human, fear still lingered within him. "How is it that you are so skilled? Yet I have never heard of you. We are merely an obscure little organization. Is it possible for an unknown organization to be so powerful? Then the formidable base I once thought I had established is nothing but a farce. Leader, our base has been destroyed. Aside from the bomb shelter, everything else is in ruins. Many of our brothers fled when the zombies attacked. It is Yi Ming, In the most challenging times, Yi Ming abandoned his troops, comprised of various superpowered individuals, leaving them to their fate. Gu Yi gazed upon what was once a thriving base, now reduced to ruins. The iron fences lay toppled, and the containers lay in disarray. Every useful item had been taken away by Yi Ming, leaving the base as nothing more than an empty shell, devoid of anything but the air raid shelter. The door to the shelter creaked open. "Mama, are you all right?" "I am fine. What about you? Are you all safe?" What could possibly have happened to her in the shelter? The danger lay outside where they were. Their purpose for coming was merely to check on the fourth, and now they naturally intended to leave. Gu Yi, had they come specifically for his son? Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward Li Yunwan, and questions flooded his mind. Bai Ling was not the child's mother. Could she be? The moment he laid eyes on her, he was taken aback, for he had seen her in his dreams more than once, clinging to him in a state of helplessness, calling him husband in those dreamscapes. He had always thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, never once considering that such a person could truly exist in this world. Chapter 49. Marinated and flavorful as he observed the group preparing to depart, Gu Yi instinctively spoke, "I will go with you." All eyes turned towards him, filled with confusion. Yunshin stepped forward, arms crossed, gazing at him with a nonchalant demeanor. Gu Yi pressed his lips together and said, "Our base out there has been destroyed, and there are hardly any of us left. We wish to join your base." Yunshin's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at Gu Yi and then at his mother. "I'm afraid our base does not accept newcomers." Yunshin's refusal was both decisive and unyielding. "Do not follow us. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Gu Anyu glanced at his abandoned father, resolutely choosing to forsake him as well, hastily rushing towards Yunyu. "Gu Anyu, what use is a son like this? In a critical moment, he has chosen to abandon his own father. Are you truly so indifferent to your progenitor?" Yunyu found himself in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for I often find myself alone at home. He has never shown concern for me. "Chief, the others have moved on. Will you gaze upon?" The subordinates looked towards Gu Yi, whose entire focus was fixed upon Li Yunwan. At that moment, the visions that had once seemed like mere dreams began to crystallize, and he realized he could not allow her to depart so easily. "The base has disbanded, and I am no longer your leader. You may leave." "Chief, you cannot simply abandon us." "Indeed, Chief. We have followed you since before the apocalypse. If you let us go now, where shall we turn?" "Chief, wherever you go, we shall follow." "Precisely. Chief, we shall never leave your side." Gu Yi surveyed the faces before him. These were individuals who had fought alongside him, step by step, through trials and tribulations, brothers, kin, and comrades. "I intend to join that formidable squad. That squad possesses true prowess. We, who only recently acquired our abilities at the onset of the apocalypse, have trained diligently, yet we pale in comparison to them. Indeed, if we could incorporate that squad into our ranks, our base would grow significantly stronger. Certainly, I do not seek to bring them under my command. Regardless, I have resolved that wherever the chief goes, there shall I be." Yin Shun and his companions are already en route. The vehicle is moving at a leisurely pace, yet in an orderly fashion. "Boss, the car behind has been tailing us persistently. Should I take care of them this afternoon?" Li Qinghe remarked, stroking his neck, astonished that these individuals would dare to follow them. What were their intentions? "If they wish to follow, let them do so," came the response. Ling peered out from Yessie's embrace, exclaiming, "It seems that the esteemed father has recognized our mother. Surely he does not intend to pursue her, does he? Li Yunjan furo et herbro, poursuer. Let him turn it into a pursuit of heartbreak. Mother, esteemed father is indeed quite remarkable. He remains oblivious to your existence, believing each time that he is merely dreaming. There are those who wish to manipulate esteemed father, colluding with the scoundrel to ensure that you bear his children." Li Yunwan let out a cold laugh. Unaware, she found it hard to believe. Even if a child were to be born, was there truly a need for so many? Once or twice, she might entertain the notion, but it was evident that there had been numerous occasions. 5 children in total. Unaware, how could she possibly accept that? Yin Lingguang could discern her mother's disbelief merely from her gaze. Indeed, the situation was quite beyond comprehension. Initially, during her first pregnancy, the scoundrel father intended to send the child away, but her mother remained awake throughout the delivery, leaving him with no opportunity to act. During the second pregnancy, he managed to send away only one child, her. At that time, the great father, inebriated, stumbled into the Lee family, mistakenly believing himself to be dreaming, which led to her existence. Sometimes, Ling's young mind struggles to fathom how such an astute individual like her father could be so befuddled in this matter, not even recognizing the woman he shared his bed with. It is only fitting that he would face the consequences of pursuing his wife in a fiery reckoning. However, it is possible that he may never win her back, as her mother has more than one admirer. Uncle Roan is quite admirable as well and has cherished her mother for many years. The dilemma remains. Whom shall she choose as her father? The convoy proceeded with many vehicles in motion. While not far away, Yiming embraced by Ling, lamenting, "What a pity he managed to escape this ordeal." Bai Ling, with a gentle grip around Yiming's neck, replied, "Regret? How could I? Having you is more than sufficient." "Is that so?" "Absolutely. Rest assured. Since I have taken action against him, I have contingency plans in place. Gu E1T lasts much longer. Now that he is out, he has become a target for the zombies." Yin Shangli cast a fierce glare at the retreating convoy, utterly astonished that the person he had abandoned possessed such formidable capabilities. Had he known of Yin Chen's extraordinary talents, he would have insisted on keeping him close for protection. Alas, it was too late for such regrets. However, it mattered not, for his Tinger had now risen to the rank of squad leader. In due time, his abilities would undoubtedly flourish. Meanwhile, the small Ling, eyes shut, sniffed around like an adorable little puppy. "Sister, what are you doing?" Yin Yu inquired, leaning closer and mimicking Ling's actions. "There's nothing here," he added. "It is the scent of enticing fans." Yin Yu, who on earth is reckless enough to carry the bait for temptation on their person? Ling crouched on the ground, sniffing as she crawled, ultimately bumping into Gu E. "This is the scent indeed. Dear esteemed one, you are covered in alluring powder." Gu E sniffed the air but could discern nothing. "I do not possess any alluring powder." "You do truly. It is right on your garment. Who could be so malicious as to wash your clothes with such enticing powder?" Ling retreated slightly, feeling a deep sense of pity for her father. If she were not present, the surrounding zombies would have surely pounced upon him. How desperately they seemed to wish for his demise. The entire base lay in ruins. Yet Yiming continued his relentless pursuit. They were brothers, after all. Where did such profound enmity stem from? "I shall go change my clothes." "What is the point of changing clothes? You're already marinated. Washing won't help. If there are zombies around, they will undoubtedly come for you." "Oh, dear father, just stay by my side. I assure you no zombie will dare approach you." Gui dare not take such risks. The number of zombies ahead was increasing. For every one he felled, another would appear, heedlessly lunging at him, all due to the lure powder. He found himself besieged by the undead, falling to the ground. A piercing pain shot through his shoulder, and the zombies multiplied around him, closing in. The once desolate ground was now teeming with them, a result of the lure powder. Despair filled Gu E's heart. Was this to be his end? "Clear the way. Don't surround my dear father." Amidst the hopelessness, he seemed to hear Ling's voice. "Step aside. Anyone who approaches will not face my mercy." In Chapter 50, he was astonished to witness the zombies parting to create a path. Nestled in Yi Si's embrace, Ling struck away the obstructing zombies with resolute force. Under the influence of the lure powder and Ling's presence, the zombies hesitated. Ling was incensed. How dare these zombies cast their covetous eyes upon her esteemed father? Gui, what has he just witnessed? This child, with a single slap, sent a zombie flying. A zombie, mind you, which would typically reduce an ordinary child to tears at the mere sight. Yet, this child not only remained unafraid, but seemed quite delighted. That cheerful demeanor. "Dear father, you ought to take a bath swiftly. Meanwhile, Linger will keep watch here. Rest assured, no adorable creature shall approach you." Ling, with unwavering conviction, gazed eagerly at Gu E. One must admit, the physique of the esteemed figure is indeed remarkable. Gu E, feeling a touch of embarrassment, pressed his lips together. Is this child perhaps a bit too precocious? Ling was utterly engrossed, her delicate smile revealing a hint of pearly white teeth. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her as a hand covered her eyes. Ling blinked in confusion. What was happening? Had night fallen? Si's hand rested before her, obscuring her vision. The long, pristine fingers lay gently in his palm, a reminder that a young lady should not indiscriminately gaze upon the bodies of others. Ling? Her esteemed father is not entirely unclad, so why the reluctance to gaze upon him? Moreover, he is not a stranger. He is her biological father. Reaching out to pry at the person before her, Yi stubbornly obstructed Ling's view with his hand. After her attempt to pry was thwarted, Ling began to scrutinize the lines on Yi's palm. Bored, she counted them. 1, 2, 3. Ah, there's a line on the young gentleman's wrist. Just as she wished to examine it closely, Yi had already withdrawn his hand. In Ling's heart, a sense of curiosity stirred. What was that thread adorning Nightsea's wrist? It appeared as though it was embedded within the flesh. What could it possibly be? Ling directly brushed his hand, yet found nothing. How could this be? Wasn't there a red thread just a moment ago? Now, there is nothing at all. Ah, the red thread. Ling curled her lip in disdain. He had already finished his bath. The enticing powder on his skin completely vanished. In the distance, a grand manor emerged, surrounded by carnivorous plants that leered at them with menacing gestures. Some of these grotesque flora even lunged towards them the moment they caught sight of the duo. Be cautious. Has the world outside transformed into this? She exclaimed. Can those mutated carnivorous plants truly move now? Ling brushed aside the individuals blocking her path, saying, Don't be alarmed, my dear friends. The carnivorous flowers merely wish to greet me after our long separation. Still apprehensive, was reassured by Yun Shen's gentle pat on his shoulder as he confidently entered the scene, declaring, Rest assured, these man-eating flowers pose no threat to us. Observing Ling as she exchanged pleasantries with each carnivorous flower left the onlookers momentarily speechless, sharing a collective sense of astonishment. Although this group was youthful, their capabilities were undeniably formidable. They could fend off zombies while also enlisting the flowers as sentinels. Remained unaware of their remarkable prowess. Upon nearing the expansive manor, he noted how the previously pervasive stench had dissipated entirely. A young boy sat in a wheelchair, positioned before the grand entrance, his features obscured by the light. Yet an air of extraordinary presence emanated from him. Ling took 2 steps, and just as she was about to leap into her elder brother's embrace, her body hung in midair. She turned her head in astonishment, only to find herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Yun Chaozi gazed at the unfamiliar youth before him, raising an eyebrow and extending his hand. Yi, unwilling to part with Ling, found himself bereft of the authority to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Ling was taken away. Yun Chao lowered his head and asked, Did you have fun? Yes, indeed. I had a wonderful time. Father? Yun Chaozi's eyes flickered as he lifted his gaze, meeting a familiar visage. A face strikingly identical to his own approached, and, as drew nearer, he discerned the youth's features mirrored those of the boy beside him. Yet, the aura surrounding this individual was entirely distinct. The youth bore a closer resemblance to him, and Yi's essence was nearly indistinguishable from Yun Chaozi's. Mother, he addressed, there's nothing amiss. Your arrival is fortuitous, as I was just contemplating a renovation of this estate. Second brother, accompany me to my study for a discussion. Just as Yin Shan was poised to partake in a meal, he exclaimed, What is this? Not only are we denied food, but even a sip of water is off limits? This scene struck a chord of familiarity within him. Little sister, let us procure some food, he urged, and the children swiftly vanished from the room, leaving only Yi and Li Yunwarm behind. Suddenly, Yi felt a surge of anxiety. He pressed his lips together and took a step forward, his mouth parting slightly. Yunwarm, before he could continue, Rong Yun emerged from the house, apron-clad, interrupting his words. Did you prepare this? Li Yunwarm questioned skeptically. I assure you, it is delectable. He promised. The pair entered the house, disregarding Yi entirely, yet they did not usher him away. Standing in this estate, he felt akin to an outsider. Chief, what shall we do now? One of his companions inquired. I must remain here. You may choose whether to stay or leave, Gu Yi declared. I will follow the chief. Another asserted. So shall I, echoed another voice. Observing the loyalty of his companions stirred Gu Yi's heart with emotion. Very well. Let us seek supplies and construct our dwelling beyond this estate. In the study on the second floor, Yun Chaozi sat in his wheelchair, observing the activities below. Why have you brought him along? He inquired. However, since they have not intruded upon us, it matters little. Yun Chun observed the bustling individuals outside, their homes beginning to take shape. Tents have been erected at the entrance of the estate. If he wishes to stay, let him. We need not concern ourselves with him. He mused. If they choose to ignore him, someone else will surely intervene. My Uncle Roan is not to be trifled with. Chapter 51. Concurrent advancement. I plan to expand the estate, adding an exterior wall and erecting a perimeter of electric fencing. This will increase our usable space significantly, allowing us to cultivate fruits and vegetables when the number of people grows. With Yin Ling around, we need not fear mutations. Isn't that a bit excessive? With our little sister here, isn't there a transparent barrier surrounding the outer perimeter? Indeed, but such a measure would attract the attention of other teams. We cannot allow them to discover the estate's uniqueness. Then there's the issue of water and electricity. Currently, they are not a concern, but we cannot guarantee that there won't come a day when they become unavailable, leaving their lives in disarray. That is indeed a dilemma. I could visit the power plant to see if there are any generators available, and for water, we might have to search for uncontaminated bottled water. There is a well at the back of the estate. I wonder if the water within has been contaminated. After a year in this post-apocalyptic world, clean water is exceedingly rare, and they hold little hope. If only they could establish their own sustainable living system around the estate. The two simultaneously thought of Yun Ling. Meanwhile, Yun Ling had quietly sneaked into the kitchen with a group of mischievous boys, stealthily eyeing the chicken legs. Gong Jinji, accustomed to his noble upbringing as the son of a prince before the apocalypse, found himself in uncharted territory, standing upright and rigid. Are you worried that others won't know you're pilfering food from the kitchen? Guan Yu, clearly more familiar with such antics, seized Gong Jinji's arm, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Sister's house is stocked with so much meat. She glanced skeptically at the chicken leg in her hand. Indeed, it is chicken, but why does it taste so dreadful? Like charcoal. Is this truly how chicken is meant to taste? Guan Yu, what is amiss? Sister, where are you going? Are you still eating meat? If you don't, I certainly will. If sister isn't eating, then it's all mine. With that, she quietly set down the meat in her hand. Isn't this more akin to a kindergarten model? Gong Jinji expressed his confusion. Not eating anymore? Yun Ling dashed ahead with remarkable speed, closely pursued by Guan Yu. Shortly after their departure, Rong Yun proudly presented a chicken leg before Li Yunwan. Look, I made this. The exterior appeared flawless, and it even emitted a pleasant aroma. It seemed edible. Mommy, don't eat it. Uncle Rome will harm you. This chicken leg is utterly inedible, simply dreadful. Li Yunwan paused mid-action, the dish growing cold in her hands. Silent, she accepted the plate and offered the chicken leg back to Rong Yun, saying, I do not trust your culinary skills. You should eat it yourself. How could it possibly taste bad? He had consulted numerous individuals who had sampled the dish, all of whom declared it delectable. He had received ample validation. As the chicken reached her lips, Rong Yun covered her mouth and fled. Wah! A liar, a fraud, all liars. It's clearly terrible. How could anyone claim it's delicious? Thankfully, Yun Wan was astute. Otherwise, she would have been the unfortunate soul to endure such an atrocious meal. Where's my esteemed father? Early in the morning, a young girl and her cat stumbled out, exclaiming, Father is so remarkable. He managed to construct a house so swiftly. Is father going to reside here? Little Ling, what has you awake so early? In that moment, Gu Yi perceived a palpable hostility. Ling, today Uncle Rong has prepared a delightful feast for you, featuring your favorite meats. Yin Ling's eyes sparkled with curiosity, yet her expression was marred by worry. Can Uncle Rong's cooking truly be consumed? At the dining table, everyone wore a frown, especially Li Rongrong, who was responsible for the culinary endeavors, her face etched with regret. How could she have overslept? If only she had risen earlier, Uncle Rome would not have ventured into the kitchen. Now, here lay a table laden with dishes. Such a feast must not go to waste. Why aren't you eating? Please indulge. This meal encompassed every flavor from sweet to sour, bitter to spicy. The usually ravenous Ling clutched her milk bottle tightly, opting for the safety of milk. Yu's cherubic face was a mask of conflict. He was famished, yet the food was truly inedible. Uncle Rome, may I offer a suggestion? Perhaps you should refrain from entering the kitchen in the future. It is simply too unpalatable. Yu chewed reluctantly, nearly gagging. He had never encountered such dreadful cuisine in his life. The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Yun's face fell in defeat. You are not always so candid. You previously claimed my cooking was delightful. We merely wished to encourage you, believing you would improve. Who could have anticipated that you would turn out to be a culinary disaster? The dishes may appear appealing, yet they taste horrendous. Fine. I shall no longer venture into the kitchen. Where is my second brother? Where has he gone? The sound of tinkling bells filled the air as Ling rushed over. Her curiosity piqued. What are you all doing? A power grid? And bricks? The little one stood before the massive power grid. The fluffy creature pranced elegantly. Master, please create a cozy nook for me. I want one too, chimed in the little turtle, slowly making its way over. The carnivorous plant joined in eagerly. I want one too. With the outer defenses established, Shun and the others sat in the courtyard, absorbing energy from the crystals they held. The higher the level of the zombies, the greater the energy contained within the crystals. As time passed, more individuals began to break through their limits. The light of their breakthroughs spread like wildfire. Chief, look, behold, so many are simultaneously awakening their abilities. This has never been witnessed before. Their powers had stagnated for an entire year, with some having never advanced since the onset of the apocalypse. Yet today, they witnessed the unprecedented, a multitude breaking through within the high walls. How had these individuals ascended? There were two paths to becoming an ability user. One, through the relentless fever induced by the apocalypse due to their physical constitution, and the other, through being bitten by zombies without succumbing to the transformation themselves. Leader, let's abandon the idea of building houses and simply join them instead. Wouldn't that be more agreeable? Gui, he might wish for that, but they do not desire it. Chapter 52, Slumber. Leader, I have encountered the two brothers residing within, and they bear an uncanny resemblance to you in your youth. That lad in you has also entered, calling himself the elder brother. Could it be that within, there are your sister-in-law and nephew? Have you perhaps committed some transgression against them, leading to your expulsion? Leader, if this is the case, I implore you to take the initiative and admit your faults. Engage in a friendly tussle in bed, and I assure you, all will be well once more. As the conversation grew increasingly absurd, He delivered a sharp slap. Cease your nonsensical chatter. The one struck, feeling wronged, protested, claiming it was not mere folly, for such was the wisdom expressed in books. Within the high walls, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the onlookers to swallow their saliva in secret. Leader, honestly, why not offer a humble apology? If it gets us inside, even a morsel of meat would be a blessing. He lamented the perils of poor companionship. The construction of the estate has been completed, creating an expansive space. Ling, with her short legs, frolicked joyfully in the courtyard, while Mao Chio stood on the back of a turtle, resembling a patrolling general. Li Yuan and Yun Chao Ci stood at the entrance, observing. Mother, I wish to cultivate some vegetables and fruits in this land. I have inspected it, and this soil has been contaminated. Even if we were to plant vegetables and fruits, they would be inedible. Before her marriage, Li Yuan was a botanist, a prodigy in her field, yet after tying the knot, she withdrew from her team, and the pond over there, the water within has also been tainted. The water we currently drink is from bottle supplies before the apocalypse. It has been over a year now, and our supply is dwindling. Concern shadowed Li Yuan's eyes. Should the water run out, even in the absence of zombies, humanity would turn upon itself in a desperate struggle for resources. This apocalypse would indeed become a veritable hell. Ling crouched on the ground, playfully toying with two small insects. Xiaoqing and Xiaohong scuttled about, while a nearby carnivorous plant trembled in trepidation. The two of them simultaneously glanced at Ling, who was engrossed in her fun. Momentarily taken aback, she wondered why they were staring at her. Did they wish to join her in playing with the insects? It was not an impossible idea. Is there a way to restore the contaminated soil and water? She pondered, resting her chin on her palm. It occurred to her that she could directly procure new soil and water from another realm, and with the protection of a barrier, they would remain untainted. However, she realized a crucial matter that made her hesitate. Should she utilize anything from another world? The child of heaven's Tao from that realm would inevitably manifest in this one. While no concrete evidence linked the two occurrences, she felt an unwillingness to act recklessly. Mao Qiao approached Ling, stating, "Master, the matter of the child of heaven's Tao does not concern you. There are those who desire your presence in this world." Chaos ensued in the 3,000 realms following your disappearance. With these words, Ling's eyes sparkled with realization. She need not worry about the ramifications. As the night deepened into silence, Ling stealthily descended from her bed, cautiously leaving her room. Upon stepping outside, she collided with someone. Ling. She extended her arms, closed her eyes, and pretended to be in a state of somnambulism. "Ling, it is Brother Yi Si." Ling opened her eyes and, grasping Yi Si's hand, dashed outside. With a flick of her small hand, Yi Si beheld nothing. However, in the distance, the surface of the pond rippled, and suddenly, a new adornment appeared upon his leg. Ling felt dizzy, overwhelmed by excessive energy loss, rendering her both fatigued and drowsy. "Linger, what troubles you?" She murmured, "Sleepy, I wish to rest." Nestoled igne chiese imbrace. Her small hand clutched at his garment, and Ling peacefully closed her eyes. Observing the child in his arms, Yi Si smiled gently, "Sleep well, my dear." Her tiny hand grasped his collar tightly, and before succumbing to slumber, Ling let out a contented sigh, feeling utterly at ease beside her older brother. Yichi stumbled slightly. The energy within him threatened to spiral out of control. Yet, this time, the sensation was lighter than ever before. Looking at the peacefully sleeping girl, he retrieved a blanket and laid it out on the floor near Ling. An unprecedented sense of ease washed over him since his birth. Suddenly, a harsh voice pierced the morning tranquility. Guan Yu had come to visit Ling bright and early and, upon opening the door, was taken aback to find Yi Si lying on the floor. "What are you doing in my sister's room?" he demanded. He, of all people, should not be allowed to stay in his sister's space. Why did he have the right? And every time his sister sought his embrace, why was that? He wanted to hold her too. Yi Si rose slowly and adjusted the blanket. "I was merely concerned for her. Last night, Ling suddenly grew tired. Something must have occurred." "Nonsense. You just want to snatch my sister away from me. Let me tell you, she is mine. You shall not take her." "Yi Si, who wants to take your sister?" "I have no shortage of sisters." Guan Yu's loud exclamations attracted a crowd of onlookers. Yin Chao frowned as he glanced at Yi Si and said, "Please follow me to the study." Yi Si, unfazed, followed closely behind. Ling suddenly fell into a deep slumber, causing a wave of tension to sweep through the entire estate. Yin Chaozi gazed out of the window. "Did you see everything that transpired yesterday?" Yes, she stood beside him and replied, "Indeed." He had always been aware that Ling was extraordinary, otherwise, among the multitude of individuals in the world. How could she alone possess the ability to restrain his uncontrollable energy? Throughout the past year, his power had spiraled out of control, yet he had never anticipated encountering someone capable of managing his energy in this realm. This revelation made him feel as though he had returned to a state of normalcy. "Rest assured, I only wish to remain by her side. I will not engage in any actions that could harm you or cause injury to Linger." Yin Shaozi found it incomprehensible to understand the child before him, who was merely in their teenage years. Though this statement appears simple, its execution is fraught with difficulty. Should you not first clarify your identity before uttering such words? "My identity holds no significance, rest assured. For me, Linger represents salvation." Yin Chao Ci found himself increasingly perplexed by the youth before him. As he observed the boy's retreating figure, he spoke, "Should you inflict any harm upon Linger, I shall ensure you regret ever having entered this world." Yi Si halted his steps, turning to face Yun Chao Ci with unyielding resolve. Rest assured, that will not happen. Let us descend and witness the fruits of Linger's efforts from last night. Chapter 53. All was lost, all was lost. In the courtyard, the previously murky atmosphere had vanished entirely, replaced by an aura even purer than that before the cataclysm. The tainted soil had regained its original hue, and tiny blades of grass now sprouted forth, occasionally visited by a few small insects. The previously filthy water in the pond had transformed into crystal-clear liquid, where fish could be seen swimming gracefully. Yin Chao was somewhat astonished. He had considered that Linger might possess some means. Yet he had never imagined that she could directly accomplish such a feat. Would Linger be all right? He was unaware of what this entailed for her. Would it inflict harm upon her? It should not, but she would require rest to recuperate. One must organize matters well, so as not to let down Linger's earnest intentions. These seeds were given to him by Linger before her unconscious state. They could now be sown. Yi Chi turned and departed. Yin Ling had slumbered for an entire day and night, only rousing in the evening. As she sat up, a gurgling sound emanated from her stomach, and she gazed vacantly at her belly. Linger, you are awake? The aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, bringing Yun Ling to full consciousness. Mummy, she exclaimed. Mummy, please show me what delectable treats await. I am so hungry I could devour an entire cow. Oh, is that all? Just a bit of millet porridge? I long for meat. Clutching her protesting little belly, Yun Ling's smile faded. You haven't eaten for far too long. You mustn't indulge in greasy foods just yet. Start with the porridge, and we shall have meat for dinner. The mention of meat filled Yun Ling with joy. At the dining table, her eyes were fixated on the meat. Li Yinwan placed a pair of chopsticks laden with vegetables into her bowl. Yun Ling paid no heed, savoring her chicken leg with great delight. Beside her, Yun Chao Ci cast a glance at Guan Yu, who was also indulging in meat, and placed a pair of chopsticks filled with greens into his bowl. Guan Yu pretended not to notice. He felt a tap on his head. Hey, big brother, why did you hit me? Eat your vegetables. Vegetables are unappetizing. Eat them. Another tap landed on his head, prompting Guan Yu to wail. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? This was more nagging than his father. Even during meals, he was under scrutiny, despite feeling disgruntled. He wore a cheerful smile as he begrudgingly consumed the greens, ultimately earning praise. Meanwhile, Yun Ling contemplated the greens in her bowl, her small hands pinching a piece to pop in her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she looked towards her mother. Mommy, look, I'm eating vegetables. Li Yinwan smiled. Our Linger is truly wonderful. Yun Ling smiled even more joyfully, for her mother had praised her. Her mother had indeed praised her. With delight, she happily consumed nearly half a bowl of greens. Yun Chao looked at Guan Yu, whose body quivered with every movement, a look of disdain etched on his face. Guan Yu, starting tomorrow, you shall rise early with your second brother to engage in physical exercise. In this apocalyptic world, such a body will not allow you to escape a zombie encounter. Guan Yu let out a lament, realizing that his days of comfort were abruptly coming to an end. The seeds that had been sown soon began to sprout, a phenomenon that Li Yunwan had never witnessed before. Was this situation deemed normal? Nearby, Yun Ling squatted beside the seedlings, swallowing hard. This one is a strawberry, this one a watermelon, this one a banana, and this here is a dragon fruit. Little sprouts. You must grow swiftly and soon bear flowers and fruit. She could hardly contain her eagerness to taste their bounty. In just a few days, as she beheld the blooming flowers, Li Yunwan fell into a contemplative silence. Yun Ling was filled with joy as she lay on the ground, conversing with the little flower. Engaged in her own musings, she noticed the flower swaying slightly before her, which seemed to be merely an illusion. Upon glancing at the vegetables nearby, now ripe for consumption, Li Yunwan fell into a deeper silence. These vegetables had thrived remarkably well, albeit their rapid growth was somewhat concerning. Experiments had confirmed that there were no issues. It appeared they were indeed ready to be harvested. Consequently, an abundance of vegetables graced the dinner table that evening. In Yunling's bowl lay an abundance of vegetables. Gazing at the contents, Yunling fell into silence. Had she known, she would not have gifted her mother so many vegetable seeds. Would it not have been better to cultivate only fruits? Yun, perceiving Yunling's thoughts, smiled gently as she turned to her. What troubles you, dear Lingu? Do you feel that there are insufficient vegetables for our love of them? Shall we bring in some more? Yunling hurriedly picked up her chopsticks, exclaiming, That's enough. That's sufficient. With tears in her eyes, Yunling consumed all the vegetables, earning praise for her efforts. The vegetables that once seemed unpalatable now appeared less disagreeable. With a satisfied belly and bright eyes, she gazed at her mother and inquired, Might I be rewarded with a chicken leg? You may have a little, but you've eaten too much. Any more and your little belly might burst. Just one bite is all I ask. After finishing her meal, Yunling felt a profound sense of contentment. Mother, the seeds for the vegetables and fruits are sound, but this must remain our secret. I plan to cultivate a greenhouse in the adjacent vacant lot. That sounds prudent, her mother replied. As the weather grew colder and resources dwindled, the inhabitants of this desolate world faced the dual threats of hunger and chill, which could strip many of their humanity. With the onset of winter, her elder brother resolved to lead a group to hunt zombies, gathering more crystal stones and harnessing the frigid season to enhance their abilities. Yun Xiaoxi's spirits were rather despondent. In this apocalyptic world, he was but an ordinary individual. Confronted by zombies, he found himself utterly powerless. Thoughts of Qi drifted into his mind. Being bitten by a zombie carried a 50% chance of becoming an ability wielder. Yet, there was an equally daunting possibility of succumbing entirely to the undead. Previously, he had hesitated, but now he yearned to take a gamble. Mother, I need to stay in my room for a few days. Please do not worry. As a mother, Yun naturally understood the turmoil within her son. I respect your decision, but I believe it is essential that you discuss this matter with Ling. Yun then recounted the events concerning Yu to him. Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that his sister was capable of anything. With an air of confidence, Ling declared that anything one desires can be attained. With her miraculous pills, even those bitten by zombies could transform into supernatural beings. However, a lingering sense of unease enveloped Ling, prompting her to stealthily make her way to Yun Xiaoxi's room in the stillness of the night. Yun Xiaoxi lay on the bed, enveloped in a feverish warmth. Qi stood by the window, observing as Ling entered and placed something into Yun Xiaoxi's mouth. Qi's gaze flickered, filled with complex emotions as he regarded Ling. If her heart was so benevolent, then why had she forsaken their entire little world? He longed to voice his questions, yet silence enveloped him. For Ling had already burrowed beneath the covers with Yun Xiaoxi, wrapping her arms around his neck in slumber. A faint, bitter smile graced Qi's lips. Those who are abandoned are often the ones whose worth is overlooked. At the break of dawn, a scream pierced the air as Ling furiously chased after the insects on the ground. The once lush leaves had been gnawed down to mere stems. Xiao Hong, stop right there, she cried out. They had devoured her precious fruit, the tiny morsels she had nurtured from the very beginning. Gone, just like that. Chapter 54. Unwelcome visitors. Xiao Hong, you are doomed. In a glass jar, two little insects exchanged glances, trapped within. With pitiful, wide eyes, they gazed up at her. Ling tossed her head defiantly, refusing to acknowledge their existence, convinced that escape was utterly impossible. Yu panted heavily, trailing behind Yun Shun. He could run no longer. He was utterly exhausted. Stealthily, he slowed his pace. Yun Shun turned his head, and Yu, filled with excitement, revealed an awkward smile. Run, I am running. When will such days come to an end? Day after day, will this never cease? Gu stood outside, gazing at the tightly shut door. Chief, their defenses are far superior to what we had back in the day, with double-layer protection. Chief, when will you come forth to admit your faults? He longed to enter through that grand entrance. Suddenly, the closed door swung open, and two individuals were momentarily taken aback as a group emerged from within the room. Yun Shun set forth with his small team, each face alight with excitement. Ever since they discovered that the crystals within the brains of zombies could enhance their abilities, they have experienced a delightful thrill akin to leveling up in a game. This sensation is truly exhilarating. As the gate closed, it severed all lines of sight. A member beside Gu stepped forward, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. Yun Shun, Could you perhaps discreetly share how you all became so formidable? Last time, when you collectively leveled up, I was envious for quite some time. I have been an ability user since the onset of the apocalypse, yet after more than a year, I remain as I am. What remarkable method do you employ? It is not much of a secret. The crystals within the zombies' brains can indeed enhance abilities. Are those the repugnant things you unearthed last time? Yin nodded. Boss, get in the car. We are about to depart. As he watched the departing convoy, He felt an overwhelming sense of aging. Yin Chao's departure remains in a state of unconsciousness, while Rong Yun accompanies Li Yunwan to the greenhouse. Yu follows eagerly behind Yu, imploring, third brother, please tell me, how did you become an ability wielder? The moment that flame appeared in your palm, you were truly impressive. Just confide in me. Without revealing it to anyone else, Yu leaned closer to Yu and said, let me tell you, as long as you are bitten by a zombie, you can become an ability user. Yu responded, what? Why doesn't he believe it? Is it really possible to become an ability user like that? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yu insisted, truly, I was bitten by a zombie, and afterward, I became an ability user. Yu's uncertainty grew. Could this possibly be true? In the stillness of the night, Yu quietly slipped out of his room, opened the door, and stood at the threshold, gazing at the swaying zombies in the distance, his eyes lighting up with an idea. He yelled, zombies, come over here. There's someone you can bite. Hurry and bite me. Nearby, Yu witnessed this spectacle aghast. Was his foolish son truly out of his mind? Calling the zombies over was akin to leading lambs to a slaughterhouse, a sure path to doom. The scattered zombies took notice of Yu, and as they focused on him, a shiver ran down his spine, an unexpected fear creeping in. What should he do now? Was it still possible to run? He watched helplessly as the zombies approached, faster and closer, instinctively swallowing hard. What to do? His fear only intensified. Yu's heart raced. Close the door. If this brat doesn't value his life, he must not endanger the entire estate. With Yin absent, there were hardly any capable fighters left inside. In his panic, Yu completely forgot to shut the door, remaining frozen in place, while veins throbbed on Yu's forehead. This reckless child, grabbing a weapon, he rushed towards Yu. Just then, the zombies, who had been heading toward Yu, suddenly halted, vanishing in an instant. Guanyu, why did they flee? Yu exclaimed, bewildered. What are you doing? It's late at night, and you're calling out to zombies? Dad, let go, it hurts. Yu protested. You still recognize me as your father. Have you not thought of me these past few days? Yu looked at him with wide eyes. Dad, I was going undercover. I've gathered intel. Uncle Rome likes Aunt Lee, but Aunt Lee doesn't reciprocate. So, Dad, you still have a chance. Go for it. As dawn broke, a crowd gathered outside the estate. Brother Chong, this is the place. This estate is stocked with supplies, and just look at the defenses outside. It's perfect for our base. Indeed, it's quite impressive. Are you certain the people inside lack the ability to resist? Of course, I'm sure. Did you not see the small team we encountered last night? They're the only ability users here. The depths of Yin Ting's eyes were filled with malice. Yin Chun, are you not quite capable? I shall now dismantle your base entirely. Let us see how you fare henceforth. This defense is indeed commendable. Go and knock on the door. Open up. Is anyone there? Hurry and open the door. The sound of knocking was quite thunderous, and Yu stood nearby, slightly furrowing his brow. Chief, these individuals do not seem to come with good intentions. Arm yourselves. The moment they make a move, we shall retaliate immediately. Understood. The grand gates of the manor creaked open, and Ling gazed upon the assembly of figures at the entrance, her gaze ultimately settling on Yun Ting, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. Brother Chong observed the child before him with some surprise. Little one, is there no adult in your household to answer the door for you? Behind the door, a man-eating flower quivered its leaves in excitement, beckoning eagerly. Come here, come here. Hurry up. Yes. Who are you looking for? A child responded, but Brother Chong had little inclination to converse with a mere child. Step aside. I shall enter and speak with an adult in your home. Ling shook her head, declaring, they cannot enter. What do you mean they cannot enter? A mere weaned child thinks to obstruct us. Strong brother and his entourage prepared to force their way through. sensing the imminent discord, hastily stepped forward. Do not trouble the child. If there is something to discuss, speak with me. Are you the guardian of these children? One could say that. Gu Yi positioned himself before Strong Brother and his group. Very well, I shall speak with you. I have taken a liking to this base. You must swiftly relocate with the child, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chapter 55. Frozen Feet Yun Ling. Oh, so this is an attempt to seize our belongings. Impossible. Impossible? Then do not blame us for being uncivilized. Come, everyone charge. Gu Yi's expression grew solemn. Such blatant robbery was intolerable. He assumed a defensive stance, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, he felt a grip on his arm, as he was forcefully pulled inside the door. The carnivorous flowers, with their gaping maws, feasted voraciously, their faces displaying a gleeful satisfaction. Having not tasted such fresh flesh in quite some time. Delicious. He could even hear the sound of bones crunching. A group of individuals was forcibly held outside the door. Brother Chong panicked. What on earth is this? What is this creature? Let's go, hurry. They are still moving. Run quickly. In a matter of moments, everyone scattered, pursued by a throng of ravenous flowers. Yun Ling ran behind, calling out as she sprinted, Hua Hua. Keep it up. The villains must have fled by now. It's all thanks to her, Hua Hua, who is truly formidable. Gu Yi. He simply lacked the insight, having never witnessed a carnivorous flower that could run. Hey, esteemed leader, would you like to come in and have a seat? May I enter? Of course. Gu Yi pressed his lips together, while one of his subordinates had already nudged him inside. Leader, shall we take a look at what lies within? At this pace of yours, when will my sister-in-law ever arrive? We must lend our support. Little Yun Ling, where is your mother? In a vast courtyard, there stood a greenhouse for cultivating vegetables. Li Yunwan was tending to the newly sprouted seeds, noticing their rapid growth and the ability to sprout in successive batches. Rong Yun was watering the plants, embodying a serene and harmonious scene. Mommy, Yun Ling approached, gazing eagerly at the luscious, crimson strawberries scattered upon the ground. They appeared utterly delectable. Stealthily, she crouched down, her tiny hand plucking a strawberry to relish with delight. Is it delicious? Indeed, it is exceedingly delightful. Yun Ling squinted, resembling a gluttonous cat, and Gu Yi, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt somewhat superfluous in the moment. Leader, where are you going? Please don't leave. Linger, have you visited your elder brother? Yin Zhao Ci has been feverishly unconscious for a considerable duration, showing no signs of awakening, which has inevitably caused some concern. Don't worry, Mommy. It's nothing. My brother is merely asleep. The longer he sleeps, the more powerful his abilities will become. Besides, it was the Zombie King who bit him. I find myself rather intrigued by my brother's powers. The Zombie King? Mommy, you might not know this, but it was the Zombie King who previously brought us the bowl. Li Yunwan? This was indeed news to her. Who would have imagined that their household harbored a Zombie King? What other secrets lay hidden within these walls? Gu and Yu. 5 minutes later. She gazed at Gu and Yu standing before him, puzzled. What do you want? His voice was somewhat hoarse, reminiscent of machinery, yet still melodious. I've heard you are the Zombie King. He circled Qi, observing him. This certainly did not resemble the zombies outside. Indeed, you really are the Zombie King. Qi frowned. I am. If you wish to fight, just say so. He understood that not everyone could accept the notion of him being a Zombie King. After all, in the eyes of humanity, the threat level posed by a Zombie King was exceedingly high. Living alongside a Zombie King could be perilous. Ah, splendid. I have heard that being bitten by a zombie turns one into an ability user. So if I were bitten by the Zombie King, would I not become an ability monarch? Hurry, bite me. He presented his fair neck towards Gu and Yu. Qi, I am not like those inferior zombies. I do not bite people. Gu and Yu, having been pushed away, retorted, but you bit my brother earlier. Just the same, bite me. I want to become an ability user. No, I aspire to be an ability monarch. Gu and Yu declared with utmost conviction, seemingly envisioning his formidable future. Hurry, I can hardly wait. Qi, the brothers of the Yun family seem to have their peculiarities, don't they? Some even seem eager to be bitten. Alas, do not leave yet. You have yet to bite me. Qi turned, casting a chilling gaze upon Gu on Yu, who shivered and fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Is this not a tad oppressive? Indeed it is. If you do not bite me, I shall seek out other zombies. Oof. In the stillness of the night, the gates of the manor swung open once more. Armed with the lessons learned for the previous encounter, Gu-on-yu stepped outside. A handful of wandering zombies approached, drawn by the scent of flesh. Meat, how delectable. Saliva dripped from their mouths. Gu-on-yu shut his eyes tightly, standing motionless as the number of zombies swelled. By the time Gui noticed, it was too late. The zombies were mere steps away, leaping forth, ready to feast upon flesh. With a sudden clap, something whisked him away. Meow. A languid mewing sound reverberated. Gu-on-yu? What were those shadows that soared into the distance? Why did they vanish? No. What is this colossal creature before me? The fluffy beast lazily turned, casting a casual glance at Gu-on-yu, its immense form suddenly shrinking as it leaped onto his shoulder. At that moment, Gu-on-yu dare not move. What had just transpired? That enormous mutated beast was the little cat beside his sister. Hadn't he snatched a large chicken leg from it when he first arrived? He even styled its fur into braids. Surely, this feline companion was not one to harbor grudges. Gu-on-yu, had he inadvertently offended it again? Oh dear, feline friend, please allow me to explain. I did not mean to, truly. Do not hold a grudge against me. As the temperature dropped and snowflakes began to fall, Ling donned a fluffy outfit, adorned with a collar of white fur and a tiger hat that left only her small face visible. The snow of the apocalypse was no longer pristine white, but a dreary gray. The fluffy creature trailed behind Ling, its elegant steps crunching on the snow, its fur bristling in the cold. Oh, my feet are freezing. So cold. Oh, much better. Chapter 56. Devoured whole. Gu-on-yu felt utterly tense. Previously, when he was unaware that the fluffy creature was a fearsome beast, he could hold it and stroke its fur. But now he dare not move, fearing that any misstep might provoke its ire and result in his own consumption. On the fourth day, Yin Zhao-ci finally awoke. No one knew what his extraordinary ability was, for he remained like an ordinary person, seated in a wheelchair. Ling nestled beside him, her eyes shimmering with excitement. It seemed her elder brother had become quite impressive. Open the door, open the door. The thunderous knocking reverberated once more, and Ling's eyes sparkled with joy. It appeared that the sound belonged to Changge from this morning. Changge had actually returned to play with her again. Yin Xiao had long been aware of the previous events and understood that there were those who sought to encroach upon their territory. Before he had the chance to take action, this individual had already arrived. Open the door. Ling, displaying her discernment, withdrew the barrier at the entrance. The moment the grand door swung open, Chang instinctively took a step back. The man eating flour at the threshold swayed gently, showing no inclination to attack. Uncle, come in and play. Chang tentatively advanced a step, and the flower remained still, instantly emboldening him. All the individuals entered the courtyard, and the door was shut behind them, releasing a collective sigh of relief. Now that the man-eating flower is gone, what can this room full of misfits and children possibly do to impede him? Yin Chao's gaze casually fell upon Yun Ting, then shifted to the... Ever since the revelation that they were not the children of Yun Shangli, Yin Xiao had granted him a singular opportunity. This chance was fleeting. If squandered, it would vanish without a trace. Li Rongrong, go and find my mother, and instruct her to remain indoors. You expect me to obey? On what grounds? Li Rongrong approached Yun Xiao, her androgynous appearance inadvertently revealing an alluring charm. If you wish for me to heed your words, you must first bestow a kiss upon me. Yunling's eyes widened in surprise. What is Sister Rongrong doing? Why are they so close to each other? Yunling found herself sandwiched between two individuals, glancing from one to the other. Yun Xiao extended his hand, pushing the person away and cradling Yunling on his lap. Uncle Rong, I shall trouble you with matters concerning my mother. Rongyan departed with a cheerful demeanor. Li Rongrong, feeling a twinge of regret, absent-mindedly touched her nose. It seemed this individual truly lacked insight. Although she wasn't particularly fond of him, such handsome men were a rarity in this apocalyptic world, prompting her to tease him on numerous occasions. If you do not vacate this estate, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Yun Xiao spoke slowly and deliberately, inquiring, what do you mean by being impolite? If you choose to leave voluntarily, I shall grant you a chance to escape. If not, I shall eliminate you all. Strong Gu gestured with his hand in a throat-cutting motion. Aren't your most formidable guardians the man-eating flowers? Yet now they are unable to enter, stranded outside. I wonder what you'll do next. Strong Gu and his companions exuded an air of arrogance. Ling blinked her large eyes. Brother Chong, I am acquainted with them. May I handle these individuals? Naturally. I only desire this base. I have no interest in these people. Brother Chong has already claimed this place as his own, displaying evident satisfaction, particularly with the presence of cultivated fruits and vegetables. Observing as these individuals began to allocate their spaces, Ling blinked again. Are these people out of their minds? Yu, I'm here, brother. How about these individuals for you to practice on? Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, excellent. Ever since I acquired my abilities, I have only battled zombies and have yet to engage with humans. How could you think so little of others? Yun Zhao Ci retorted. We are in an apocalyptic world. Do you still consider yourself the genius you once were? Oh, I almost forgot. Before the apocalypse, you had already become a madman and a cripple. You remain a cripple now. Your existence is a waste of resources. Why don't you just die? Or, at the very least, avoid dragging others down with you. Your demise would alleviate your family's burden. Yun Ting stood before Yun Zhao Ci, his visage replete with disdain and mockery. At last, he had finally subdued this individual beneath his heel. How may I assist you? With a dagger firmly grasped in hand, madness danced in the depths of Yun Ting's eyes. Ling, this person is truly detestable. She longs to leap forward and slap this individual, yet finds herself ensnared in her elder brother's embrace, utterly unable to move. Ling, what is she doing? Isn't this affecting her performance? Saliva splattered all over his face. Yun Ting was momentarily taken aback, and a sinister expression gradually contorted his face. Yun Ting, this wretched girl, he intends to strangle her. His hand reached out towards Ling, and in the next moment, with a resounding thud, Yun Ting found himself sprawled on the ground, limbs akimbo. Ling chuckled. Turtle! The turtle, crawling about on the ground, paused momentarily to cast a glance, snorting. How could this person compare to my cuteness? No one witnessed who had struck or how it transpired. By the time everyone regained their senses, Yun Ting lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. Yun Shongli hurried over. Tinger, are you all right, Ting? Yun Zhao Ci, how dare you lay a hand on Ting? You ungrateful wretch. After nurturing you for so many years, you repay kindness with malice. Yun Xiao's hand waved delicately near her nose as she inquired, Linger, have you heard that dreadful barking? It is truly unpleasant. Ling scrunched her petite nose in response. The cloud merchant's fury erupted. Yun Zhao Ci, considering you have been like a son to me for several years, I shall allow Brother Chong to spare your life. Now, pack your belongings and depart quietly. Yun Xiao cast a casual glance at Yun Shongli and remarked, I apologize, but I have never regarded you as a father. You truly lack discernment. Do not blame me for being impolite. Brother Chong, eliminate them. Once they are gone, this place will belong to us. The backyard is abundant with fruit trees. The water remains uncontaminated, and the land is suitable for cultivation. Moreover, there's an entire room upstairs filled with supplies. A glimmer of greed flickered in Brother Chong's eyes. Is what you say truly the case? Indeed, it is true. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Brother Chong, let us not squander any more time here. Let us proceed inside and eliminate them all. That is exactly my intention. Forward! Yun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged forward, the flames in his hands surging to life in an instant. Chapter 57. With his mouth agape, he soared upwards, enveloping everyone around him. Brother Chong, who are all these people? It seemed they were either capable of commanding man-eating flowers or adept at wielding fire. Was this a manifestation of fire-based abilities? What rank of fire manipulation could possibly allow them to be encircled in such a swift manner? Beside him, Guan Yu gazed at Yun Yu with increasing admiration. He was simply magnificent, utterly captivating, beyond compare. He must allow a zombie to take a bite. He absolutely had to become a supernatural being. It was imperative. It was essential. In Yun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. His extraordinary abilities had grown even more formidable. Haha! The immense flames enveloped the figure. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, no more than 5 seconds, and then, in an instant, the colossal fire vanished without a trace. Yin, why has his extraordinary ability vanished? Ling rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. My third brother still lacks practical experience. His control over his abilities is inadequate. I should take him out for some training. With the disappearance of their powers, the previously panicked Changgu and the others regained their composure. Is this all? You may as well await your demise. Charge! Yi Si calmly approached Ling, ready to intervene at any moment should she find herself in peril. Qi Lian did not even lift her gaze. The small ball of fluff raised its head from Gu Anyu's embrace, and the initially flustered Gu Anyu glanced at the creature in his arms, instantly regaining his composure. He had a formidable ally with him. He was unafraid. Stop! The door swung open as Gu Yi entered. You again? This matter does not concern you. Do not meddle. Gu Yi, flanked by his companions, positioned himself protectively in front of the children. I'm the father of these children. If there are issues, address them with me. If a fight is to ensue, let it be with me. At that moment, Ling found herself quite impressed by the imposing figure of his father. Yun Shangli recognized Gu Yi and instinctively stepped aside. This was indeed a formidable figure. Although the base had fallen, his prowess remained evident. Brother Chong, this man hails from a northern base, and we are no match for him. What now? Are we simply to retreat? He has entered, and there is no way out for us. With that, the two sides clashed instantly. Yin Chaozi's gaze fell upon Gu Yi. One could not help but remark that, despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, he appeared quite formidable in an instant. Brother Chong and his group soon found themselves overwhelmed, hastily retreating. The ordinary individual was cast aside by the cloud merchant. He yearned to flee, yet found himself encircled. Mr. Gu, Mr. Yun, it is time for certain matters to be unveiled in their true light. Please follow me. Ling inched closer. Under the escort of Rong Yun, Li Yunwan frowned upon seeing the two individuals in the room, neither of whom she wished to encounter. Yun Chao took his leave, allowing space for the three of them. With Gu Yi present, Yun Chao was confident that his mother would be safe. Ling cast a furtive glance outside and subtly tugged at Yi Si's sleeve. Let us go out and give those rascals a proper thrashing. A flicker of disapproval crossed Yi Si's eyes. Ling pouted and leaned closer to Yun Yu and Gu Anyu, chattering animatedly about something incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Gong Jinji stood nearby, bewildered, unable to grasp their conversation, glancing at the two who nodded in agreement. Could they truly understand? Alas, what were you all up to just now? Where are you headed? Hush, keep it down. Little sister is going to teach that gang led by Chong a lesson. I'm coming too. What more could Yi Si say? He had no choice but to follow. As dusk descended, the gates of the manor swung open. A group of children stealthily darted out. Chong and his companions bore injuries from their recent scuffle, yet they remained unyielding. That base was indeed a coveted stronghold. If they failed this time, they would return for another attempt. That base would be theirs. Chong, it's getting dark. We need to find shelter quickly, or we might face dire consequences. The night was when zombies roamed in abundance. Ahead lay an abandoned factory. It seemed they had no choice but to take refuge there for the night. What a stroke of bad luck. They had missed out on the base and had gotten beaten up, all thanks to that Yinting. Where was Yinting? Still unconscious. I left him on the road. Inside the dilapidated factory, the group munched on their compressed biscuits. A faint rustling sound broke the silence, followed by a ghostly white figure swaying before them, long hair cascading over its face. Chong, a ghost. There, a ghost. A piercing scream erupted, and Chong swiftly slapped the figure on the head. In this apocalypse, what ghost could there possibly be? I suspect someone is just trying to spook us. Go on, pull down that white curtain. I want to see who's playing tricks. Jian, I am scared. The one pushed forward, summoning courage. Was it Gu Anyu, masquerading as a ghost? This was T following the script at all. As the figure's hand reached for his clothing, Gu Anyu exchanged frantic glances with Yun Yu, urging him to act quickly and pull him away. With a sudden snap, the rope broke and Gu Anyu tumbled to the ground. Well, it's you. Trying to scare me, are you? Guanyu. This is it. This is the end. Oh dear, there are two little tykes. Big brother. These little ones are as tender as any woman. How about we take them as a treat? How disgusting. I need some rest. Keep the noise down. Chang turned and departed, while Yi Si held Yun Ling close, hiding in the shadows, observing these individuals. It appeared that their existence was no longer warranted. Yun Ling was furious. How dare these individuals attempt to bully her brother? Such behavior was utterly intolerable. The fluffy creature, sensing her indignation, instantly expanded in size. A fierce beast indeed. The enlarged fluff ball boasted sharp fangs, elongated ears, and formidable claws, towering over 2 meters. Run, run. But escaping was far from easy. Fluffball, quickly, devour them all. A glimmer of disdain flickered in the creature's eyes. These individuals reeked abominably, lacking any aroma of savory chicken legs. Its colossal claws struck the ground with devastating force, obliterating several foes in one swipe. How exhilarating. In the distance, Guanyu gulped, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality. Chang and his companions had no chance to flee, perishing beneath the fluffball's lethal grasp. The creature then transformed back into a small cat, licking its fur with an air of pride before nonchalantly turning away. Ouch, my feet are freezing, he lamented. He regretted showing off earlier. He should have sought someone to hold him. On the way back, Guanyu's eyes sparkled. There ahead was a zombie, but as he approached, the zombie turned and fled. Guanyu, he recalled that zombies were not typically like this. Previously, they lunged at him with ferocity. Finally, one wobbly zombie staggered close, and Guanyu, brimming with excitement, dashed forward, embracing the zombie. Big brother, could you do me a favor and bite me? Even the zombie was taken aback, never having received such a request before. Not assisting him would be a disservice to itself. With its mouth agape, it lunged forward. Chapter 58. Let the battle commence. Yun Ling? No, it's not as you said. Being bitten by a zombie would grant one extraordinary abilities, would it? Do not restrain me. Allow me to pass. Yunyu, cease your foolishness. It was my sister who aided me in becoming an extraordinary being. If you ascend recklessly, what calamity might ensue? My sister would assist me, wouldn't she? Guanyu gazed imploringly at Yun Ling, who merely shook her head. No, it cannot be. Her pills have run out. Guanyu, woe is me. My sister no longer favors him. In the estate, 3 individuals remained locked in a standoff, while Rong Yun observed from a distance, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Li Yunwan. Warm, you must trust me. I hold love for you, yet I am compelled to act thus. Heaven knows the torment of standing beside such an exquisite beauty for years. Rendered powerless. Asardonix milagrosa li Wuan's lips. Love me? Love me enough to hand me over to another man? Is this truly love? It is nothing of the sort. Yun Shangli is merely pursuing his own interests, willing to play the part of a despicable traitor without a second thought. It is not like that. It is him. Yin Shangli pointed towards Gu Yi. It is he who dispatched his brethren to threaten me. He claimed that your constitution is unique, that only you could bear children for Gu Yi. He promised that if I released you, he would fulfill any of my desires. In that moment, I was utterly bewitched. Please forgive me, I implore you. Yet, even now, Yun Shangli still believes he could be absolved. Begone. I do not wish to behold you at this moment. Should you choose not to depart, I shall not hesitate to ensure your complete disappearance from this world. Yun Shangli shuddered momentarily, yet his unwillingness prevailed. He gazed greedily at the entirety of the estate. In this apocalyptic world, the manor served as the ultimate sanctuary for all. Beside him, the man-eating flower swayed precariously, its leaves drooping over Yun Shangli. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to turn and flee. Outside the confines of the manor, peril lurked at every turn. Within the grand hall, only Gu Yi and Li Yunwan occupied the space. Gu Yi felt somewhat at a loss. Having spent years without a woman by his side, he had never contemplated marriage. Now, at over 30, he suddenly found himself surrounded by numerous children, all linked to the very woman he had dreamt of for years. It was only natural for him to feel a twinge of anxiety. This situation is my fault. It is my poor judgment in friendships that has entangled you in this mess. Let's leave this matter in the past. You may go, Yun stated bluntly, wishing to usher him away. Gu Yi opened his mouth in resignation, ultimately realizing he had no words to offer. I will always stand guard by your side and the children, he proclaimed before hastily departing. As he opened the door, he was met with a multitude of curious gazes. Gui, the eavesdropping Ling, showed no signs of embarrassment, a smile gracing her lips as she chimed, "Uncle." Her voice, crisp and sweet, was exceedingly pleasant. "Hello, Uncle." Yu echoed, soon followed by Gong Jinji and Yisi. Gu Anyu scratched the back of his head, chuckling softly, "Hello, Uncle." Gui. This little rascal seems to have completely forgotten his real father. He mused, observing the children who had rushed into the courtyard, uncertain of what to say. His gaze shifted towards the women in the yard. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth from the shadows, brandishing a dagger and charging at Li Yunwan. Gu Yi's pupils constricted as he reacted swiftly. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. There was no time for defense. By the time Li Yunwan realized the danger, it was already too late to evade the attack. She watched helplessly as the dagger approached, a sinister smile playing on Yun Shangli's lips. Since he had already lost everything, he saw no reason for anyone to continue living. With a sickening thud, the sound of the dagger embedding itself in flesh echoed through the air. Contrary to her expectations, Li Yunwan felt no pain. She opened her eyes to see the person who had shielded her, astonished. In his failed attempt, Yun Shangli was swiftly subdued. "Let me go. I will kill them," he screamed. Yun Chao's expression darkened. "Take him away. There is no need for this person to remain." Yun Ling rested upon Gu Yi, urging, "Here, esteemed father, please. Consume this swiftly. This is a medicinal remedy that can expedite the healing of wounds. Consuming it will surely restore your health." Gu Yi gazed at the small pill thrust into his hand, a subtle grimace forming at the corners of his mouth. The pill resembled a folk remedy peddled by barefoot doctors, exuding a rather unpleasant odor. "Is this concoction truly effective?" Yun Ling gazed eagerly at Gu Yi, imploring, "Esteemed father, please eat it. Once you do, everything will be fine, truly." The others, too, watched him with wide eyes. Gu Yi accepted the pill and swallowed it. Initially, he held little hope for any effect. Yet, to his astonishment, the wounds upon his body visibly began to heal. Suddenly, a dark cloud gathered in the sky, followed by incessant thunder, as if issuing a dire warning. Yun Ling glanced over, and the thunderous sound appeared to have diminished significantly. "Oomph! The little heavenly Tao dares to intimidate its master. It seems unaware of its own limitations." The thunder grew fainter and fainter, eventually fading into oblivion, almost as if it bore a sense of grievance. Alas, it was merely fulfilling its duties. Why must it frighten this poor little being? What is this strange pill? Yin Chao Ci cradled Yun Ling in his arms, his somber gaze fixed upon Gu Yi. "Now that you are healed, it is time for you to depart." Gui, this family truly does not welcome him. While he can comprehend their sentiments, he nonetheless feels a pang of sorrow. "Thank you. No, we ought to express our gratitude to you," Li Yunwan interjected. "You saved my life, and I shall forever remember this debt of gratitude. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." In the embrace of Yun Zhao Ci, Yun Ling surveyed her surroundings, shifting her gaze from one thing to another. Ultimately, Gu Yi was expelled. Rong Yun stood aside, looking down at Gu Yi with an air of superiority. "Mr. Gu, it is futile for you to linger here. Wan will never harbor affections for you. Do not waste your time. Depart at once." Her disdainful gaze compelled Gu Yi to lower his head. "I do not seek her affection. I simply feel a profound sense of indebtedness. I wish to make amends." "Unnecessary. This matter is solely between Li Yunwan and myself. It bears no relevance to you. What authority do you possess to address this?" From her concealed position, Yin Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement, urging, "Let the confrontation commence." Chapter 59. I was wrong, Gu Yi. How I choose to act is none of your concern. I shall not leave. With that, Gu Yi turned towards his modest dwelling. Beside him, Yun Ling blinked in astonishment as Rong Yun scooped her up, remarking, "You truly relish the thrill of the unfolding drama, do you not?" Yun Ling declared that wherever there is excitement, there she shall be, concealed in the shadows. Yin Ting silently witnessed the murder of his father, his gaze betraying no emotion. The night enveloped the manor, which remained as tranquil as ever. Yin Ling lay upon her bed, engaging in playful frolics with the fluffy ball, when suddenly, a peculiar light flashed across the sky, capturing her rapt attention. "What was that just now?" she inquired. "It appears to be the halo of a celestial progeny," came the response. "A celestial progeny? Does this mean that another such being has emerged in this world? Master, you must swiftly gather the reverence of the celestial progeny to enhance your strength. Out there, in the unknown, the zombies are growing increasingly powerful, eventually acquiring human-like cognition along with their undead physique. At that point, they will become quite formidable." "But why am I here?" Yin Ling pondered, a sense of unease settling over her. How could a sovereign of the celestial realm find herself ensnared in this diminutive world? "I am uncertain of the reasons, but if you wish to depart, you must elevate your own power." Yin Ling nodded, resolutely deciding to work diligently to earn the respect she sought. "Come, let us explore over there," she suggested, pondering which child of destiny from another realm had arrived in this world. As the night deepened, Yin Ling quietly slipped out of her room. Yi Si shook his head in mild exasperation. This child truly could not remain still for a moment. After Yin Ling's departure, Guan Yu followed suit, soon joined by Gong Jinzhong, and finally, Yin Yu also ventured out. On the second floor, Yun Chaozi observed this procession with a hint of resignation. "I understand. I shall protect them," Li Rongrong declared before turning to leave. Yin Ling, cradling the fluffy ball, soon found herself unwilling to continue after merely 10 minutes. Gazing at the distant light that seemed so far away, she felt a sense of helplessness. It had appeared much closer from the comfort of her home. How could such a vast distance still remain? It felt insurmountable. Exhausted and disheartened, she longed to cease her journey. The fluffy ball, sensing her weariness, suddenly enlarged. "Master, climb aboard, and I shall carry you," it offered. Yin Ling nodded and climbed onto the back of the fluffy creature. "Wait for me, little sister." Shortly thereafter, another person ascended. Me too, Yin Ling." Guan Yu leaned upon the fluffy creature, exploring with curiosity, touching here and there, utterly fascinated. The fluff ball, however, bristled in agitation. It would have sufficed for them to simply take a seat, yet their incessant prodding continued, as if it had no temper at all. Were it not for the amiable rapport between them and its master, it would have surely cast them all aside. The fluff ball's sudden flare caused the group to instantly quiet down. Its speed was remarkable, and before long, they had arrived at their destination. Yin Ling surveyed the surrounding environment, her mouth agape in astonishment. A colossal pit had been inexplicably formed in the ground, as if struck by some unseen force. A few small creatures were huddled beside the vast chasm, peering curiously into its depths. "What is that? Surely it must be a human," Yin Yu remarked. "Indeed, it resembles a human, yet possesses the body of a tiger. Could be a beast man." The figure within the pit stirred, opened its eyes, and upon noticing the crowd of onlookers, recoiled as if startled, baring its teeth in an attempt to frighten them away. Yin Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. Little Furball, is this the chosen one of the Beastman world? Such a diminutive creature, it appeared utterly adorable. "Little Furball, quickly bring him out." She resolved to care for this Beastman. The young Beastman exhibited a peculiar dependence on Yun Ling, tugging at the hem of her garment and casting timid glances at the others. This little creature was simply enchanting. She reached out her hand, yearning to poke it. "Ow! Release me! Do not bite my hand, it hurts! Little beast, let go, it's dirty, there are germs." The young Beastman released its grip and nestled entirely behind Yun Ling. The little creature obediently followed in her wake. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as countless zombies surged forth, clamoring to attack. Yin Ling blinked her eyes, while Yun Yu and the others stood ready in a defensive posture. Guan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged forward wielding a tree branch he had carelessly picked up from the ground, finding both amusement and challenge in the fray. Yichishidid Yun Ling protectivity. Gong Jinji, drawing a long sword seemingly from nowhere, surged forward, while Yun Yu, unwilling to be outdone, conjured a blazing fire to meet the impending threat. Ling found a pristine spot to settle down, clutching a substantial chicken leg. ECI? Yu was brimming with excitement. Zombies, oh zombies, they were everywhere. Come bite me. Beside him, Yu found himself preoccupied with both battling the undead and protecting Yu. It was indeed a hectic endeavor. The fluffy ball of fur, having retracted all its presence, observed the scene quietly. As its master sought to train these young men, it felt compelled to lend its support. In this inaugural confrontation, fear was absent, only exhilaration remained. Although they were outmatched, the thrill was undeniable. Ultimately, it was Ling who intervened when they could no longer withstand the onslaught, dispatching the relentless zombies with ease. The remaining undead, sensing Ling's formidable aura, vanished without a trace in an instant. Yu once again witnessed the formidable prowess of Ling. Her strength was simply astonishing. The zombies were utterly frightened off. As the sky gradually brightened, Ling gazed at the rising sun, realizing with a start the impending trouble. If their mother were to discover them, it would certainly spell disaster. Stealthily, she crept inside, forming a line with her companions, cautiously opening the door in preparation to enter. Oh dear, who goes there? Ling cradled her little head in her hands. Upon glancing up, she was taken aback, halting her steps as a series of collisions occurred behind her. A contrived smile crept on her lips as she uttered, "Mommy." Inside, she was weeping softly, wondering why her mother was at the door. Was she there to reprimand her? A minute later, Ling wielded a feather duster, rhythmically tapping it against her palm, her gaze fixed upon a cluster of children huddled in the corner. "Speak up," she commanded. "Where did you all disappear to throughout the night?" In unison, not a single child dared to respond. Liunwan's frustration munta. Did they not comprehend the worry they had caused by vanishing without a trace? She resolved that these children must learn a lesson, for who knew what manner of mischief they might indulge in if left unchecked. Ling's eyes sparkled as she clung to her mother's leg, exclaiming, "I was wrong, Mommy." Chapter 60, an entirely spectacular scene. Ling, pray tell, what exactly did you err in? Ling? This question is beyond the syllabus. Mother did not teach this. Ling gazed into Ling's innocent, large eyes and spoke. Mother knows of your great abilities and believes you will not encounter danger. However, she cannot help but worry. Therefore, before you venture out, could you kindly inform Mother? Initially, she had intended to check on Ling in the middle of the night to see if he had kicked off his blanket, but upon her arrival, she found a room utterly empty. One can only imagine the extent of her anxiety at that moment. Had it not been for Yun Chao Ci's assurance that he had dispatched someone to safeguard the children, she would have set out alone to search for them. Ling nodded hurriedly, of course. I will definitely tell Mommy later. Looking at Ling's face, which was smeared with dust and resembled that of a little kitten, Yun felt her heart soften. All right, let us go upstairs with Mommy. I will help you wash up, and then you can have a good rest. Ling nodded, while the small beast closely followed her. Ling was at a loss as to how to address this half-human, half-beast creature before her. How could such a being exist in this apocalyptic world? It was something Ling had found and taken under her care. This is a child of destiny. I am hoping he will help me enhance my strength. Enhance her strength? Ling was already formidable. Could she truly become even more powerful in the future? If she wished to keep it, so be it. But would it always remain in such a state? Ling glanced over, pondering. Surely, the orc should be capable of fully transforming into a human. It seems quite feasible. The orc appeared to sense this, and in the next moment, a male infant appeared on the ground, crawling about. Ling, little brother. Ling was somewhat taken aback, as he had completely transformed into a small child, resembling a doll of similar size to Ling Mommy. Can I take care of him now? Ling gazed eagerly at Ling nodded in affirmation, casually tossing the small beast man to the side of Yunyu. You take care of him. Yunyu? He is raising a child? Oh dear. Can we not be a tad more reliable? I am still but a child myself. The other children darted away in a flash, leaving only Yunyu and the little creature, locked in a gaze of mutual astonishment. The little beast looked up at Yunyu with eager eyes before baring its teeth and scampering off. Alas, don't run away, wait for me. Early in the morning, Yun chased the little creature around, bringing life to the entire estate. The snow fell ever more heavily, shrouding the surroundings in an ominous gloom. Ling stood by the window, observing the weather outside. Just as she pondered, a commotion erupted outside. It seemed her elder brother had gathered quite a bounty. Wasn't he previously immune to this woman? Why is he entangled with her once more? Chun Cece cowered behind Yun Chun, resembling a frightened little bird. Yun Chun shifted uneasily, retreating a step back. Yun Chao's indifferent gaze casually settled upon Chun Cece, ultimately resting on Yun Chun. Yun Chun, feeling quite helpless, was at a loss as to how he had brought this person here. You may find any room in the east courtyard to stay, he suggested. In a hurried manner, Yun Chun rushed into the house and embraced Yun Ling tightly. Sister, you must save me. There is something amiss with this woman. Yun Ling gazed at Chun Cece, a slight frown creasing her brow. This must be attributed to the so-called will of heaven, orchestrated by fate. Do not worry, second brother. Leave it to me, she declared, her voice laced with indignation as she sought out an empty room. However, it was devoid of any furnishings. How could one reside there? Reluctantly, she departed in search of Yun Chun. At that moment, Yun Chun was huddled behind Yun Ling, contemplating strategies with her, his large frame sheltering her petite figure. Yun Ling? No, second brother, your actions are rather ungracious. As Chun Cece entered, she hurriedly approached Yun Chun. Brother Chun, there is nothing in the eastern courtyard. How can I possibly stay there? You shall reside as you did before, he replied. Brother Chun, I asked for nothing more, but could you possibly provide me with a blanket? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Suddenly, the door swung open, and May, adorned in a striking red gown, leaned close to Yun Chun. Darling, who is this woman? Yun Chen's body stiffened. Hadn't this person already left? What was going on? Why was she leaning against him? Please, don't come any closer. Chun Cece's eyes reddened further, casting a pitiful glance at Yun Chun. May stepped forward, gently lifting Chun Cece's chin. You are truly unattractive. Chun Gij. Chun Cece protested. Don't call him Chun Gij. He is mine. You filthy girl have no claim to him. Come with me. Chun Cece shrank back. What do you intend to do? Weren't you asking for a blanket? Come with me, and I shall fetch it for you. Do not cling to my Chun Gij. The same 3 words uttered from May's lips bore a different weight, causing an inexplicable flutter in Yun Chen's heart. Chun Gij. Chun Cece, feeling unsatisfied, desired to remain here, yet it was not so simple to achieve that. She wished to become a part of this place to secure resources. She had long observed that the supplies in this estate were abundant. Weren't you asking for a blanket? Now that someone has offered it, why not hurry? Chun Cece stamped her foot in frustration and followed May. She had anticipated that this woman would take action against her. However, she was surprised to find that merely handing her a blanket sufficed for her departure. Clutching the blanket tightly, Chun Cece glared at the retreating figure of the woman. Gritting her teeth, Yun Chun will eventually be mine. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of May's mouth. This woman was hardly worth her consideration. Yun Ling observes the unfolding drama. Chapter 61, Ferocious Beasts. Alas, 2 women vie for the affection of one man. Our second brother seems to be quite popular. She supports Sister May. Winter has fully arrived. The outside world is already encased in ice, with a biting cold permeating the atmosphere. Zombies continue to wander aimlessly. Yet more prominently, ferocious beasts emerge in search of sustenance. The harsh winter threatens to starve many, including these beasts. Numerous supernatural beings, lacking sufficient provisions to endure the season, find themselves in dire straits. Despite the winter chill, conflicts are escalating. A family, engrossed in their meal, halts their actions, gazing at the trembling table. What is happening? An earthquake? An earthquake! Yun Ling shook her head, exclaiming, This is not an earthquake. It is a ferocious beast. We must not allow the beast to approach. Otherwise, our hard-built base will be in jeopardy. With that, she turned and fled. The other children followed closely behind, and soon, the rest of the group followed suit. In the distance, a dark shadow loomed ever closer. A might so massive. What kind of mutated creature is this? Defense. Quickly, Yun Chen's pupils constricted. In the presence of such a colossal mutated beast, they as supernatural beings seemed utterly insignificant. It cannot be allowed to advance. I will divert its attention. The warriors of Yunshun have already engaged in battle, while Ling and her companions swiftly vanished into the depths of the night. By the time Li Yunwan recalled the situation, they had already disappeared without a trace. How could the Yunwan, who had only just promised to inform her before departing, now be nowhere to be found? This is utterly exasperating. It truly offers no peace of mind. The small group stood frozen before the enormous beast that loomed before them. What is this creature? It appears to be a mutated fish from the ocean. It's astounding in size. Guanyu's face was alight with excitement as he turned to Yunyu and exclaimed, "Third brother, do you think that if this thing bites us, we could become the most formidable of superhumans?" Yunyu, once bitten by this, one can only become the morsel stuck between teeth. Yet this rascal Guanyu remains eager to take the plunge. Yunyu silently grasped Guanyu's arm, preventing this thoughtless individual from rushing out. The ferocious beast had not noticed their presence at all. Ling picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, it didn't even register." With determination, she aimed again. The tiny stone struck the fierce beast, creating a gaping wound. The creature turned its head, scanning the surroundings for the source of the attack. "What is it that dares to strike me?" It is I. Look at me, hey, you big brute. Your challenger. Yes, it is I. Come, pursue me." Though the stones were few, each child hurled a handful, inciting the wrath of the beast. The creature pivoted, unleashing a fearsome roar in their direction. Ling, saliva. This colossal creature exhibits a complete disregard for hygiene, spitting its drool upon my face. "You, depart. Do not approach my home. Otherwise, I shall be unyielding." The ferocious beast's eyes glimmer with a hunger for sustenance. To it, these individuals are merely prey. As it opens its gaping maw and advances relentlessly, truly disobedient, a small stone is hurled once more at the beast, and astonishingly, this immense creature collapses to the ground, struggling a couple of times before succumbing to its fate. Before the astonished eyes of Yunshun and the others, they scarcely comprehend the events unfolding. As the beast breathes its last, baffled yet incredulous, they ponder, could this beast have perished from hunger? They simply cannot grasp the reason behind the demise of such a colossal creature. Indeed, it must have starved. Observing her mother's fluctuating expression, she feels a sense of relief, hoping her mother has not noticed her absence. Surely she has not. Li Yunwan feels a tinge of helplessness. Ling gazed at her elder brother, blinking her eyes playfully. Brother, behold your adorable sister." The crystals adorning this fierce beast possess far more energy than those found on a zombie. Yunshin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he set out once more that very night, accompanied by a small team. Ling, truly, my second brother fears nothing at all. Mother. Ling approached Li Yunwan, calling out in a bright and lively voice, "Mommy, I am going on a long journey. The book mentions that the children in my uncle's house are being bullied at school. In this apocalyptic world, the curriculum revolves around skills necessary for combating zombies. My cousin was left crippled at school. If I don't go soon, it may be too late." Li Yunwan's heart skipped a beat. No, after the onset of winter, her uncle had begun teaching at the school. She breathed a sigh of relief. With her brother there, the child should be safe. Ling lamented, "Uncle is utterly useless." By the time he arrived, cousin was already in trouble, and it was Yun Ting who had fled after causing the chaos. That individual, after escaping from here, went on to become a teacher at the school. They bullied him here and vented all their frustrations on cousin. Alas, poor cousin. "Mummy, we should go to school too. Staying at home is far too dull." Despite her tender age and her struggle with articulation, Ling was already contemplating attending school. Upon hearing this, Yu shuddered. "Oh dear sister, at such a young age, why do you harbor such misguided thoughts? School is not a place for you. There one must complete assignments." Yu grasped Ling's hand and said, "Sister, I must tell you, if you do not complete your homework at school, you will be punished by having your palm struck, and it is quite painful." Ling declared, "It matters not. I am unafraid. Moreover, my cousin must come to the rescue." Thus, in the midst of winter, a group set forth. Yun, concerned for Yunling's safety, decided to accompany her, while Yunchun and Yunchao Ci remained behind. Before their departure, Yunling stealthily made her way to her elder brother's chamber, struggling to climb onto his bed. "Elder brother," she murmured, poking his face gently. "Elder brother, could you gaze upon me?" Yunchao held the person in his embrace and inquired, "Have you come to see me for a reason?" "Pray. Be mindful of Prey, that zombie. He shall not align himself with our intentions. Otherwise, why is it that in every instance, Prey has refrained from taking action?" Elder brother is aware of this and has already resolved to send Prey away from here. Yunling felt a sense of relief, though this prayer was indeed somewhat unsettling. Among all, Guan Yu was the most delighted by this journey. As they ventured out, the number of zombies increased, and with it, the chance of him being bitten grew, which in turn heightened his prospects of becoming an ability user. His joy was palpable, exuberant, and uncontainable. The road ahead was undeniably perilous, with a myriad of ferocious beasts lurking in every corner. In this post-apocalyptic world, even the tiniest ant could transform into a formidable creature. Chapter 62. The school in the dimly lit, abandoned room. A woman clutched her child tightly, her vigilance unwavering as she surveyed her surroundings, her body curled in the corner, trembling with fear. The woman appeared emaciated, reduced to little more than skin and bones, while her child, in stark contrast, was plump and robust, seemingly of the same age as Yunling, yet unwilling to take a single step on their own, clinging to the woman like a parasite. Duo, do not be afraid. Mummy will safely take you to school," Lu Qingqing murmured repeatedly, her demeanor suggesting a troubled mental state. Regardless of what unfolded, Lu Qingqing was resolute in her determination to protect the child beside her. She had once dreamt a vivid dream where her child, Yin Duo, emerged as the savior of this world, possessing extraordinary powers to fend off the relentless attacks of zombies. The virus had no effect on her. She must safeguard her, for protecting her child would ensure that the people of this world revered them. All her hopes rested firmly on her offspring. Duo, do not worry. Your brother is already at school, and once you arrive, there will be someone to protect you. The clouds nestled within Lu Qingqing's embrace, untroubled by hunger or thirst, yet a glimmer of disdain flickered in her eyes. Nevertheless, she relished the protection offered by Lu Qingqing. Suddenly, a colossal spider leapt from the wall, bearing its fangs at them. Lu Qingqing, clutching the child, attempted to flee, but escape proved futile. As the spider drew nearer, panic surged within Lu Qingqing, its sting piercing her arm and leaving a dark liquid in its wake. This was dire. It was the toxin of the undead. "Yin Duo, Mommy can't go on. You must find your own way." Placed on the ground, Yin Duo wore an expression of disdain before turning and sprinting away. Abruptly, the enormous spider collapsed, dark fluid spilling across the ground. "Boss, there's a woman and a child here." The newcomer's gaze fell greedily upon Yin Duo. In this apocalyptic world, many children have been devoured by starving adults. Their group had consumed countless lives along their journey, yet none as fresh as this pair. The sight of the plump child was enticing. Some also cast their eyes upon Lu Qingqing. After all, she was a woman too. "Big brother, we are orphans seeking refuge. Please take us in." Lu Qingqing feigned a pitiful demeanor, yet she was no longer the woman she once was. Now, she resembled a mere shell of her former self. She pretended to be oblivious to their intentions, aiming to lower their guard. The one referred to as Big Brother frowned slightly, looking disdainfully at the woman before him. "Get lost." A kick from him stirred a flicker of resentment in Lu Qingqing's eyes, but she quickly masked it. "Big brother, if you take us in and escort us to the school, I assure you I can provide you with some supplies." This piqued the interest of the leader. "Pray tell, how do you intend to supply us?" "I have a son who is currently teaching at the school. They regularly distribute supplies there. I can have him send you some." The school. The group exchanged glances, recognizing a shared calculation in their eyes. The school was heavily fortified, typically inaccessible to them. They knew of the abundant resources within, yet entry had been impossible, until now, as they had found a pretext to gain access. Once inside, would they not be able to take as much as they desired? "Very well, we shall escort you to the school. Meanwhile, Ling and her companions were nearing their destination. With Ling and her companion, the mutated beasts and zombies posed no threat. As they approached the school, they encountered Lu Qingqing's group. Lu Qingqing beheld the stunningly radiant Li Yunwan stepping down from the vehicle, increasingly beautiful in the wake of the apocalypse. After divorcing Yun Shangli, Li Yunwan had flourished, growing ever more captivating. Upon gazing at her once more, she now resembles a specter. A sense of discontent stirs within her. How is it fair? How is it that those whom she once trampled upon now thrive far better than she? Yet, it shall not remain this way for long. She tenderly caresses the child in her arms. She possesses Duo. With Duo by her side, in this apocalyptic world, no matter who it may be, they shall be compelled to cater to him. As Ling stepped off the vehicle, her gaze fixated on the cloud cradled in someone's arms. Is this what it means to be a reincarnator in this world? The book recorded that there exists a reincarnator capable of traversing dreams. In a mere few days, those who once regarded the cloud as mere sustenance now revered her as a deity. Lu Qingqing had also gained a bit of weight compared to before. The entourage behind them displayed utmost reverence toward the two. Li Yunwan, a reincarnator? Could she truly be someone who had already experienced the apocalypse? Born with extraordinary abilities and the power to enter dreams. Guan Yu, much like Yin Yu, appeared disinterested. They had already attended school here and felt no excitement for the place. His sole curiosity lay with the zombies. Why had none approached him along the way? The school's defenses were formidable, surrounded by guards and enclosed by a massive wall, with only a single entrance left open. Lu Qingqing, holding the cloud, approached first. We are here for the enrollment assessment. To enter, one must undergo this evaluation, which considers both family background and personal abilities. The assessment cannot be conducted for several days, the guard replied expressionlessly. Currently, no one is permitted entry. Lu Qingqing, flustered, exclaimed, having traveled such a long distance. Weary and fatigued. Where they stay if they could not enter? I will find someone. Yin Ting, you know him, right? He is a teacher at this school. He's my son. We are here to see him. Could you please assist us in calling him out? The guard nodded. Wait here. A group of individuals, led by Ling, awaited at the entrance while Lu Qingqing stood tall, cradling her child, and approached them. You have heard. We cannot enter at this moment. Would you like me to assist you in gaining entry? No need, came the reply. Are you certain? If you truly do not require assistance, you shall find yourselves unable to enter and will have to seek an alternative location. Do not concern yourselves with us, they responded. Lu Qingqing furrowed her brow, exclaiming, unappreciative of kindness. If you insist on refusing, then I shall observe how you manage without entry. At that moment, the grand doors swung open, revealing Yun Ting. Mother, what brings you here? I have brought your sister to school. Yin Ting, might we stay with you for the next few days? Please come inside, he replied. His brow furrowed. After all, they were his own kin, and he felt compelled to welcome them. Ah, but did you not promise to provide us with supplies? Yin Ting furrowed his brows and glanced over. Who are they? Yin Ting, ignore them. Let us go. Lu Qingqing, are you planning to abandon us after we have escorted you here? You promised to provide us with supplies, and now you want us to leave directly. I never uttered such words. Do not slander me. With that, Lu Qingqing pulled Yin Ting towards the school. Yun Ting, you are a teacher at this institution. If you wish to avoid expulsion, you must dutifully provide us with the supplies. Such thuggish behavior made Yun Ting frown. These individuals were capable of anything. Do not create a ruckus. Lu Qingqing spoke again. Yin Ting grasped Lu Qingqing's arm and said, Mother, you should take Yin Duo inside first. I shall handle this matter. Ling and others watched the spectacle with great interest. Lu Qingqing cast a haughty glance at Li Yunwan before striding away with an air of arrogance. What do you wish to do? We seek nothing but to fulfill the promise made at that time. Your mother stated that she would provide us with resources. You must comply. Otherwise, I shall ensure your utter disgrace. A flicker of darkness passed through Yun Ting's eyes. He had toiled tirelessly to attain his current standing, and he would not allow anyone to jeopardize his hard-earned life. How much do you require? Whatever you possess, we shall take in equal measure. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yun Ting's eyes. Come with me. These individuals are heading to the school to seize belongings. Ling advanced with small, hurried steps, only to be abruptly halted. Ling cautiously shifted the imposing sword placed before her, tilting her head upwards, her eyes blinking rhythmically as she addressed her brother. Yun stepped forward, saying, "We have also come to accompany the children for their school entrance evaluation. My uncle is a teacher here. Sister." Yun. Before the words had fully left his lips, Li Machen's voice echoed. "Uncle, you all arrived so early. Come in, stay at my place. Although my space is not vast, I do possess a cozy little villa. Is my uncle truly that impressive? He has a villa. What caliber of teacher is allocated an entire villa?" Ling gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. "As the newly appointed director of education here, I have been assigned a charming villa that comfortably accommodates me. Let us proceed." The group made their way to the school. Upon her inaugural visit to the school, Ling was enveloped in a sense of wonder. This institution was unlike any ordinary school. It placed a greater emphasis on the enhancement of martial prowess, with numerous children being gifted with extraordinary abilities. As she strolled past the training grounds, Ling leaned against the netting, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed the chaotic array of various practitioners within. There were those wielding whips, as well as others who commanded fire, water, lightning, ice, and earth, each exhibiting their unique powers. Ling was exhilarated. This place was truly perfect for her. She yearned to reside here. This was the martial arts arena of the academy, where the extraordinary beings of the institution gathered each afternoon to hone their skills. Over there, seated, was the instructor. Ling nodded. In this school, ordinary individuals could partake in combat training in the afternoons, under the guidance of dedicated martial arts teachers. Ling nodded once more, for everything here delighted her. Joyful. Yu shook his head beside her. His younger sister was still too naive, unaware of the treachery that lurked within the school. "Brother, where is Yu Cheng?" he inquired, referring to Li Yu Cheng, the son of Li Mo-chun and cousin to Ling. At 16, he was an ordinary boy without any extraordinary abilities. It was likely that Yu Cheng was practicing combat at this hour. He should be finishing soon, and if we hurry, we might catch him as he concludes his lesson. "Let us go see him," suggested Li Yunwan, her concern for Li Yu Cheng palpable. Very well. However, upon arriving at the combat classroom, they found no sign of him. Both teachers and students alike stated they had not seen him. Li Mo-chan furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed. How is this possible? He didn't request a leave of absence? No, he did not. At that moment, Ling had already stealthily slipped away. She needed to rescue her cousin. Li Yunwan glanced around her, feeling the emptiness beside her, and sighed in resignation. This child, why does he insist on wandering alone? In the dilapidated teaching building, chaos reigned. Dust filled the air. Li Yu Cheng found himself cornered by a group of ability users. "Li Yu Cheng, I've heard you are the champion of combat," they taunted. "Out there, they say you are even more formidable than the ability users. Why don't we have a little contest?" With his head dyed a striking shade of yellow, Li Yu Cheng exuded a carefree demeanor, a stark contrast to Ling's brothers. "I don't have time," he retorted. "No time? I see you are merely afraid to challenge us," one of them scoffed. "How dare a mere combatant think he can compete with ability users? You are utterly deluded. Today, we shall teach you a lesson." With that, they advanced on him. Initially, Li Yu Cheng managed to hold his own, but as the numbers against him grew, and with the physical superiority of the ability users, he began to falter. Soon, he found himself on the ground, defeated. "Who sent you?" he demanded. "No one sent us. We simply find you insufferable. Li Yu Cheng, consider this a gentle reminder. Lower your profile at school, or do not blame us for being unkind." The leader loomed over him, toying with a flickering flame in his hand, his eyes brimming with arrogance. When Ling arrived, she beheld this scene and instinctively extended her hand, conjuring a torrent of water that extinguished the flames, leaving only a wisp of smoke. It's ill-advised for children to play with fire. They might end up wetting the bed. Look at her. How wonderful she is, dousing the flames. Ling felt a surge of joy. The leader was taken aback. Who is meddling? Step forward. What should we do? Wallet her out. Surely we must express our gratitude? That would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? Ling swiftly emerged, standing before the leader, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Brother, look at me. Look at me. I have come out. Praise me. Yun Sui was taken aback, wondering where this child had come from. Li Yuqing was equally bewildered. Was that soft, sweet voice he had just heard truly that of his child? Yet, why did it seem that no one else could hear it? Could it be that he was privy to the child's innermost thoughts? Yun Sui paused for a moment, then began to scan the surroundings. We must find out who is behind this. Ling, could it be that this brother is unable to see? She has already emerged. What is there left to search for? Chapter 64. Cousin Li Yuqing's gaze upon Ling grew increasingly peculiar. Yun Sui continued to call out, while Ling once more approached him. Yun Sui evaded her, yet she drew near again, time and again. In a moment of desperation, Yun Sui forcefully pushed Ling away. Ling stumbled, nearly losing her balance and collapsing onto the ground, her face etched with grievance. This older brother not only possessed questionable judgment, but also a flawed character, having the audacity to push her. Brother, she turned to Li Yuqing, who stood behind her. Let's depart. Uncle and the others are still waiting for you. Li Yuqing, was this child from his aunt's family? He steadied himself against the wall, while Ling's small hand grasped his. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Who permitted your departure? Yun Sui obstructed their path, revealing that the person who had previously assisted was merely a coward, too fearful to step forward. A group surrounded the two, preventing their escape. Ling, step aside, or I shall strike you. The sweet, innocent voice of Ling resonated, yet Yun Sui paid little heed to her words. How can mere child pose any threat to him? Dear child, this matter does not concern you. Here, take this piece of candy and hasten away. Ling's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed longingly at the piece of candy. Her mother had previously confiscated all her sweets, and it had been a considerable time since she had savored the taste of sugar. She yearned for it, instinctively swallowing her saliva. Yun Sui, with an air of generosity, extended the candy to Ling, saying, Here, it's for you. Ling glanced at the candy and then at her cousin, hastily shaking her head. No, she could not abandon her cousin. Otherwise, he would find himself in peril. You mustn't be so greedy, my dear. The only reason I offered you candy is because of your charm. If you refuse to leave, we may have no choice but to involve you as well. Ling, strike. She dares. Yun Sui and his companions were incensed. This child truly did not understand the gravity of the situation, boldly provoking them while still nursing. You brought this upon yourself. Do not shed tears later. Li Yuqing rose to shield Ling behind him. She is but a child. Do not make things difficult for her. You seek me, and it is I who deserves your reprimand, not this innocent child. Yun Sui sported a brazen and arrogant smile. Rest assured, neither of you will escape. Yun Sui, why must you torment a child? What is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. Ling, no, I haven't practiced in a long time. Let's spar a bit. Li Yuqing. His gaze settled upon Ling, and it became increasingly peculiar. Surely he had heard his sister's voice? Yet, her thoughts seemed utterly chaotic. Ling gazed eagerly at Li Yuqing, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Yuqing cautiously ventured to inquire, Do you truly wish to confront him? After all, he is an extraordinary being. Upon posing the question, Li Yuqing felt a sense of folly. How could he ask such a thing of a child? What could a mere child possibly comprehend? Even if she desired to engage in a duel with Yun Sui, he could not genuinely allow her to do so. This child could easily be subdued with a single finger pressed against the ground. Ling nodded urgently. She desired it. She yearned for it. She longed for it intensely. Her fervent aspirations were evident upon her countenance. Yet Li Yuqing could not allow any harm to befall Ling. He swiftly scooped up the child and turned to flee. What of Yun Sui, who had yet to grasp the situation? Alas, if only you had the prowess to refrain from running. Halt! Halt! Ling was being carried swiftly, and her spirit was exuberant. Faster! Faster! Li Yuqing, despite being an ordinary man, was eventually caught up with, regardless of his speed. He held Ling tightly in his embrace. We shall discuss our grievances later. First, allow me to assist this child in finding her family, and then we can deliberate upon our matters. I cannot afford to waste time. Today, I must impart a lesson upon you. Little girl, do you not wish to engage me in a duel? I shall grant you the opportunity. You may strike first. Ling, This brother is truly kind, allowing her to make the first move. Once she acts, this person will no longer matter. She struggles, attempting to free herself from Li Yuqing's grasp. Yet, Li Yuqing does not release her. Are you serious, little girl? Ling nodded, affirming the truth of the matter. If it is not true, then what could it possibly be? Put me down. Li Yuqing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to release Ling, yet he remained vigilant, ready to act at a moment's notice should any trouble arise. As Ling descended, before anyone could react, nearly instantaneously, all the supernatural beings across from her collapsed to the ground. Li Yuqing, what transpired in the blink of an eye? How did Yin Shui and the others all fall to the ground? Ling clapped her hands and approached Li Yuqing, stating, "Let us go." Having come in search of her cousin, she had not eaten and felt quite famished. Li Yuqing lifted Ling into his arms, just as they encountered Yin Shun, who had come looking for her. "Cousin, little sister, what brings you two together?" He marveled at how swiftly his younger sister had vanished, having scoured nearly the entire school in search of her before finally locating her. "This is a long story," he admitted, uncertain of how to articulate it. Surely, he could not disclose that his still nursing sister had just bested a group of supernatural beings who had been tormenting him. Such a revelation would lack credence. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. Let us proceed to find our uncle. Yun Shin attempted to take Ling into his arms, only to have another individual intercept him. Yin Shun gazed at the child nestled in Yi Si's arms, hesitating to voice his thoughts. A sense of indignation welled within him. He distinctly remembered that the first time his little sister uttered the word brother, it was in reference to Yi Si. He felt discontented and unhappy. Yin Shin nodded, "Indeed. My younger sister is quite formidable. Are you aware that she possesses the capability to vanquish a multitude of supernatural beings with a single move?" Yin Shin nodded, aware that his younger sister could effortlessly dispatch hordes of zombies. Even formidable beasts were mere trifles for her. He was uncertain just how potent his sister's abilities had become. Li Yuqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was his sister also an ability user? A natural-born one at that, whose powers were indeed formidable. Yet no, it couldn't be, could it? It seemed his sister possessed an innate knowledge far surpassing their own. "Stop." A girl adorned in exquisite attire obstructed their path. The group paused momentarily, then swiftly maneuvered around her. The girl blinked in surprise. "Did you not hear me command you to halt?" The group continued forward. "I said stop." The girl positioned herself firmly in their way. Chapter 65. Where are your guardians? Is there something amiss? Li Yuqing inquired with a furrowed brow. I like you. Would you be my boyfriend?" The girl professed, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Ling, observing the scene, was intrigued. Who was this girl? She was quite lovely, and her attire suggested she hailed from a well-to-do family. Oh, it dawns on me now. This young lady is the daughter of a principal, renowned for her beauty and familial standing, garnering much admiration at school. She is nearly a campus belle. Yet, she harbors affections for my cousin. My cousin, an ordinary individual, has unwittingly drawn her affection, inciting jealousy among many, leading to persistent troubles for him. Initially, those individuals had no intention of causing him distress, but with Yun Ting's insinuations, my cousin's life has become increasingly arduous. Li Yuqing. Were those who troubled him instigated by Yun Ting? He could not recall having offended Yun Ting in any capacity. Why was he being targeted? He frowned slightly. The girl, having confessed her feelings, gazed expectantly at Li Yuqing. Noticing his lack of response, her lips quivered, and she burst into tears, fleeing the scene. Li Yuqing. Why does my cousin appear so dazed? A beautiful girl just declared her feelings for him, yet he shows no reaction whatsoever. This girl is truly a gem. After my cousin was gravely injured by Yun Ting's associates, she remained steadfastly by his side until his demise. Later, upon discovering the identity of those responsible for his death, she sought vengeance. She was subsequently imprisoned by Yun Ting, becoming his tool for gratification. How tragic. Li Yuqing's body stiffened as he watched her retreating figure. Had she truly gone through so much for him? Initially indifferent towards the girl, he felt a warmth blossom within his heart, an indescribable sensation. Yin Shun stepped forward and urged, "Aren't you going to chase after him?" "Cousin, Indulging in early romance is inappropriate. Li Yuqing pressed his lips together, remaining stationary. Yin Chun. I almost forgot that this cousin is on the verge of adulthood. Let us not frighten him away, for it would surely lead to regret in the future. Yin Chun spoke mysteriously. The enrollment review was about to commence. Early in the morning, the school gates swung open, and the number of guards had significantly increased, with many individuals guiding children of appropriate age to form a queue. Ling donned a fresh ensemble and stood in line, accompanied by Xiao Shou and Yi Ci. There was no necessity for them to partake in this round of enrollment assessments. To mitigate the risk of sudden appearances by zombies and ferocious beasts, the number of guards here had more than doubled. As all the students entered the school, the gates were shut. A lengthy queue formed between the two academic buildings. Ling had arrived early and was patiently waiting in line. The first hurdle of the enrollment process involved the verification of materials and personal registration. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Who do you think you are? Don't you know how to queue? Go to the back. Do you even know who my son is? How dare you make us wait in line? Regardless of one's identity, queuing was a requirement set by the school. The clamor grew increasingly louder, and Ling stretched her neck, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Lu Qingqing, clutching her child Cloud, exuded an air of superiority. My son is a teacher at this school. What is wrong with me skipping the line? Even the family of a teacher must adhere to the queue. That is the school's rule. Lu Qingqing paid no heed to the complaints around her, approaching the registration teacher assertively. Teacher, please register us first. The elderly registrar simply replied, go to the back. He glanced at them and reiterated, go to the back. But my son is a teacher here, named Yun Ting. Go to the back. Lu Qingqing cast a glance behind her. The lengthy line extended all the way to the entrance. If they were to queue, when would it be their turn? Teacher, off you go. Didn't you hear the teacher? He told you to go to the back. Is your child the only one who matters? Our child has been here since dawn without complaint. You just arrived. Look at your child, still half asleep. You have to carry him to walk. Can such a child even attend school? Stop causing trouble. Lu Qingqing, feeling the collective scrutiny of the crowd, momentarily fell silent, retreating with her child while muttering under her breath. A bunch of country bumpkins, what do you know? My child is the savior of the apocalypse. Without her, you would all perish in the end times. Isn't that the child of that wretched Yun one? Lu Qingqing approached Ling, seemingly oblivious to her previous fright at the sight of her. Ling, how about you let me cut in line? Ling raised her head and exclaimed, Annie, why is your face so large? Lu Qingqing, is that wretched girl mocking her? Humph, a bunch of ungrateful wretches. Once school begins, just wait until she has Yun Ting teach them a lesson. As more and more people gathered, the school urgently arranged for another seat. All the ability users, please line up here. Hearing the commotion, Lu Qingqing hurriedly rushed over with the child in her arms. It was her turn first. The teacher glanced at the sleeping child in Lu Qingqing's embrace and frowned slightly. What ability does this child possess? My daughter is omnipotent. All-encompassing abilities? Lu Qingqing nodded proudly. In her eyes, her daughter excelled in every aspect. Wake her up for testing. In just a few brief sentences, nearly everyone's attention had shifted toward them. Lu Qingqing immediately straightened her back. With a gentle smile, she looked at the child in her arms. Doer, wake up, it's time for your test. Cloud, still in a daze from sleep, opened her eyes, and upon realizing she was to be tested, especially for all-encompassing abilities, turned pale. She didn't possess any abilities. How could this foolish girl have her test in front of so many people? If she failed to demonstrate any abilities, it would be utterly embarrassing. However, there was no other option now. She could only muster the courage to speak up. Teacher, I've been leveling up these past few days, so the results may not be accurate. Could I please register first and test again after I finish leveling up? The teacher looked at Cloud and nodded. Very well. We'll wait until you've finished leveling up. Ling, who was preparing to watch the spectacle, thought, is that really acceptable? This teacher is far too easily deceived. How can she pass when Cloud has no abilities at all? Ling has always stood on the side of ordinary people, and soon it was her turn. Grandfather, please. The adorable expression of Ling endeared her to the registration teacher, who accepted the materials with delight. Where are your guardians, little one? Yi Si stepped forward. Chapter 66. Securing supplies. Teacher, feel free to share anything with me, the registration teacher remarked, glancing over. But you are just a child, aren't you? Teacher, I am capable. Ling gazed eagerly at the registration teacher, believing she could manage on her own without assistance. This is my sister. I can represent her in all matters, she asserted. Knight Ci cradled Ling in his arms, while the registration teacher found the situation intriguing, as it was their first encounter with two children registering together. Concealed in the shadows, Yun Shun and Yun Yu longed to emerge, yet respecting their sister's desire to take this step independently, they refrained from intervening. My surname is Yu. You may address me as Teacher Yu. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out, the teacher offered. After completing the registration, Knight Ci carried Ling to their assigned quarters, where the next task awaited, course selection. In this post-apocalyptic world, those with abilities would choose instructors corresponding to their powers, while ordinary individuals would select teachers based on their personal interests. With a sweeping gesture, Ling selected all the courses. Beside her, Yi Si inquired, Ling, have you truly chosen so many? Will you be able to manage them all? Ling nodded, expressing her agreement enthusiastically. These tasks were quite elementary for her, as she had previously observed various realms from the perspective of the master of the Tao. Now that she had finally entered the mortal world, she was determined to acquire all the knowledge she desired. Since you wish to learn, let's embark on this journey together, she proclaimed. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Si selected all the courses available. The clouds have departed from Lu Qingqing's protection for the first time. As she gazes down upon everyone from her elevated position among the supernatural beings. What is this place? A single room accommodates so many people. I refuse to reside here. I demand a different room. As for the others, this is a school with standardized regulations. If you find this place unsatisfactory, perhaps you should reconsider your enrollment. Do you think I care? The clouds turned and departed, causing Teacher Yu to furrow his brow. This was indeed the omnipotent individual from the entire department. And you simply dismissed her? This young girl does not appear to be a virtuous character. Furthermore, she claimed to possess all-encompassing abilities. Yet we have not conducted any tests to verify her assertions. If she genuinely possesses such extraordinary powers, it would be futile for us to attempt to retain her in this small locale. She is, after all, the savior of this world. The clouds fully immerse themselves in the role. In this apocalypse, her presence is indispensable. A person hurriedly approached and seized Teacher Yu. I heard that an all-system ability user has arrived. Has the testing been conducted? Which system is stronger? What is the merit of being an all-system ability user? You, being an ability user, should be aware that while all-system ability users may seem formidable, they are, in reality, akin to mere wastrels, progressing at a sluggish pace. Though the words were spoken thus, the fact remains that in an apocalypse, possessing all systems leaves no vulnerabilities. You have already departed. Off you go. Teacher Yu gestured towards the door, inadvertently pointing at the leisurely departing clouds. Indeed, I am an all-system ability user. I observe that you exhibit no signs of disturbance. It appears that your advancement has been completed. We can proceed with the testing now. Follow me. As the clouds drifted closer, Ling quietly appeared at the doorway, locking eyes with Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu held a favorable impression of the young girl and waved at Ling, inquiring, what brings you here? Teacher, what are they doing? Ling's speech had become increasingly fluent. They are conducting a test of their extraordinary abilities. Ling raised her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. An ability test. She had yet to witness one. May I observe? Certainly. Come, I shall take you to see. In the room, a cloud stood at the center. Let's begin. In that moment, Yin Duo was utterly flustered, uncertain of what to do. She possessed no extraordinary abilities within her. The teacher, under the impression that Yin Duo was still quite young, assumed she simply lacked the knowledge, and thus instructed her, extend your hand, feel it, and let the powers within you radiate with your breath. As the teacher approached to examine Yin Duo's condition, she found nothing but emptiness. She was nothing more than an ordinary person. How could this be? Hadn't the child's mother claimed she possessed abilities across all realms? Doubting the teacher's assessment, Another instructor stepped forward. No, it cannot be true. There's truly nothing. What a waste. A mere fabricator of lies. Such a person does not deserve to remain here. The clouds obscure the current situation completely. What do you mean? Why am I unworthy of remaining here? Leave? A child daring to threaten him. Ling blinked curiously, for this cloud appeared rather peculiar. Children of this age typically know nothing, yet this cloud was distinctly different. It possessed thoughts that surpassed even those of adults. The clouds were forcibly expelled. My brother is a teacher here. If you treat me this way, he will certainly not let you get away with it. As for teacher Yu, go and investigate who her brother is. I am curious to see how he can make things difficult for me. Ling raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this individual might be a bit of a troublemaker. Only after expressing his frustration did teacher Yu remember that there was a child beside him, wondering if his outburst had frightened her. Are you all right? I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with her? Observing Ling's calm demeanor, teacher Yu finally sighed in relief. So, do you wish to give it a try as well? Ling nodded, still uncertain of her own abilities. Wait, it seems she possessed numerous talents. Are you also an ability user? Ling shook her head. She was not an ability user. It is said that you have enrolled in all the courses. Can your petite frame withstand such a burden? Certainly. Suddenly, the surroundings trembled. Calamity had struck, as bandits infiltrated the school and seized a plethora of supplies. They have also breached the outer defenses. Look, it is a ferocious beast. A beast emerged in search of sustenance. In winter, the hunger of such beasts instills even greater fear. Quickly, summon all ability users for defense. Soon, all the ability users gathered at the entrance. The ferocious beast moved with astonishing speed. Its immense form was beyond their capacity to withstand. Behind this beast, there were many more. Yunshin's expression grew solemn. It was the first time he had encountered such a multitude of ferocious beasts. Chapter 67. Hurry and leave. Some children with special abilities stepped forward. Teacher, we wish to join the defense. Your meager abilities are insufficient to even fill the gaps in the beast's teeth. Quickly hide away. Do not cause any more trouble. The clouds, upon witnessing this situation, had long since concealed themselves. Ling appeared quietly at the rear of the group, observing the menacing beast drawing ever closer. To her astonishment, this beast possessed the ability to fly. What manner of creature was this? It bore an uncanny resemblance to a fly. A fly. Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it was indeed a fly, it would be manageable. She approached her elder brother, waving her hand to get his attention. Chun, taken aback, knelt down, only to hear Ling's words. In that fleeting moment, his expression shifted through a myriad of emotions. Chun, is this truly feasible? Ling nodded in affirmation. Chun stirred his hand at his side, momentarily uncertain whether to heed Ling's advice. However, the sheer number of ferocious beasts was overwhelming. Engaging them would undoubtedly result in severe losses. Given the circumstances, it might be worth trying his sister's suggestion. In the blink of an eye, the beasts closed in, launching their attack. The battle erupted swiftly. This is untenable, Headmaster. There are simply too many of them. The energy within their bodies was rapidly depleting. It's over. We must urgently request reinforcement from above. Time was of the essence. If they did not arrive soon, they would become mere sustenance for the beasts. Suddenly, an unbearable stench assaulted their senses. Everyone covered their noses, exclaiming, "What is that foul odor? It's unbearable. Is it possible that someone's latrine has exploded?" The once formidable beasts abruptly halted, collectively diverting towards a singular direction. What is happening? Are these beasts just leaving? Without any confrontation? This is quite astonishing. Some curious individuals discreetly followed, only to discover that a colossal beast was sprawled over a particularly foul substance. Ugh, not far away. Chun grimaced. How much more is there? Several carts worth? That should suffice to divert these beasts. Meanwhile, within the school, everyone was diligently working to swiftly restore the defenses. Chun leaned closer to Ling. Ling shifted her body slightly to the side, her face expressing disdain as she scrutinized him from head to toe, seemingly in search of something elusive. Chun, is she expressing disdain for him? The idea originated from her, yet he bears the burden. Now, the younger sister has the audacity to look down upon him. He inched closer to Ling once more. Ling, how odious! Covering her nose, she stepped aside as Chen lifted her into his embrace, holding her close. Odious? Brother is not odious at all. Brother is deceiving. He is indeed odious. Nearby, Li Yuqing and Li Machen instinctively distanced themselves from the crowd, taking a whiff of their own bodies. Though they could detect no unpleasant scent, the memory of having lingered near the manure truck for so long lingered in their minds, leaving a foul taste at the tip of their noses. Principal, we have identified the individual who stole our supplies. It was Yin Ting who orchestrated it. Yin Ting? Is he the insufferable teaching assistant desperate to remain here? Ling? What has she just heard? It appears that Yin Ting is not actually a teacher here. Rather, he is shamelessly clinging to his position. She thought to herself, how could Yin Ting, lacking any extraordinary abilities, possibly merit a role as an educator? It seems he is merely remaining here out of sheer audacity. As for Yin Ting, he must be summoned to the principal's office immediately. At that moment, Yin Ting was entangled with a woman, completely oblivious to the impending danger posed by the ferocious beasts outside. Lost in his revelry, he was startled when a group of individuals forcefully burst through the door. Yin Ting hastily covered himself and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Yin Ting, you have colluded with outsiders to seize the school's resources. The principal is currently awaiting your presence in the principal's office. You must be mistaken. I have not conspired with anyone. Whatever you have to say, present it to the principal," the man replied as he restrained Yin Ting and departed. Ling edged closer, closely followed by Yi Ci, whose restless energy was palpable. The two of them leaned against the principal's office door, soon joined by a few others, Ling, Yi Ci, Guan Yu, and Yin Yu, all pressing their ears against the door to catch the commotion within. Inside, Yin Ting was disheveled and looking quite distraught as he pleaded, "Principal, this matter truly has nothing to do with me. I had no idea those individuals would seize the supplies. I genuinely did not know. Regardless of your knowledge, the individuals were brought in by you. According to regulations, you are held accountable." The principal turned around, revealing himself as Teacher Yu. And you, with your insufferable sister, should promptly escort her out of the school. From the outset, he had been reluctant to allow Yin Ting to remain at the institution. The young man's character was dubious, and his intentions suspect. Who would have thought that Yin Ting would entangle himself with another female principal? He had managed to stay, assuming the role of a teaching assistant while neglecting his duties, instead entangled with that female principal day in and day out. She had been sent by the higher authorities, so he refrained from voicing his objections, thinking it was merely a man's presence. Little did he anticipate the unfolding of such events. "Principal Yu, you cannot expel me. I am affiliated with Principal Zhang. Leave." Principal Yu retorted sharply, demonstrating the siblings' shared propensity for intimidation, which was quite infuriating. "Someone, throw this person out of the school. If Principal Zhang inquires, tell her to come find me." Upon learning of the situation, Principal Zhang expressed indifference, remarking that he was merely a man and she had numerous other options. Principal Yu was furious, and, at that very moment, the door swung open, allowing a few children to tumble inside. Ling, the first to rise, looked at Principal Yu with feigned innocence. "I was just passing by. I did not eavesdrop. It was all my brothers who insisted on bringing me along." Ling grasped the corner of his garment and inquired, "Principal, do I know the whereabouts of those bandits?" Ling tilted her head adorably, which somewhat alleviated the principal's previously dismal mood. "You are quite impressive. Do you know where they are?" the children exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Principal, are you going to pursue them? Please take us along," they implored, looking up at him eagerly. Ling, "Principal, I truly know their whereabouts. They are currently recuperating in an abandoned supermarket. If you do not hurry over, everything will be taken away." Yu seized the principal's arm with urgency. "Principal, we must hurry." With a determined tug, he pulled the principal along. Chapter 68. Reclaiming what was lost in the principal's bewildered gaze, a throng of children followed closely behind. Wait, I need to gather a few people to accompany me," the principal exclaimed, clearly reluctant to venture forth alone. Li Machen, Bring a few individuals with me. Li Machin, freshly bathed, approached with curiosity. Where are we headed? He casually took Ling*s hand. Li Muchen, we are to see supplies. He was certainly capable of such a task. Thus, Li Machin emerged with a group of ordinary individuals, while on the other side, a teacher led a band of those with extraordinary abilities. Principal, how can you take a group of ordinary people to gather supplies? Naturally, you must bring the ability users. These were the most formidable among them. Li Machin protested. Principal, you did say I could recruit people. Though they may not possess abilities, they're the strongest fighters in the school. Last time we competed against the ability users, we emerged victorious. And what of it? When faced with zombies, they possess no means of defense. The principal countered. I intend to go. The two were at an impasse, one being the head of ordinary students, and the other the head of ability users. The latter, Qian, had been the sole head before Li Machin's arrival, and their rivalry had persisted since. Everyone, let us go, the principal declared with a sweeping gesture. It's merely an outing. Allowing these youngsters to gain some experience is beneficial. En route, the head of ability users glanced at Li Machin. Li Machin, how about a wager? Li Machin turned to him, intrigued. What do you propose? Let us see whose team can slay more zombies this time. Yours or mine? Li Machin raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. Li Machin, how childish. Qian, you are the childish one. Are you afraid? Is that why you hesitate to accept? Fine, I accept. Do you think I fear you? Ling approached, inquiring, Uncle, what are you discussing? Merely a wager, came the reply. I want to bet too. Li Machin, how can you, at such a tender age, engage in gambling? The vehicle traversed the desolate road, the surroundings a barren expanse, with a few zombies staggering in the distance. Within the abandoned supermarket, a group of individuals congregated, exclaiming, the resources in this school are indeed abundant. Those ignorant little brats contribute nothing yet indulge in such fine provisions. It is utterly unjust. Indeed, those youngsters ought to be consumed just like this food. Laughter erupted as they hastily divided the spoils. This is mine. This is for you. Their faces radiated joy as the supermarket doors swung open. Li Machin, accompanied by his comrades, encircled them, commanding, put down the goods. Oh, aren't these the little rascals from school? What brings you here, away from the campus? Have you pilfered the school's resources and now plan to leave unscathed? We merely seized some supplies. We meant you no harm, but now that you're here, don't blame us for being inhospitable. These children, in certain aspects, resembled women. Attack! A flicker of menace flashed in Li Machin's eyes as Li Yuqing swiftly engaged, combat erupting between them. You're not even capable of wielding abilities, yet you dare confront us? Such folly. For the first time, they experienced the formidable might of those with powers. Previously, their skirmishes had been trivial, mere playful tussles among students of limited capability. Confronting bandits was far more serious. Meanwhile, Qian remained stationary, arms crossed, observing their struggle against the assailants. Li Machin, is this person truly indifferent to everything? Indeed. Qian, are you merely going to stand there? Will you not intervene? Qian shook his head. I could, but you must plead with me. Come on, beseech me, and I shall assist. Li Muchen, is this person unwell? And quite severely so. Yet the current predicament was far from ordinary. Nearby, Ling nestled in Yixi's embrace, watching the battle unfold. Uncle and his companions truly lack prowess. Having been struck and now facing disdain, Li Machin felt on the verge of tears. Was he truly being scorned? Oh well, even his little nephew disdained him. He had no choice but to act hastily. Qian, observing Li Machin, awaited his entreaty. Finally, unable to withstand the sight of the students being overpowered, Li Machin pleaded, I beg you, please help me. Qian felt a sense of relief. He swiftly rallied all the students with abilities to take action. This was the students' inaugural encounter with real combat, and as they engaged, a myriad of powers unleashed indiscriminately, blurring the lines between friend and foe. What are you doing? Stop. Why are you hitting me? This has turned into chaos. The bandits swiftly retreated to a secure location, remaining motionless. The situation spiraled out of control. Qian, this scene was far from what he had envisioned. Cease immediately. As everyone complied, nearly all the students were left defeated. Qian Chaoyan? Principal Yu. It was truly surprising. These students had been so arrogant within the confines of the school, believing themselves to be the best in the world. Yet they never anticipated such a predicament upon stepping outside. It was utterly unexpected. The bandits were equally astonished. Look at these students nurtured by the school. They are utterly useless. What purpose do such students serve? Can they survive a single day in this apocalyptic world? Providing you with these resources is a sheer waste of provisions. It will be better off in our hands. The bandits laughed arrogantly, their laughter echoing in the ears of the students, each one bowing their heads in shame. Qian Chaoyan felt the same. He truly did not foresee that events would culminate in this manner. It seems you possess no capacity for resistance. In that case, we shall take you all away. The bandits began to capture individuals. The leader of the bandits felt a tug on his sleeve and looked down into a pair of sparkling eyes. Uncle, could you please return the supplies to us? This little girl was indeed strikingly beautiful. Chapter 69. Hurry and bite. No, once something is in my possession, it belongs to me. Uncle, if you insist on this, then do not blame me for being impolite. How do you intend to be impolite? Ling's delicate face contorted in distress, grappling with indecision. Should she sever a hand or a foot, or perhaps eliminate the thread entirely? The assailant drew closer, intent on seizing Ling, when suddenly a dagger was thrust against his throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Ling? What's she doing? She hasn't even made a move yet. The leader suddenly fell, causing a wave of panic among the remaining bandits. Everyone, remain calm. They are merely a handful of students. There's nothing to fear. In the next moment, a surge of flames erupted, engulfing all within, reducing them to mere charred remnants. Yu's face was alight with excitement. Little sister, behold how my extraordinary abilities have grown. The principal, his forehead lined with frustration, retorted, Yu, look at the mess you've created. All the supplies that were on the ground, along with the bandits, have been completely incinerated. Nothing remains. You are responsible for the supplies you destroyed. You must compensate for them. Principal, Yu protested. I acted out of a desire to save lives. I am not concerned with your intentions. The supplies are gone, and you must make restitution. The principal remained obstinate, dismissing all reasoning. Yu gazed at his younger sister, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Ling turned her head away, insisting, Do not look at her. Do not look at her. She is of no assistance whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Then take a few students with special abilities along. Yu felt an inexplicable sense of being schemed against. Wasn't the purpose of assigning him a few students to allow him to guide them through their training? Regardless of Yu's thoughts on the matter, the decision had been made. Yu had initially intended to take fewer students with him, but unexpectedly, he found himself entrusted with a whole group. A sharp, piercing meow echoed through the air, accompanied by a purring sound. The noise was far less melodious than that of her fluffy companion. Could it be a ferocious beast? As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, traveling at night proved to be unwise. They opted to spend the night in the abandoned supermarket. Staying here is even less prudent. Don't you all recall that eerie cry of the mutated creature? Several of them paused momentarily, for indeed, the meow had been quite unsettling. Was it truly a mutated beast? It remained uncertain how the transformed feline differed from its former self. Nevertheless, it matters not. With her presence, no mutated creature poses a threat. Ling observed these individuals, contemplating that she could wait until the mutated beast had nearly vanquished them before making her move, thus ensuring that they would remain oblivious to her presence and the source of their misfortune. In the stillness of the night, a pair of glowing green eyes appeared outside the abandoned supermarket, emanating an unsettling aura in the darkness. A sleek black cat leapt onto the windowsill, its piercing gaze fixed intently upon them, moving with an elegant grace as it paced back and forth. Ling opened her eyes and stealthily approached the cat. So hideous, not even a fraction as lovely as her fluffy ball. Meow. Another cat's meow startled Guan Yu, causing his flesh to tremble. Little sister, why do I feel that something is amiss around us? It truly feels unsettling, a strange chill creeping down my back, as if something is lurking behind, poised to pounce at any moment. This sensation was profoundly disconcerting. Fourth brother, I must tell you, we are surrounded by mutated beasts. They have encircled us. What? Mutated beasts? Meow. Just little kitties? After a moment of astonishment, Gu Anyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you saying there are many? A multitude of mutated beasts? That surely increases my chances of being bitten. He needed to venture outside and witness this for himself. He couldn't allow those mutated beasts to escape. Gu Anyu, oblivious to danger, peered through the crack in the door, and as countless eyes turned towards him, his exhilaration grew. There truly were so many. If a fight broke out, he would surely be the first to strike. The number of mutated beasts continued to swell, prompting Yunyu to sit up. Little sister, what shall we do now? We shall train, Ling declared, tapping her small paw on Yunyu's shoulder, and the little creature beside her mimicked her action. Yunyu, it sounds rather dubious, doesn't it? Principal. We are surrounded by mutated beasts. Principal Yu, who had just fallen asleep. What? Are you serious? Surrounded? Does that not spell our doom? Yunyu nodded as the others gradually awakened, their expressions gravely reflecting the gravity of the situation. However, with the presence of the younger sister, fear was a sentiment that could scarcely be entertained. Almost all the supernatural beings trailed behind Yunyu, urging, let us venture outside to assess the situation. As the dilapidated doors of the supermarket creaked open, a multitude of mutated beasts turned their gaze towards them. Their countless pairs of luminous eyes, resembling lanterns from a spectral realm. A collective gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of the onlookers. This was overwhelming. All supernatural beings, restrain your energies and focus on your targets. An opportunity for training has presented itself. Treat these mutated beasts as practice dummies. Some were gripped by trepidation, while others were exhilarated. Yet, none dared to retreat. Yunyu was the first to take action, enveloping the mutated beast in flames. Some fire elemental abilities mimicked his movements. Although their flames were somewhat diminished, they proved effective. A surge of joy filled his heart. Observing this, the other ability users swiftly joined in. As the water from the water elemental user emerged, the flames diminished significantly. All eyes instantly shifted to the water elemental user, who, in a moment of panic, faltered, causing the water to swell, almost extinguishing the fire in an instant. Water elemental user. I didn't mean to. His nervousness was palpable. Facing a target was one thing. But now they were truly confronting a mutated beast. At that very moment, the mutated beast sprang into action, some leaping onto rooftops, others onto windows, and a few directly into the house. As the mutated beasts moved, Gu Anyu hurriedly chased after one, leading them further away. The encirclement formed by the mutated beasts gradually closed in on them. In an instant, chaos erupted, with abilities flaring wildly. Ling, stop! A soft, commanding voice pierced through the turmoil, causing nearly everyone to instinctively halt their actions and turn a gaze at Ling. Ling tilted her head and stepped forward. Be careful, little sister. Li Yuqing's heart raced to his throat. What did this little girl intend to do? Cousin, do not worry. My little sister is quite capable. She initially wished to maintain a low profile, but now all eyes were upon her. What to do? Meow. A more desperate cry echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Gu Anyu clung tightly to a mutated beast, shouting, bite, bite, hurry and bite. Chapter 70. Do not run. Ling? Everyone else? The ferocious beast that was nearly suffocated by a tight grip around its neck? Is this truly the state of humanity now? Have you lost all fear of these formidable creatures? Allow me to bite you, yet you refuse to release your hold around my neck, leaving me on the brink of asphyxiation. Gu Anyu. Suddenly interjecting, Gu Anyu was taken aback, loosening his grip just enough for the near-lifeless beast to dart away in an instant. Oh no, don't run. Come back and take a bite out of me. Gu Anyu lamented, his face a portrait of regret. So close, so very close to being bitten. The others looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend this peculiar obsession with being bitten. The surrounding beasts retreated slightly, yet their eagerness to strike remained palpable, baring their teeth and poised for an imminent attack. Ling waved her delicate hand, and a formidable aura radiated in all directions, causing nearly all the ferocious beasts to sense its presence. The entire scene adopted a defensive posture. Meow. A faint sound of a cat echoed, and Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was Mao, the little fur ball. Meow. The cat's cries grew increasingly frantic, and while everyone was still perplexed about what was transpiring, Mao stealthily approached Ling, leaping onto her shoulder, elegantly licking the bloodstains from her paws. A flicker of disdain crossed Ling's eyes as she exclaimed, "Furry ball, how dare you leap onto me without washing your paws?" Did that not mean she would be sullied by its presence? Upon meeting Ling's gaze, Furry Ball hesitated momentarily before hastily leaping off her. Where had all the ferocious beasts disappeared to? Their absence was a blessing for us. You stepped forward, intending to dispel the confusion among the group. The dawn is approaching. Let us prepare to set forth. As Furry Ball touched the ground, its previously graceful demeanor vanished in an instant. Cold pause. This winter is utterly unbearable. I can scarcely stride with elegance. It swiftly hopped onto Guanyu's shoulder, its tiny claws burrowing into his clothing. Ah, that was much more comfortable. Guanyu shivered from the cold, but dared not cast it aside in this situation. He simply could not. This creature was a cherished ancestor, after all. In the distance, the sun began to rise. Yet, the snow on the ground showed no signs of melting. The vehicle sped along, when suddenly the earth began to tremble, suggesting something beneath the snow was writhing. Principal Yu cast a glance back at the despondent students trailing behind. This time, they were deeply affected. Previously, they had been among the elite in their school, but now they felt utterly powerless against both the ferocious beasts and other ability users. The sensation was truly disheartening. Zombies. Ling mused with curiosity, peering at the ground. It appeared that these were zombies endowed with abilities. How rapidly they had evolved. They had not even had the chance to advance, yet these zombies had already developed powers, rendering human ability users no match for them. What zombies? Yu queried, perplexed, for there were no structures in sight, and visibility extended far. It seemed there were no zombies present at all. Earth-type zombies, came the reply. What? Did they hear something? Earth-type zombies? What on earth are those? Sis, what are Earth-type zombies? They're zombies that have evolved. Yu composed himself. He had previously heard from his sister that during this winter, the zombies would evolve. No one could have anticipated that these evolved zombies would not only possess their own consciousness, but they would also develop supernatural abilities akin to those of humans. What should we do, sister? In comparison to the rapid evolution of the zombies, humanity's progress appears woefully inadequate. This cannot continue. Principal Yu's countenance was grave. The tremors beneath their feet intensified, causing the ground to fissure. Quick, evade. Hurry. A scream pierced the air. It's happening. They're dead. Just moments ago. Hands had emerged from the earth, dragging an individual down into the depths. Panic seized everyone. The most terrifying threats are often those unseen. All eyes were fixated on the ground beneath them, fearing what might rise from the depths unbeknownst to them. Ling stood upon the ground, her gaze fixed upon a large tree nearby, where a stone lay beneath its boughs. Ling cautiously approached, her petite foot resting upon the stone, which stirred momentarily before settling into stillness. It was as if that fleeting moment had merely been an illusion. Ling extended her hand and gently patted the stone, saying, "You must behave, or I shall be compelled to take action, my old friend." Her voice was sweet and endearing, yet the zombie huddled nearby trembled in fear. It lamented silently, questioning why, during each assault on humanity, it had to encounter this little enchantress. The aura she emanated was far more formidable than that of the zombie king. Mortified, it stealthily slinked away. Xiaoyun, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt a spark of excitement in her eyes. Could this little girl possibly be an exceptionally powerful psychic? After all, even the zombies feared her enough to retreat in silence. The ground around them soon fell into a serene stillness. Was it truly over? Was everything all right? Xiaoyun approached Ling, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she gazed upon the charming young girl, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. Ling? What is she doing? What is happening? Why is this strange man so close to her? Little one, what is your name? Ling sidestepped slightly. Little one, do not be afraid. Pray tell, did you just quietly chase away the earth element zombies? Ling cautiously shifted aside once more. Little one, do not be afraid. I am not a villain. Whisper to me, are you perhaps one endowed with special abilities? Ling hurriedly approached the principal, clutching his clothing with a pitiful expression. Principal, what is the matter? That strange man has been following me. Does he intend to sell me? Her mother had warned her that such individuals often behave this way. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I merely wanted to converse with this little one. Oh, please don't look at me like that. I want to speak to him if that is what you wish. Regardless, he is at school. He can see him whenever he likes, and on his own territory. Surely he can't be left unanswered? Chapter 71. By what right? Quick, look over there. There is something. It was a horde of zombies. Almost everyone felt a surge of fear. In just a matter of days, these creatures had evolved entirely. They had truly become utterly incompetent. What should we do? Beside them, Mao Qiao stretched lazily, and in an instant, the slowly gathering zombies vanished. What is wrong with those people? Why are they so afraid? One might think the roles had reversed. Xiaoyan glanced at Ling, convinced that this little girl was behind it all. As night deepened, they chose not to linger. Ling nestled in Yixi's embrace and fell asleep. Nearby, the great tree swayed its leaves, its branches seemingly growing legs, trailing behind them and ensnaring the wheels of their vehicle. The car one team move. Let us see what is happening. The vines infiltrated every crevice and swiftly ensnared the entire vehicle. They reached in through the windows, transforming into lethal weapons. In an instant, screams erupted as they found themselves trapped within the car, completely unable to escape. They could only resist with their abilities, yet the vines grew rapidly, regrowing even when severed. What now? Soundly asleep, Ling turned over, continuing her slumber. After cutting away a vine, Xiaoyan's gaze fell upon Ling. Little one, please help us. Ling turned over once more. Xiaoyan felt a surge of urgency. He wanted to shake her awake, yet he was completely intimidated by the gaze of Yixi beside him. It was quite absurd that a grown man could be frightened by a mere child. The sound of branches striking the car window grew increasingly louder, and Ling was jolted awake, her eyes opening to a pitch-black interior of the vehicle. Why was it still dark outside? What a peculiar day, devoid of even the moon's presence. Ling murmured softly, we are ensnared by these vines, and someone has already perished beneath them. In an instant, Ling became acutely aware of the dreaded vines, which she seized with determination. I was sleeping peacefully. Why did you have to rouse me? Do you wish for your own demise? Enraged, Ling severed the vines that had completely entangled the vehicle. Ling disembarked from the vehicle with her petite legs. Wow, look at all these tendrils. The abundance of vines surrounding her is truly remarkable. Ling grasped the vines on the ground, tugging at them with one hand, and in a short span of time, many of the vines were torn asunder. Finally, Yu descended from the vehicle, his head singed by flames. Pa! Pa! He spat. Inside the vehicle, he was unable to unleash his full potential, and much of the fire he had set had scorched his own body. Now, it seemed, not all of you had been consumed by the flames. The great fire spread forth, and the vines swiftly vanished. Ling, with remarkable agility, grasped a vine firmly in hand. The vine, seemingly imbued with life, thrashed about, attempting to free itself from Ling's grasp. Stay still. If you keep squirming, I might just squeeze the life out of you. The vine, taken aback by the juxtaposition of such a soft voice issuing forth from a cherubic face, immediately wilted. It could not escape. How could a mere child possess such strength? It remained entirely ensnared. The vine ceased its struggle, and Xiaoyan, laboriously descending from the vehicle, beheld the obedient vine in Ling's grasp. An extraordinary plant, typically fierce. It now lay docile in the hands of a child, even displaying signs of submission. Was it an illusion, or had the world gone mad? No, it was simply that this little one was exceptionally formidable. Xiaoyan mused that this child must surely be a prodigy, a remarkable wielder of extraordinary abilities. His gaze fell upon Ling. filled with fervor and growing admiration. Ling, that peculiar uncle, has come to visit her again. Could it be that he covets the vine in her possession? This strange man possesses plant-based abilities, which surely makes him fond of such greenery. Here for you. Qian Chaoyun? For me? Indeed. Ling nodded. Qian Chaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a gift from a significant figure. It must be received and treasured with care. The principal, witnessing this exchange, regarded Ling with contemplation. He turned to Guan Yu beside him and inquired, "And you, is your sister quite remarkable?" Guan Yu hastily nodded. "Indeed, my sister is truly formidable. Both fierce beasts and zombies fear her." The principal rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Ling anxiously awaited her enrollment, while Yu, burdened with the task assigned by the principal, set out with his students in search of supplies. Ling? What? Li Yunwan beside her was equally bewildered. "Principal, our Ling is still a child who struggles to articulate her thoughts. How could she possibly be a teacher? Is this principal not a bit too unreliable?" "I understand, but one cannot underestimate the capabilities of this child. The teachers at school are not even a match for her." The expression on Li Yunwan's face gradually turned grave. Her fears had, after all, come to fruition. She knew that once others discovered Ling's talents, they would undoubtedly come seeking her. "Principal, we shall not enroll this semester. We are not equipped to take on the role of teachers." She clutched her child and attempted to leave. The principal, however, stepped forward to block their path. "Li Yunwan, what? Are you already trying to shut them out?" No, please don't look at me like that. I mean no harm. I merely wish to have a proper conversation with you." Ling looked up, seemingly perplexed by the unusual atmosphere between the principal and her mother. "Ling, why don't you go find ECI? I will come to see you shortly," her mother suggested. Li Yunwan's gaze fell upon the principal. "If you have something to say, please do." The principal wore a smile, striving to appear as benevolent as possible. No one knew the content of the conversation between the principal and Li Yunwan. All that was known was that the following day, Ling, with her little backpack, made her way to the classroom. ECI followed closely beside her. Being the youngest student, Ling was adorably charming, and as soon as she entered the classroom, a group of female classmates surrounded her. Within a mere hour, Ling had already become the darling of the school. Meanwhile, the Cloud, who had gone to great lengths to remain there, watched this scene unfold with a face full of malice. "Cloud Spirit, by what right? What gives you the authority?" Chapter 72, The Contest. She exerted tremendous effort merely to remain here, yet she found herself placed in the most inferior class, constantly looked down upon by others within school. What merits does Ling possess to earn the affection of these individuals? Alas, have you all heard? The teacher mentioned that in a few days, students with extraordinary abilities will embark on a journey of experience. A journey of experience? Yisi's gaze fell upon Ling. Ling was blissfully indulging in a bag of chips gifted by an unknown young lady. Prior to this, the school was to hold a competition, wherein only the top 10 would have the opportunity to embark on an adventure for training. Alas, I have heard whispers that even those lacking supernatural abilities but possessing formidable strength could partake in this endeavor. Might we not still have a chance? Upon learning this news, nearly everyone began to intensify their studies, eagerly hoping to elevate their capabilities by the time of the competition. During class, the teacher of Ling's class cast a fleeting glance at her, who was surreptitiously munching away, and calmly averted their gaze. Yet curiosity lingered in their mind. What remarkable talent did this child, who appeared barely weaned, possess that warranted the principal's special instructions for her care? She seemed rather unremarkable, after all. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. Early in the morning, Ling rose from her slumber, driven by a singular purpose. The principal had entrusted her with a significant task. The nature of this competition was also determined by Ling herself. She had specifically requested the principal to preserve a section of forest on the back mountain, where she had placed numerous intriguing little companions. The principal gently set Ling upon a nearby bench, assuring her that everything was arranged as she had instructed. The students entering the forest were the most formidable from their respective classes. I have installed surveillance in that location, allowing us to observe the unfolding events from here. Ling mused, seated comfortably as if watching a captivating show. Soon, figures began to emerge on the screen. Yin accompanied Yu to partake in this trial. And even the little beast joined in the endeavor. Yin walked at the forefront, surveying the surroundings with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This marked his first venture into the world on his own. Absent were his elder brother and any companions. The participants in this trial had formed their teams long ago, and as a former student of the ordinary class who recently gained abilities to join the extraordinary class, he found himself devoid of friends. Hence, he teamed up with Yu, the small beast, and Yi. Upon entering, Yu's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. Surely, there were vast opportunities to be bitten by zombies here. The eerie atmosphere that enveloped them only solidified his conviction that the likelihood of encountering a zombie was high. Should he be bitten, he would transform into an ability wielder. Thus, as soon as they stepped into the forest, Yu began to engage in reckless behavior, heading straight towards the darkest and most terrifying corners. No one could restrain him, and soon enough, he lunged at a swaying, unidentified, mutated plant not far off, embracing it fervently. "Where's your mouth? Where is it? Hurry and bite me. Come over here, come over here." Yu stretched out his neck, revealing his chubby throat. Yu was exasperated, realizing that his younger brother was exceptionally dim-witted. "Come here," he exclaimed, yanking him closer, while keeping a vigilant eye on the mutated plant before them. This plant's original form was utterly obscured, its identity a mystery. It had transformed entirely into a menacing shade of black, radiating an aura of danger. "Is this plant truly perilous?" Yu inquired, peering cautiously over Yun's shoulder. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, prompting the group to hasten toward the source of the distress. "Help! Someone is going to die." Entangled in the vines, Tian's large eyes were brimming with tears. She was ensnared, unable to move, as the tendrils tightened around her, sending sharp barbs piercing into her skin. Her clothing was stained with droplets of crimson. The suffocating sensation enveloped her, and she thought to herself, "This time, I am doomed." As a practitioner of earth-based abilities, her skills were limited to erecting earthen walls. She lacked offensive capabilities against plants. Tian collapsed onto the ground. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you," she replied, patting her racing heart. "No need for thanks," Yu said, surveying the surrounding vines, which appeared to writhe with malicious intent, poised to strike. "Quickly, we must leave this place." No sooner had Yu spoken than the vines launched an attack, encircling them completely. Night Ci, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. A gentle tug on his garment drew his attention downward, revealing Ling standing beside him. "When did you arrive?" "Just now," she replied, having seen the chaos from outside. She preferred the detachment of observation over the immediacy of the danger within. The small creature remained alert, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of peril, offering her reassurance regarding the safety of those inside. She climbed up Night Ci's leg and nestled into his embrace. Within the tangled mass of vines, Yu, Yu, and Tian felt the tension rise, as it was their first encounter with such mutated flora. The vines multiplied, encircling them entirely, gradually constricting even further. Yu realized that igniting a fire was out of the question. In such a confined space, it would inevitably endanger them all. Yu grew frantic. He merely sought a nibble from the plant, not to be suffocated. "Third brother, what shall we do now? There are no alternatives left. We must sever these vines." A small beast attempted to bite through the tendrils, but was swiftly cast aside. "Now what?" Tian lamented, feeling despondent. She had just entered and did not wish to be eliminated at the first hurdle. Earth-based abilities can help. You can displace the soil at the roots of the vines. Without their support, these tendrils will falter. A charming voice echoed, and Tian was unaware of who was speaking, yet instinctively complied. Upon discovering the location of the vines, the once menacing tendrils suddenly lost their support and fell to the ground. Yu swiftly unleashed his power, a fiery blaze unfurling. Chapter 73. What are you yelling about? The vines on the ground writhed and twisted, reduced to ashes. A few individuals finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, How did you come in here? Yin leaned closer to Yun Ling, his voice soft. He recalled that his sister was not required to participate in this competition. Yin Ling wrinkled her nose. He, third brother, is unaware, isn't he? She is indeed the teacher this time. I am here to protect you all. Yin Yu and Gu Anyu momentarily paused in their actions. What should they do if their younger sister surpassed them? They had lost the chance to protect her. Tian approached, her large, expressive eyes fixed on Yun Ling. She recognized this little girl, the youngest in the school, whom she had longed to meet for quite some time, yet had never found the opportunity. To her surprise, fate had brought them together here. She leaned in, gazing intently at the person before her. Yin Ling felt a bit shy under such scrutiny and turned her head, resting her entire weight on Yi Si's shoulder. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from a distance. It's our cousin. Look over there. It's the carnivorous flower she brought that has encountered trouble. Let's go see, Yin Ling suggested, and the group swiftly moved in that direction. Sure enough, upon their arrival, they witnessed Li Yuqing and his small team deftly evading the attacks of the carnivorous flower. Yin Ling gazed contentedly at the colossal carnivorous flower behind her. Truly, it was a remarkable specimen she had nurtured. Just look at its leaves, admire the petals, and behold its immense form. Moreover, her carnivorous flower possessed the extraordinary ability to breathe fire, something no other flower of its kind could do. Beside her, Yin Yu, having overheard her musings, twitched his lips. Yet his earlier concerns had dissipated. He decided to simply stand by and observe the spectacle. Gu Anyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This carnivorous flower had teeth, so white and pristine. He imagined how splendid it would be if those teeth were to sink into him. He would surely transform into an extraordinary being. With this thought in mind, he promptly turned and sprinted towards Li Yuqing. Yin Yu? Yin Ling? Li Yuqing, while running, glanced back and was suddenly knocked to the ground. Both individuals exclaimed in surprise. Gu Anyu, what brings you here? Hurry and run. Before he could grasp his hand to pull him over, Gu Anyu had already dashed forward. Hua hua, hua hua. Bite me quickly. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Li Yuqing? This is utterly absurd. Such a request is even more ridiculous. The man-eating flower was momentarily at a loss, having never encountered someone so eager to be bitten. However, this individual appeared to be quite plump. Surely, he would not be appetizing. Yet, it remembered its duty. The enormous mouth in the center of its petals opened wide, revealing sharp teeth. In that instant, Gu Anyu panicked. This was not as he had envisioned. The mouth of the man-eating flower was far larger than anticipated. No, it was immense. If it took a bite, he would cease to exist. This was not merely becoming an ability user. He would vanish into thin air. The once fervent desire to be bitten was swiftly replaced by a surge of fear. He hurriedly turned around and grasped Li Yuqing's arm. Cousin, save me. Li Yuqing was forcibly dragged beneath the maw of the man-eating flower. The dagger he held was flung away, and the flower chewed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With a face full of grievances, it looked pitifully at Yin Ling Wu. Master, it hurt so much. It shook its body and nestled beside Yin Ling, its massive form gradually shrinking until it matched Yin Ling's size. Weeping sorrowfully on her shoulder. Wu. The onlookers were utterly astonished. What were they witnessing? Just moments ago, the fearsome man-eating flower had been chasing them, and now it resembled a timid bride, resting on a small child's shoulder, weeping despondently. Surely, they had not just been frightened into madness? How else could they be witnessing such an uncanny spectacle? Yin Ling gently patted the little leaf of the carnivorous plant, saying, "Do not weep. Your task is not yet accomplished." The carnivorous plant wept even more sorrowfully, feeling unloved by its master, and wounded that its master showed no concern for its pain. Silently, it rolled aside and squatted down, drawing circles on the ground. Li Yuqing inquired, "Sister, what is this?" He, cousin, you are unaware. But this is something I have meticulously orchestrated, she replied. Li Yuqing quietly distanced himself from Yun Ling, realizing that all of this was indeed orchestrated by his little sister. She possessed quite a remarkable talent. Yun Ling approached the carnivorous plant amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, extending her hand to gently pat its leaves. Hua hua. You remain here and fulfill the task I have entrusted to you. Tomorrow, I shall reward you with a jelly bean." The crowd murmured, "Ah, children will be children." How could a carnivorous plant be so easily persuaded? Moreover, it is a flower, not a child. How could it possibly have a fondness for jelly beans? Just as this thought crossed their minds, they witnessed the carnivorous plant swell in size once more, its face adorned with an obsequious expression. To their amazement, they even discerned a few words upon its visage, promised to complete the task. The crowd was baffled yet profoundly astonished, never having anticipated that the plant would indeed relish jelly beans. It appeared they would need to carry jelly beans whenever they ventured out in the future. "Cousin, why not play with Hua Hua?" Ling reassured. "Do not worry. Hua Hua will not devour you." With this encouragement, Liu cast aside his reservations and hastened forward. The two, a person and a flower, engaged in merriment. Of course, it was the carnivorous plant that reveled in joy, while Liu could only endure the playful blows. Nevertheless, in sparring with the plant, he felt his strength augmenting. The thrill of the battle was intoxicating. The plant, initially toying with him, eventually grew weary, while Liu excitement only intensified. "Enough, enough! If we continue, I shall lose all my leaves. Woe is me, this person is a monster." The others, witnessing this spectacle, rushed forward, seizing a rare opportunity. When Yushru and her companions arrived, they beheld the scene. A group of ordinary individuals joyfully chasing and playfully striking a carnivorous plant, their laughter growing louder with each encounter. They were quite perplexed about the current situation. "Cousin-in-law has arrived. Cousin-in-law is truly beautiful." The sudden exclamation caused Liu to halt his actions. Their eyes met, and in that instant he realized, well, it seems we have passed this challenge. Let us proceed to the next. It was no wonder that his cousin could not find a partner. The cousin-in-law was right before him, yet he did not even glance her way before departing. "Cousin-in-law, woe is me." Ling whimpered, her mouth covered, her large eyes pleading with Liu questioning what he was doing, why he was silencing her. "Liu, do you not understand? Why are you shouting cousin-in-law indiscriminately?" Ling blinked her innocent eyes, utterly bewildered. She had misspoken. With such a wonderful sister-in-law, when else would one seize the opportunity? Beware of others snatching her away. Chapter 74. The wound has disappeared. Ling was forcibly carried away by Liu. As Yushui Ro watched him depart, a flicker of disappointment crossed her gaze. "Let us be on our way," she suggested. The night deepened, and the forest grew increasingly perilous under the cloak of darkness. Ling remained silent, nestled quietly in Liu's embrace. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. Ahead lay a significant spectacle, yet it remained uncertain whether her cousin could surmount the forthcoming challenges. At that moment, Liu was entirely oblivious to the trials he was soon to encounter. "Wait," he commanded, halting everyone in their tracks. With a vigilant gaze, he scanned the surroundings as a gust of wind stirred a few leaves. "What is going on? It appears nothing is amiss." Suddenly, several figures emerged from the depths of the forest, swaying unsteadily, moving languidly. Under the moonlight, their identities remained obscured. Liu squinted, scrutinizing the distant scene, a frown creasing his brow. Were they also here to partake in a contest? As the figures drew nearer, tension heightened among Liu and his companions. "Zombies! They are zombies!" The number of zombies multiplied, swarming like a legion of ants. "Brothers, an opportunity to hone our skills has arrived. Charge!" Initially, they had dismissed the threat posed by the zombies, but now, confronted by their overwhelming numbers, a sense of trepidation crept in. The zombies were far too many, yet retreat was not an option. They had to muster their courage and advance. Lacking any supernatural abilities, they could only rely on sheer physical strength. It wasn't too long before exhaustion set in. "Boss, I can't go on. There are just too many zombies. We must devise a plan." Each zombie they felled was swiftly replaced by another wave, as if they were inexhaustible. If this continued, they would inevitably succumb to fatigue. What should they do now? Ling found a flat stone and sat upon it, observing the spectacle before her. The number of zombies across from her multiplied, and, as Ruo, accompanied by her companions, witnessed Li Yuqing being grasped by the throat by a zombie. She was about to intervene when her garment was seized. Ling gazed upwards, her large eyes blinking inquisitively. "Cousin, please take a seat. You Shuai-ro, you two, safeguard this child. The rest of you, accompany me to lend assistance." A new trinket dangled from her leg. "Cousin, do not fret. This is a test for cousin." Yu Shuai-ro reflected upon her father's assessment and attitude towards this child, sitting beside Ling with a mixture of skepticism and concern. What is the situation with the other abilities? Is this truly how it will be left? It seems peculiar that despite the proximity of the zombies, none have made a move against them, as though they were rendered invisible. While her mind was filled with curiosity, the unfolding drama became increasingly reassuring. Li Yuqing, inadvertently witnessing this scene, felt a lump in his throat. While he struggled for survival, they appeared remarkably at ease. As it became apparent that everyone was nearing their limits, Ling gently patted her elder brother's shoulder, urging, "Brother, let's go." "Yu? Why does it evoke a sense of calling for Big Yellow?" Beside him, Yu was increasingly exhilarated. "Zombies, zombies! So many zombies!" he exclaimed. Surely, he would be able to receive a bite now. In an instant, Yu charged forward once more, his eyes fixed on a particular zombie, embracing it as if he had encountered a feast. "Hurry, bite me." The others were left in utter astonishment. What absurd demand! It was simply unprecedented. Yet, an unrelenting horde of zombies continued to surge forth. Yushu Ruo and the others quickly sprang into action, unleashing their various abilities in response. Ling tilted her head slightly. Her cousin-in-law appeared to be quite impressive. Ling raised her gaze towards a distant tree, where a zombie with green eyes clutched a leaf in its hand, emitting sounds reminiscent of a bird's call. Surrounding them, more and more zombies began to gather, and injuries were mounting among the people. As the situation escalated, Ling waved at the zombie perched in the tree, and the cacophony ceased. The zombies swiftly vanished into the night, leaving behind only the injured on the ground, as if the undead had never existed. "Miss you. Didn't the school assure us that teachers would accompany us? Now, we have all been bitten by zombies, yet there is no sign of our supposed guardians. We are merely ordinary individuals, devoid of any powers, and with these bites, we stand on the brink of becoming zombies ourselves. Some are already showing signs of infection." Their initial belief that the school would send help to protect them, or at least prevent them from being bitten, had proven to be a cruel illusion. But no assistance arrived. Nothing at all. The teachers, who were supposed to safeguard them, were absent when the zombies attacked. The promise of rescue seemed increasingly improbable. If they transformed into zombies, the school would undoubtedly abandon them. Regret began to ripple through the crowd. Many lamented their decision to participate in this competition. Rather than gaining any abilities, they had only succeeded in bringing themselves to the brink of becoming zombies. Beside them, Yu observed those who had been bitten, envy gleaming in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had a zombie pressed against his neck, yet had refrained from biting him. Yu Shuai was equally perplexed about the school's intentions, but the reality of those bitten by zombies was undeniable. In that moment, uncertainty clouded her thoughts about what course of action to take. I too am unaware of the school's arrangements regarding this situation. Ling blinked her eyes, quietly producing several pills. These pills, once ingested, would assuredly prevent one from becoming a zombie. However, she found herself at a loss regarding how to distribute them. Observing her hesitation, Yu took the small object from her hands. "Rest assured, since the school has permitted your entry here, they must have taken every precaution against being bitten by zombies. Consuming these pills will not transform you into a zombie. Instead, you will become a person with extraordinary abilities." Surrounded by an eerie silence, the onlookers gazed at the diminutive pills in Yu's grasp. Could these pills truly possess such miraculous properties? If they were indeed so wondrous, why then were there still so many individuals succumbing to the zombie plague? Is it as simple as claiming one could become a person with extraordinary abilities? If such pills existed, surely the government would have distributed them to everyone by now. Are you merely attempting to placate us? Who knows if consuming these pills might lead to our demise? Many evidently share these thoughts. Ling blinked in astonishment, pondering how these individuals could conceive such myriad thoughts. Li Yuqing, clutching his wound, accepted a pill and ingested it under the watchful gaze of the crowd. As the pill descended, they witnessed in disbelief as Li Yuqing's injury vanished before their very eyes. Chapter 75. Food? A wound inflicted by a zombie, notorious for its refusal to heal, typically festers and rots away. Subsequently, the entire body succumbs to infection, and even the transformation into a zombie, that wound persists. Yet, what they beheld now was utterly astonishing. The injury wrought by the zombie had simply disappeared. Yin Yu was taken aback that his cousin had consumed it so readily. The wound vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving him unable to conceal the astonishment. This medicine is truly remarkable. In an instant, those who had previously harbored doubts rushed to seize the pill. Wait. As the crowd prepared to ingest the pills, Yin Yu hastily interjected. It would be wise for you to wait for the school representatives to arrive before consuming this pill. Though it possesses extraordinary properties, it will induce a fever within 3 hours of ingestion. At that point, regardless of what transpires, you will be oblivious, and the fever will subside only after 3 days, at which point you will awaken your latent abilities. The expressions of everyone reflected disbelief as they cautiously held the pills in their hands, truly not expecting to turn misfortune into fortune this time. However, we have no idea when the school personnel will come to retrieve us. What if the zombie virus were to erupt? Rest assured, dear brothers and sisters, look up at that tree. A surveillance camera. Cameras have long been installed here. Everything that has transpired is visible to the principal. The individuals sent to collect you are already en route. The teachers assigned by the school have been by your side all along, though you were unaware of it. Night Ci spoke coldly. Ling lifted her gaze to glance at Yi Ci, sensing that the young man appeared somewhat disheartened. The group, filled with a sense of guilt, lowered their heads. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had been sheltered by the school, and yet they had the audacity to question its intentions, even doubting that it would abandon them. How ungrateful they were! It dawned on them that the teachers arranged by the school had been silently watching over them all along, while they remained oblivious and continued to grumble. The weight of their realization pressed heavily upon their hearts. Beside them, Li Yuqing began to feel unwell, a feverish heat spreading through his body. Meanwhile, Principal Yu, positioned behind camera, was filled with exhilaration. He had always believed that this young girl was extraordinary. The item she casually produced was remarkably potent, capable of suppressing the zombie virus, and even allowing individuals to transform into empowered beings. This was truly astounding. His previous insistence that this girl become a teacher at the school was indeed a wise decision. The competition continued unabated. Those forced to halt their participation in this segment felt no bitterness. After all, they had transitioned from ordinary individuals to extraordinary beings. Even if they could not accompany the team on their journey of trials, it was not in vain. "Oh, is that not Miss You?" one of them remarked. "Your lackluster water ability has even allowed a zombie to bite you." A team approached from a distance, led by a familiar face, the very individual who had previously confronted her cousin. She recalled that this person had an affection for Yu Shuai-ro. The trouble he had caused her cousin was partly due to Yin Ting's instigation and partly because of his jealousy, as they had long harbored disdain for her cousin and sought to teach him a lesson. Now, however, this individual directed barred words toward Yu Shuai-ro. Such a person would never win the heart of a woman. This group had long acted with impunity, their love turning to hatred. Now, the mere sight of Yu Shuai-ro reminded him of being publicly rejected. His spirits plummeted. This woman was none other than the principal's daughter. Despite her powers, her water ability was the most useless of all, lacking any offensive capability. To have garnered his interest was a stroke of luck for her. How dare she reject him? She was utterly unaware of her own insignificance. Oh, you pitiful empowered beings, accompanied by a few children, still aspire to claim the first place? Do not harbor such delusions. If you know what is good for you, kneel before me and plead. Perhaps I will consider allowing you to accompany me, postponing your elimination. A flash of disdain flickered in Yu Shuai-ro's eyes. We do not require your favor. Let us proceed to the next challenge. Zhang Chenghua. What? One exclaimed. Wasn't the third stage already breached? They had been observing from the shadows for a considerable time. Only after all the zombies had departed did they emerge. Although they had stood at a distance and could not hear the conversations, they had witnessed someone injured by a zombie being taken away by school personnel. He surmised that the individual had likely been discarded. After all, being scratched by a zombie will lead to infection with the zombie virus. Brother San, we must flee at once. Although Yu was unaware of Ling's intentions, fleeing was undoubtedly the right course of action. As they emerged from the dense thicket, the previously vanished zombies surged forth from all directions, encircling Changhua and the others. Do not approach. This horde of zombies was markedly different from the last. Without the protective presence of his sister, their assault would likely be indiscriminate and brutal. Indeed, they had barely advanced when anguished screams echoed behind them, each cry more harrowing than the last, evoking a visceral pain just from the sound. Gu Anyu shuddered, suddenly reconsidering the desire to become a supernatural being. Perhaps this current state was quite satisfactory after all. Yushuiro gazed in astonishment at the approaching zombies. Had her father truly become so formidable that he could command the undead? They advanced at his behest and retreated just as easily? Principal Yu, monitoring the situation from behind, was equally taken aback. Following his surprise, a wave of joy washed over him. This young teacher was indeed remarkable. Even the zombies could serve as tools for competition. Such a teacher was a rare find. His curiosity about the next challenge intensified. Previously, it had been mentioned that there were 5 stages in total, and with 3 already unveiled, he wondered what the remaining 2 would entail. Initially, they had anticipated formidable trials, a notion shared by nearly all. However, upon encountering the next stage, they were left dumbfounded. What did they behold? Pots and ingredients? Could it be that the school's instructors, witnessing their arduous journey through the challenges, had arranged meals for them? This fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. After all, this was a competition. It seemed implausible that they would be provided with food, especially since these items had long been absent from their lives. The sight of fresh vegetables and fruits, which they had not tasted in ages, ignited a longing within them. The sound of swallowing echoed around them. Meanwhile, Ling had already seized a cucumber and begun to munch on it, a treasure she had procured from other realms, entirely absent in this one. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to navigate this stage. It appeared that this challenge was a test of culinary skills. As Ling spoke while eating, the others exchanged glances, bewildered by the notion of culinary competition in a post-apocalyptic world. Their usual sustenance consisted of mere compressed biscuits. There was scarcely any time for cooking. Is it truly so? Perhaps we should give it a try? Yet, confronted with such fresh vegetables and fruits, they hesitated to take action, fearful of ruining these precious items. After all, these are treasures that money cannot easily procure. Though they bore no physical wounds, they were nevertheless in a state of utter disarray. Yu watched helplessly as the person trembled and approached him from behind. Yu, how can you, a grown man, have the audacity to hide behind a mere 9-year-old child? He sidestepped slightly, and the man shifted along with him, clearly indicating his intentions. Wherever he wished to go, that man would follow. Zhang Qinghua and the others had already seized some food nearby and begun to eat, for after a fierce battle, their hunger had long since set in. Ling glanced over and exclaimed, "Do refrain from indulging. These items are meant for the competition. What significance do mere snacks hold in comparison to the contest? Moreover, none of these gentlemen possess the culinary skills to prepare such dishes." Ling felt she had miscalculated. Had she known earlier, she would have brought some raw meat. This round was essentially ruined, with the ingredients all gone. Ling couldn't possibly produce food in front of everyone. Yun was well aware that this was his younger sister's idea. He instinctively glanced at her, wondering if they had truly bypassed this challenge so easily. Ling expressed her helplessness. It's fine. She has temporarily altered this challenge. A test of virtue should suffice. On to the next challenge. For the final trial, Ling had initially intended for the fluffy ball to take the lead, but she realized that if the fluffy ball intervened, none of these individuals would likely remain unscathed. Thus, she decided to change her approach. The last challenge would be a test of discernment. As for the others, Zhang Qinghua, you, a mere child, How could you possibly comprehend what this test entails? Ling, I am fully aware. Everything is determined by her. Does she not realize this? Zhang Changhua gazed at Ling, sensing that this child possessed an uncanny aura. Previously, when he reprimanded Li Yuqing, her appearance had been equally mysterious. The crowd followed Ling to a grassy expanse. Within this meadow lay two tiny insects, and whoever found them would claim the first and second prizes. As soon as the words left her lips, nearly everyone dropped to the ground, commencing their search. This spectacle appeared utterly foolish. Yet, these were the top 2 students in the school. He could not simply concede. This was the final hurdle, and Ling, feeling fatigued, began to shift her body, preparing to make her escape. Ling gazed up at the brotherly figure of Yi, inquiring, "Brother, are you not going to search for them?" Yi, indifferent, responded that it mattered little to him. His presence here was solely for Ling, and the significance of first or second place held no value in his eyes. Upon entering, Principal Yu greeted them with fervor, exclaiming, "Little Ling, you have truly endured much." He had witnessed firsthand the individuals who had been bitten by zombies, yet had not transformed. Instead, they had succumbed to a deep slumber, reminiscent of the initial wave of awakened powers during the onset of the apocalypse. This was all due to the pills provided by Ling. Those capsules possessed the extraordinary ability to directly awaken one's powers and even suppress the zombie virus. Under the principal's eager gaze, Ling shivered slightly, feeling as though the principal looked at her with the same fervor a dog might exhibit upon spotting a bone. "Principal, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" she asked. "Ling, do you still have any of those pills left? They are truly treasures." He had intended to keep one for himself, but to his dismay, the students, valuing them immensely, had consumed the pills without hesitation upon sensing his interest. He had not even managed to seize one. Ling tightly clutched her small pocket, for the contents within were indeed items from the realm of immortal heroes. It was inherently improper for her to reveal them, and she certainly could not allow those precious pills to fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, chaos would ensue in this world. Observing Ling's actions, the principal was certain there were more. His smile grew increasingly obsequious. "Ling, dear little Linger, might you grant me a single pill?" Ling scrutinized the principal, declaring, "This is futile. You have already become an extraordinary being. This pill is of no use to you." The principal appeared somewhat disheartened, lamenting that had he known, he would have refrained from becoming an extraordinary being so soon. As the teacher's words resonated, the school gate swung open, and a throng of students entered. On Zhang Qinghua's face gleamed a triumphant expression as he clutched a small red insect in his hand. Beside him, another student held a green insect. "We have discovered these 2 insects, Principal. Does this not make us the best in the competition?" Ling tilted her head slightly, gazing at the grinning Little Qing and Little Hong. Suddenly, Little Qing and Little Hong burst into tears, lamenting, "Wah, Master, they are bullying the worm too much. It feels as though they are on the brink of being crushed. Such a sensation is utterly unbearable." Ling furrowed her brow, and the principal beside her mirrored the expression. Zhang Changhua retorted defensively, "You speak nonsense. This is slander. Are you unaware of your own actions? During the training on the back mountain, what did you do? Surely you know." Guan Yu, supporting Yin Yu, erupted in a tirade, his body shaking with indignation. He held a deep disdain for those who would stab their companions in the back. "You are the one who is slandering. You envy my first-place victory," Guan Yu exclaimed, his face reddening with fury. "How shameless can one be? Enough. Let us not quarrel. I shall discern the truth of this matter." Ling nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, the principal's office is equipped with surveillance." Chapter 77. Another day of envy and jealousy. We shall soon see. At the moment Zhang Changhua beheld the footage, he was rendered speechless, utterly taken aback. Thus, he was expelled, his eyes brimming with resentment and malice. The rankings of this competition were not determined by a single voice. All the teachers consulted the recordings, scrutinizing each student's actions to collaboratively assess the top 2. They also recognized Ling's uniqueness. With complex expressions, they gazed at the child peacefully slumbering nearby. Finding it hard to fathom that while the nation had made no progress in researching the zombie virus over the past year, she had effortlessly resolved it with a mere pill. One or two instances could be attributed to chance, but the fact that none of those bitten by the zombies had contracted the virus was a different matter entirely. Principal, just what is the origin of this child? To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. I have investigated, and there is nothing particularly special about her family. Yet, this child is indeed the most extraordinary. The rankings for this contest were swiftly established. Yun ranked first, Shui rose second, and Tian third, while even Gu Anyu secured a place among them. In the room, Yi Si curled up on the bed, enduring the relentless torment coursing through his body. Since his birth, he had frequently suffered such afflictions. The blood within him felt as if it were boiling, creating an unbearable discomfort. An overwhelming sense of agitation filled his chest, and a primal urge for destruction surged within him, as if someone were shattering objects all around. Ling stealthily opened the door, drawn by the sound. Yi Si's eyes glowed crimson as he furiously hurled objects around him, his aura coalescing into a palpable vortex that seemed poised to engulf anyone nearby. Ling? This seems to bear a striking resemblance to the situation in the myriad small worlds, where mental energy surges uncontrollably in the vastness of space. However, in the context of the interstellar realm, this is considered a primitive small world. It is improbable for those from the stars to venture here. Even if they were to arrive, it would be within their capability to depart once more, would it not? Ling was enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. Recalling what Mao Qiao had previously confided to her, she had already embraced the faith of two children of the world. One was the little beast, as she knew, for she was the first being he beheld upon opening his eyes. The identity of the other, however, remained elusive. The lad named Gong Jinji did not count. Having been raised in ancient times, he viewed everyone with suspicion, perceiving them as potential threats. Then there was the child of this world's realm, Qi, whose gaze upon her was perpetually peculiar, leaving her confounded, yet devoid of any faith. Could the other be Yi Si? While Ling was lost in her thoughts, Yi Si had already sensed her presence, instinctively drawing nearer step by step. By the time she realized what was happening, she found herself cradled in his embrace. The moment another presence joined him, the previously uncontainable agitation within him dissipated entirely. He held her tightly, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading. In his arms lay a soft, cherubic child. Ling, what brings you here? He pondered, knowing he ought to release her, yet the moment he did, an overwhelming pain surged forth, compelling him to embrace her once more. She was akin to a balm for his suffering. Brother, you seem to be in quite a peculiar state. Are you all right? She inquired. Perhaps it is a tumult of mental energy. Yi Si paused momentarily, as if he had heard an unfamiliar voice, one he had entirely overlooked before, gazing in astonishment at the child in his arms. Was that just now the sound of Ling's innermost thoughts? Why had he not perceived it earlier? He wished to listen closely, yet found himself unable to hear anything at all. That fleeting moment felt as though it had been a mere figment of his imagination. Are you all right? Ling spoke once more, expressing that the interstellar microcosm was exceedingly advanced, and this psychic upheaval was indeed a malady inherited from her lineage. She found herself utterly devoid of solutions. I am fine, but could you possibly keep me company today? Ling, why is the ever-spirited knight Ci particularly clingy today? He holds her tightly, seemingly believing that only in this embrace can the pain within him subside. She dares not move, and soon, lulled by the warmth, she drifts in his slumber in his arms. Little sister, where are you? A cacophony erupts outside, and Gu Anyu's eyes widen as he gazes at his sister nestled in Knight Ci's embrace. Surveying the disarray of the courtyard, he finds himself utterly perplexed. What is happening? How can he possibly comprehend this? Yet, Knight Ci's behavior is utterly excessive. His sister has always been attached to him. But why is she still here at such an hour? He must inform the other brothers. What if his sister has been abducted? He stealthily approaches and quietly departs. Li Yucheng, having been in a coma for 3 days, finally awakens on the night of the 3rd day. As consciousness returns, he feels an overwhelming surge of energy. A single punch against the wall causes it to crack open. Li Yucheng, filled with astonishment, realizes he possesses an extraordinary ability, an ability of the gold element. The gold element, renowned for its formidable offensive and defensive prowess. Guan Yu, asleep downstairs, is jolted awake, eyes wide as he witnesses the wall's departure in sheer terror. Is this an earthquake? An earthquake! Run! As he rushes out, he soon realizes it is no earthquake. It is, in fact, Li Yucheng manifesting his extraordinary powers, and it is the coveted gold element. He has long yearned for such an ability. Oh, how unfair is his fate! He has toiled endlessly to become an extraordinary individual, only to watch others attain that which he desires. Yet another day filled with envy and longing. When will he ever become an extraordinary being? After Li Yucheng awakens, a continuous stream of individuals bitten by zombies and revived by pills also awaken, most of whom have become extraordinary beings, filling the school with laughter and joy. Guan Yu! Oh, how they torment him! In the ensuing days, Ling notices that the gazes of her peers have intensified, as if they regard her as a deity. In a certain sense, she indeed embodies divinity. She is the master of the celestial path, the sovereign of 3,000 realms. Ling, these individuals ranked in the top 10 during the last competition. When do you plan to take them out for training? She glances around, recognizing familiar faces. Chapter 78. A trembling body, the more she contemplates, the more Ling feels something amiss. Isn't she here to attend school? Why has this turned into a situation where she must teach students? Something is clearly not right. Principal, I came here to learn. My brother said I could study mathematics here. The principal smiles warmly, assuring her, rest assured, you shall not miss out on anything that is meant to be taught to you. At this moment, Ling remained oblivious to the significance of the principal's words. She nodded, her thoughts drifting to her elder brother, wondering how he fared in the estate. Early in the morning, she rose and set out with a group. In pursuit of experience, Ling resolved to take a detour. Mao Qiu also suppressed his aura. Little sister, I wish to share a carriage with you. Although Li Yucheng did not achieve a ranking in this competition, he could not resist the opportunity to accompany his sister, who was leading the team. Move aside. I want to sit next to my sister, he declared, glancing around before fixing his gaze on Guan Yu. Guan Yu, I want to yield. You can ask ECI to give way. Li Yucheng seemed reluctant to let go, perceiving ECI as somewhat formidable. He would never admit to being intimidated by a child's presence. Li Yucheng's stare bore into Guan Yu, who felt increasingly uncomfortable and instinctively shifted aside, graciously making room. Bullying people, he exclaimed. Sister, do you secretly tell second brother if you are the child of destiny, the one destined to save the world? That is how it was written in the novels I've read before. Ling shook her head. She was no mere child of the heavenly Tao, but rather its sovereign. Remarkable indeed. Li Yucheng's eyes sparkled with greater intensity as he lifted Ling onto his lap, saying, Cousin, I understand that you must be here on a mission and cannot divulge anything. Rest assured, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Ling? She was unaware of what her cousin had conjured in his mind. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt with a jolt. What happened? Ling rested her chin on the car window, gazing outside. A formidable pack of zombie dogs obstructed their vehicle, baring their teeth with eyes bloodshot and menacing. These creatures, having succumbed to the zombie virus, exhibited elongated fangs and a towering stature, presenting a truly frightful visage. Ling gazed at the zombie dogs outside, her eyes brimming with curiosity. It was her first encounter with such creatures, despite their rather unsightly appearance. She mused that having a few to guard the yard would not be amiss. Do not worry, little sister. Second brother has it under control. Li Yucheng? Indeed, she was destined for greatness, truly exceptional. The zombie dogs outside were restless, their instincts heightened. Prior to the apocalypse, dogs had already possessed a semblance of awareness, but post-apocalypse, their sentience had only intensified. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, the expressions on the zombie dogs' faces grew increasingly menacing. A low growling emanated from them, as if they were poised to spring forth and take a bite. Before long, they found themselves encircled by the ravenous creatures. Li Yucheng felt a surge of anticipation. Since acquiring his abilities, he had yet to engage in combat. He wondered if he had grown stronger since then. Guanyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, contemplating whether a bite from the zombie dogs might transform him into one of their kind. He resolved to seize the moment, intending to maneuver close enough to invite their fangs upon himself. Yin discerned the thoughts of the individual before him. I must inform you, this creature possesses the capacity to devour flesh, reducing a person to mere fragments. At that moment, you shall likely find yourself in disarray. Guanyu. This marked their inaugural trial since their emergence. Ling found a comfortable position, leaning into Yi Ci's embrace, while Machin safeguarded Li Yunwan. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the workshop. Turning her head, Ling discovered, to her surprise, that a sizable chicken leg had somehow made its way into her hand. She was relishing the delectable morsel. Noticing the gazes upon her, Ling tilted her head slightly and quietly produced a bag of sunflower seeds, extending it towards her companions. Let us share, she suggested. To enjoy the spectacle, one must have snacks. The others silently turned their heads, accepting the seeds. Outside, the battle raged fiercely. Particularly noteworthy was Li Yuqing. Even as an ordinary individual, his prowess was formidable, and now transformed into a superhuman, his abilities were undoubtedly enhanced. With a single punch, he sent a zombie dog crashing to the ground, one blow after another, eliciting immense exhilaration from Li Yuqing. What a remarkable sensation! Now I comprehend why previous superhumans looked down on ordinary folk. The physical prowess of superhumans is indeed unparalleled. Alas, these zombie dogs, oblivious to pain, swiftly rose again after being struck, charging towards them once more. Yin Chun, commanding the operation, was initially brimming with confidence, but 5 minutes later, he was left in utter despair. He had forgotten that this group consisted of students entirely devoid of practical experience. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Each individual fought their own battles, with some inadvertently landing blows on their own companions. In that moment, Yin Chun felt a profound sense of hopelessness. This was undoubtedly the most disastrous battle he had ever participated in. Do not act recklessly. Follow my commands, he urged. However, the students, engulfed in excitement and anxiety, were oblivious to his words, continuing to engage in their own skirmishes. Yin Chun, feeling helpless, had no choice but to join this chaotic brawl. This situation was untenable. It was unclear whose wood-based abilities had ensnared someone's foot with a creeping vine, nor could he ascertain whose water-based powers had drenched another's head. Ling blinked her eyes, realizing that the situation was quite different from her expectations. Yu, observing the dire situation, wisely chose to distance himself from the battlefield. Otherwise, in a mere moment, the relentless zombie dogs would inflict injuries upon them all. Li Yuqing, perceiving the gravity of the circumstances, took the initiative to direct the others. Under his adept leadership, the chaos swiftly subsided, and everyone united against the common threat. Soon, the zombie dogs lay vanquished on the ground, howling in distress. Witnessing this, the remaining zombie dogs heightened their vigilance, lowering their bodies and tensing every muscle, poised to strike at any moment. Ling observed that the moment was ripe and gracefully alighted from the vehicle. The little fluff ball followed her with an air of pride. At the instant she appeared, the previously menacing zombie dogs suddenly fell silent. Cousin, do not approach. This appears exceedingly perilous. These zombie dogs are not to be trifled with. Ling, cousin, rest assured, they would not dare to harm me. Li Yuqing expressed his disbelief, questioning how it was possible for them not to inflict harm. Cousin, if you do not believe me, just watch. Ling pointed to the zombie dog beside her and commanded, lie down. Remarkably, the pack of zombie dogs appeared to receive her instruction, obediently lowering themselves to the ground, their bodies trembling upon closer inspection. Chapter 79. The clarity of foolishness, their sharp fangs retracted as they spun in circles. Who could fathom that the very same zombie dogs, which had just moments ago seemed eager to devour them, would now obediently revolve in such a manner? It was strangely endearing. Li Yuqing, somewhat incredulous, mimicked Ling's gesture and extended his hand to bow. Zombie dogs? It was utterly absurd. The other students in the school, witnessing the spectacle, were equally astonished. Their gazes toward Yun Ling were imbued with even greater admiration. Initially reluctant to allow Yun Ling to accompany them on this excursion, they now found themselves completely at a loss for words. Who would have imagined that this seemingly juvenile child, still in the throes of childhood, possessed such remarkable prowess? Unbeknownst to them, Yun Ling was a teacher at the school, and none were aware that she was the leader of this expedition. They simply perceived her extraordinary capabilities, leading the principal to make an exception and permit her participation in this venture. Yun Ling stood before the zombie dog, her petite frame barely reaching the height of its legs. Yet, despite her diminutive size, she exuded an aura of authority and leadership, as if she were the master of the creature. Who can truly comprehend such a sensation? Yun Ling knelt down and gently cradled the palm-sized kitten. Upon witnessing the small feline standing atop a zombie dog, commanding it like a leader as it departed, a singular thought resonated in their minds. Concentration is the essence. Who could have imagined that such a diminutive creature could so effortlessly command the obedience of numerous zombie dogs? Alas, she had no intention of allowing the zombie dogs to depart in such a manner. However, if they were to follow, their training would be in vain. Reluctantly, she decided to let the furball lead the zombie dogs away. The once spacious vehicle now felt considerably more crowded with the addition of so many individuals. Yun Ling blinked in confusion, gazing at the crowd surrounding her, their stares reminiscent of those one might cast upon a succulent piece of meat. Were these individuals famished, yearning for flesh? The vehicle continued its journey, and in the distance, a procession approached. It was a convoy of military supply trucks, all equipped and armed. Such a formal assembly could only belong to Gong Yu's faction. Reflecting on Gong Yu, Yun Ling's thoughts drifted to Gong Jinji. She glanced into the vehicle and suddenly realized something was amiss. Gong Jinji was absent. They had inadvertently left the boy behind at the school. As the opposing convoy drew nearer, the occupants of the vehicles turned their gazes toward them, and Yun Ling curiously peered back. A bald man adorned with tattoos and glasses met her eyes. While these details seemed trivial, what truly mattered was that this individual was documented in the texts as having secretly conducted experiments on humans under Gong Yu's nose, seeking to unravel the secrets of the zombie virus. It was at this man's hands that third brother had perished. Yun Yu, who had initially been indifferent, suddenly stiffened, compelled to confront the visage of the one responsible for his brother's demise. The occupants of the vehicle recognized them as well. A truckload of adolescents stood as prime subjects for experimentation. "Block their path," shouted someone as several vehicles encircled them. Armed individuals descended from the trucks, their menacing demeanor palpable. "Get out." Li Mo-chun and Yun Chun emerged from their vehicle. "Is there something you need?" they inquired, although the matter at hand was not of great significance. The tone used was unmistakably one that brooked no refusal. Their leader wished to extend an invitation for a visit. Yun Ling tilted her head slightly. It wouldn't be unfeasible to destroy that accursed laboratory. A few individuals raised their eyebrows. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Yun Chun bent forward, a smile gracing his lips. "Will there be food provided?" The person opposite him was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a concern over meals. He glanced at his leader, who was equally surprised, observing that they did not appear to be individuals who had gone without sustenance. If they were to go as guests, provisions would certainly be made. "Let's proceed. I kindly ask you to lead the way. We should make a swift turn." Such smoothness was unexpected for the opposing party. Nevertheless, as long as the goal was accomplished, that sufficed. They divided into 4 groups, encircling them from all sides, anxious to prevent any escape. The individuals within the vehicle had no intention of fleeing. Their thoughts were solely focused on how to obliterate those malevolent creations. Yun Ling gazed longingly at the carriage, pondering. Surely there are captured individuals within that vehicle. Oh dear, there are also those who were recently bitten by zombies. They are on the verge of transformation. Several individuals turned their attention in unison. The incessant thudding sounds grew louder, and the previously sealed carriage was abruptly breached, unleashing a swarm of zombies that lunged menacingly toward them. The vehicle came to a halt, and several individuals emerged, armed with tranquilizer guns, which they deftly inserted into the zombies' bodies. In no time, The creatures succumbed to unconsciousness and were secured once more. The zombies, their mouths ensnared with nets and eyes of fiery crimson, were tethered by hooks that pierced their scapulae, fastening them to the carriage. In that fleeting moment, Yin felt a twinge of pain in his own scapula. Had it not been for his sister, would he have been subjected to such treatment upon his transformation into a zombie? Do not be afraid, everyone. These zombies have lost all consciousness and pose no threat to you. Ling approached, her face brimming with innocence. Uncle, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to capture zombies. Anyone appreciates a compliment, regardless of age. Uncle, what do you intend to do with these zombies? Oh, our leader wishes to study the zombie virus. However, upon uttering this, someone behind her gave her a gentle tap, admonishing, don't speak out of turn. Realizing her near slip of the tongue, she quickly covered her mouth. Ling then spoke. Uncle, what is the purpose of researching the zombie virus? The response was curt. Little one, do not ask so many questions, simply behave. After this, regardless of what Ling uttered, the individual across from her remained resolutely silent. Ling felt a tinge of regret. The book merely mentioned that this person conducted experiments on the living, but it did not elaborate on the specifics. Prior to encountering this individual, she had not given it much thought. Yet now it was evident that this person harbored ambitions. She suspected he aspired to establish a kingdom of zombies, commanding them to restore an imperial reign. The text had suggested as much. As they neared their destination, Ling leaned closer to her elder brother. Brother, once we enter, those students will be your responsibility. She felt secure, but the students' safety was paramount. Brother Yunshun, are we not supposed to undergo training? Why are we visiting someone else's home? One person stepped forward to inquire, will they really provide meals? Will there be meat? The conversation sparked a lively discussion among them. In that moment, Yunshun felt the weight of his responsibilities grow significantly. No, it was exceedingly heavy. Chapter 80. The laboratory. Everyone, please alight from the vehicle, came a call. The courtyard, entirely enclosed by iron sheets, was impervious to sight, rendering the interior's condition a complete mystery. This must be the laboratory. If we enter, we will likely be confined immediately. Yunshun furrowed his brow, instinctively becoming alert. The door swung open, revealing an expanse of white. The acrid scent of disinfectant filled the air, overwhelming his senses. Please. This way a voice beckoned. Before long, they found themselves encircled, armed figures looming menacingly around them, rendering any attempt to escape utterly futile. The students who had disembarked soon sensed the disquieting atmosphere, their instincts heightening in response to the palpable tension. This situation was unmistakably amiss. The students huddled together, declaring, we shall not enter. Leave? Once they had arrived, departing was simply out of the question. As the man's words resonated, countless dark barrels were aimed at them. Some instinctively began to harness their abilities, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Save your efforts. The moment you step foot in here, your fate was no longer yours to dictate. My powers, or have my powers gone? Mine too. Panic began to ripple through the crowd. Their abilities, once at their disposal, now eluded them. It was evident that they had previously been capable of wielding them. A subtle smirk appeared on the lips of the figure across from them. Please. This way, he reiterated. Reluctantly, they stepped inside. Once inside, the stench of disinfectant intensified, becoming even more pungent. Here on the second floor, the rooms are unoccupied. You may reside at your leisure. The backyard is off limits. No one is permitted to venture there. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. The group moved swiftly, seemingly unaccustomed to this place. Yunshun, what is happening here? Yunshun was bewildered by the intentions of these individuals, as they had brazenly taken over the entire side hall. Each person proceeded to search for their respective rooms, remaining vigilant. The night was serene and tranquil. Ling rubbed her eyes and sat up, the faint sounds outside persistently echoing. They were subtle, yet discernible. Little sister, remain silent and patiently await my return. Ling nodded slightly. As soon as Yunshun departed, she rose quietly and stealthily left the room. A figure flashed past, entering the adjacent chamber. Raising an eyebrow, Ling followed closely, like a little tail, successfully joining in. The room was heavily infused with the aroma of essential oils. Indeed, the third brother's fragrances were remarkably potent. All these little rascals have been rendered dazed by the scent. Hurry up, the second brother is still waiting. These specimens are truly exquisite. Ling watched helplessly as her third brother departed, clinging to the bed. She blinked her eyes and obediently nestled into the spot he had just vacated. The person who had just relocated him turned around and was taken aback to find another child had appeared on the bed, peacefully sleeping after rolling over. Were there 2 children on the bed moments ago? How could there now be an additional child? Had he perhaps imagined it? Regardless, more is always better. Ling was successfully taken away, and as the scent of disinfectant grew increasingly potent, she found herself placed upon a frigid table, her limbs bound. The fragrance intensified, prompting her to involuntarily close her eyes and succumb to slumber. When she next awakened, blinding light streamed upon her face, rendering her momentarily unable to open her eyes. "Little sister, you are awake," a voice called. As Ling opened her eyes, she finally discerned her surroundings. They were in a laboratory where individuals were confined upon tables, utterly immobilized. "Little sister, you are finally awake. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Yu inquired anxiously, taken aback to discover that his sister had also been captured. In the room, 5 individuals were held captive. Yu, Guanyu, Li Yuqing, Yun Shun, and Ling. Opposite them stood several transparent glass containers, filled with an unknown liquid. Ling stood in a daze. These containers must harbor the zombie virus. Soon, someone will come to confine them within, resulting in their infection and transformation into superpowered zombies. The most crucial aspect is that they will heed the commands of the first person they behold upon awakening. That bald-headed man, concealing his intentions from Uncle Gongyu, seeks to create an army of zombies, an army that obeys only him. Yin Chen's gaze darkened. An army of zombies. How audacious to undertake such a venture. An army of the undead that would remain loyal to him, possessing formidable strength, would undoubtedly wield immense power in this apocalyptic world. They began to struggle, but the chains binding their wrists were unyieldingly tight, rendering any escape futile. The sound of footsteps echoed as the door swung open. "Cease your struggles. It is futile. Even a great cleaver cannot sever these chains. My little lab rats, do be obedient and serve as my subjects for experimentation." Oh my, is this the serial killer from before the apocalypse? A deluded biologist conducting twisted experiments. A sharp needle hovered ominously close to Guanyu's skin, poised to pierce at any moment. "May I pose a question?" Guanyu inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "If this needle is injected, will I truly become a zombie?" Yu? It was evident that this individual was utterly unreliable. The contents of that syringe remain a mystery, and one cannot ascertain the potential side effects upon injection. His lack of fear is one thing, but to harbor such anticipation is truly perplexing. This, without a doubt, could transform one into a zombie. Moreover, a zombie endowed with extraordinary powers. Guanyu's eyes sparkled once more at the thought of becoming a zombie, particularly one with abilities. How delightful! It seems fourth brother is rather eager. Yet, after receiving that injection, fourth brother would cease to be himself. He would forget all of us, ultimately becoming a mindless zombie, neglecting hygiene, consuming human flesh, and even soiling his trousers. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Zombies are rather unsightly. Enough of this chatter. Your word does not hold sway in this matter. Just as the liquid within that syringe was about to be injected into the body, in the next instant, the professor was forcefully knocked to the ground. Ling gently stirred her petite feet and cast a glance at the professor, who lay unconscious on the ground. She mused to herself about the professor's fragility, feeling a twinge of pity as he had succumbed so easily to her light touch. The others around her appeared utterly bewildered, having been entirely focused on Guanyu and oblivious to Ling's recent actions. Their attention shifted to the shattered chains on the operating table, and they swallowed hard. "Sister, how did you manage to descend from the platform just now?" They pondered, recalling that he had previously attempted to break free but had found it impossible, as the chains adapted in size with their movements. The prospect of escaping seemed utterly unattainable. Chapter 81. The emergence of strength Ling tilted her head slightly and remarked, "This is quite simple. It can be easily resolved." However, Yu, having tried numerous methods, could not discern what was so simple about it. Neither burning it with fire nor forcefully breaking free proved effective. Yet, as he gazed upon his younger sister's innocent expression, it seemed as though her words held a semblance of truth. It appeared that perhaps, with a casual effort, one could indeed break free. He bowed his head, lost in contemplation. "Yinshin, little sister, could you lend me a hand? There is indeed a celestial sister who is truly delightful." Ling stepped forward, her delicate hand resting upon the chain as she gently tugged at it, and to their astonishment, the seemingly unbreakable chain snapped effortlessly. "Well, it appears my younger sister possesses remarkable prowess." Having attained her freedom, the group began to move stealthily. "Younger sister, I have observed that we are confined in separate laboratories. The others are in different chambers, and now that the professor is incapacitated, we are temporarily out of danger. Each of us must search for the others." Guan Yu grasped Yu's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Don't leave me. I am frightened." Beside them, Yunshin shook his head, pondering how their brotherhood had produced such an ineffectual fourth sibling. Yunshin stood at the entrance of a room, cradling Ling in his arms. He gazed at the keypad lock, which appeared to be rather challenging to unlock. Ling ascended with a swift kick, producing a resounding clang. Yunshin's lips twitched as he gazed at his sister, who was looking up at him. In his heart, he vowed never to provoke her again. Otherwise, he would not withstand even a single kick. Within the mysterious liquid, several individuals were submerged, seemingly sensing their presence as they opened their blood-red eyes. Yunshin closed the door quickly. Embracing Ling, Yunshin turned and fled, but it was already too late. The glass vial containing the liquid shattered. The creature emerged. It was indeed a creature. Humans, immersed for over a month in the zombie virus, had been utterly transformed into monsters. They possessed no consciousness of their own, only the capacity to obey others. The night deepened, and the lights in the room flickered ominously. The monstrous figures drew ever closer. The bald leader stood behind these creatures, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, gazing at Ling and the others as if they were already dead. "To my surprise, you managed to escape. Since that is the case, allow me to test the prowess of my carefully cultivated subordinates. Attack!" The monsters advanced relentlessly. Ling extended a finger to press against one creature's forehead. Its blood-red eyes momentarily flickered with confusion, gradually becoming lucid. Thus, the tortured victim of the zombie virus awakened. He blinked, and the child before him vanished in an instant. Nearly all the monsters reverted to normal. "What are you still hesitating for? Hurry, attack!" The bald leader barked orders, his tone laced with irritation. Ling blinked her eyes and said, "The way you all have transformed is entirely his doing. Shouldn't you rush to seek vengeance?" All the monsters turned their gaze, and the clarity in their eyes gradually faded away, leaving only the bald leader in their vision. The malice within them deepened, growing ever more intense. The bald leader felt an ominous premonition rising within him. He turned to flee, but the monsters followed closely behind like shadows. Alas, he managed to escape. Ling felt a tinge of regret. Despite the multitude of monsters, they had failed to capture the bald man. In such a place, there were undoubtedly many hidden chambers and laboratories. With the target vanished, the monsters resumed their positions beside Ling, awaiting her commands. Wherever Ling went, they followed. Ling shook her head. "From now on, you shall heed his words." The one being pointed at, Guan Yu, was almost instantly surrounded by the monsters, caught in their grasp. It was quite sudden. "Well, would you care to join me in searching for others?" Guan Yu suggested, glancing at the dreadful creatures. Could they truly follow his lead? To everyone's astonishment, they actually did. "Yinshin, are you all right?" Yi arrived with a group, his followers bearing various injuries, their eyes reflecting fear. They had remained at the school, untouched by such horrors, and many were thoroughly frightened. "We're fine, what about you?" Several students had perished here. Yi pressed his lips together. They had just endured a fierce battle. The monsters that emerged from the jars possessed tremendous lethality. Even with their extraordinary abilities, they had not gained the upper hand. Yun observed several trembling students, furrowing his brow. These students were akin to delicate blossoms nurtured in a greenhouse, untouched by the harsh realities of the outside world. Now, merely having lost a few companions and sustained minor injuries, they appeared pale with fear. Their journey of growth still lay ahead. Second brother, I have examined all the other rooms. There are no dangers present. However, there remains one room constructed with military-grade materials, which we are utterly unable to open. We are unaware of what lies within. Upon hearing this, several students instinctively shuddered, some even beginning to weep audibly. Yin furrowed his brow once more. Are you all afraid? The students nodded in unison. Who wouldn't be terrified? They had witnessed their companions perish before their very eyes. A sensation that would instill fear in anyone. I understand that you have never encountered such horrors before, but you must comprehend that we are in the apocalypse. It has been a year since this calamity began, and throughout this time, you have remained sheltered within the confines of the school, undergoing rigorous training. The nation has invested considerable effort in your development, not to have you become timid souls, but rather to stand independently in the face of adversity. Look at you now. After merely one ordeal, you appear as though your very spirits have been stripped away. Ling blinked her eyes in wonder. Her second brother was rather handsome. Ro lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. The individuals before them were all mere children. Even Ling, still a baby, exhibited no fear. Yet they were trembling in trepidation. Indeed, they've been excessively sheltered at school. A year into the apocalypse, they had long since become disconnected from the outside world. They were no longer the little princesses of their homes prior to the end times. To survive in this harsh new reality, they must cultivate strength, both physically and mentally. Yun observed the expressions on their faces, his gaze resting upon the young girl. The outside world is exceedingly complex. If a girl lacks the means to defend herself, she may become merely an instrument for the gratification of others. He then turned his attention to the young men. The same applies to them. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. We will grow stronger. Despite her fear and pale complexion, Ro remained resolute. The other students echoed her sentiment. In this apocalyptic era, to carve out a place for oneself, one must become formidable. One must transform. Chapter 82. What a coincidence this as they glanced at the group across from them, and apart from Yin, nearly all were younger than they were. Yet each of them appeared far more composed, leaving the others feeling a sense of inadequacy. They realized that they were, in fact, lagging behind even the children. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but in time, they would undoubtedly grow stronger. Yun observed the expressions of each individual, discerning their innermost thoughts, and nodded with satisfaction. For at least they showed no signs of retreat. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the grand door of the room swung shut. The entire chamber trembled. Bang, bang. The noise intensified with each moment. Everyone anxiously directed their gaze towards the corner of the corridor, where a colossal shadow loomed on the ground. Ling squeezed her way to the forefront, eagerly peering around the corner. It seemed the text had mentioned that within this laboratory resided a ferocious beast, and in order to preserve its wild nature, the inhabitants provided it with sustenance only every 3 days. The zombies previously seen in the carriage were merely offerings for the beast. It was evident that the bald leader, upon fleeing, had undoubtedly gone to release the creature. Yu felt an involuntary tension coursing through his body, poised at any moment to strike. A ferocious beast, indeed, a beast that had been starved for 3 days. Its attacking prowess must be formidable, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. As the sound grew increasingly louder, the beast finally emerged into the view of the onlookers. Gasps of astonishment escaped their lips as they beheld a colossal rat, its body enveloped in a cloak of darkness. It was unmistakably a mere rat, identical to those from the world before the catastrophe, yet magnified 100-fold. Ling gently stroked the tuft of fur upon her shoulder. What a coincidence it was. She just happened to own a cat. Others also turned their gazes towards the furry ball. Indeed, it was a remarkable coincidence. The fur ball slightly raised its head to glance at a mouse, no larger than a small cart, in the distance. before settling down once more into a deep slumber. Second brother, do not go this time. Allow me to take the lead. This presents a splendid opportunity for growth. Yun yearned to give it a try on his own. As soon as he uttered those words, he dashed forward. This time, Yun refrained from employing his fire-based abilities and instead opted for a straightforward, hands-on approach. Ling tapped her small hands together and remarked, "This mutated rat carries pathogens. Having previously consumed decayed zombies, it is likely to harbor even more bacteria." Yu's fist halted mere centimeters from the mutated rat, swiftly pivoting to create distance. Simultaneously, flames erupted from his hand, encircling the mutated creature. Yu cast a forlorn glance at his younger sister. Why hadn't anyone mentioned that the mouse carried pathogens? He had come alarmingly close to encountering that rodent. Although he had escaped contact this time, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, as if his hand bore an unclean essence. "Cousin, quickly bring me some water. I must wash my hands." Yushuro paused, her cheeks flushed, glancing at Liuqing beside her. "Cousin, don't just stand there. Fetch some water." A sphere of water materialized in the air, and Yu hastily washed his hands. In that fleeting moment, the mutated mouse charged forth, its eyes, the size of fists, glowing a menacing red. "Quick, get out of the way." The crowd scattered as the tremors in the house intensified. "Look over there. Another mutated mouse." For in total now, the bald leader stood at the entrance, listening to the commotion inside, a smirk playing on his lips. "For mutated mice, you shall endure well within." The door was locked tight. "We can't get it open. This is the end." The mutated mice drew nearer, and the students were nearly paralyzed with fear. Yushuro glanced at Liuqing, who was preparing to attack, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Classmates, our fate rests on this day. Let us unleash what we have learned and charge forth." The previously panicked students halted their retreat. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, our survival depends solely on ourselves. Onward, let us teach them a lesson. A mouse lurking in the shadows dared to challenge them. They were ready to deal with it. All stood in formation to resist the mutated mice. The once arrogant creatures now appeared frantic and disoriented. Tion, use your earth-based abilities to block their path." Yu commanded, "Set them ablaze." Ling stood aside, observing their harmonious collaboration, filled with a sense of solace. Indeed, these individuals, though lacking in audacity and capability, displayed commendable courage. The mutated rodents could not possibly be subdued so swiftly. They soon surged forth, and the earth-based abilities proved ineffective in restraining them. More and more individuals attempted to intercept the mutated rodents, suffering injuries to varying degrees. Although these mutated creatures were not the most formidable, their sheer numbers rendered them a significant threat, compounded by the fact that they carried pathogens. Engaging in close combat was perilous, as the efficacy of their abilities diminished against the mutated beasts. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Ling stood aside, observing them. Sensing that the moment had nearly arrived, the plump little hand gently patted the fluffy creature. The fluffy one rose to its feet, moving with an elegant grace. With each step, it grew larger and larger. A piercing cat's cry echoed forth, and the once arrogant mutant rats cowered in the corner, trembling and utterly paralyzed with fear. Onlookers gaped in astonishment, fully aware of the fluffy one's prowess, yet utterly taken aback by its overwhelming might, with merely a call. The mutant rats were rendered incapable of movement. "Fluffy, these rats are exceedingly unsightly and teeming with bacteria. I wish not to behold them. Please remove them." The fluffy one let out another call. Taking a step forward, the mutant rats practically flattened themselves against the ground, immobilized. With a swift motion, the fluffy one struck each rat down, dispatching them brutally. This gruesome scene plunged all into silence. They now felt inferior to even a meerkat. Suddenly, a surge of warmth coursed through their bodies, akin to a fever, yet not entirely uncomfortable, as though something within was on the verge of eruption. A promotion is imminent. Ling cradled her chin in her hands, observing as individuals before her sat upon the ground, harnessing the extraordinary abilities within them. These individuals could be deemed the Sarmi de la Sarmi of the school, possessing commendable powers, Yet they had remained ensconced within the confines of academia, lacking the opportunity for advancement. Their lack of practical experience had naturally deprived them of the chance to progress. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically following this arduous battle. Each had gleaned their own insights, and thus, the path to advancement seemed to unfold naturally. Yu, hidden behind Ling, was consumed by a blend of envy and admiration. One after another, they ascended in rank, while he found himself devoid of even a semblance of extraordinary ability, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Second brother, he said, you keep an eye on them here. I shall seek out mother and uncle. All those confined here are merely students, and I wonder where they have taken mother and uncle. Although Yun-shun wished to accompany them, the current circumstances did not permit it. Chapter 83. The Little Turtle's Wail. Be cautious, everyone. Rest assured, second brother. She is the master of the heavenly Tao. Mao Qiao timely interjected. A master of the heavenly Tao whose powers have been diminished. And so what if her abilities have waned? She remains the master of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, her diminished powers stem from her small physique, which cannot bear such immense abilities, compounded by the disappearance of the heavenly Tao's children from the 3,000 small worlds, leading to a reduction in her powers. Having searched through the rooms, they found no one. It appeared that her mother and uncle were not present in this laboratory. Upon exiting the room, Ling realized that this entire area was composed of villas, all transformed into laboratories by that bald man. What they had just destroyed was merely one of many laboratories. With so many to search through, it could take several hours, and there was no telling what might happen in the meantime. Ling climbed into Yi Si's embrace, closing her eyes to absorb the ambience around her. With a delicate gesture of her small hand, she pointed and declared, "There, let's go there." She forcefully kicked open the tightly shut door. The scene within unfolded before her eyes. Li Yunwan and Li Mo Chun were bound to the beams of the room. Beneath them lay an unknown liquid. The bald man loomed at the top of the staircase on the second floor, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. Is it just the two of you? There's no one capable here, merely two children. He taunted. Was he contemplating waiting a little longer? It's just us, Ling declared boldly. Bald Uncle, please release mommy and uncle. The bald man, believing that the others had been devoured by mutated rats, grew even more arrogant. I could let them go, but you two must remain here. Don't worry, I shall ensure you are provided with food. Ling wore a face of disdain. Are they truly the same as them? She questioned. Not far off, several children, aged around 15 or 16, were bound to a pillar, chains fastening their necks. Before them lay the lifeless bodies of a few zombies. Despite their hunger, the children dared not approach the corpses. The bald man nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is meat. In this apocalyptic world, being able to consume meat is a rare blessing. Just look at how fortunate I am, able to provide them with flesh to eat. Ling, is this individual deranged? How could he possibly serve them decayed flesh from the undead? Consuming such flesh could indeed transform one into a being endowed with extraordinary abilities. Ling, uncle, are you truly disturbed? Eating the flesh of the undead will render one neither human nor ghost, but a mere zombie. The inevitable outcome of contracting the zombie virus is to become one of the undead. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you, a mere child, understand? Come here, both of you, and consume the flesh of the undead on the ground. Do so, and I shall release these two individuals. Otherwise, I will subject them to the potion. The green liquid is still bubbling ominously. Ling approached the zombie, raised her hand, and forcefully hurled it towards the bald man. Simultaneously, Yichi acted swiftly, and Li Mo Chun barely registered the events before he found himself on the ground. Although Li Yunwan could not see clearly, she discerned that it was this young boy before her who had rescued them. This seemingly frail child appeared to possess extraordinary capabilities. The bald man was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? How had he suddenly found himself at such a disadvantage? Perhaps the flesh of the zombie should be consumed by himself. Ling spoke. The bald man swiftly turned around, and a sense of foreboding washed over Yi. With a resounding thud, iron railings rose around them. Simultaneously, several zombies materialized within the room. A triumphant smile crept across the bald man's lips. "This is my territory. Do you truly believe you can escape?" As he spoke, his voice began to tremble, and his pupils dilated. He watched, wide-eyed, as Ling effortlessly snapped the iron railings one by one. Approaching him, she extended her small hand, and his body was lifted into the air beyond his control. A sensation of suffocation enveloped him. The onlookers, who had just leveled up, could only stare in shock as Ling cheerfully snapped the neck of an adult, hastily clutching their own throats in response. Li Yuqing moved closer to Yunshun and asked, "Brother, just how formidable is Ling's power?" Yunshun imparted to him but 4 enigmatic words, deep and unfathomable. Thus far, any peril they had encountered seemed trivial in comparison to Ling's capabilities. Was his cousin a natural-born adept? Indeed, Yunshun understood that Ling was not merely an extraordinary talent. Her powers were exceptionally formidable, to the extent that they would not be deemed weak even in the realms of fantastical novels. Guanyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He mused that becoming an adept paled in comparison to learning skills from his younger cousin. With such immense strength, learning from her would enable one to effortlessly snap a person's neck. The desire to learn was undeniable. He leaned closer to Ling and inquired, "Dear sister, do you accept disciples?" "Ling? Little sister, how did you manage to snap someone's neck so effortlessly just now? Please teach me your technique. When the time comes, you can hide behind fourth brother while I practice this skill." Ling? Alas, her persona is ruined. Her adorable character has been completely shattered. "Fourth brother, you are mistaken. It was not me who broke her neck, but rather brother Yesi." "Isn't that so, brother Yesi?" Yesi replied with a gentle "Go on, you." He understood. Even a prominent figure like his little sister remained understated. He resolved that when the time allowed, he would seek her out discreetly to request her mentorship. Ling leaned against Yesi's embrace, teetering on the edge of slumber. The recent activities had been overwhelming, draining her mental energy significantly, and fatigue began to envelop her. Along the journey, the group fell into a deeper silence. In their school days, they felt invincible, yet outside those walls, a sense of inadequacy washed over them, leaving them feeling like mere shadows of their former selves. They realized they needed to strive harder. Perhaps it was merely Ling's illusion, but she sensed that her strength replenished more swiftly in Yisi's arms. Given her earlier condition, she would have expected to sleep for an entire day and night. Yet surprisingly, after merely an afternoon's rest, she awoke feeling remarkably revitalized. Ling's joy intensified as she clung tightly to Yisi, unwilling to let go. The vehicle continued its journey forward. In the distance, the once splendid manor came into view, now surrounded by numerous cars and throngs of people, effectively encircling the estate. Something felt amiss. "Please wait here for a moment. I will go and investigate," Yunshun declared as he took a couple of steps forward, only to turn back and embrace Ling once more. Guarding the manor's entrance were carnivorous plants, capable of movement under normal circumstances. These individuals should not have been able to approach the estate at all. Clearly, something had gone awry at the manor. The night deepened steadily. Under the cover of night, Ling stealthily entered the manor. The once vibrant carnivorous plant at the entrance now lay drooping upon the ground, entirely withered. The walls surrounding her bore the scars of battle. The entire estate was enveloped in an eerie silence. "Where is my elder brother? What has become of my second brother's subordinates? Where is my sister Rongrong? Why is everyone absent?" As she walked further, her foot encountered something beneath her, and she stepped down a couple more times, fully standing upon it. The little turtle let out a mournful cry. Chapter 84. This manor is unclean. "Do not tread on me. Do not tread on me." Ling was startled by the sudden voice, swiftly leaping aside to discover a small turtle at her feet. "Are you all right? Are you all right?" she exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern as she picked up the little creature. "What about my brothers? They are confined within the house," replied the turtle, a voice only Ling could hear. Her heart raced. It seemed something truly perilous had occurred. Who were those individuals outside? "They're a band of intruders, intent on seizing this territory," the turtle explained. This group, each possessing formidable abilities, had set their sights on the estate. Originally intending to plunder it, yet they found themselves locked out. Unwilling to concede, they lingered outside, even seeking ways to surreptitiously infiltrate and capture those within. Yun Zhao Ci intervened, ensnaring the intruder along with his companions. There was a tense stillness when the assailants attempted to force their way in. They were thwarted by man-eating flowers, suffering significant losses. In retaliation, the flowers were doused with boiling water. The flowers lay on the ground, wilting, their vitality diminished. Upon grasping the truth of the situation, Ling blinked in disbelief. So, her brothers had voluntarily confined themselves? Surely, they were not in any danger now. The turtle pouted. How could there be any danger? Absolutely none. In that room, there's only one infiltrator, while we have an entire house full of people. That infiltrator is now completely restrained, bound hand and foot. Ling felt a sense of relief. She took out a piece of paper and affixed it to the back of the little turtle. Go find my elder brother. The people outside were left to her care. Little sister, what do you have there? Something wonderful. Hurry one by one. As Yu gazed into the bag containing white sheets and wigs. His mind was filled with images of his little sister dressed up to frighten their irresponsible father. In the next moment, Yun Chun had already arranged the sheets and wigs. Her complexion paled slightly, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. It had been a long time since she had the chance to scare someone, and this time she was determined to make it worthwhile. This bag, though seemingly small, was just enough for all of them to use. Ling bent low, eagerly chattering away. Boss, how long must we remain here? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, third brother has been inside for quite a while. What if something has befallen him? Enough waiting. Prepare yourselves. We must venture in. This place must be seized. Suddenly, one of them pointed towards the entrance, exclaiming, Boss, do you notice anything unusual at the manor's entrance? Yun Chun and the others, who were poised to stealthily slip inside, froze at the sound. None anticipated being caught in such a manner. In a moment of urgency, they hurriedly slipped inside. The one referred to as Boss rubbed his eyes, only to find nothing at the entrance. Have you lost your mind? There is nothing there. Boss, this manor seems unclean. Perhaps we should reconsider entering. Fear seeped into his voice. It truly appears sinister. You must be gravely mistaken. In this apocalyptic world, how could anything truly unclean exist? You're overthinking it. Exactly. Now, let us proceed inside. To their astonishment, the door of the manor, which had previously resisted all attempts, swung open effortlessly. A strand of hair fell from above as the boss instinctively looked up, meeting a pair of blood-red eyes and a ghastly pale visage. A scream of terror erupted, and the boss spun around, desperate to flee. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. He could hear the relentless pounding of his own heart. Yet the boss still sought to escape. His companions scrambled away, and with a resounding thud, the boss extended his hand, helplessly witnessing the door close before him. He swallowed hard, immobilized, and began to pound on the door. Open up. Please, open the door. But no matter how fervently he cried, the door remained shut, locked tight, leaving him utterly despondent. What to do now? What can we do? His clothing was suddenly tugged again, causing his body to stiffen further. Swallowing hard, he slowly gazed down, discovering that the hem of his garment was gripped tightly by a hand, pale and with nails as dark as night. Suppressing his fear, he looked up to behold the ghastly face, eyes oozing blood. I did not cause your demise. Do not seek me. Please do not come for me. The boss collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed with terror. Ling? This is rather unsettling. She hasn't even begun to showcase her abilities yet. Yun Chun, has he not yet revealed his true potential? If he does, it would surely send shivers down one's spine. This individual seems familiar, He is indeed here under someone else's orders to stir up trouble. He was indeed absent moments ago. I wonder where he has vanished to? This person has imprisoned the patriarch. Yet, I am left pondering where he might be confined. Ling pondered, noticing that Yun Chen's expression gradually grew grave. The strength of Gu Yi was formidable, and his companions were equally skilled. It was astonishing that they had been captured. What sort of backing did this group possess? The siblings were lost in myriad thoughts, while the leader quaked in fear. How could he comprehend that, even in this apocalyptic world, the existence of ghosts could still persist? He tightly shut his eyes, seemingly attempting to will them away. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Cautiously, the leader opened his eyes, finding nothing before him. Chapter 85. Encounter with the living Yama. He exhaled in relief, surveying the area. No wonder that individual urged them to seize this place. It appeared to be quite extraordinary. The water in the pond was pristine, the land untainted, and the courtyard was lush with vegetables and fruits. Even the electricity here was still functional. In this desolate world, such conditions were unimaginable. Observing the surrounding houses, each one stood intact and appeared fortified, rivaling the defenses of any northern base. This estate was truly remarkable. The entire manor was shrouded in silence when, abruptly, the previously bright room dimmed, the lights flickering ominously. In an instant, the leader's legs turned to jelly. Swallowing hard, he thought, there couldn't possibly be ghosts here, could there? This place was too splendid. It was evident that someone was trying to frighten him away with tricks. Yet, having stepped inside, this domain was now his. Who dares to play tricks here? I assure you, I am unafraid. Do not presume that your ghostly antics will intimidate us. I'm not afraid, not at all. If you have the courage, show yourselves. The lights within the house flickered even more violently, and suddenly, two shadowy figures appeared at the entrance of the room, manifesting only when the lights dimmed. What is happening? He stammered, and in the blink of an eye, the figures that stood at the door were now right before him, within arm's reach. His mouth fell agape as he recognized their true nature. Their faces were pallid, with long tongues, holding soul-collecting flags. These two were none other than the black and white impermanents. Summoning his courage, the leader activated his powers and struck out. The figures before him vanished. Could have been merely an illusion. The doors opened on their own, revealing a scene that did not conform to his expectations of European or American styles, but rather a pure, infernal aesthetic. Shades of green and black permeated the room, with a table at its center where Ling sat, draped in a black robe, adorned with a Yama crown, her face painted with a fearsome countenance. Beside her stood 4 figures, the black and white impermanents and the ox-headed and horse-faced. What place has she come to? What on earth is this place? Has he arrived at the netherworld? The leader stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Yu adjusted the bull mask upon his face. Could this person be so frightened as to lose their senses? Do not speak. Be cautious not to reveal anything. He admonished himself, falling silent at once. This was his first experience in such a manner. It was rather entertaining. He had unlocked a new skill, and a sense of joy filled him. Yun-chun gazed out at the horizon as dawn was about to break. He stepped forward and inquired, "Who goes there?" "I am He-Ming." "He-Ming, you are already deceased and must now face judgment." "He-Ming? Impossible. How could I be dead and not know it?" He reasoned that perhaps it was merely an inadvertent intrusion. Do not disbelieve. Pinch yourself and see if it hurts. He-Ming placed his hand on his thigh and pinched it hard, feeling nothing at all, a wave of astonishment and terror washing over him. Am I truly dead? How could I have perished merely by entering a manor? Was I scared to death? You perished at the hands of those you previously wronged. He-Ming knelt on the ground, his expression vacant. Dead? Dead? Am I truly dead? Beside him, Yi Si looked at Ling, his eyes filled with fondness. This child has managed to frighten a person to death in such a manner. Such a skill is not commonplace. Indeed, you are dead, Ling's melodious voice chimed in. He-Ming was taken aback, realizing that the king of hell within the halls of Yama appeared so diminutive, almost childlike. He-Ming fixed his gaze upon Ling. Ling? What? Does she not perform convincingly? Why do you all gaze upon her so intently? Bold He-Ming, daring to meet the gaze of the king of hell. He-Ming hastily lowered his head. He-Ming, do not delay in summoning forth your sins. Yet, He-Ming could hardly accept the notion of his own demise. Moreover, in this world, where is the king of hell? Death is merely death. There is nothing beyond it. If there truly existed a hall of Yama, in this apocalyptic era, it would surely be unable to accommodate the multitude of souls. You are all merely acting, are you not? Attempting to frighten me into fleeing this place. He-Ming rose defiantly. I refuse to leave. I declare that this courtyard shall be mine. I shall summon all my brothers here. If you know what is good for you, Depart at once. Ling, you don't believe it until you witness true skill. Do you? Ming, a resident of Jiang City, prior to the onset of the apocalypse, conspired to poison his wife's family in a bid to seize their wealth. Upon discovery, he was sentenced to imprisonment. Originally, he ought to have been confined, yet unexpectedly, the apocalypse arrived. Alongside other inmates, armed with weapons procured from the prison, he embarked on a spree of arson, murder, and plunder in this desolate world. Just 3 days prior, he had callously taken the life of an innocent young girl. Your arrival at this manor was orchestrated by someone, a certain Ming. With each word spoken by Ling, Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. Many of these matters were known solely to him, and he never anticipated that they, too, would be aware of them. Could it be that this place truly resembled the Hall of Yama? In that moment, Ming found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Ling then spoke. Ming instructed you to eliminate Gu Yi, yet you deemed it prudent to spare his life, opting instead to confine him. This decision may mitigate your transgressions. However, should you continue to imprison him, Gu Yi may perish as a consequence of your actions, thereby accumulating further sins upon your soul. Bai Wu Cheng, enlighten us on the fate that awaits this individual in the underworld. He shall be cast into the abyss, enduring 18 forms of torment. Then let the established protocols be executed. No, please, I beg of you. I confess, that individual is currently secured within the trunk of our vehicle. I wish to avoid punishment. I implore the King of Hell for clemency. Ling's eyes sparkled with a sudden brilliance. Ming felt a sharp pain in his neck, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. Ling ceased her performance abruptly and hurriedly dashed outside, followed closely by the others. Should we not open the door to ascertain the current situation of our leader? Open the door, what are you doing? The crowd shook their heads in unison, filled with trepidation, utterly hesitant. Yet, we could not simply abandon our leader, could we? Perhaps we should cautiously open the door and take a peek? The group stealthily moved, their hands just resting upon the door when, unexpectedly, it swung open. They beheld a diminutive king of hell, accompanied by the spectral figures of the black and white impermanents, advancing swiftly towards them, akin to vengeful spirits. What is this? What manner of creature is this? They had encountered the living embodiment of the king of hell. Quick, flee! In an instant, they vanished without a trace. Ling had intended to frighten them further, yet they had all fled in haste. Chapter 86. The Prodigy of Cultivation. Ling fell silent. Second brother, you must go and save them. Just as Yin Shan was about to inquire where Ling was headed, she vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. He couldn't even discern her destination. The night was deepening, yet the dawn was breaking slightly. The crowd, who had been desperately running forward, gradually lost their strength and paused. What was that just now? Did any of you catch a glimpse? They all shook their heads in unison. No, I just saw you running and followed suit. Did you not see what it was? No, not at all. It was completely unclear to me. I saw it. It seemed like the king of hell. As soon as those words were spoken, a swift slap silenced the speaker. The one who spoke felt aggrieved, insisting. I was merely stating the truth. Why strike me? What king of hell? A character from mythological tales. How could they possibly appear here? Ah, the person screamed, suddenly collapsing to their knees. Your Majesty, the king of hell, I meant no offense. I beseech you to spare me. The crowd stood frozen, gazing upwards, where a diminutive figure of the king of hell floated in the air, eyes wide with astonishment. Instantly, everyone held their breath in trepidation. The king of hell. It truly is the king of hell. Ling felt quite displeased as these individuals stared at her intently, gazing directly at the king of hell, an unforgivable sin, death. No sooner had the words left her lips than a figure on the ground exploded instantaneously. The crowd hastily lowered their heads, trembling even more violently. Indeed, it was the king of hell. With a mere glare, a companion beside them had been reduced to mere flesh and blood, a sight far more terrifying than that of any zombie. Your Highness, may I inquire what brings you to our humble abode? Is there anything we can assist you with? The moment those words escaped his mouth, he wished to strike himself. This was the king of hell. I seek to find Ming. Lead me to him. Oh well, we are unaware of Ming's whereabouts. Indeed, Only our boss knows where Yi Ming currently resides. Ling blinked her eyes, instinctively reaching to scratch her head, only to forget that she was adorned with a hat, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Should the kneeling individuals consider retrieving this hat? But wait. Why is there toilet paper atop it? Is there toilet paper even in hell? As the sky gradually brightened, Ling, realizing she gleaned no information from those around her, quietly vanished into the shadows of the night. The crowd remained with their heads bowed, utterly too timid to look up until the sun finally emerged, at which point they dared to raise their heads, only to find that the figure of the king of hell had vanished, leaving nothing but emptiness before them. As Ling dashed forward, she swiftly stowed her garments and hat into her spatial pocket. This time, she reveled in the experience, collecting everything with glee, for there would be more opportunities for play in the future. Do not feign death. The man eating flower that ingested her pill could hardly be extinguished so easily. This group is merely putting on an act. One by one, the man eating flowers that lay sprawled on the ground rose up, swaying their branches, seemingly yearning for Yunling's gaze. Upon returning to the estate, Yunling encountered her elder brother. Alas, the fates of her brother have been altered. His original destiny has been transformed. However, judging by his countenance, it appears he is still destined for an unfortunate end. Ultimately, Yun Chao bids farewell. Can't my little sister speak in full sentences? What will happen in the end? Ling, however, no longer gazed upon him. He yearned to uncover the nature of his destiny after it had been altered. Yet, he felt no urgency. His little sister was by his side, allowing him to occasionally probe for insights. He was confident that one day he would discern the shape his future would take. Ling's gaze fell upon Yun Chao Si's legs. Elder brother's legs have healed, yet he still prefers to sit in a wheelchair. Is he perhaps too lazy? Li Yinwan and the others also directed their attention to Yun Chao Si's legs. Although they were aware that his condition was improving, they had not anticipated that he was already well. Yun Chao concealed himself from the gaze of the crowd, stating, "This wheelchair is quite comfortable." He was not being lazy. He simply found it to be genuinely pleasant. Ling, I understand. Sitting is undoubtedly far more comfortable than standing. As Yun Chao bid farewell, he appeared to have become rather lazy in the eyes of his sister. Before Ling could respond, he hastily carried her upstairs. Ling, perched upon her elder brother's shoulders, felt a little dazed. Li Yinwan, Yun Chun, quickly set Ling down. Don't frighten her. Ling suddenly realized, Mommy, I'm not afraid. Indeed, our Linger fears nothing. Alas, be cautious of the doorframe. Take care. A loud bang echoed. Ling and Yun Chun were momentarily bewildered, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Li Yunwan sighed in exasperation. These two children were truly a pair of live wires. In the stillness of the night, the sound of branches tapping against the windows echoed through the silence. Suddenly, Ling sat up in bed, her gaze fixated on the window, where a colossal raven perched ominously. Meeting the raven's blood-red eyes, Ling found herself entranced. Staggering as she descended from her bed, she opened the door and stepped outside. Yi observed this scene, a slight frown creasing his brow as he followed suit. In the shadowy depths of the forest, Ling stood upon the ground while the raven rested upon a branch, and before her, a figure clad in flowing white robes was seated in meditation. Ling approached, scrutinizing the person before her from every angle, up and down, left and right, forward and backward. She tugged at his clothing, which felt exceptionally smooth to the touch. Ling? This individual appears to be not of this world, a being from the realm of cultivation. How could such a person arrive in the apocalypse? The moment Ling pinched the stranger's nose, the figure opposite her opened their eyes. Upon seeing the child before them, they furrowed their brow slightly and lifted Ling by her collar, setting her aside. Where did this child come from? Where did this cultivator originate? Ling tilted her head slightly, gazing at the individual before her. Locking eyes with him, she raised an eyebrow, recalling that she had encountered this person previously in the realm of the Tao Master. At that time, her favorite world to observe was the cultivation realm, as its inhabitants were the closest to her. Those who succeeded in their cultivation had the opportunity to enter the outskirts of the Tao Master's space to cultivate and reside. The individual before her was named Zhou Shu, a prodigious talent in cultivation. Chapter 87. Bewildered beyond measure. Zhou Shu, did you not ascend to immortality? How did you arrive in this world? The child before him recognized him, even knowing his name with clarity. Zhou Shu felt a surge of tension. He could not discern the child's cultivation level, yet the ability to approach him unnoticed indicated that this child was far from inept. It was highly likely that her cultivation surpassed his own. Could she be a manifestation of some celestial being? The junior was perplexed as to how she came to this world. He spoke the truth. He had been in the midst of cultivation when he opened his eyes and found himself in this place, acutely aware of the surrounding murkiness, the filth and chaos, devoid of any spiritual essence. Cloud spirit? Uncle Zhou, what do you call yourself as a junior? I'm only 3 years old this year. Ling felt a wave of discontent. They had already deemed her aged. In the realm of cultivation, age is often imperceptible, and one does not succumb to the ravages of time. The more formidable one's abilities, the more strikingly handsome one appears. The individual before her seemed youthful, yet who could ascertain their true age? 3 years. Zhou Shu conducted a brief examination of Ling's bone spirit and confirmed her age indeed to be a mere 3 years. What manner of existence is this world, where an absence of spiritual energy can still nurture a child of such formidable prowess? This child is but 3 years old. Even if one were to begin cultivating from the womb, it could only amount to 4 years of practice. For years, and yet they possess such unfathomable depth. Pray, how shall I address you? With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Ling said, You may call me Ling, noticing that you have just arrived. It seems you have yet to find a place to stay. Would you accompany me to my home? I am grateful for your hospitality. The main door stands firmly shut. Ling cast a glance at the sun, which revealed half of its face, and said, Uncle Zhou, could you please hold me and fly inside? Although Uncle Zhou did not fully comprehend her request, he complied nonetheless. Suddenly ascending and standing atop the wall, Ling widened her eyes in awe. Uncle Zhou, you are amazing, she exclaimed, her tone infused with excitement, yet she dared not raise her voice too much. The appearance of Ling was somewhat comical. The moment her feet touched the ground, she sensed a wave of murderous intent behind her. Swiftly turning her head, she beheld Li Yunwan standing at the doorway, brandishing a feather duster. A feather duster. Indeed, it was a feather duster. Ling swiftly approached and embraced her mother's leg, discreetly pushing the feather duster aside. Hee, mother. Why are you up so early? Li Yunwan, am I truly an early riser? I haven't slept a wink all night. Heaven knows. She had sought Ling in the middle of the night, wanting to check if the child had kicked off the blankets, only to find the room utterly empty. The turmoil in her heart at that moment. Mother, you haven't slept all night. Is it that you are simply not fond of sleep? Li Yunwan, from today onward, I shall accompany you in your room. Ling cast a glance at the feather duster held by her mother and quickly nodded, exclaiming, Sure, sure. I adore sleeping with you, Mommy. Li Yunwan felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that this child, inadvertently, had grasped her weakness, rendering her unable to harbor any anger with just a few words. Who is this? Ling enthusiastically introduced. Mommy, this is the uncle I found outside last night. Can he stay with us from now on? Li Yunwan felt exasperated. The child was delightful in every way, except for her peculiar habit of bringing home strangers in the dead of night. The last time it was merely a small beast, after all, still a child. Yet, the figure before her was evidently an adult clad in eccentric attire. Was he an actor? No, Mommy, this man is a celestial being. Li Yunwan Bundarat. Do you truly believe such a statement? Come with me, she instructed. Li Yunwan led Zhou Shu to seek out Yin Chao Ci. If you approach him and he wishes for you to remain, then you may stay. Zhou Shu nodded, sensing that the individuals within this abode were indeed the most formidable. The moment Zhou Shu stepped inside, Ling squeezed in as well. Brother, Linger, why are you out so late again? Brother, I had my reasons for going out. Yin Chao looked towards the person standing in the room and inquired, Is your matter related to him? Ling nodded hastily, affirming, Indeed. This individual hails from the realm of cultivation. With a mere wave of their hand, numerous zombies perished. This appears to be remarkably formidable. The realm of cultivation? The corner of Yun Chao's eye twitched. The previous incident had been absurd enough, yet this one surpassed all expectations. What kind of individuals has my sister picked up? Brother will be informed. Linger, would you please step outside for a moment? Yun Ling nodded and quietly departed, unable to shake off her concern as she peeked back through the door. Yun Chao's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand. Yun Ling then departed, leaving only Zhou Shu and Yun Chao Ci in the room. Zhou Shu scrutinized the youth before him, unable to discern any traces of cultivation within him. Considering that this young man was the brother of that child, he must surely possess remarkable abilities. I mean, no offense. I simply seek a place to reside. Yun Chao raised an eyebrow, speaking in a most peculiar manner. It appears this individual is indeed a denizen of the immortal realm. How fascinating it is that, in this apocalyptic world, a multitude of celestial visitors have arrived. What if your formidable abilities were to catch the attention of those with ill intentions? Fear not, for your strength, alongside Yun Ling's, is far more powerful. I would not dare entertain any such reckless thoughts. Yun Zhao Ci found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotional state. Could it be that his little sister has truly bewildered him? He now feels inferior, perhaps even more so than she. This is just perfect. It is indeed a commendable mindset to adopt. The individuals here possess formidable abilities. Any one of them could easily subdue you, so it would be wise to harbor no ill intentions. Since it is your little sister who wishes for you to stay, then stay you shall. However, we do not accommodate the inept. Someone will soon come to assign you tasks. Zhou Shu nodded, suppressing any rebellious thoughts. As he descended the stairs, Zhou Shu encountered Guan Yu, his expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. He still could not discern the other's cultivation level. Truly, the people here are exceptionally skilled. He wondered how they typically practiced, so he could learn from their methods in the future. Young master, he called out. Yes, young master. Please hold on. I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Guan Yu straightened his posture, placing his hands behind his back, feigning nonchalance as he replied. What is it that you wish to ask this young master? Speak freely. Chapter 88. Creating one's own peril, young master. What is the nature of the cultivation methods practiced by your people? Guan Yu. What? Is this individual somewhat peculiar? What cultivation methods? It would be impossible to simply state that there are none. Ahem, since you have asked earnestly, this young master shall enlighten you. Zhou Shu eagerly leaned in, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, unaware that he was now clutching a notebook. Guan Yu. In the stillness of the night, Zhou Shu quietly slipped out of his room. Yun Ling, stifling yawn, sought out her second brother. Previously engrossed in her own amusement, she was unaware of her esteemed father's current condition. Second brother, what is our esteemed father's situation now? Yin Shan paused for a moment before realizing that the esteemed figure referred to by Yun Ling as her daddy was Gu. He had been injured by that group of individuals, and his condition was rather dire. Yun Ling instantly perked up. How is he? May I go see him? In the room, Gu Yi lay on the bed, his body marred by numerous injuries, many of which were serious but not fatal, with the most critical being his leg. Gu Yi's leg was grotesquely contorted, the bone shattered by a brutal blow. In this apocalyptic world, the situation was far grimmer than before. Doctors were scarce, and those who remained had been taken away by the powerful. In this desolate era, finding a physician had become an arduous task. Yun Ling gazed longingly at Gu Yi's leg, knowing that there was little she could do, while she possessed the means to address various internal or superficial injuries. The damage to the bone left her utterly powerless. Yun Ling tilted her head to gaze at her elder brother before her and inquired, if this continues, will our esteemed father's leg be rendered useless? Yun Shan nodded slightly and said, Little sister, you healed elder brother's leg before, didn't you? What about this time? Although Yun Shan's words remained unfinished, Yun Ling understood the implication behind them. However, their situations were not comparable. Elder brother's condition was primarily a result of poisoning coupled with psychological factors, while their father's affliction was purely due to a skeletal issue. Yun Shan's gaze appeared somewhat dim. How he wished his second uncle were here. However, Since the advent of the apocalypse, his second uncle had vanished without a trace. And for over a year, not a single word had reached them. One could only wonder about his current condition. Was he still alive? In the wake of the cataclysm, the Li family endeavored tirelessly to establish contact with Ling, the second son of the Li family. Yet all efforts proved futile. Relatives and friends who knew him had been consulted, but none had seen him. Throughout this past year, they had persistently searched for any sign of him, but alas, there had been no news. Ling suddenly recalled that she had an uncle, her second uncle, Ling, who was a renowned physician. Even before the advent of the apocalypse, he was a highly sought-after expert. Second uncle, she mused, contemplating the possibility of locating him. With the growing power of belief bestowed upon her by the child of heaven's path, Ling was now able to traverse freely into the realm of the master of heaven's path, allowing her to observe the circumstances of any individual within her desired microcosm. Yunshun, has my second uncle been imprisoned? A sense of urgency washed over Yunshun as he pondered how to extract information about his second uncle from Yunling's lips in order to facilitate a rescue. Yunling pondered, how can I make my second brother aware that our second uncle is currently in northern Myanmar? Just before the onset of the apocalypse, he had received an invitation to that place. He had intended to leave after completing his medical treatment, but before he could fully grasp the situation, he was apprehended by the local leader. Yunshun, how unfortunate for our second uncle. Yunling, I previously heard from our grandparents that he intended to travel to northern Myanmar to provide medical care. Now, amidst the apocalypse, do you think he might find himself trapped there? Ling couldn't help but give her second brother a thumbs up. He was truly remarkable, able to effortlessly deduce the whereabouts of their second uncle. I plan to take some people over there to have a look, considering it a form of training as well. Little sister, would you like to join me? Yunshun gazed at Ling with eager anticipation. Hurry and agree. If little sister doesn't go, he fears he won't be able to find anyone. A white outfit, long hair. She was quite familiar with this. Is this not a ghost? She rushed over, and upon seeing the familiar face before her, Ling blinked in surprise. Uncle Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou Shu was hanging at the door, his face flushed and neck taut from being suspended. Xiao Ling, I am in the midst of my cultivation. Do not mind me. Go and rest. Ling blinked her eyes once more, pondering whether this was indeed the prevailing method of cultivation within the realm of immortals. Could such training truly occur without inducing dizziness? It was amusing, yet she found herself on the receiving end of a few blows, all while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. This peculiar behavior led Li Qinghe to suspect that these students were rather unwell. The one who bore the brunt of the beatings was none other than Li Yuqing. Possessing the metal attribute, he was resilient to punishment. Strangely, with each strike, he sensed a gradual enhancement of his abilities and combat prowess, a revelation that filled him with delight. Thus, even amidst the beatings, he found joy. Observing this phenomenon, the other students eagerly followed suit. I want to join. I want to join. I shall go as well. Count me in. And I too. With a graceful wave of her hand, Ling commanded, go all of you. Consequently, Yunshun, who initially intended to lead his small team, found himself followed by yet another group. This expedition starkly contrasted with the previous one, where students like Li Yuqing had displayed a tendency to shy away from challenges. Now, confronted with peril, they charged forth with fervor. This spectacle left Yunshun exasperated. Once again, Li Yuqing and his companions plunged into the midst of a horde of ferocious beasts not far away, pushing Yunshun to his limits. Little sister, you must rein them in, he implored. The group resembled a band of lunatics, racing towards danger at every turn, and when there was none, they manufactured their own. This left him unable to relax even for a moment. Who could possibly understand such a feeling? It was more exhausting than battling zombies. Chapter 89. How disgusting. Second brother, you need not concern yourself with them. They will not come to harm. Yunshun also noticed that these individuals had made remarkable progress in their abilities along the journey, evoking a sense of envy within him. However, they remained mere children, and he found it difficult to fully ease his concerns. Elder brother, do not fret. Ling gently patted Yunshen's back, pondering, Yunshun, perhaps it is best to let things be. This marked Zhou Shu's first encounter with the outside world since the apocalypse, allowing him to gain a general understanding of the nature of this realm. Observing the individuals around him, he noted that they bore no visible signs of spiritual power, yet they effortlessly vanquished their foes. In that moment, Zhou Shu felt a profound upheaval in his worldview. He realized that in this world, he held no significance. Even a mere child surpassed him in prowess. The sense of superiority he once felt in the realm of cultivation evaporated entirely, solidifying his resolve to diligently pursue his training. Yi furrowed her brow as she regarded the person beside her, sensing a potent wave of mental energy emanating from them. After much commotion, they finally reached their destination. Prior to the apocalypse, northern Myanmar was already chaotic, and the turmoil had only intensified in the aftermath. "Little sister," she inquired, "what do you think our second uncle might be?" Yun Shun perked up his ears. "What do you think about visiting the nearby Buddhist temple?" Indeed, there was a temple not far away. That temple, however, had become a den for a group of swindlers, transforming into their stronghold since the advent of the apocalypse. It was held before the end times, and now it is even more so. Yet, the number of people there has dwindled and resources are scarce. To gain entry smoothly, one could exchange supplies. Exchange supplies? How would that work? Approach their leader and propose to trade a truckload of supplies for our second uncle. Let's see if they would agree. Yin Shun felt a sense of foreboding. The individuals present were insatiably greedy, and a single vehicle would hardly suffice for their desires. Besides, they brandished firearms, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to enter and exit at will. Is Uncle Tu inside the temple? Do not worry, Brother Tu. I shall take it upon myself to rescue him. I will subdue them all. After declaring this, Liu Cheng led a group of students toward the daunting scene. Yin Shun? Destruction. When did my cousin transform into this? Ling blinked her eyes and thought, will I be caught? As long as there is no danger to my life, then let my cousin have his fun. Yin Shun? Very well, he shall continue to languish. What does he mean by languishing? He cannot simply lie flat. Everyone be on guard. I shall descend to investigate. Behind me, a group of followers trails closely, adding to my exasperation. Let us proceed with caution. The assembled individuals nod eagerly, assuring me of their prudence. The temple stands deserted, its doors and windows firmly shut, even reinforced with iron plates, a clear indication that someone resides within. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuqing and the others have vanished. Inside the temple, a solitary figure lounges with one leg crossed, gazing intently at the screen before him, which displays the unfolding scene outside. Boss, there are many children here this time, someone remarks, their throat involuntarily swallowing. The group of students who intruded moments ago has already been confined. Though slightly older, their delicate flesh suggests they would be quite palatable. Li Yugen. This group is cannibalistic depraved. The individuals outside appear even more delectable, particularly a 3-year-old child who resembles a tender lamb. So tempting to behold. Let them in. Suddenly, the previously sealed door swings open, revealing a heavily tattooed man standing before her. Guomein. Ling? What? The way this person gazes at her is akin to looking at a delectable piece of meat. Surely, she does not bear such an expression when encountering flesh. How utterly repulsive. Uncle, are our companions here? Yes, little one. Do not fret. You shall be reunited soon. Little sister, run swiftly. These individuals are madmen, intent on devouring us. After Li Yuqing uttered these words, he was met with a beating, and for reasons unknown, he found himself utterly powerless at that moment. His raw strength seemed futile. Uncle, we have come to discuss business with you. Ling cheerfully spoke, while the leader seated in the main position raised an eyebrow and inquired, Little one, what business do you wish to engage in with your uncle? Ling retrieved a photograph from her pocket. Uncle, we are here to find him. Li Nanshun? Yes, uncle. You have detained my second uncle for such a long time. Might we be able to have him back now? The leader, seated in the main position, raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the child before him. He also noticed a peculiar phenomenon. This group seemed to rally entirely around the young girl, piquing his curiosity even further. What are your terms for negotiation? Well, we bear no ill intentions. We simply wish to take him with us. Therefore, We are willing to exchange a truckload of supplies for his release. The leader could no longer remain composed. A truckload? It has been a year since the apocalypse, and supplies are scarcer than anything else. They cannot even muster a refrigerator's worth of provisions here. Yet this child proposes a truckload. Who are these people? Indeed, uncle, you and your companions have brought 3 vehicles. Yet there is not a single item of supplies within them. Little one, do not speak carelessly. Uncle, that is not for you to worry about. Just say whether the exchange is acceptable. Ling stepped forward, her tiny paw landing softly in the plate upon the table, discreetly snatching a handful of delicacies to savor. How unabashed! The elder at the head of the table subtly removed the plate. My dear child, do you comprehend the nature of this place? Ling nodded, fully aware of the consequences of deceit. If I were to release the person, I would immediately demand the promised resources. Ling nodded once more, her demeanor efficient and decisive, while the leader appeared somewhat uncertain. You have come solely for this individual? What of your other companions? That is of no concern to me. They are not in danger. Once the effects of the drug wear off, they will manage on their own. Go and bring the person here. Soon, a gaunt man approached. This is my second uncle. Though slightly thin, he possesses an undeniable charm. It is no wonder that, as recorded in historical texts, he was ultimately betrayed by his admirer, his flesh consumed, and his ashes transformed into teacup. Yinyu, his second uncle, is far worse off. Li Nanchang felt a twinge of confusion. What was that sound? Could it be that his hunger had conjured illusions? Why were there so many people this time, and so many children? The guests have arrived, but where are the provisions? I kindly request everyone to move aside. Third brother, please take the others to the car first. Second brother, could you bring the last vehicle over? Although Yun Shun found himself somewhat perplexed, he was momentarily taken aback upon opening the car door and beholding the abundance of supplies within. This vehicle, despite being a transport truck, had been empty when he arrived. When had it amassed such a plethora of goods? The leader's eyes glimmered with greed at this sight. With a mere wave of his hand, everyone was encircled in an instant. Uncle, what do you mean by this? Nothing much. I merely wish for you to stay a few more days. You so easily relinquished an entire truckload of supplies. There must be many others eager to depart, bringing goods along. Chapter 90. The second, Uncle Ling, was infuriated. How could this individual be so untrustworthy? We are no longer in a position to tolerate this. Dear uncle, I advise you to release us promptly, lest I become rather impolite. Ling, a diminutive figure, possessed no intimidation upon speaking. Beside her, Yinshin restrained Li Nanshun. Who are you? He inquired. I am truly grateful for your attempt to rescue me. Yet the individuals here are not to be trifled with. They will not permit your departure. It is unequivocally impossible for you to leave. Moreover, with so many of you, allowing a child to negotiate with a formidable dragon lord outside. Are you not concerned for her safety? Uncle, it has only been a little over a year since we last met. Have you forgotten us? Li Nanshen. Uncle, although we have saved you, it is unnecessary for you to address me as uncle. I fear mother would scold me. Li Nanshen, is that you, Yinshen? He gazed in disbelief as the figure opposite him nodded. The last time they met, Yinshen was a fair-skinned boy. How had he transformed into such a robust individual? He must have gained at least twice his former strength. What had he consumed over the past year? No, the person before him was indeed Yinshen. The one outside must be his little nephew. I cannot remain idle here. I must rescue him. Uncle, please do not complicate matters. My sister is more than capable of handling this, Yinshen urged, gripping Li Nanshen's arm. Outside, Ling addressed the individuals opposite her. Uncle, are you certain you will not allow us to leave? Ling curled her lips in disdain. Very well, then do not blame me for being impolite. The leader wore an expression of indifference. How could a mere child possibly embody such nonchalance? With a single hand, he could easily extinguish the life of the child before him. Ling blinked her eyes and said, Uncle, I am about to take action. Am I truly going to proceed? The leader is utterly indifferent. Ling let out a barely audible sigh. Initially, she had no intention of intervening in the apocalyptic chaos. But the situation had changed. Boss, something's amiss. What troubles you? I'm perfectly fine. No, boss, it's the base. There's been an incident. An incident? Who dares to rebel? Many people inside the base are already injured. Boss, we must evacuate immediately. We can't leave. Just look outside. The sight of an ever-increasing horde of zombies was evident to all. The hands gripping the guns trembled with fear. We must find a way to break through. What about them? One pointed to the imprisoned individuals nearby. Let them fend for themselves. With a resounding click, the lock on the cage was released. Li Yuqing stretched his limbs and set his gaze upon the approaching zombies, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brothers, charge! In an instant, the once captive, pitiful students surged forward. Within 10 minutes, the ground was littered with fallen zombies. The boss and his subordinates stood in stunned silence, witnessing the transformation of those they had deemed powerless. The students, endowed with abilities, unleashed their might, rendering the zombies utterly defenseless. Those whom they believed could be easily crushed stood resolute as the zombies fled in terror. Ling felt a tinge of regret. Recently, her powers had ascended, causing her internal energy to spiral out of control and disperse. All right, little sister, shall we depart? Li Yuqing lifted Ling into his arms. Ling glanced at the leader, who had fallen to the ground beside her, and inquired, Uncle, may we depart now? The leader, devoid of any dignity, swallowed hard and stammered, Why, yes, we can go. At this moment, he dared not voice any objections. He should have realized that surviving in this apocalyptic world, and even possessing an abundance of resources, implied an undeniable prowess. Indeed, it was a testament to formidable capability. Let's be on our way, cousin. The group boarded the vehicle, and before Li Yuqing departed, he cast a glance at the man still seated on the ground and remarked, You ought to feel fortunate that we find ourselves in an apocalypse. Otherwise, I would have ensured your prosecution. As the vehicle distanced itself, the leader finally exhaled in relief. They had fought tooth and nail for over a year to enhance their abilities, yet these students had shown astonishing growth in less than a month, soon threatening to eclipse their own skills, a sentiment that few could truly comprehend. Second brother, I have heard that there exists an underground boxing arena in northern Myanmar. Even with the advent of the apocalypse, it continues to operate unabated, seemingly thriving in its audacity. It is said that the fighters there are exceptionally skilled. Shall we go take a look? Yinshun, is that place accessible at will? Why can't one go there freely? Guan Yu, standing nearby, chimed in, Second brother. Shall we go take a look? Yinshun. Ling rested her chin thoughtfully in her palm. Indeed, it is imperative to investigate, especially since the one who caused harm to my second uncle is presently there. Li Nangshen, the one who orchestrated his downfall. He had always assumed that his misfortunes stemmed from mere bad luck, encountering a fraudulent group at the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, he never fathomed that it was a deliberate scheme against him. But as a physician, he had never wronged anyone. Why would anyone wish to entrap him? Yinshun, it's nothing to worry about. When I arrived, I gave him a pill. With such words spoken, what objection could Yinshun possibly raise? Turning around, we headed to the underground boxing gym. Before the apocalypse, this gym was a nightmare for many, where the deceived were imprisoned and subjected to daily beatings, resulting in countless casualties. As the world fell into chaos, those who had suffered enough from such a life turned against their oppressors. In this new world, the law was no longer upheld. Who lived or died became a matter of indifference. The underground boxing arena continued to operate on the surface, yet in truth, it had transformed into a refuge for the homeless, hosting nightly boxing exhibitions that, while still brutal, spared lives. Brother Quan, several cars have arrived outside. A multitude of people are getting out. Chapter 91. Brother Quan, where do these people come from? I'm not certain, but I've heard that during the day they visited Boss Zhang. He attempted to retain them, nearly leading to a catastrophe. They also took away a man. Brother Quan, let us be vigilant. Do not provoke this crowd. Yi entered first, cradling Ling, followed closely by Guan Yu, Yun Yu, and Li Yuqing. Brother Quan was taken aback at the sight of these youngsters. Were they not a tad too young? No, they were exceedingly young. Their average age barely reached 18. Brother Quan, is there an error in the intelligence from below? These did not appear to be the kind of individuals capable of taking on Boss Zhang's crew. A few children? As Li Nanshen entered, Brother Quan approached him. Li Nanshen, what brings you here? Yinshun squeezed his way over and asked, Are you the leader here? Quan Gu turned his gaze towards Yinshun. Although he appeared somewhat robust, was he not still a minor? At most, he had just stepped into adulthood. Has the world outside evolved quietly while he remained oblivious? Is it truly me who holds the reins of this team? Yin nodded, affirming their purpose for coming here today was to request a certain individual. Brother Quan? A person? Previously, we sought someone over there, and now we still seek someone? Why is it always about a person? I am uncertain what type of individual you require. The one from room 2, Brother Quan remained silent. The occupant of room 2 had resided there since the onset of the apocalypse, consistently paying for their protection. Brother Quan gestured, who resides in room 2. Is it him? Is it indeed him? It is the person from room 2 who was previously a small assistant to the second uncle. He covertly took on patients here without the second uncle's knowledge, which compelled the second uncle to come here. In truth, this individual acted with intent. Envious of the second uncle's remarkable abilities, conspired with a fraudster to deceive the second uncle into coming here. Who would have anticipated the sudden arrival of the apocalypse? After its onset, he too found himself trapped here. To avoid becoming a zombie, he spent a considerable sum to reside in the boxing gym, living without worry for food and drink. Little did anyone know, all the funds he utilized were from the second uncle. It is likely that the second uncle's money from before the apocalypse has been nearly exhausted. In that moment, Ling Nanxing felt at a loss for words. He had unwittingly been betrayed by someone close to him. After enduring so much suffering at the hands of the fraudster, this individual was now enjoying life with his money. Brother Quan appeared troubled. That person is capable of healing wounds here. Are you planning to withhold him? Li Yuqing and the others' eyes glimmered with excitement as they gazed at the group blocking their path. These individuals had spent a significant amount of time in the underground boxing gym, renowned for their exceptional skills before the apocalypse. Now, they must be formidable indeed. Engaging them in combat would surely enhance their own abilities swiftly. Brother Quan replied, "It is not that we refuse to provide someone. It is simply that, as you can see, injuries are commonplace among our people. We are in dire need of a doctor." Yinshin understood that they simply did not wish to part with anyone. Since that is the case, how about allowing my people to spar with yours? Brother Quan? He gazed at the youth before him, somewhat uncertain. Who would be stepping into the ring? Why is it that one must be chosen to compete here? Brother Quan shook his head. No selection is necessary. Then let us proceed with the sparring. One moment. Yinshin continued. Before we begin, let's make a wager. If we win, the inhabitant of room 2 will belong to us. Very well, Brother Quan readily agreed. Even if this contest were to happen without stakes, he instinctively felt they could not be stopped from taking the individual they sought. Let's commence. Who will go first? Li Yuqing charged forward, exclaiming, "I shall go. You shall go." After several rounds of competition, Brother Quan was left in a daze. Was it simply that he had spent too long in this underground boxing arena? Has this world truly evolved into what it is today? The figures before me are no mere children. They are akin to youthful siblings. Li Yuqing was reveling in the joy of the battle. Come on, Brother Quan. No, no more. We have exhausted our fighting capacity here. Let us depart swiftly. You must take the others with you. If this continues, not a single soul among them will be left standing. Should a horde of zombies arrive, they would lack the strength to resist. But I was just beginning to enjoy myself. He had only just begun to sense the surge of power within him. How could he so easily cease? Cousin, you should ascend to the upper floors and confront that doctor. I must tell you, that doctor has long since transformed into a zombie, yet retains his consciousness. His abilities now surpass those of any zombies you have previously encountered. Brother Quan, he claims this place is sealed. How can a zombie emerge every few days? It appears he is harboring a zombie within. As soon as Yunling's voice faded, the sound of a door opening emerged from the room on the second floor, swiftly followed by its closure. A fleeting shadow darted past, revealing the figure of the doctor. Quickly, cousin, after him, Li Yuqing exclaimed, dashing out with the swiftness of a fleeting breeze, completely oblivious to the fact that he resembled an eager little dog. Yun Shan expressed a hint of concern. Little sister, shall we not venture outside to take a look? Yun Shan, is a mere injury not considered a calamity? Then what exactly qualifies as a disaster? Well, in the eyes of the little sister, this hardly constitutes a problem. Brother Quan's gaze towards Yun Ling underwent a complete transformation. He understood that in this group, it was this child who held the authority. Dear child, could you kindly inform me if there are any other zombies lurking around here? His underground boxing venue was predominantly enclosed, and should even a single zombie appear, they would all face certain demise. Ling said, Uncle, I am hungry. I will have someone prepare something right away. He replied, We are hungry too. A group of children looked at him with eager eyes. Gu assessed the supplies at his disposal, contemplating if there would be enough to feed everyone. Half an hour later, Ling slumped at her chair, gently patting her little belly. Yun, covered in wounds yet sporting a smile, held up a crystal in his hand. Hey, little sister, look, I took care of that Dr. Zombie. Yun was making remarkable progress. Ling observed the scene, feeling a wave of nausea. Could you not present such repulsive things right after she had just eaten? Chapter 92. You little rascal, you deceived me. Take it away. I am but an adorable young lady, incapable of bearing such sights. What about the others? What is happening? How has my little sister transformed? Little sister, are you all right? Ling set aside her delicate hand and pouted. Am I not allowed to be an endearing young lady? Those present recalled the earlier incident where Ling had effortlessly dispatched a zombie with a single slap, and they collectively shook their heads in disbelief. Not at all. It was utterly incongruous. Ling, she is upset and requires some coaxing to feel better. The corners of Yixi's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile as he reached out to gently ruffle Ling's hair, saying, No matter what form you take, you are the most adorable. At that moment, however, Yun suddenly sank to the ground, his aura dispersing in all directions. Chun expressed his agreement. Brother Quan, may we stay here for the night? The darkness had descended outside, and it was uncertain when Yun would complete his advancement. We have ample space here. I shall have someone escort you to your quarters for rest. Zhou Shu observed the individuals before him, their eyes gleaming with vigor. Were the practitioners here truly that formidable? He had not discerned anyone's cultivation level. He realized he must expedite his own training. As the night deepened, Ling, in urgent need, opened the door, only to find a figure suspended from the doorframe. This scene felt oddly familiar. Ling approached, gazing at the familiar face of Zhou Shu. Uncle, are you practicing again? Zhou Shu, his face flushed and neck thick with frustration, looked at Ling in bewilderment. Little one, when do the people here engage in cultivation? I have never witnessed it before. Aren't they supposed to hang on the doorframe to absorb the essence of heaven and earth? After all these days, I haven't encountered a single soul. I was hoping to find someone to inquire. Our people are unable to cultivate. Zhou Shu fell from the doorframe with a thud. What? Unable to cultivate? Ling was startled by Zhou Shu, causing her already swollen bladder to swell even more. In her haste to reach the restroom, she was abruptly seized by the arm. Ling, he implored, you must tell me, you truly do not practice cultivation? Your combat prowess certainly does not resemble that of someone who abstains from training. Moreover, there is another individual on the ground who is in the midst of advancement. How can one ascend without cultivation? Ling, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, I need to relieve myself. Uncle, please let me go to the restroom first. No, he insisted. First, explain to me how you managed to advance without any cultivation. Uncle, if you don't release me this instant, I shall lose control. At his words, Zhou Shu instinctively loosened his grip. Ling swiftly darted into the restroom, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Upon her exit, she noticed a woman standing beside the sink, her face obscured by long hair that nearly concealed her entire visage. The woman trembled uncontrollably. Madam, are you cold? Ling inquired, but the woman merely intensified her shivering, offering no verbal response. Ling felt a sense of curiosity, yet hesitated to intrude. As she turned to depart, the woman in front of the mirror suddenly pivoted, seizing Ling's arm with a firm grip. Ling, what are you doing? Is it difficult for you to part with her? Turning back to behold a pallid visage. The eyes were mere whites, and the body bore inexplicable markings. Ling, be cautious, Ling. Zhou Shu, disregarding everything, launched a punch. Alas, he had forgotten that this realm was no longer one of cultivation. As a result, the impact of his blow was halved. The zombie merely staggered back a couple of steps before charging forward once more, Ling shook his head and said, "Step aside, allow me." With a swift motion, he struck the zombie, sending it crashing against the wall, unable to descend. Zhou Shu felt a twinge of suspicion, pondering whether Ling was deceiving him. It was hard to believe that someone with such prowess had not undergone any training. The commotion from the restroom quickly attracted the attention of many. The first to rush forward was Yu, who gazed upon the lifeless zombie with a look of deep regret. Just a moment more, and had he arrived a tad earlier, he might have faced the peril of being bitten and transformed into a zombie himself. Brother Quan frowned at the additional zombie, questioning, "Didn't Tiwi agree that there were no other zombies in this vicinity?" "Indeed, that's correct," he replied. "When I last checked, this individual had not yet turned. They must have transformed afterward, having been bitten while in the company of that Dr. Zombie." Upon finishing her words, Ling ran off, clutching her little arms. "Time to sleep, time to sleep." Zhou Shu turned to follow her, exclaiming, "Ling, you haven't yet revealed to me why you are so formidable." That single slap appeared gentle, yet its power was tremendous. "Truly remarkable." "Uncle," she responded, "our world differs vastly from yours. In our realm, we possess extraordinary abilities, advancing through combat and the absorption of crystal stones. There is no spiritual energy here. Cultivation is unnecessary." Zhou Shu pondered this. Thus, in this world, he was essentially nothing, devoid of spiritual power to cultivate, his strength significantly diminished. Ling discerned the thoughts swirling in Zhou Shu's mind. "Uncle, if you wish to enhance your abilities, you could engage in combat when the zombies next appear." Zhou Shu nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the only course of action available to him. He turned to face Yu, who had just rushed over. Their eyes met, and Yu instinctively took a step back. "Why are you staring at me like that? It's quite unnerving." "You little rascal, you deceived me." "No, I did not." "Do you dare deny it? Was it not you who told me that you all practiced by hanging on the door frames? Was it not you?" Yu shouted as he ran. "That is indeed how I train. I speak the truth. You do not practice at all. You may be young, but your lies flow as freely as water." Yu hurried to his room, shut the door, and gasped for breath. This is too difficult. Now he was the only one unable to train. It was simply unbearable. Brother Quan conducted a thorough inspection of everyone overnight, ensuring that no one was overlooked. Only then did he gaze contemplatively at the lifeless zombies affixed to the wall. "Boss, what are you pondering? What is there to admire about these deceased zombies? Their brains are oozing out. It's rather grotesque. I am contemplating whether we ought to adopt a different mode of survival." As the apocalypse dragged on, fewer individuals sought refuge with them, many deterred by a lack of resources and capital. If they remained in their current situation, they might soon lack even the most basic means of sustenance. Chapter 93. It won't happen again, boss. You might not realize, but many of the people below have gone several days without food. Our supplies are nearly depleted. It has been almost 3 months since anyone sought shelter with us. Brother Quan furrowed his brow. What do you think of the group that arrived today? They possess strength and resources. Such a commendation holds significant weight in this apocalypse. They dispatched an entire truck of supplies without a hint of embarrassment. It seems utterly implausible. Yet this group did just that. Who understands? They are akin to feudal landowners. I am considering whether we should align ourselves with them. With a formidable backing. The only uncertainty lies in whether they would accept us. Mother's greenhouse is expanded by several units, and we find ourselves in need of additional hands. In the gaze of Shun, Brother Quan silently embraced himself. We merely seek refuge, not to sell our souls. Shun, your thoughts are quite delightful. Our family is in need of a few individuals skilled in horticulture. Are you capable of such? Brother Chong, releasing his embrace of his own hands, replied, Indeed, indeed. Prior to being deceived into this situation, we were farmers, having cultivated the land for over 2 decades. While we may lack expertise in other areas, growing vegetables is certainly within our purview. Additionally, we have fruit growers among us, well-versed in all matters horticultural. This is truly a match made in heaven. Another vehicle has joined our return journey. Li Yuqing's advancement concluded the following morning, leaving him invigorated. Cousin, should anyone dare to bully you in the future, I shall protect you. Ling. Others. Who dares to bully Ling? After all, She is the one who can send a zombie crashing against the wall with a single slap. Who could possibly rival her strength? Who would be foolish enough to provoke her? Little sister, there's a satellite call from Principal Yu. Yinling, satellite phone? Are there still satellite phones available? How could she be unaware? Isn't she the leading instructor? Why wasn't the satellite phone given to her? Yinling gazed at the students. Yinling has once again transformed into another persona. I will not leave, absolutely not, she resolved. If it is possible to delay for a day, then let it be so. Along the journey back, the group of students appeared to be invigorated, as if they had been infused with an elixir, leaving Quan Gu astonished. He moved his weary limbs and suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. Zhou Shu also participated in the practical training, albeit sustaining some injuries. Initially focused on cultivation, he found himself ill-prepared for close combat, and now deprived of his spells, he was forced to engage in hand-to-hand confrontations. Injuries were, unfortunately, inevitable. Among them, Guan Yu experienced the greatest frustration. Each time he spotted a zombie and approached, he was unceremoniously shoved aside. When he targeted another, he found that the zombie had already perished before he could reach it. Time and again, Guan Yu felt utterly despondent. Why was it so arduous to become a supernatural being? On the outskirts of the manor, numerous greenhouses had been erected, reinforcing the defenses. Come with me, uncle. Ling Nanchang was abruptly tugged by the corner of his clothing upon disembarking from the vehicle. He made a beeline for Gu Yi's chamber, and to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Gu Yi had successfully taken residence within the manor. Rong Yun arrived daily, burdened with resentment, to tend to him. The two rivals, in the course of their interactions, had inadvertently developed feelings for one another. Li Yunwan stood at the doorway, observing their banter, reluctant to intrude. Indeed, she felt like the extraneous presence. Yinling lay on the ground, quietly raising her head before swiftly getting to her feet, hoping fervently that her parents had not witnessed her fall, praying that no one had seen her in that embarrassing moment. The mortifying incident was certainly not a reflection of her true self. Behind her, Li Nanchang struggled to suppress his laughter. He must not laugh, for if he did, the child before him would inevitably burst into tears. Yet, stifling his mirth proved to be an arduous task, especially upon glimpsing Yunling's hair, which had been carelessly styled into a chaotic array of tiny braids by Yunshun, now sticking up like a crown atop her head, reminiscent of the Teletubbies. He finally managed to quell the smile that threatened to escape his lips. Yunling gazed at the person before her. Second uncle, what did you just witness? Ah, nothing at all. I did not see anything. Li Nanqing's eyes wandered aimlessly. I truly did not observe anything. Indeed, Yinling, if you don't repeat it a few more times, she will still believe it. Now, inexplicably, the credibility has vanished. She pouted her small lips. Li Nanqing's heart skipped a beat. It was over. It was over. She was about to cry. Based on his years of experience as a doctor, it was indeed a sign that tears were imminent. Yinling sniffled and sneezed. Oh, much better. Let us go, second uncle. We shall visit Father Daolao. Li Nanchang felt perplexed. He had heard of this Father Daolao throughout the journey, yet he remained unaware of who it truly was. Wasn't his younger sister's husband Yin Shangli, a man of utmost hypocrisy, whom he would have longed to teach a lesson had it not been for his sister's affection for him? When had a new brother-in-law emerged without his knowledge? Though the person in bed had a broken leg, he appeared far more reliable than that Yin Shangli. Second brother, younger sister, second brother, younger sister. Beside them, Yin Zhaozi twitched at the corners of his mouth. Second uncle, let us postpone the reunion for now and focus on healing. Li Nanchang shrank back. This lad was becoming increasingly intimidating, shrouded in mystery. After a thorough examination, Li Nanching's expression turned grave. It's not particularly severe, but the lack of medical equipment here makes treatment quite inconvenient. Almost instinctively, everyone directed their gaze toward Yunling. The spotlight was on Yunling. What is going on? Why are they suddenly looking at me? Do they know I possess everything? They can't possibly hear my thoughts, can they? Otherwise, why would their eyes shine brighter after her contemplation, especially second uncle's? Chapter 94. Astonished, observing the others, they endeavored to appear unaffected. Yet the glimmers of delight in their eyes were unmistakable. It seemed that Yunling was not the only one capable of perceiving her thoughts. under the deliberate neglect of those around her. Ling quietly slipped away from the living room. Li Nanxiang could hardly contain a smile. Was she off to procure medical supplies for him? It had been over a year since the apocalypse began, and he had not laid hands on any medical equipment. The mere thought filled him with joy. He believed that Ling would at most bring him a single device. Yet what he encountered was astonishing. The room was filled with an array of medical instruments, rivaling the facilities of a hospital's operating room. He was utterly astounded. With exuberance, he lifted Ling and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. You are nothing short of a deity to me." Observing this scene, Li Yinwan interjected, "Oh dear, be careful. Second brother, quickly set Linger down. She might fall. Uncle, higher, even higher. This is delightful. Li Yinwan, you little imp. Do not worry, little sister. Your second brother knows what he is doing. I will not let Linger fall." However, as the words left his lips, he stumbled, inadvertently tossing the child into the air, while he himself collapsed to the ground. "Li Wuan, my child soaring through the skies." Li Nanxiang sprang to his feet, swiftly catching the child, and patted his own racing heart, narrowly avoiding embarrassment. But all was well now. "Linger, thank you." Ling blinked her eyes innocently, believing that whatever she desired would be within her grasp. A soft rumble echoed from her little belly, prompting her to cover it with her hands as she cast a pitiful glance at her mother. Contemplating the room, stocked with an endless supply of resources, Li Yun's heart was filled with conflicting emotions, and with a furrowed brow, she inquired, "Ling, what shall we do if the resources we currently rely on were to run out one day?" Ling, it is certainly not absent. She has brought an entire world's worth of resources from the farming realm, which will replenish itself once depleted. Indeed, it is an inexhaustible source. With Ling's reassurance, Li Yinwan felt a wave of relief, knowing how to manage the resources in the future. She became increasingly aware of Ling's remarkable nature. As a mother, she took pride in having such a child, yet felt a profound sense of inadequacy. In this apocalyptic world, she could not provide her child with a good life, but rather, it was her child who had bestowed upon her so much. "Second uncle, go assist with the surgery. Once completed, we can have a meal. I'll let you in on a secret. Tonight's dinner features delicious meat." The child's adorable demeanor tugged at the heartstrings. Brother Quan, under Li Qinghe's guidance, circled the entire estate, growing ever more astonished. Amid such severe pollution outside, here they could cultivate vegetables and fruits. The area enveloped by this estate remained untouched by the apocalypse, free from contamination. "Boss, your decision back then was indeed wise. Growing vegetables here is far superior to the relentless struggles in the underground boxing arena." As night fell, Gu Yi's surgery stretched over 3 hours. Finally, the door to the room creaked open. All is well. Once the anesthesia wears off, he will awaken. Sighing, "Little sister, tell me honestly, when did I acquire this brother-in-law?" The sounds of chairs being placed grew significantly louder, as did the clattering of dishes. Yun had already let her displeasure show on her face. "Brother-in-law? That person is certainly not a brother-in-law." The noise escalated, making it difficult for Li Nanxiang to ignore. He glanced at the individual arranging the food, thinking, "This person looks somewhat familiar. Do I know them from before?" Yun. Ah, they were indeed good neighbors before. They even played together as children. It's only been a short while, and they've forgotten him. Li Yinwan felt that if this continued, the person would surely be enraged. "Second brother, that is Yun. Ah, it is Yun. I remember Yun was quite chubby back then. What did they transform into this?" They've grown quite well. They make a fine brother-in-law." "Second brother, haven't I slimmed down?" "Second brother, come eat." Yun's smile was utterly priceless. Did second brother just compliment me? He surely must have. Li Nanxiang raised an eyebrow. "Do you have feelings for my little sister?" Yun eagerly nodded. Yes, very much so. Had it not been for my enlistment, she would never have fallen for that scoundrel, Yin Shangli. Then you must strive to win her heart. My little sister is truly exceptional, though she forsook everything for a worthless man in the past. The younger sister is indeed a versatile talent, excelling in various fields. Unfortunately, she fell in love with a man, forsaking all else and forgetting her own identity. However, It is not too late now. Come, let us dine. The crowd has increased, and tables have been set throughout the courtyard. Brother Quan gazed at the dishes on the table, his understanding refreshed once more. Roast chicken, braised pork, eggs, fruits. Astonishingly, there was even soda. My dear leader, your discerning eye is truly commendable. From now on, I shall follow your lead. Brother Quan cast a disdainful glance at a person who held a chicken leg in one hand and braised pork in the other, his gaze lingering on the other dishes on the table. Alas, that piece of meat, put it down, it belongs to me. Brother Quan, if you do not eat soon, there will be none left. As the last piece of meat was consumed, the individual spoke while eating, and in mere seconds, the table was left spotless. Brother Quan raised his chopsticks, gazing at the empty plates, his lips twitching slightly. Have you never tasted meat before? Brother Quan, you do not understand. We have not had such fresh and delectable meat in over a year. Yun Chaozi approached in his wheelchair, expressing, "It was my oversight, if you do not mind. You may accompany me inside for a meal." Quan Ji's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In the living room, Quan Ge finally savored the delectable meat. Indeed, this meat was truly exquisite. His eyes welled up with tears. "You are truly benevolent souls. Oh, how you move me. They are not in dire need of assistance for farming. With such a multitude, it is sufficient. Yet, they willingly brought them here, which is akin to rescuing them. Everyone, we genuinely require individuals to cultivate the land. I understand. I am fully aware. Yinshun, what does this person truly know? It appears they are utterly uninformed." Li Yunhua nodded and said, "All right, after we finish our meal, I will provide them with training, and they will be ready for duty." Chapter 95. It was all so hasty. Brother Quan was deeply moved. They were genuinely wonderful people. In their efforts to provide work opportunities for them, they even expanded the greenhouse. It was all for their sake. They were truly fortunate to have encountered such kind-hearted individuals, and tears flowed uncontrollably. They would certainly work diligently in the future. The inner thoughts of Brother Quan remained entirely unknown to the others. Ling blinked her eyes and said, "Mommy, the vegetables you planted are growing in abundance, and we cannot consume them all. Perhaps we should sell them." "Sell them?" "Indeed, even in this apocalyptic world, I still hope to ensure that people can live well and have a place to call home. I wonder where the other children of the world are. If we could spread the word about this estate, perhaps they would come here willingly." "Hee, she is truly clever. Well, in this apocalypse, there are no saints. A person who can effortlessly slay a zombie with a single strike is hardly a saint. But what about the children of the world? What does that title even mean? It sounds like something out of a novel. Regardless, as long as it is what my sister desires, they will find a way to acquire it. Who would be a suitable buyer? Uncle Gong. Gong Yu is indeed a good choice. He is a decent person, and the base will provide protection for humanity. If we sell to him, what will he offer in return? Money? In this apocalypse, money is the most worthless commodity, but crystals can be exchanged. Ultimately, this apocalypse will come to an end, and the world will enter a new dimension. Humanity's very essence will change, and a new world order will emerge. When that time comes, money will once again hold value. Uncle Gong is coming to visit us tomorrow. He says he wants to see the children. Everyone, this is not a significant issue. After all, Gong Jinji has not encountered any trouble at school, so Uncle Gong cannot blame them for that. That reasoning is quite sound. Quan Ge, you all should squeeze in at the west courtyard for today. There are still some materials outside. You can choose a suitable spot to build your own houses. As for meals, we will eat together at the same time. For the next few days, we will provide meals, but in the future, food will be allocated based on your workload. If you feel unaccustomed to planting vegetables, you may also collect crystals from the brains of zombies to exchange for supplies. All right, we understand. After dinner, Yunling lay on the sofa to digest her meal. Yu Shui Ro approached Yunling with a book in hand and said, "Little Ling, my father asked me to teach you Chinese and mathematics." Yunling, "Sister-in-law, I can do it all." Yu Shui Ro's face flushed crimson, her ears aglow. "Please, do not call me sister-in-law anymore." It was a matter devoid of substance. Li Yucheng harbored no affection for her whatsoever. Yu Shui Ro herself was baffled as to why he felt such aversion, even going so far as to avoid her. If she was merely a burden to him, then so be it. You may call me elder sister instead. Yunling nodded. observing how the severed red thread from Yu Shuai's rose body had now transferred to her cousin. A faint smile graced her lips. This sister-in-law would eventually be hers. After all, there was no need for haste. Little Linger, have you previously studied characters and arithmetic? Ling shook her head, however. I see the third brother finds it quite manageable. She patted her petite chest, confident as the sovereign of the heavenly way. What could possibly pose a challenge to her? Half an hour later, Ling furrowed her brows. Sister, this character is sure for soldier, isn't it? Yu Shuai replied. No, that character is pronounced to, meaning earth. Ling furrowed her brow, exclaiming, they bear an uncanny resemblance to one another, even more so than my elder brothers. At least my brothers possess differing physiques and complexions. Yet these two appear almost indistinguishable. Ling's sorrow was palpable. She was not always like this. She had once immersed herself in countless books. Yet now her physique seemed diminished, as if her mental capacity had also shrunk, causing a significant loss of knowledge. Beside her, the fluffy creature snored softly, reassuring her. Do not worry. Once you acquire the faith of the child of heaven, these characters will come to you naturally. Ling was increasingly distressed. Presently, she found herself surrounded by Gong Jinji, Uncle Zhou, and her dear brother Yci. However, where was the little beast? It seemed she had not encountered it for quite some time. Oh, was it up on the second floor, causing a ruckus? Causing a ruckus. Little beast, release my satchel. It contains all my treasures. You must not touch it. After finally rescuing her precious bag from the clutches of the little beast, she turned to find her once cozy and warm bed in utter disarray, instantly igniting her anger. From this moment forth, no meal shall be served. Little beast, why are you being denied food? Did it err in any way? Certainly not. Previously, it had witnessed those zombie dogs pounce and tear apart one of their own. At that time, her second brother Yunshun had rewarded them with large bones to gnaw on. So why was it punished, deprived of even a meal? The little beast felt aggrieved. Yunshun, are you all tearing apart the same thing? You've made the little sister's room uninhabitable, and yet you still expect to dine? After much effort to tidy up the room, Ling collapsed onto the bed. Xiao Linger, the study period is not yet over, she reminded. In a moment of cleverness, Ling wrapped herself in a blanket, muffling her ears. I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. Ultimately, Ling found herself once more seated at her desk, accompanied by a small beast. Beside the creature sat Guan Yu, next to whom was Yun Yu, and beside Yun Yu was Yci. Ling's psychological balance has been achieved. Learning is meant to be a shared journey. Yun Yu, heaven knows that he merely wished to visit the restroom, yet he was abruptly dragged here. Oh dear, why is he no longer at school? He still has studies to attend to. How unfortunate, how lamentable. After 2 long hours, Ling finally attained her freedom, reclining upon her bed and beginning to count on her fingers. At this moment, she found herself surrounded by 4 chosen ones from different realms. And aside from Gong Jinji, the other 3 had already manifested their divine powers. Alas, something seems amiss. What has become of my 3 divine powers? Why do I only have 2 remaining? I thought I still had a bit of divine power moments ago. Ling, this is simply too frivolous. Do not be disheartened. This little creature is exceedingly innocent. All it takes is to offer it a piece of candy, and its joy will naturally summon forth the power of belief. Ling, this sounds rather hasty, doesn't it? Gazing at the surplus of faith power she possessed, and then at the small hands joyfully clutching the candy, Ling acquiesced. Indeed, it was rather impulsive. Chapter 96. It seems I have been schemed against Gong Yu, originally intended to visit his son, but upon witnessing the completely transformed estate before him, he was utterly astounded. Was this truly the same manor that had once been so ravaged and unrecognizable? Yunshun had been waiting at the entrance from early morning, and upon their arrival, he greeted them with a smile. Mr. Gong, you have finally arrived. Please do come in. Gong Yu felt a twinge of surprise, and observing the smile on Yunshun's face, he couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something sinister beneath it. Do you have something you wish to request of me? Not at all. Just look around. We have everything here. What do we possibly need from you? Are you certain? Gong Yu halted at the threshold, resolutely refusing to take another step forward. Yunshun nodded. In truth, There are indeed matters at hand. Gongyu, I assert that there is something amiss. Pray tell, what exactly is the issue? Once you have disclosed it, we shall then determine whether to proceed inside or not. Yun Chun, feeling a sense of helplessness, remarked, it is indeed a good thing. Come, let me take you for a stroll in the courtyard. Gongyu, clearly skeptical, questioned how anything could be deemed a good thing in this apocalyptic world. There seemed to be none. Human interactions were rife with calculation and ulterior motives. However, Gongyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go. Hurry and show me. He grasped Yin Chen's arm eagerly, as if he were not the same person who had been reluctant to enter moments ago. The instant he laid eyes on the treasures within the greenhouse, Gongyu was utterly astonished. He had presumed that cultivation would yield only a modest amount. Yet, to his astonishment, there were 10 expansive greenhouses, brimming with lush vegetables that appeared delectable. As he beheld the tomato vines heavy with small fruits, he could not resist plucking one and popping it into his mouth, savoring a long-lost flavor. Emerging from the greenhouse, Gongyu remained in a daze, as though ensnared in a dream. Do you sell these? He inquired, gripping Yun Chen's arm with a sense of urgency in his gaze. Mr. Gong, we are here to propose a business venture with you. As you are aware, we are in the midst of an apocalypse, with both flora and fauna having undergone mutations. Fresh fruits like these have become exceedingly rare. However, we possess an abundance of them, all uncontaminated and exceptionally flavorful. How shall we conduct this business? We can supply you with surplus fruits and vegetables. Sell? In this apocalypse, encountering the prospect of commerce, particularly with such scarce commodities, was a novel experience. Moreover, if these goods could be consistently supplied, the potential benefits would be immeasurable. How we proceed with the sale? We will provide the fruits and vegetables, and you will compensate us either with currency or crystal stones. With the evolution of the zombies, an increasing number of individuals have become aware of the value of crystal stones. As for the pricing, we can discuss the particulars further. Come, let me take you to meet my elder brother. Such matters are best entrusted to him. He excels in business far beyond my capabilities. Ling seized the opportune moment to speak. Uncle, there is something else I must tell you. My dear little Ling, what is it? I left your son at school. I thought it was something serious. No worries. That boy is quite well at school. So, the son is of little importance. Ling curled her lips, remarking on the grand ambitions of Uncle Gong. In just a few days, a house had been erected on the outskirts of the estate, and Brother Quan and his team had officially commenced their work. True to their agricultural roots, they swiftly adapted to the cultivation of vegetables and fruits. Before long, numerous greenhouses sprang up around the estate, while Wan also ventured into experimenting with the cultivation of various other crops. Upon realizing this, Ling waved her little hand, presenting an array of vegetable and fruit seeds, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wan's lips curved into a subtle smile. Little Ling, many fruits in the greenhouse are ripe for the picking. Would you like to accompany Mommy to have a look? Ling nodded eagerly, exclaiming, yes, yes, as she quickly changed into a set of comfortable attire. Ling, with a small basket in hand, joyfully dashed into the greenhouse, while Yi Si followed behind, filled with trepidation. As Ling grew more adept at walking, her tumbles seemed to increase in frequency. Just like now, as she ambled along, she suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Before Yi Si could reach her, Ling was already propped up on her hands, with her little bottom in the air, scrambling back to her feet. The greenhouse was a vibrant spectacle of crimson fruits, cherry tomatoes, strawberries, bananas, an abundance of delights. Upon entering, Yi Si found Ling on the ground, her mouth clamped around a small strawberry, her lips stained a rosy hue, resembling an adorable little glutton. Yi Si picked her up and dusted off her clothes, saying, tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall gather it for you. Ling shook her head, declaring I won't bite. No, she craves the freshest fruits. Without a moment's hesitation, she devoured a strawberry before it could react. Little sister, I'm here. Yu rushed in, having changed into a different outfit and carrying a small basket. Yi's injury had healed, yet Yun found him even more disagreeable and bluntly remarked, your wound has nearly mended. Isn't it time for you to move out? How could Yi so easily depart? After all, he had only just settled in, and without a word from his wife and child, he had no intention of leaving. I believe my leg still aches, he muttered, and the individual who had been standing for rehabilitation suddenly sank into a wheelchair. Aching? Impossible. Your injury has healed. Are you attempting to linger here? Yun and Gu Yi faced off, neither willing to back down. I truly am in pain, Gu Yi's bravado faltered, resembling a delicate white lotus victimized by a wicked woman, who, in this case, was indeed Yun. This realization prompted her to shake her head in disbelief, a chill running down her spine. Yun, a familiar voice called from behind, and upon witnessing the more aggrieved figure before her, she realized with dismay that he seemed to be scheming against her. Wan, let me explain. Li Yunwan reached out, tugging at his hand. Chapter 97. Reluctantly releasing his hand, Li Yunwan's apparent impatience left Gu Yi feeling somewhat dejected, and he lowered his head. Yun felt a surge of joy. Wan was indeed splendid. All right, I understand. I will gather my belongings and depart. Boss, you have successfully moved in, yet you still allow yourself to be driven out. How utterly disappointing. Gu Yi glanced at the person who had spoken, who promptly fell silent, their gaze shifting to the newly added house not far away. However, now that the manor has been expanded, we can consider ourselves residing within it. Just think of it as the front and back courtyards. Moreover, once the greenhouse is established, sister-in-law will frequently come out to oversee it. Then, boss, you can seize your opportunity. Gui, a group that had spent the entire afternoon harvesting fruits from the greenhouse, finally emerged. Ling, patting her small belly, was positively elated, while Yu behind her mirrored her joy, cradling his own belly with an empty basket in hand. Where did all the strawberries go? One might inquire. The answer, of course, would be that they had all vanished into their stomachs. Upon exiting, they spotted Yushui Ro. Ling, cousin. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach. Without further ado, I rushed into the house. Yushui Ro had heard such words countless times in recent days. This child simply did not wish to study. Beside her, Gu and Yu cast a fleeting glance before darting away as well. This sister, though appearing gentle and kind, was quite fearsome when it came to teaching. Li Yunwan, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of helplessness. Little Ro, this child is still young. Matters of education can be postponed. She truly understood Ling's innermost thoughts. The child was capable and perceptive, yet her tender age rendered her unable to articulate her feelings. In due time, as she matured, she would surely grasp everything expected of her. Her child had always been unique. A sense of both gratitude and concern filled her heart. Yushui Ro nodded in agreement, feeling that Ling was indeed still quite young and puzzled by what her father might think. Thus, she cheerfully set off to absorb the crystal stones. In the stillness of the night, a terrifying roar echoed from outside. Ling sprang up with a start. Mao Qiu. Is that the voice of the Son of Heaven in this world? Indeed, it is the voice of Qi. Ling still recalls the time when she beheld the darker facets of this world, witnessing the malevolence of human nature laid bare. Ultimately, she relinquished this realm, allowing it to wither in its own chaos. She remained unaware of the fate that had befallen the child of the world. Master, after you abandoned this realm, it descended further into turmoil. The zombies and those with extraordinary abilities ultimately perished together, leading to the complete obliteration of this world amidst the myriad small realms. However, with your arrival and the inexplicable presence of the celestial ruler from various worlds, the trajectory of this realm is beginning to shift. The small worlds forsaken by the celestial ruler have entirely vanished from existence, yet those under the ruler's protection are evolving into new realms, destined to become interstellar. Master, your powers are currently unstable. The child of the world in this realm is crucial to sustaining this small world. Without their support, it shall collapse. Previously, Ling observed everything from an outsider's perspective, perceiving only darkness, evil, and the sinister aspects of humanity. Yet, upon entering this small world, she encountered something entirely different. Now, she is resolute in her desire for this world to endure. Let's go and explore. Ling donned her shoes and hurriedly rushed out. The door to Yi Si's room creaked open, simultaneously with Yun Zhaoxi's door. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, conveying a silent promise. Rest assured, I shall protect her. For Yun Ling represented his salvation. Without her, he would still be enduring the torment of chaotic mental energies day after day. She was besieged by a throng of supernatural beings. Despite his outward appearance resembling that of an ordinary person, he was bound to reveal his true nature eventually. Boss, this zombie is quite extraordinary. Do you think its crystal will be of superior quality? Chi's fierce gaze fell upon the individual, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips, pondering whether he could obtain the crystal, provided the individual was willing to part with it. The atmosphere around them began to shift imperceptibly. He practiced transforming the air into lethal blades, aiming to strike unseen. Though still inexperienced, he believed that a well-timed assault could yield success if his adversary remained unguarded. Just as he prepared to risk everything, he caught sight of a familiar figure, whose presence suddenly felt weakened, exuding an aura of fragility. Yi cast a nonchalant glance in his direction, and that mere look instilled a sense of peril within Chi. His attention shifted to a 7- or 8-year-old child who was now accompanied by others. This person was far from ordinary. Chi obediently lowered his head, concealing the tumult of emotions simmering beneath the surface. Mao Qiu glanced at Yun Ling as she placed a wig atop her head, her form discreetly expanding. The individuals in front, confronted by the sudden appearance of a formidable beast, sensed the palpable aura of menace emanating from it and quickly succumbed to fear, vanishing swiftly into the shadows of the night. Dressed in her ethereal attire, Yun Ling raised her delicate paws, poised to frighten them. Yet, as she turned her head, not a soul remained, leaving her only with a trail of exhaust. Yun Ling? No, please don't leave. She hasn't even begun yet. Well, everyone has departed. How shall you handle this individual? Yi naturally lifted Yun Ling, gently removing the wig from her head, tenderly wiping the flour from her delicate face. The skin of a child is always soft and rosy, a delightful sensation that prompted Yi to linger a moment longer. Observing her slightly flushed cheeks, he hesitantly withdrew his hand, feeling a twinge of guilt. Unbeknownst to Yun Ling, Chi watched this scene unfold, jealousy flickering in his eyes. Why, he wondered, was it that he, also a child of destiny, was the one cast aside? He vividly remembered the disdain in Yun Ling's gaze when she first encountered him. She wouldn't even approach him. Yet now, she allowed another to hold her, her eyes radiating obedience. This sight stirred a tempest of emotions within him, compelling Chi to lower his head, concealing his expression from all, especially from Yun Ling. He could not bear to see the look of disdain in her eyes. Simultaneously, he awaited her judgment in silence, convinced she would once again cast him away. A small ball of fluff leaped onto Yun Ling's shoulder, chirping, "Master, master. He is also a child of destiny. Why not keep him close? Perhaps he could enhance our faith." Yun Ling glanced at her meager power of faith and nodded. Chapter 98. A slip of the tongue. However, the child of heaven in this world is quite perilous. I assent to it. Master, you are the sovereign of heaven. Are you still afraid? Yun Ling pondered for a moment. Indeed, she is the master of the heavenly Tao. What is there to fear? Qian quietly awaited her dismissal, and just as Yun Ling's words fell, she turned to leave. I knew it would be this way. What did you say? Go on. Gazing at the small hand extended before her, Qi felt a tumult of emotions within. She could not articulate the feelings swirling in her heart. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, Yun Ling completely retreated into her chamber, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Even a nearby fluffball could no longer bear to watch. Master, we have no idea how the zombies outside have evolved. Why do you do nothing? What can I do? I am but a child. Beside Yun Ling lay a plate of fruits, while she joyfully indulged in a chicken leg. Mao Qiu approached, inquiring, Master, where did you acquire such delectable food? Allow me a taste, just a morsel. Flustered, Yun Ling hastily concealed her treat, exclaiming, No, this is mine. After all, it was a hard-earned delight she had pilfered from the kitchen. Linger, are you there? Came the voice of Li Yunwan from outside. Yun Ling's demeanor instantly tensed. Mommy. It's Mommy. Hurry. She swiftly bit into the chicken and stuffed the remainder beneath her blanket. Just then, the door swung open. Wan stepped inside, immediately detecting the aroma of chicken wafting through the air. With a composed demeanor, she surveyed the room, her gaze ultimately resting upon the figure partially concealed beneath the blanket, with only a face peeking out. "Linger, I heard you didn't eat much this afternoon, so I've come to bring you some food." Ling swallowed the chicken in her mouth. "No, Mommy, I'm not hungry." Ling, no need to change. Just as she witnessed her mother's hand about to descend upon her little blanket, Ling swiftly interjected. "This blanket has been in use for a month. I could already detect the aroma of chicken upon my entrance. If you do not replace it soon, you shall become pickled meat yourself." Wan offered no opportunity for Ling to refuse, abruptly yanking the blanket aside. Ling yearned to grasp her beloved blanket, yet it was too late. She watched helplessly as her cherished quilt slipped away, revealing the chicken leg and fruit hidden within, now exposed to the air. With her head bowed, she discreetly took a bite of the chicken leg in her hand, murmuring, "Mommy, I was wrong. I promise I won't steal food again." Ling's demeanor was commendable. Yet Wan felt a sense of helplessness. "It's not that I don't allow you to eat, but you must be cautious. Otherwise, you may suffer from indigestion. In the end, you will be the one to endure the consequences." "I understand, Mommy." Ling even voluntarily relinquished the large chicken leg, her gaze filled with reluctance, unable to suppress a quiet gulp. The next morning, the estate welcomed guests. Yu arrived with money and crystals, to ensure the estate's secrets remained undisclosed. All attendees were trusted confidants. "The money and crystals are for you, but what about the vegetables and fruits? The produce in these greenhouses is ripe for picking. You may enter and gather them yourselves. Of course, we can arrange for someone to harvest them if you prefer," Wan added. "We are certainly at ease." They responded, yet Yu's companions were overly enthusiastic. "This is not too much. We will do it ourselves." In a flurry, they vanished into the various greenhouses. "Yu, I have never encountered such an impulsive group." They had not seen fresh produce in ages. If they wished to harvest it themselves, so be it. Wan had no objections and found it convenient. "Madam Li, might you take me on a tour of these greenhouses?" "Of course." Upon entering, the stark contrast in temperature to the outside was palpable. Yu had previously pondered how these greenhouses managed to cultivate fresh vegetables and fruits even in winter. Upon entry, she was even more astonished by what she beheld. "What are these?" In every corner of the greenhouse stood colossal instruments. These are used to regulate the greenhouse's temperature. Above, automatic misting devices were present. These machines could autonomously sense humidity and temperature, even simulating sunlight. They could also deliver fertilizers based on the plant's nutritional needs. Such technology had not existed even before the apocalypse. "Where did you acquire these?" "I experimented with them during my idle hours. It was my final project before marriage. Unfortunately, after I developed it, I married, and the project perished in my hands. Had I not abandoned my career back then, perhaps the present world would not be as it is now. Alas, there are no what-ifs. These devices require time to manufacture. I have already set my team to work on them. If there are any surplus items when completed, I can sell them to you if you wish." Yu initially entertained this notion, but soon relinquished it. "Never mind, in this apocalyptic world, apart from this estate that has returned to normalcy, other places, whether land or water, have been irrevocably tainted, rendering the fruits and vegetables grown there inedible. However, to possess such a sanctuary, yielding an abundance of edible produce, brings us immense satisfaction. Outside, one after another, individuals beam with joy, their smiles radiant, as they carry basket after basket of fresh vegetables and fruits towards the vehicles. Showing no sign of fatigue, Ling stealthily slipped into the greenhouse, delighting in her feast. Upon catching sight of Yu, she was startled and immediately turned to flee. "Why are you running?" she exclaimed, her petite form soaring as she flapped her little legs. "Let me go," she protested, her face adorably fierce. Yu gently set Ling down, and she promptly hid behind her mother. "I don't recall you being so timid," Yu remarked. "It's not that I'm timid. I'm merely concerned that you might demand something from me." Yu paused, bewildered. "Demand something? Who?" At that moment, Yu had entirely forgotten about her own son. Ling realized she had misspoken and hurriedly covered her little mouth. "Oh no, I let it slip. Chapter 99. My back feels a bit chilly." Ling was unaware as well. This manor, you see, belongs to me. It was a token of gratitude for your assistance in caring for my son. How could you have misplaced him? Ling wished to refute, yet she found herself devoid of any opportunity to do so. Uncle Gong spoke the truth. She had indeed lost the other man's son. It could not merely be described as a loss. Rather, she had inadvertently left him outside. Ultimately, the fault lay with her, and she was in the wrong. If only Gong you would take responsibility for Ling's shortcomings. In a moment of urgency, she interjected, in truth, the loss of the child is merely that, a loss. Ling? What is this about? What is Uncle Gong talking about? If something is lost, then it is lost? Uncle Gong's heart is truly extraordinary. I could also pretend to be oblivious. Ling? In my heart, I silently mourn for Gong Jinji. Having such a father is indeed a blessing. As long as you sell me the vegetables and fruits at a more reasonable price. This father is rather unreliable. A hint of regret flickered in Gong Yu's eyes. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Ling's eyes. What could Uncle Principal possibly be doing here? Shun gazed at Ling with a complex expression. The principal mentioned that several children had contacted him via satellite phone in recent days, expressing their desire to withdraw from school. Withdraw? Why would they want to do that? Is it because she has not been an adequate mentor? They stated that from now on, they wish to follow her. Ling? What does that mean? Following her? That group of people has long regarded Ling as a divine being. Ling, with a mere moment of contemplation, swiftly discerned her predicament. She abruptly felt the necessity to seek refuge elsewhere, for the principal would undoubtedly come searching for her. It was imperative that she departed, taking along those students who had become her first loyal followers. In a matter of moments, with her modest belongings in tow, she quietly slipped away. On the second floor, Yin Shao Ci observed this scene, a slight smile gracing his lips as he realized his little sister was once again stealthily absconding from home. However, this time, he refrained from sending anyone to follow her, for he had spotted Liu Cheng. This cousin was indeed trustworthy. As night fell, the vehicle traversed the darkness aimlessly. "Sister, where are we heading?" she inquired. "I have no idea," she replied, having ventured out to evade danger without a clear destination in mind. Yet, Liu Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Since you are uncertain of our destination, why not allow me to decide?" It was evident he had already conceived a place in mind. During my previous expedition, I heard tales of swamp in the south, notorious for harboring ferocious beasts. Many extraordinary individuals have met their demise there. Shall we venture forth to explore it? Ling? I find it difficult to comprehend what this individual is expressing. All the superhumans have perished, yet there is such fervor to venture forth. What peculiar inclination is this? Indeed, I have long harbored a desire to go. Let us embark on this journey and explore. Ling? Indeed, students exhibit a fearless disposition, their eyes gleaming with both clarity and naivety. Off they go, eager to explore. How delightful! A group sets forth towards the marshlands. Along the way, the excitement remains palpable. Upon spotting zombies, they charge forward, and despite Ling's attempts to intervene, her efforts prove futile. In that fleeting moment, she shakes her head in resignation. Alas, her burden is heavy. Not only must she supervise the children, but she must also soothe them, ensuring they remain safe from peril. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrive at the marsh. The pungent aroma wafts towards them from a distance. Wait! ECI calls out to the group of oblivious students rushing into the marsh. "This place harbors miasma." "What is miasma?" comes the innocent inquiry, curiosity evident in their eyes. ECI finds himself at a loss at such a tender age. He grapples with the challenges of caretaking, especially for a band of unruly children. It is a toxic gas formed by the fermentation of a marsh. Should you enter, you will be immediately poisoned and perish without even needing to encounter the ferocious beasts within. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the marsh. Ling tumbles down from Yi Ci's side, exclaiming, "It's fourth brother. Look, there's a fire." Third brother is also inside. Now, their reluctance to enter is rendered moot. They must venture forth. Ling reached into the small pouch on her person, rummaging until her hand emerged with a small vial. "Consume. What lies within is truly remarkable." Alas, this solitary vial of antidote would soon be depleted. However, once ingested, it would render him impervious to any poison henceforth. Truly, a panacea against all toxins. Liu swiftly snatched the vial, uncapping it and consuming a single pill. To hesitate for even a moment would be a disservice to oneself. An antidote, a shield against all venom. This was a marvel he had only ever witnessed on television. Who would have imagined that he, too, would now be among the ranks of the invulnerable? Oh, how his mother would beam with pride at his newfound fortitude. Ling, cousin, your speed is astonishing. Cousin, do you know what this is? Aren't you concerned about consuming something harmful? Liu expressed that he harbored no worries whatsoever. After all, he possessed an extraordinary advantage. The others did not hesitate to consume the pills either. Instantly, they felt the air around them become invigoratingly fresh, and the once tumultuous swamp, ablaze with fiery light, suddenly fell into a profound silence. All around, a tranquil stillness enveloped the surroundings. Ling uttered a soft exclamation of dismay. The ferocious beast within was beyond the capabilities of the current third brother to confront. Furball, as Ling's voice faded. The small fluff ball that had been nestled on her shoulder suddenly expanded, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The onlookers were aware that the fluff ball could grow, yet they had never fathomed it could become so immense. Those unaware of its potential transformation regarded it merely as an ordinary kitten, and now, confronted with this colossal creature, they began to ponder whether they had inadvertently offended it during their prior encounters at the manor. A whirlwind of thoughts surged through their minds. Ling had captured the small ear of the fluffy ball and leaped onto its back, vanishing in an instant. Liu, what is happening? Is he just leaving like that? The others were equally bewildered. Weren't they supposed to go together? Liu, what do we do now? Let us venture inside. Do not worry. The miasma within holds no threat for us now. Everyone simultaneously recalled the pill they had just consumed, their admiration for Ling deepening. What a miraculous sister she is. They yearned for such abilities. Their gazes towards Liu were filled with envy and jealousy. As they pondered how to make this person disappear, perhaps they could take his place as the elder brother. Ahead, Liu felt an inexplicable chill on his back. Why did it feel as though something was watching them? Surely, this place wasn't harboring any lurking threats? He touched his neck and glanced back, reassured to find nothing there, allowing himself to relax. As they approached the marshlands, the odor intensified. Ling pinched her little nose while the fluffy ball hastened forward, eventually halting in a clearing. The trees surrounding the space bore marks of fire, yet no one was in sight. Master, a struggle has taken place here. It is the fire ability of Yu. A shoe lay on the ground. Ling recognized it immediately. It belonged to fourth brother. Yet, where could third brother and fourth brother have gone? Ling, with her diminutive legs, bounded forward, the small rabbit ears on her attire bobbing rhythmically as she dashed into the distance. Ahead, Yu grasped Gu Anyu's collar, his expression grave. They were encircled by several ferocious beasts, their mouths agape, eagerly awaiting their descent, with some even violently colliding against the trees that sheltered them. Thud after thud, Gu Anyu clung tightly to Yu's thigh, exclaiming, "Third brother, you must hold on to me firmly. I do not wish to plummet and become a mere meat pie." Yu, in despair, exclaimed, "Why did you venture out?" Gu Anyu started to speak, but left his words unvoiced. Was he not merely hoping to let a zombie take a bite while no one else was around? Who could have foreseen that this place harbored such peril, teeming not only with zombies, but also with a plethora of ferocious beasts? The atmosphere was thick with a miasma that clouded their minds, and having just entered, they had already fallen prey to its disorienting effects. Awakening from their stupor, any thought of escape had become an impossibility. They found themselves besieged by the relentless onslaught of savage creatures. Oh no, third brother, are we truly destined to perish here? I'm still so young, with so many aspirations yet unfulfilled. I refuse to meet my end in such a manner. Third brother, please devise a plan. Yu found himself increasingly annoyed by Gu Anyu's incessant calls. Be quiet, he exclaimed. Oh, I'm on the verge of death. Third brother, you won't even allow me a single word. How can you be so cruel? Silence. If you continue to scream recklessly, I shall toss you aside. Just then, a fierce beast crashed against a tree below, producing a resounding noise that made Gu-on-yu cling tightly to Yun-yu. I will not shout anymore, he said, making a gesture to indicate silence. The number of ferocious beasts surrounding them grew steadily, encircling them completely, leaving them with nowhere to land. Gu-on-yu, filled with fear, dared not look down, instead tilting his head to gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, he locked eyes with a pair of emerald green ones, accompanied by a blood-red serpent's tongue. Gu-on-yu, he stammered, repeatedly tapping Yun-yu's shoulder. Yun-yu, why are you stuttering? Gu-on-yu yanked Yun-yu, turning his head to face him. Their eyes locked, causing a shiver to race down Yun-yu's spine. We must hurry. Yet, surrounded by fierce beasts both above and below, where could they possibly flee? They could only watch helplessly as a snake lunged towards them from the branches. Gu-on-yu, it's over. It's really over this time. He could almost envision the snake sinking its fangs into his arm. At that crucial moment, a loud bang echoed. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, Ling retracted her petite feet, standing protectively in front of Gu-on-yu. Let go of my fourth brother. Little sister. Oh, how I've missed you. You have arrived just in time. Sister, I nearly met my end here. You are truly my savior. Gu-on-yu's wails resumed. Meanwhile, Yun-yu exclaimed silence. He could not comprehend how he ended up with such a brother, one who cried more than a girl. Surely, he must have been born under an unfortunate star. Gu-on-yu jumped at Yun-yu's sudden outburst, his chin quivering in response. Ling curiously observed her elder brother's double chin and even reached out to pinch it. Brother, this little bit of flesh is quite adorable. Gu-on-yu shifted away, a note of lament in his voice. Little sister, what was wrong with being a bit plump? His once rounded chin now clearly showcased a double chin. The snake, previously kicked aside, slithered closer, flicking its tongue. Gu-on-yu once again hid behind Ling. Just then, the fierce beast on the ground struck with greater intensity, and with a resounding crack, the three of them instinctively lowered their heads to witness the splintering wood beneath them, their expressions frozen in shock. Ah! 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 3 cries of horror rang out simultaneously as they began to plummet downward. The beast below rejoiced, its mouth agape, eagerly awaiting their descent. It was a rare occurrence for pancakes to fall from the sky, and even rarer when they happened to be meat pies. Gu-on-yu was on the verge of madness. He clung desperately to the only thing within his grasp, vowing never to let go. Yun-yu's expression darkened. His trousers. If he pulls any harder, they will completely fall down. Can't you grab something else? I don't care. This is all I can grasp right now, so don't let go. Yun-yu's lips twitched. This individual was simply astonishing. Little sister. Yun-yu grasped Ling's small hand, slowly letting it slip from his grasp. Hold on tight, little sister. As the words left his mouth, he watched helplessly as Ling fell into the gaping maw of the ferocious beast. His eyes instantly filled with tears. Beneath them lay the enormous jaws of the beast. Ling curled her lips in disdain, for her mouth emitted an utterly foul and unbearable stench. Yun-yu watched in astonishment as Ling gracefully maneuvered through the air, evading danger with an uncanny curvature of her body. Just as he thought he had secured his prize, it vanished before his eyes, inciting the furious beast on the ground to lash out violently against the nearby tree. Yun-yu and Gu-on-yu, precariously clinging to the branches, felt the precariousness of their position. Some rushed towards Ling with urgency. When Li Yuqing and his companions arrived, they were met with this alarming scene, and their hearts collectively sank. Cousin, a chorus of voices rang out from behind, echoing the urgency of the moment. Ling remained remarkably composed, standing her ground as she effortlessly sent a ferocious beast flying with a single strike. The expressions of terror on the onlookers' faces transformed into astonishment, their mouths forming perfect circles of disbelief. How extraordinary! Her prowess was simply astounding, igniting a fierce desire among some to claim her as their own sister. Witnessing the beast being dispatched with such ease, several individuals hastened to Ling's side. Sister, are you unharmed? Is there anywhere you feel pain? Do you feel unwell? In an instant, Ling found herself surrounded. Chapter 101. Do not blame him for the warning. Li Yuqing felt isolated from the crowd. Each person sought to claim his sister for themselves, yet he was the rightful guardian. Anyone attempting to usurp his sister would face insurmountable odds. Who dared to take her away? Knight Ci lifted Yun Ling into his arms, one hand cradling her small form, while the other gently inspected her tiny hands to ensure she bore no injuries, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. In the future, she must be more cautious and avoid placing herself in such perilous situations. Cloud spirit? Dangerous? Not all. She finds it rather amusing. Moreover, these ferocious beasts possess crystals far superior to those found within the bodies of the zombies outside. Li Yugen cares not for the competition for favor. He brandishes his great sword and charges into the throng of beasts. Crystals, oh crystals! These are treasures indeed, crystals of a higher caliber than those outside. Absorbing them will surely expedite one's advancement, won't it? Observing the situation, the others also rush in. Yun Ling nestled in Yi Si's embrace and stifled a yawn. Such is the nature of children, easily succumbing to fatigue. Had she inhabited her former body, she could have remained awake for 3 consecutive days and nights without rest. Upon awakening, Yun Ling found herself within the confines of a vehicle. Outside, tents had been erected, and over a fire, delectable morsels were being roasted, infusing the air with an enticing aroma. Yun Ling squinted as she sat up, inhaling the fragrant aromas that surrounded her, much like a little insect drawn irresistibly toward them. The onlookers watched in astonishment as the car door swung open, revealing a child who seemed devoid of bones, wriggling eagerly on the ground until her little nose finally rested upon a roasted chicken. Meat. The delightful scent of meat. Ah! The sound of her teeth clashing echoed as Yun Ling snapped at the air, abruptly awakening from a reverie. She gazed with a face full of longing at the older boy, Yi Si, who held a large chicken leg. Brother, she implored, I wish to eat. It's hot. May I wait until it cools? Bathed in moonlight, Yi Si appeared even more handsome, despite being merely a child. His demeanor and comportment revealed a maturity uncommon for his age. Li Yuqing observed as Yi Si tore the meat into small pieces, gently feeding them to Yun Ling, whose face became smeared with grease. Yi Si patiently wiped her face clean, his demeanor remarkably gentle. With a slight frown, he leaned closer to Yun Yu and inquired, Little Yu, don't you sense that Yi Si's feelings towards our little sister are rather extraordinary? Do you think he might? Yun Yu was filled with curiosity, asking what could it be anything? Li Yuqing gazed into the innocent eyes of the young child, contemplating the age of this little one. He decided that it was better for him to keep this matter to himself. Yun Yu was left in suspense, her curiosity intensifying. What on earth was happening? It was nothing significant, merely a request for you to keep a watchful eye on Yi Si, ensuring he does not get too close to the younger sister. If she were to be whisked away, do not blame him for failing to issue a warning. Why, you may ask. The younger sister simply enjoys clinging to him. Moreover, she is in need of a companion to care for her. Li Yuqing's lips twitched in amusement. Very well, if you consider her a mere attendant. She aspires to be your brother-in-law. It seems that the sister requires his protection after all. On several occasions, he nearly swept Yun Ling into his arms, only to be thwarted midway. After a few such instances, Yi Si suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He realized that as long as someone could adequately care for Yun Ling, she would not discriminate. Yet, he felt inadequate. To him, Yun Ling was irreplaceable. He must devise a way to render himself unique. But what could he possibly offer that was one of a kind? Principal Yu, after a long and arduous journey, finally arrived at Yun Ling's estate, only to learn that she had taken everyone out for training. Wasn't it said that the training had concluded? Indeed, the previous round had ended, yet this new phase had just begun. Principal Yu? Very well, this misfortune was his own doing, and he could not blame others. However, will you not invite me in for a visit? Principal Yu inquired, gazing at the figure of Yun Chun, who barred his entry to the estate. Yun Chun felt a twinge of anxiety. His younger sister had absconded overnight with all the students from the school who had come for training, and now the principal had come knocking. It was only natural for him to feel uneasy. He stood at the door, blocking entry. Principal Yu had discerned that he was not particularly welcome. Even if he was not allowed to enter, he had to be granted passage. Thus, he could only push Gong Jinji forward. This individual was entrusted to your care by the child as father. was he not? Indeed, a few days ago, the child's father had sold an entire greenhouse of fruits and vegetables. Gong Jinji? Principal Yu? What kind of utterly unreliable father exists in this world? I have traveled a great distance. Surely, you could allow me to enter for a glass of water. He, being contrarian, was even more determined to enter if denied. Guests ought to be welcomed. Yin Chun, please let him in. On the second floor, Yin Chao Ci, seated in a wheelchair, spoke softly. Principal Yu recalled this child. Years ago, he had been the pride of the school, only to suffer a sudden illness, the fall of a genius without any forewarning. It was astonishing that after all these years, he could still see this child. Principal Yu, please come in. Upon entering the estate, Principal Yu was taken aback by the sights before him. This extraordinary amusement park, the untainted air. Surely, the greenhouse could not be filled with vegetables. The greenhouse does not contain vegetables. Principal Yu sighed in relief. Inside are fruits, newly cultivated varieties, cream strawberries. Would you care to try some? Principal Yu, what did he just hear? Strawberries. Cream strawberries. Are you saying that this greenhouse is filled with edible strawberries? Indeed. Principal Yu trembled as he pointed to another section. And those? Do not tell me they're filled with fresh fruits. That section is not. Principal Yu breathed a sigh of relief again. He thought to himself, in this apocalyptic world, where everything is tainted, how could one grow fruits in the middle of winter? That area contained vegetables. However, the last harvest had just been collected. What was planted there had only begun to sprout and was not yet ready for consumption. Principal Yu, why did he feel a disconnection from this world? Could such things truly exist in an apocalypse? Dazed, Principal Yu wandered into the living room, and his eyes lit up at the sight of the fruit platter on the table. He smiled as he took one. It was exquisitely sweet. It had been a long time since he had tasted such fresh and delectable fruit. Chapter 102. Why haven't you left yet? He had previously thought the resources at the school were quite abundant, but having tasted something different, he found those offerings rather bland in comparison. Those young ones have been eating so well. He wished to remain here. Chao Ci, I see they're still constructing greenhouses outside. Are they planning to expand? Yin Chao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, my mother is planning an expansion. Unfortunately, we currently lack sufficient manpower, which limits our scale. A group of individuals, including Quan Ge, is bustling about outside. It seems they are not quite human, are they? Well, their skills do leave much to be desired, as they are not research personnel. Many of these seeds require scientific care, and their efforts are rather inadequate. They can only manage to water and fertilize them, nothing beyond that. Meanwhile, Principal Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. At my school, we have numerous teachers specializing in this field. If there is a need, I could arrange for them to come over. The corners of Yin Chaozi's mouth curled slightly, yet her expression remained devoid of emotion. How could I possibly accept this? She mused. There is no need for embarrassment. In this apocalyptic era, even the flora has succumbed to contamination, and those teachers are left with nothing to do. Sending them here can be considered a wise utilization of resources. However, they lack the means for self-preservation, so you will need to dispatch someone to retrieve them. Yin Chaozi nodded. I will have Yin Shun take a group to fetch them. Principal Yu, would you like to venture outside for a look? Is that permissible? Principal Yu had long been intrigued by this estate. Amidst the desolation of the world, it appeared as a paradise untouched by calamity. Of course, he replied, excitement bubbling within him as he hurried towards the estate, his astonishment growing with every step. Yin Chao Ci observed silently for a considerable time before addressing the principal. This estate is surrounded by untainted air, pristine water sources, and fertile land. We intend to expand, yet we lack the appropriate architectural talent. However, the Academy boasts proficient educators. In the years preceding the apocalypse, this institution was among the finest, with instructors who were luminaries in their respective fields. Following the cataclysm, some teachers were taken by various factions, while others, deemed unfit for purpose, remained sheltered within the school. Yin Chao's lips curled into a faint smile once more. The grand entrance of my institution. It exists within the school. As all the teachers were gathered, Principal Yu gazed upon the multitude of educators, lost in contemplation. Pray tell, which instructors remain at the school now? Director Qian Jian approached, stating, Principal, I have examined the situation. There are not a single teacher left at the school. Not one. The principal's voice faltered in disbelief. Not a single one. What shall we do about the school? And the students? Do not fret, principal. All the students have been taken home by their families. The school has now become a desolate wasteland. Principal Yu pondered, questioning whether he had made a grave error in judgment. It seemed he had inadvertently rendered the school obsolete. Why did they take all the children away? He wondered aloud. I am uncertain, principal. But what about Xiao Linger? He came here solely to see her, for he, being an extraordinary individual, possesses no other notable skills. What then is our purpose for being here? Yin Chaozi gazed at them and spoke. Esteemed guests, the purpose of your gathering today is to deliberate on the establishment of a formidable defensive stronghold here. Establish a stronghold? Yin Chaozi guided them on a leisurely tour around the entire estate, though they did not venture deep within. Eventually, they found themselves standing at the periphery of the manor. Behold, he said, any area encompassed by this estate remains untouched by pollution. Here, your lives will mirror those of the pre-apocalyptic era. You may even indulge in the fruits and vegetables of your desires. Many were filled with uncertainty. Once it is completed, can we choose to stay? Someone inquired. This place is simply extraordinary. When the construction is finished, if you wish to remain, you are most welcome. If not, there will be no compulsion. Yun Ling wandered aimlessly outdoors with a group of companions. This excursion proved to be quite fruitful. Naturally, upon hearing Yun Ling's words, they were filled with joy. As the vehicle halted at the entrance of the estate, Yun Ling stood in astonishment. It had grown significantly. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, the barrier expanded instantaneously, enveloping the entire estate and its surroundings. Silence ensued. It had been over half a month. Why was Principal Yu still with them? Even the school's teachers had arrived, and upon closer inspection, none were missing. The other students instinctively sought refuge behind Yun Ling, creating a scene both comical and amusing. Yun Ling, little Linger. Yun Ling, there is no need for such fervor. Ah, these young ones appear to have made significant progress. Yun Ling struggled to cast a glance at Yun Shun, yearning for his assistance in her plight. Yun Shun comprehended the situation, yet before he could take action, he was intercepted by Yi Si standing nearby. Yun Shun? That is his sister, his very own sister. How is it that this young lad appears to embody the role of a brother even more than he does? Qian Xiaoyun gazed at the student who had undergone a complete transformation, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Individuals like him are destined to thrive in this apocalyptic world. Yun Ling, after much effort, finally broke through the encirclement. She dashed over to her elder brother, exclaiming, Brother, brother, what brings Principal Yu and the teachers here? They are here to assist us in establishing our manor. Yun Ling? Under the gaze of Yun Ling's innocent eyes, Yin Zhao Si spoke. Ling, I aspire to establish a sanctuary in this apocalyptic world. Yun Ling nodded and reassured, Elder brother, do not worry, I shall assist you. Yin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. It is truly wonderful to have such a sister. Mummy, I want to eat braised pork. Yun Ling joyfully bounded away. Early in the morning, she was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of voices, a sound she had never encountered before. Oh no, there's zombie dogs. Chapter 103. Dark Circles? Yun Ling was perplexed. The zombie dogs had never been this aggressive before. What could have caused such a sudden change? They were barking incessantly early in the morning. What on earth was happening? Yun Ling descended from her bed, donning her little shoes as she sprinted toward the backyard. Little sister, don't go over there. Just a step away, she was seized by the collar by her elder brother, who stood on the second floor, observing the chaos of the zombie dogs below. Yun Ling furrowed her brow, contemplating. I wondered why this was happening. It turns out someone has drugged them. She leaned over the railing, stretching her neck to gaze downward. Yun Chen's hand halted momentarily. Poison? What poison? The Yin family brothers exchanged glances, each perceiving the latent hostility in the other's eyes. Someone had covertly targeted them. Little sister, what shall we do now? Can these zombie hounds settle down? Typically, these zombie dogs were obedient, indistinguishable from ordinary canines. Yet in crucial moments, their combat prowess rivaled that of multiple ability users. If they could not be controlled, they would have to be eliminated which would undoubtedly cause some sorrow. Watch me. Ling stepped forward, her petite figure standing before the zombie hounds. In that instant, the previously agitated creatures suddenly fell silent, crouching down, rendered completely immobile. They were in a state of utter submission. Yunchun, is it truly that simple? He tentatively stepped forward, and at that moment, the once eerily silent zombie dogs all turned their gaze towards him, their eyes glistening with a crimson hue. Only then did the horde of undead canines fall into silence. Ling approached the zombie dog and gently patted its small head. Do not be afraid. Who is truly afraid of whom? Yunchun. Ling retrieved the pills and administered them one by one. Only then did the zombie dog settle into complete silence, reverting to its previous state of docility and obedience. Yunchun and Yunzhao Ci exchanged glances once more. Yunchun swiftly vanished into the depths of the night, having been preoccupied until the late hours. Ling wandered out of her room in the dead of night, like a specter. Her eyes were filled with exhilaration. Yunchun had just received news of Yunduo and hurriedly arrived, only to behold a diminutive figure swaying under the dim light of the night, adorned with a wig and draped in white cloth. Powdered makeup cascaded down its face, and a crimson tongue protruded from its mouth. Had it not been for Yunchun's prior acquaintance with Ling in such a guise, he might have been thoroughly terrified. He gestured for those behind him to conceal themselves and wait momentarily. Ling had not played the ghostly trickster in quite some time, her eyes gleaming with excitement. As the night deepened, she stealthily nestled within the confines of the vehicle, accompanying the teachers. After much effort to infiltrate the school, she had originally believed that she could languish there for the rest of her days. Yet, unexpectedly, the institution announced its dissolution. The principal and teachers had vanished, and the other students had been whisked away by their families, leaving her utterly alone and without a place to go. Though she could have remained at the school, she could not resign herself to such a fate. Thus, she followed them. Little did she know, she had arrived at Ling's estate. She had visited this estate before, but in that brief span of months, it had transformed into something unrecognizable. It evoked feelings of envy and jealousy within her. Why should it be this way? On what grounds does Ling claim what is rightfully hers? These should all belong to her. Thus, she quietly devised a plan. Accompanying her was Ting, though he was now utterly transformed from his former self. The siblings scuttled about like mice in this apocalyptic world, a situation that filled Duo with profound resentment. Clearly, she was the one endowed with uniqueness. She ought to be the sovereign of this realm. Why, oh why, were all the advantages now bestowed upon Ling? Why? That estate should belong to her. It is hers. As these thoughts churned in her mind, her gaze brimmed with animosity, and upon turning her head, she was startled to discover a terrifying doll floating ominously beside her. What on earth is this? The clouds, filled with trepidation, sought to evade, their very forms rendered uncontrollable. They could scarcely move, merely gazing helplessly as the terrifying doll drew ever closer. Beside them, Ting turned his attention. What is that? I'm a ghost. I have come to claim lives. My demise was most tragic, devoured by a pack of zombie dogs. The voice of Ling echoed, hauntingly intermittent. It's done, exclaimed Duo, her tone brimming with exhilaration. It has succeeded. The inhabitants of that manor must be perishing as we speak. Brother, did you hear? Our plan has triumphed. Soon, the entire estate will belong to us. A disquieting smile, laced with cunning, adorned Duo's youthful face. I heard you. At dawn tomorrow, we shall collect their remains. A flicker of madness flashed in Ting's eyes. No matter how formidable you are, you shall still succumb to my hands. Everything that belongs to you will be mine. I fear you shall be sorely disappointed. Chun interjected, swiftly subduing them. That manor shall never be yours. How are you unscathed? I am perfectly well, and the manor thrives. The ones in peril are you. I believe I previously warned you to refrain from appearing before me. It seems my words fell on deaf ears. Perhaps this time, you shall learn your lesson. Upon perceiving the dire situation, Duo swiftly clutched Chen's thigh, exclaiming, Second brother, I was wrong. I was mistaken. All of this was instigated by Ting and has nothing to do with me. Ting? Chen? Do not call me that. I have no sister by that name. Yun Duo watched in astonishment as Yun Chun cradled the female ghost beside him, removing the wig from her head and wiping away the powder from her face. A delicate, rosy visage suddenly appeared before everyone. Yun Ling pouted in discontent, feeling rather unhappy. Second brother, you have arrived far too early. She had not yet had her fill of enjoyment. No, she had only just begun to revel in her play. Yun Ling, look, you've developed dark circles under your eyes. Startled, Yun Ling cupped her delicate face in her hands. Dark circles? Has she truly acquired them at such a tender age? Chapter 104, just like playing. Second brother, you're busy. I shall take a nap. Yun Ling vanished swiftly into the night. The dark circles under her eyes must be eradicated from her visage. Yun Shan then turned to Yun Ting and Yun Duo, commanding, expel the two of them. I do not wish to see them again. Yun Ting glared at Yun Shan with palpable resentment. What right do you have to expel us? What right? Simply the fact that you are a weakling in this apocalyptic world. You still dare to covet our estate. You cannot annihilate us completely. We are brothers. If it weren't for his selfishness back then, he would not be enduring such a miserable existence. Brothers? I have no brother like you. Take action. In the end, Yinshan did not seek total annihilation, but merely drove them away. Yun Ling cast a glance at Gong Jinji, attempting to evade his presence at the doorway. Yet little did she anticipate that no matter where she sought refuge, he would remain steadfastly before her. Yun Ling, what are you doing? Why is this person constantly obstructing her? I have matters to inquire of you. Yun Ling, what is it? Speak up. Gong Jinji pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. Yun Ling, what are you doing? A grown man hesitates, uttering nothing. He simply plops down onto the nearby sofa and begins to munch on the fruit resting there. The crisp sound of him biting into the apple fills the air. Yet Gong Jinji remains silent. His gaze upon Yun Ling deepens. I knew you were aware of my identity. Can you enlighten me as to what has transpired? His curiosity is palpable. He yearns to comprehend the events that have led to his presence in this realm. With his youthful swagger, legs crossed, his eyes gleam with an air of arrogance. He resembles a long-absent sovereign, addressing those beneath him with an air of superiority. In the presence of this child, Gong Jinji feels as though he is conversing with his own father, an inherent sense of authority emanating from Yun Ling that compels one to submit. Yet, how can I place my trust in you? In this foreign world, Gong Jinji feels an acute sense of vulnerability, making the notion of trust seem even more elusive. Yun Ling understood that if she did not take action, gaining Gong Jinji's trust would be an arduous task. Follow me, she beckoned. The night enveloped them in its gentle embrace. Gong Jinji, filled with curiosity, trailed behind Yun Ling to an unfamiliar location. Where is this? He marveled at the illuminated screens before him, which resembled fragments of memories swirling within his mind. What are these? Gong Jinji gazed in astonishment at the myriad small screens surrounding him. Each screen displayed different scenes, showcasing individuals clad in a variety of attire. This is the world I perceive. We currently reside within it. Yun Ling indicated with a delicate gesture. Before you arrived in this realm there, following her motion, he turned to another screen, where Gong Jinji beheld the world he had previously inhabited. Father, that is father. No matter how loudly he called, his father remained oblivious. In that distant little world, they could not hear your voice. Yun Ling waved her hand, and the scene that had once materialized before her vanished without a trace. As if everything that had just transpired were but an illusion. It was gone. Why has it disappeared? Father, Yun Ling, where's my imperial father? The revelations of today have transcended Gong Jin's understanding. How could this be? The child of heaven? 3,000 miniature worlds? All of this is utterly incomprehensible. Who, pray tell, are you? Yun Ling tilted her small head slightly and declared, I am the master of the heavenly Tao, the sovereign of 3,000 miniature worlds. Finally able to rest, she darted into her room, lay upon her bed, and gently closed her eyes, drifting into a serene slumber. From the shadows emerged Qi, casting a subtle glance at Yun Ling's door. Master, I am outside, he murmured softly. I am aware. Do not concern yourself with him, she responded. Master, if you disregard him, How can you accumulate his faith value? She queried. No world is without its flaws. This is a truth I should have long acknowledged. Is it because I forsook this realm that I found myself here, becoming a part of this little world? Moreover, I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss with Chi, yet I cannot pinpoint exactly what it is. He appears somewhat different from what I observe in the space of the heavenly Tao Master. Furball, once I acquire another faith value from the Son of the heavenly Tao, you will be able to witness the unfolding of events in my space. Ling encouraged herself. I must strive harder. Furball, this child remains blissfully carefree, she mused. Throughout that night, several individuals remained restless, and by dawn, Ling was savoring soup dumplings while observing the dark circles under the eyes of the person across from her. Gong Jinji, did you sneak out last night? Gong Jinji lifted his gaze, casting a look of deep grievance at Ling. Whose fault is it that I am in this state? He lamented. Is it not because of you? You disclosed such a clandestine matter without reservation, leaving me to ponder it all night without sleep. I even heard the sound of my arm snoring, which exacerbated my insomnia. Is what you said yesterday true? He asked, still somewhat incredulous. It is indeed true. Then I believe you. Upon the utterance of Gong Jinji's words, Ling distinctly felt an increase in her faith power. Ling? The power of faith emanates from her, and she feels as if she is merely playing. Chapter 105. The New Child of Heaven. In the dim light of dawn, Ling leaned against the edge of her bed, her eyes fixed eagerly upon the small pot containing the carnivorous plant. The plant swayed its tiny head, gazing at Ling with an expression full of endearment. Not far away, Chi silently observed Ling suddenly. The previously tranquil Ling straightened up, her eyes sparkling as she looked into the distance. It is the child of heaven. The fluffy ball slightly lifted its head, exuding a lazy demeanor. And in the next moment, a pair of small hands embraced it, vanishing in an instant. The fluffy ball's eyes widened in surprise, leaving only an afterimage behind. Master! Master! Gulu, gulu, gulu! The wind rushed into its mouth. Slow down, slow down. Take it easy. Not far from the estate, a peculiar light appeared, illuminating a figure standing within its glow. The person wore a bewildered expression. Li could never have anticipated how he suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar place, especially since the weather and soil here were utterly unsuitable for cultivation. He was, after all, a genuine farmer. His expertise lay in the art of planting, and upon seeing this completely inhospitable land, he couldn't help but yearn to improve the soil. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another person materialized before him. This individual furrowed their brow, exuding an air of aloofness. When Ling arrived, she noticed two figures standing under the bright light, her mouth slightly agape. Two? It was her first encounter with not one, but two children of the heavenly path. As the brilliance faded, Ling approached and circled around them. One was clad in a Zhongshan suit, while the other donned a tailored Western suit, such exquisite materials and designs, undoubtedly bespoke. They were children of the heavenly path from different realms. Muyashuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by his surroundings. Hadn't he just been in his study attending to documents? Why was he now in this bizarre place, surrounded by peculiar sights? The branches were disheveled, and the leaves were an unsettling shade of black. Before he could fully assess the scene, grotesque figures staggered towards him. He discerned the disfigured faces of those approaching, some with mangled features, others with missing eyes, and some lacking limbs entirely. As they drew nearer, a foul stench assailed his senses. Muyashuan could no longer maintain his composure. He was utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? What were these creatures? Beside him, Li stood frozen, instinctively gripping his weapon, preparing to strike. What are you standing there for? Run. He swiftly seized Muyashuan and scooped up Ling, fleeing with urgency. Ling, bewildered by being lifted, protested, What are you doing? Why are you carrying me? Yet, she couldn't help but notice how swiftly her rescuer moved. Go, go, uncle, keep going. You can do it. Li, Muyashuan, be quiet. Muyashuan, who had never been fond of children, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He met Ling's curious gaze and was taken aback. This child was not afraid of him. Typically, at home, His stern demeanor would send children fleeing to tears before he even spoke. But this little one was remarkably unperturbed by his presence. Hearing the commotion, Yin Shun rushed over with others, igniting a violent confrontation. Li Yunli, Muyaxuan. Once they reached a place of safety, Yi Si took Yun Ling in his arms, ensuring she was unhurt before holding her close. Li Yunli, still in shock, mumbled in a daze, "What was that just now? That thing, it wasn't human, was it? It was a monster." Though Muyaxuan managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy, he too felt a profound sense of fear and anxiety. They were encountering beings unlike anything they had faced in over 2 decades, creatures that defied the laws they believed governed existence. And they had just witnessed a brutal slaughter, savage and merciless. Yin Shun, having gleaned the sentiments of Yun Ling, was already aware that these two were indeed the so-called children of the heavenly path. He began to diligently elucidate. What? This is the apocalypse? A realm that exists solely in the pages of novels. Is the apocalypse not a mere fabrication? Yet, gazing upon the world before him, it curiously aligned with the scant novels he had previously encountered, leading him to the undeniable realization that they were truly in a world born of fiction. But why we found ourselves in this realm? A transmutation of sorts? That ethereal concept has indeed manifested in their lives. If you too find yourselves without a place to stay, you are welcome to reside in my estate, one of them offered. Muyaxuan immediately became vigilant. Even if this were not the apocalypse, it was implausible for someone to extend kindness without reason. As a shrewd merchant, he understood that every action bore an ulterior motive. What is it that you desire? He harbored doubts about unprovoked benevolence. All kindness, he believed, is ultimately driven by purpose. Yin Ling, this uncle possesses an exceedingly heavy sense of wariness. How challenging it must be for her to earn trust. Yin Shun felt a heaviness in his heart. If this gentleman does not wish to go, he is not obliged to. Muyaxuan had previously been accustomed to scenes of brutality, yet in the presence of these individuals, he could still sense an overwhelming oppression, a weight only those whose hands are stained with blood could exude. Moreover, their earlier actions were clearly beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. These people were entirely different from those he had encountered directly. They were unlike anyone he had known in his previous world. As he watched them turn their backs and walk away, Muyaxuan was momentarily taken aback. Li Yunli, without further contemplation, hurriedly followed suit. "Please, don't leave." Though Muyaxuan said nothing, he silently trailed behind. He was utterly ignorant of this world, and having a destination was certainly preferable to aimlessly wandering outside. Besides, there were children in this group, which suggested they would not be excessively brutal. Yin Ling rested her head upon Yi Si's shoulder, meeting Muyaxuan's gaze. She even bestowed upon him a radiant smile. Muyaxuan found this quite fascinating. It was the first time anyone had smiled at him in such a manner. "Yin Ling, here they come. The domineering CO has arrived alongside me. Hee. A new source of labor has arrived, and the trust value is beckoning to him." Yin Ling gazed at the two individuals before her, increasingly satisfied with each passing moment, her smile widening unconsciously, oblivious to her sentiments. The two could only think how this child truly delights in laughter and is remarkably unreserved. Chapter 106. Unable to withstand hunger, he is still but a child. The further Muyaxuan ventured, the more astonished he became. This world appeared devoid of much, yet it seemed to surpass the one he had previously inhabited in a most profound manner. Numerous wonders lay before him, things he had never encountered before. While the surroundings had once been rather dismal, they now radiated a completely different ambience, devoid of any taint. Though this estate may not rival his own, it exuded a unique charm. Li Yunli, observing the scene, felt a distinct sensation. There was an abundance of fresh fruits and vegetables, all looking remarkably appealing. Many of these varieties were entirely unfamiliar to him. His eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, they were splendid. Who cultivated the vegetables within these greenhouses? Might I meet the person responsible for such produce? He yearned to glean knowledge and discover the secrets of their cultivation. "These were all planted by my mommy." Yin Ling chimed in, her tone brimming with pride, for it was her mother who nurtured these plants. "Might I have the honor of meeting her?" My mommy should be in the greenhouse at this hour. You may go see her right now." With those words, Ling vanished from sight, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind her. Ling, this uncle runs so swiftly. It's truly uncomfortable to be out at this late hour. Only the young sister remains unfazed, as she is not troubled by the late night. Just moments ago, a group of individuals vanished without a trace. Muyashwan, gazing at the suddenly desolate villa. Has he truly been abandoned like this? No one has ever dared to treat him with such disregard. He feels a surge of anger, an urge to lash out, to strike someone. Yet, all emotions ultimately dissipate into nothingness. He is no longer the figure who commanded attention and obedience in his previous life. Now, he stands alone, devoid of the right to express his fury. Muyashwan, immobilized in place, is at a loss. He is utterly uncertain of his next move. Meanwhile, Yu, having completed his outdoor exertions, races home, panting heavily. Bang! Who is it? Who stand at the door blocking my path so early in the morning? With a plop, Yu sits on the ground, exclaiming loudly. Muyashwan, observing the chubby boy sitting there, cannot help but cover his ears. The noise is unbearable. Yu, upon noticing the unfamiliar figure before him, ceases his cries. Who are you? He has never encountered this person before, yet the stranger appears rather arrogant. Muyashwan initially hesitates to engage with a child, but with no one else to converse with, he reluctantly addresses the boy. I'm a guest here. Yu's eyes brim with skepticism. Guest? In this post-apocalyptic world, is there still such a thing as a guest? It should not be, it should not exist. You're not a guest here. Yu asserts confidently, surprising Muyashwan with the boy's unexpected cleverness. Yet, I am indeed here as a guest. He speaks no falsehood. As previously mentioned, he was invited to come here. He merely uttered a single comment. They were the ones who extended the invitation. He is their honored guest. Yu regards Muyashwan with suspicion, feeling that something is amiss, though he cannot pinpoint what exactly feels wrong. Muyashwan, evading Yu's doubtful gaze, asserts with conviction, "They instructed you to escort me to a room for rest and to prepare some food as well." Under Yu's scrutinizing gaze, Muyashwan stands resolute. "Very well, then. Follow me." 5 minutes later, Muyashwan surveys the room before him, pursing his lips in discontent. "I swear, this is the most deplorable dwelling I have ever inhabited. Can I not switch to another room? The space is nearly barren, lacking even a bed. How can one reside in such a place? It is clearly nothing more than a square box." Yu shook the flesh on his body. "It's gone. You arrived too late. You see, this manor houses many people. Sometimes 4 or 5 share a single bed." Muyashwan pressed her lips together. "Where do you live?" Yu instantly became wary. "What do you intend to do?" "I must inform you, my residence is not solely occupied by myself. If this person sought to usurp his room, he would undoubtedly confront them fiercely." Muyashwan merely pouted. Forget it, he thought. He was above quarreling with a child over accommodations. Early in the morning, the grand gates of the manor swung open, welcoming 2 guests whose successful arrival soon became common knowledge. He gazed at the firmly shut gates of the manor. "Boss, how long has it been? Why have you not infiltrated the interior yet? Are you capable?" He desired entry, but it was impossible. Yun clearly wished to avoid any interaction with him. This predicament was, in truth, his own fault. He had been careless before. For so long, he had been schemed against without the slightest awareness. Meanwhile, his woman and child suffered outside, and he remained oblivious. Any news on Yiming? That lad has established his own base and has recruited quite a number of people. "Boss, are you finally planning to teach that kid a lesson? Take me along." He replied, "There's no rush. We must deliberate on this matter further." To this day, he remained unaware of why Yiming had plotted against him. Since their acquaintance, he had been devising schemes against him. Over a decade had passed, and he had only just realized it. "However, boss, you must devise a way to strike up a conversation with sister-in-law." Not far away, Yun was meticulously inspecting each shed with her team. Daily, he witnessed her yet could not utter a word. What a tormenting romance this was. He observed Yun in the distance. Despite having borne a child, she remained strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of their first encounter in a dream. Yet he understood that she wished to avoid him. To her, he was merely a stranger. He had wronged her deeply. What face did he have to approach her now? Boss, please do not remain silent. Do tell me your plans. Are you simply idling about? If you have nothing to do, why not slay some zombies to enhance your abilities? This was merely venting frustration. After a while, Yun successfully integrated with the manor's residents, enjoying food and drink, even securing a job. Meanwhile, Mu Yashuan found himself starving, forced to emerge from his barren room. This world was exceedingly strange. He had yet to understand it fully. Initially reluctant to venture out, hunger ultimately compelled him. Chapter 107. I wish to join you. As he stepped outside, he was intercepted by a figure. Mr. Mu, the young master requests your presence. Mu Yashuan frowned. I do not know any young master. The esteemed young master is the master of this place. Everything here is governed by him. Whether you can ultimately stay depends on his will. Mu Yashuan understood. This young master holds the final say. In the dimly lit room, Mu Yashuan encountered the young master whom others spoke of. He had imagined what kind of person he might be, yet he was taken aback to find before him a seemingly underage child. Seated in a wheelchair, the boy's calm gaze rested upon him. With a mere glance, Mu Yashuan discerned that this individual was extraordinary. In the world he originally inhabited, he had never encountered someone he could not see through. This was the sole exception. Mr. Mu, please take a seat. Mu Yashuan settled across from Yun Chao Ci, a cup of tea placed before him. Initially, he had no inclination to drink, but his rumbling stomach compelled him to gulp it down. He licked his lips, savoring the remnants of the beverage. Where do you hail from, Mr. Mu? Mu Yashuan hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge his background in this unfamiliar realm. He felt an overwhelming lack of security. There is no need for you to be so anxious, Mr. Mu. Since my sister sought you out, as long as you pose no threat to us, you may live quite freely here. As you can see, this world is no longer what it once was. Mu Yashuan was acutely aware of this fact. It was precisely this knowledge that rendered everything so bizarre. What kind of place was this? He pondered throughout the afternoon, questioning the nature of this world and how he had come to find himself in it. In the time that followed, Mu Yashuan was introduced to an entirely alien existence. He felt as though he must be dreaming. How could such a world exist? An apocalyptic world? What unfathomable reality? Indeed, Mr. Mu, you may choose to remain here or to leave. However, since you have arrived in this world, you must adhere to its survival rules. Here, everyone has their own mission. Mr. Li has already integrated. You may interact with them to explore your desired direction. In just a few brief exchanges, Yin Chao Ci discerned that this individual posed no threat. He was indeed the child of destiny mentioned by his sister, hailing from another world. According to her words, the children of destiny were formidable beings. It seemed his sister also needed the faith of such a child. Allowing him to stay could be beneficial. In just a few sentences, Mu Yashuan's perception of the young man before him shifted once more. This boy was indeed remarkable. Brother, Ling finally awoke, bursting in with a bright red apple. Upon her arrival, Mu Yashuan noticed that the boy, who had previously radiated an aura of indifference, was now enveloped in a gentle glow. Brother, here. The crimson apple was handed to the young master. The corners of Ling's mouth curled slightly, and the subsequent scene was nothing short of astonishing. The child sitting on the youth's lap produced a bottle of nail polish from seemingly nowhere and began to daub it onto the boy's hands. Mu Yashuan, as the 10 fingers were entirely coated, Ling suddenly turned her gaze towards Mu Yashuan. Unable to contain himself, Mu Yashuan hastily concealed his hands behind his back. He had no desire to adorn his nails with such an unsightly polish. Yun Chao stroked Ling's hair, his indifferent gaze landing upon Mu Yashuan. As a rumbling sound echoed through the air, all eyes were inevitably drawn to Mu Yashuan. Mu Yashuan, in this lifetime, had never felt so utterly humiliated. Mr. Mu, shall we strike a deal? Half an hour later, Mu Yashuan gazed at his vividly adorned nails, his lips twitching in disbelief. Upon inspecting the myriad of ornaments adorning his hair, he was at a loss for words. He couldn't fathom it. Was this not the apocalypse? Had it not been said that resources were scarce in such times? How was it that this child had everything at her fingertips? The hairpieces shaped like braised pork and ribs. He had never even seen such things before, let alone wear them. The little girl even produced a beetle-shaped ornament from seemingly nowhere. Contemplating where to place it, Another half-hour passed, and Ling, in a rare display of mercy, finally released her captive. Uncle Mu, let us go. Linger will take you to eat. Mu Yashuan. At this moment, he was not particularly hungry either. Yet, a low rumble emanated once more from his stomach. He pressed his lips together. Linger, may I remove these before we go to eat? How could the domineering so appear in public with such an outrageous hairstyle? Ling pouted her little mouth. Isn't this charming? She yearned for her mother to admire her creation. Mu Yashuan felt an ominous premonition as she heard the cherubic child utter cold words. No way. Mu Yashuan wished fervently to wave her hand and declare to everyone that she was no longer hungry. Yet, the truth was that she was indeed famished. Before arriving in this world, she had gone an entire day without food, and her already delicate stomach was now subtly aching. Not eating could lead to dire consequences. In this apocalyptic era, the medical conditions were far from what they once were. She needed to safeguard her health, for she could not afford any misfortunes. Downstairs, the diners simultaneously halted their actions, their mouths agape in astonishment. Yu had already been poised to seize the large pig knuckle nearby. Suddenly, the chopsticks that had been dancing in front of her vanished. Yu was puzzled. What on earth was happening? Following the gazes of those around her, whatever she had in her mouth was immediately expelled. Laughter erupted shortly thereafter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yu. You've been silent for so long. And now you burst out laughing. The surrounding guffaws continued unabated. Mu Yashuan had anticipated such a result. Yet at this moment, dining remained paramount. Mummy. Ling released Mu Yashuan's hand and rushed to her mother's side. Mommy, look quickly. Have I made Uncle look beautiful? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Li Yunhua nodded slightly. Very beautiful. The laughter around them faded, replaced by a chorus of approving voices. Beside them, Mu Yashuan was perplexed. Beautiful? What kind of aesthetic do these people possess? A grown man like him, dressed in such a manner, was deemed attractive? He found it hard to believe. After finally enjoying a satisfying meal, Mu Yashuan felt rejuvenated and began to witness the survival tactics of those in this apocalyptic world. His emotions were a whirlwind, yet he was a formidable figure, renowned for his adaptability. Young Master Yun, I wish to join your ranks, he declared, convinced that he could venture out to combat the zombies and become a powerful being. Yin Shun did not refuse, for in this apocalyptic world, the only way to survive is to empower oneself. Chapter 108, Weeping. Cloud Spirit? Yin Shan gazed at the individual lying on the stretcher, his expression one of utter disbelief. Little sister, you cannot fathom it. Such a large person has fainted at the sight of blood. It was manageable until we ventured out, but upon encountering a zombie, before a single strike was exchanged, this person succumbed to unconsciousness. Who can truly comprehend this? Ling, filled with joy, tilted her head to gaze at Yun Zhao CI beside her, and said, Elder brother, please allow this uncle to accompany me in play. Yun Zhao nodded. All right, when he awakens, you shall speak to him yourself. Ling's eyes sparkled as she nodded in agreement. Mu Yashuan felt a profound sense of frustration, an overwhelming discontent. How could he be faint at the sight of blood? He had once been a dominating figure. He had certainly encountered blood before without feeling queasy. Why now, of all times, did he succumb to such weakness? In an instant, he found himself overcome. Time and again, Mu Yashuan was compelled to confront the reality. He was now someone who fainted at the sight of blood. On one occasion, as he rose from the ground, his entire being felt numb. Uncle Mu, do not be disheartened. From now on, Linger will protect you. Mu Yashuan. He had reached a point in his life where he required a child to safeguard him. Alas, Ling was oblivious to Mu Yashuan's sorrow. She was filled with joy. She approached eagerly, stealthily producing her array of nail polishes, and took hold of Mu Yashuan's hand. By the time he realized what was happening, her nails and hair had already transformed. Yi leaned closer, saying, Linger, I can keep you company. Ling shook her head and said, No. Brother Yi, it doesn't look good like this. Mu Yixin felt a second wave of hurt. What was this? Did it look good like this? Was he supposed to be grateful to them? He truly wished to retort. Yet, weighed down by the consequences, he chose silence. In this moment, he felt utterly useless. his only value lying in playing with this child. He feared the day when the child would tire of this play and cast him aside. At that point, he would be devoid of any worth. In this apocalyptic world, a person who faints at the sight of blood would find it impossible to survive. Children often have fleeting interests, and soon enough, Mu Yixian noticed that Yun Ling's attention had shifted. He spent his days worrying about being cast out, striving to prove his worth by eagerly tending to the child. Yi Si frowned as he observed yet another person vying for Yun Ling's attention, saying, "Uncle Mu, I will take care of Ling Er." The implication was clear. You should tend to your own matters and not compete with me. Muya Wan lamented, "Unkunith. I knew there would come a day when I would be abandoned. Look at this, it's truly happening. Young master, you are too young to properly care for the child. Allow me," Yi Si said, without even glancing at Mu Yixian, as he hurriedly cradled the child in his arms. "Ling Er, do you want to take the students out today?" Yun Ling nodded. Those students had previously trained on their own, but now they had reached a bottleneck. She needed to take them to a different location for training. Furthermore, she required several wood-type ability users and purifiers. The air in this world had become increasingly polluted, necessitating a significant number of purifiers. Only with powerful purifiers could the world hope to return to normalcy. "We must embark on a long journey." "What? A long journey?" Mu Yashuan's voice rose in pitch, drawing the attention of many. "Reandizink her indiscretion. Mu Yuan akard the kidirat her teroat." "I merely wish to inquire. Where are you two children headed? The outside world is fraught with danger. It would be wiser to remain indoors." "Uncle Mu, rest assured, we will be safe." "Little sister, I shall go prepare the vehicle for you. This is not a stable world. This is the apocalypse. Indeed, it is the apocalypse. In this dire time, danger lurks everywhere. How can you be so at ease allowing a child to venture out? Are you not afraid of the peril?" When Mu Yashuan observed the group of children, indeed, mere children, all still underage, climbing aboard the vehicle, she felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. They are truly just children. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to express her emotions. "Are you genuinely so comfortable permitting this group of children to go out?" Yinshan gently patted Mu Yashuan's shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. They are not ordinary children. My little sister possesses a destructive power surpassing all others. Mu Yaxuan, he is a domineering CEO, a true tycoon. Yet here he is, reduced to merely a dog owner. Who can truly comprehend this? Unfortunately, he currently lacks the authority to refuse." With a heavy heart, he trudged into the backyard. Upon venturing out once more, Yun Ling felt an exhilarating thrill. This time, the world had undergone a transformation. From a distance, it was evident that many zombies had developed their own consciousness. Some had even regained human emotions, once more capable of feeling. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at them with a ferocious roar. "Prepare for defense." Seated beside him, Guanyu gazed on with envy, his heart brimming with discontent. Why? Why him? He had exerted immense effort to build his physique, yet achieved naught. Meanwhile, Li Yuqing, who had not trained at all, had already sculpted abs. The zombies behind the vehicle were drawing increasingly closer, and Li Yuqing was poised and ready for an assault. Yunling leaned against the window and said, "Wait a moment. This zombie harbors no ill intent towards us. It is merely peculiar. Look. This zombie appears to be holding something." The frail creature clutched something tightly in its embrace with utmost care. It was a child. As they drew nearer, the zombie halted, refraining from approaching further, its face awash with tears as it gazed at the child in its arms. The look in its eyes was one of desperate pleading. Yunling approached and inquired, "Do you wish for us to assist you in caring for your child?" The zombie nodded and, subsequently, with great reluctance, placed the child that had been cradling gently upon the ground before departing. Yunling approached, gazing at the infant swaddled in cloth. It was a child well-nurtured, untouched by the fate of becoming a zombie. Yunling, filled with curiosity, reached out her hand and gently poked the child's face. As expected, the infant in the swaddling cloth began to wail. Chapter 109, Dazed and Crying. Yunling blinked her eyes and wrapped her arms around Yisi's neck, gazing at him with a hint of helplessness. "What should we do?" she inquired. "It's all right," he reassured her, turning his attention to the child on the ground. The child's eyes were blood red, a little zombie raised by the undead, having transformed into a small creature of the night. Yet this little zombie posed no threat whatsoever. It seemed that the former zombie mother, perhaps fearing she would one day lose control completely, had entrusted her child to them. This was indeed a little zombie, appearing quite fierce. The infant in the swaddling cloth bared its teeth at them. Ling leaned closer once more, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. The little zombie blinked its eyes in rapid succession, uttering a series of excited sounds. "Is Ling hungry, dear brother?" Yu inquired. "What do you suppose the little zombie consumes?" In his understanding, zombies feast on human flesh. Surely, they do not consume anything else in their idle moments. A sudden noise startled everyone, drawing their attention to the trunk of the vehicle. Liu heightened his vigilance, his powers flickering to life in his hands. Inside the compartment, Yashuan cradled his head, which had just been struck painfully. "Who goes there? Show yourself." As Yashuan pondered whether to reveal himself, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, thickening with tension as a multitude of zombies appeared from the shadows. Creatures that could previously be dispatched with ease now posed a formidable challenge. These zombies had evolved. "Be cautious," came the warning. Almost everyone braced themselves, while Ling nestled in Yixi's embrace, observing the zombies. The sentient undead were indeed far more formidable than their mindless predecessors. The earlier zombies lacked awareness, attacking relentlessly, yet the current ones exhibited a semblance of strategy, retreating when overwhelmed and coordinating their assaults. As the struggle intensified, so too did the thrill among the group. Even in the face of adversity and injury, the excitement in their eyes was palpable. Yashuan shifted within the trunk, peering cautiously outside. Suddenly, a spray of blood splattered across his face, and with a jolt, he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in the lounge of an abandoned gas station. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the glistening gaze of Ling. For a moment, he was taken aback. The child was strikingly beautiful. He had never envisioned what his offspring would resemble. But this child was the embodiment of his fantasies, a perfect dream child. Yet, it wasn't he merely the child's charm. Had he not been so innocent, he would not have allowed such a child to run amok upon him. Yashuan's expression remained stoic, his demeanor cold, but within, he was overwhelmed with fervor. What a delightful child, he mused. If only I could have a child as enchanting as this. Their eyes locked in silence. A moment of unspoken connection. "Uncle Mu, are you all right?" Just as Yashuan prepared to respond, a figure entered from outside, and he instinctively turned to look, only to be met with a wash of red. Yashuan. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him once more, and he succumbed to unconsciousness yet again. "Liu Kem, is that truly you? Ling? Uncle has fainted again. What shall we do now?" "Little sister, I have thoroughly inspected the surroundings and found no other zombies. We can rest here for the night." Ling nodded. In the stillness of the night, Yashuan was awakened by an alluring fragrance, so exquisite it was. Drawn by the enchanting aroma, she crawled toward the source of its enticing allure. Ling, upon discovering that a piece of her chicken leg was missing, burst into tears. Yashuan, startled by the sound, was fully awakened. As she savored the tender meat in her mouth and beheld Ling's pleading gaze filled with reproach, her lips twitched slightly. "I didn't mean to," she stammered. Chewing thoughtfully, she admitted, this meat is truly delicious. So delectable. Well, little Ling, this chicken leg is quite substantial. Surely, you cannot finish it all by yourself." Ling quickly protected her large drumstick. "I can eat it," she declared, her appetite seemingly boundless, capable of devouring 2 substantial drumsticks. Children often struggle with indigestion when they overindulge. You should eat less, and your uncle will assist you with the remainder. Ling, "Uncle, it seems you wish to seize my chicken leg. If you desire it, I shall offer it to you." Yashuan never anticipated that one day he would find himself competing with a child for a chicken leg. Yet this chicken leg is undeniably delectable. In any case, there are scarcely a few individuals in this world who recognize him. Thus, matters of image and shame hold little significance. Once a person of propriety in the previous world, He now revels in the freedom of this post-apocalyptic realm, akin to a playful puppy. Ling found it difficult to associate the person before her with the domineering CEO she had encountered previously. Silently, she inched closer to Yi. After finishing her chicken leg, Mu Yixian, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, leaned in once more towards Ling and said, "Xiao Ling, you are truly wonderful." Ling felt somewhat uneasy under Mu Yashuan's gaze and instinctively buried herself in Yi's embrace. Mu Yashuan intended to say something, but upon meeting Yi's eyes, she hesitated to approach. This child is extraordinary. The children of this world possess far greater prowess than those from the world he hails from. In his own world, many children are devoid of ambition, indulging in mere pleasures, engaging in frivolities despite their tender age. Yet, the children here strive diligently for their futures. This is an entirely different realm. Had he encountered such driven children in his previous world, he certainly would not have reached this age without having a child of his own. As the night deepened, the sound of a door opening stirred Ling awake. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld several individuals clad in work attire filing out. Under the moonlight, she discerned their faces. No, they should not be referred to as humans. They were zombies. The zombies appeared oblivious to their presence as they seamlessly moved outside, expertly refueling their vehicles. Subsequently, they positioned themselves, surrounding the cash register and the fueling area. One zombie, dragging its severed leg, approached them with deliberate steps. Mu Yashuan, overwhelmed by an urgent need, was jolted awake, his eyes widening as he confronted the pallid visage of the zombie drawing near. As it approached, ever closer, Mu Yashuan clamped his mouth shut in terror. The zombie stood before them, surveying each individual until its gaze finally settled on Mu Yashuan. Chapter 110. The moment to shine, the zombie stepped forward, extending a hand to pat Mu Yashuan's arm. "Ho ho ho! Wake up, it's time to pay." Mu Yashuan could not comprehend. He resolutely kept his eyes shut, refusing to open them. He heard nothing at all. "Ho ho ho!" The zombie persisted in patting his shoulder, and with a sudden exertion, its arm detached and fell to the ground. Calmly, the zombie retrieved its severed limb and reattached it before continuing to pat. It seemed determined to rouse him, unwilling to cease until it succeeded. Mu Yashuan, amidst a throng of people, pondered what distinguished him to attract the zombie's attention. He grasped the arm of the person beside him, "Gu on you," and forcefully pushed him away. "Mu Yashuan, don't! Save him! Save him!" The zombie grew impatient as shadows loomed ever closer. Panic surged within Mu Yashuan. Was this it? Would he too succumb to becoming a zombie? No. As the zombie drew nearer, he could vividly envision the gruesome moment of being bitten on the neck. Unable to contain himself any longer, he darted to Yunling's side. "Xiao Linger, help me." In the midst of pretending to be asleep to discern the zombie's intentions, Yunling was abruptly swept into an embrace. Yunling. Upon witnessing Mu Yixian awaken, the zombie rose once more and advanced towards her. "Oh no, it's coming. Xiao Linger, please help." The others also regained consciousness, yet the zombie had already approached Yunling with alarming proximity. Yunling slightly raised her hand, and the zombie instantly disintegrated into dust. Mu Yashuan, what did he just witness? He gazed in astonishment at the child beside him, realizing that the formidable figure was right there. This was no mere child. She was undeniably a little sister of unparalleled prowess. Now, Mu Yashuan deeply regretted his previous disdain for her. He resolved that from this moment forth, wherever the little sister went, he would follow. Little sister. From now on, he would be her loyal companion. "Are you all right, little sister?" Li Yukeng, Lingding, and one by one, the other students gathered around. Ling shook her head, dismissing the concern. "It's merely a zombie. What is there to fear? It's just a matter of raising my hand." Upon hearing Ling's thoughts, Li Yuqing felt a sense of relief. Everything was all right. Be cautious. I shall take some individuals outside to deal with these zombies. As the number of zombies increased, they almost instantly engaged in battle. Ling sat nearby, absorbed in the performance, while Mu Yashuan, with nothing pressing to attend to, joined her. In that fleeting moment, a splash of blood fell upon her. Mu Yashuan, soon, The area was clear to zombies. Goodness, this gas station harbors a hidden door. I wondered why there were no zombies before, yet so many emerged at night. It appears they were all concealed. However, these zombies exhibited peculiar behavior. Indeed, they were strange. Instead of attacking upon awakening, they instinctively returned to their former posts, seemingly unaware of their transformation into the undead. The recent zombie had approached in search of money. Li Yuqing gazed contemplatively at the fully fueled vehicle. Sister, have I erred? These zombies seem to harbor no malice towards us. Ling gently placed her small hand upon Li Yuqing's shoulder and reassured him, Brother, do not be disheartened. They are, after all, zombies. Even if they exhibit no aggression now, one can never be certain of the future. Your actions are indeed justified. Li Yuqing's sorrow was fleeting, dissipating swiftly as he leaned closer to Ling and inquired, Dear sister, where shall you lead us this time? This outing was initiated by her suggestion, and they were all uncertain of their destination. Ling perched herself on the steps, playfully wiggling her petite feet. Let's venture to other bases to seek out the purifiers. Purifiers? She mused. Indeed, purifiers possess the ability to cleanse this world. While they may not restore it to its former glory, their presence would undoubtedly improve our current plight. With the purifiers, the zombies might gradually regain their memories and recollect their pasts. Consequently, they would cease to indiscriminately assault humanity. However, a multitude of purifiers is required, and tragically, they lack the means to protect themselves. We must hasten to locate and safeguard them. Before long, Ling and her companions encountered a small group residing in a villa. Though their numbers were few, nearly all were endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, not all were so fortunate. Among them were several women, frail and marred by wounds. Upon witnessing this scene, Muyashuan instinctively covered Yunling's eyes. We should depart from here post-haste. In the shadows, before Ling, her delicate hand rested atop Muyashuan's larger one, striving to glimpse the individual across from them. Upon hearing Muyashuan's words, Ling shook her head, declaring, Brother, we cannot leave. Among them is a purifier. She pointed towards a woman standing nearby. Li Yuqing furrowed his brow. These individuals appeared far from benevolent, and it would prove difficult to extricate anyone from their grasp. As their group settled into the vehicle, it wasn't long before they caught the attention of others. Ladies and gentlemen, the hour grows late. Why not rest with us for the night? The invitation was warm, yet the predatory gaze cast upon them, particularly towards the girls, was unsettling. Muyashuan felt an obligation to protect this group of children. Though he found himself ill-equipped to confront zombies, he was more than capable of dealing with humans. It was time for him to showcase his skills. Before he could step forward, Li Yuqing interjected, That would be most appreciated. Muyashuan protested internally, questioning if they truly intended to stay here, for these people exuded ill intentions, making their stay perilous. Please follow me. As they entered, the timid woman on the floor lifted her gaze. Chapter 111. How amusing. With a bold stride, he advanced, but before he could take any action, an inadvertent glance revealed a bloodstain nearby, causing him to faint instantly. What has happened? Why did he suddenly collapse? The brother, now unconscious, would surely need to rest here. Please follow us. They were exceedingly courteous, their gazes unabashedly lecherous. Li Yuqing could not help but position himself protectively in front, urging, Please, lead the way. Very well. Please come with us. They were ushered into a room divided by gender. A single bed occupied the space, while the others made do on the floor. Little sister, I cannot shake the feeling these people harbor sinister intentions. Be cautious while resting tonight. Even without Li Yuqing's warning, Ling was already aware of the need for vigilance. Do not worry, second brother. I have made arrangements. These individuals will receive their just desserts. As night fell in one room, a group huddled together. Brother, the young women who have come this time are truly innocent. Merely gazing upon them is gratifying. Their tone dripped with lewdness. And those boys? They are certainly preferable to this trash. One of them kicked the woman cowering on the floor. I am quite weary of these scoundrels. When shall we make our move? I have already dispatched someone to their quarters with a sedative. Be cautious during the operation. In the pitch-black night, Ling suddenly rose from her bed, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings. The doorknob turned quietly, and Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. They have arrived. She cautiously opened the door. Where is everyone? Are you certain you brought them into this room? In the vast space, not a soul was present, leaving the two who entered utterly bewildered. Indeed, I did bring them here. Hurry, check if that group of men is still around. Moments later, everyone gathered in the living room. There's no one. They have all vanished. Yet the watchman did not see anyone leave. How could that group simply disappear? They must still be here. Search for them. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, extinguishing all the lights in the room. Darkness enveloped them. Even the candles placed within the room flickered out. How did the lights go out so suddenly? I have no idea. Someone go check if the circuit breaker has tripped. Another gust of wind blew, and a chill crept over everyone, causing them to instinctively huddle closer. Why is it suddenly so cold? The others went in search of the missing individuals. Just as those words were spoken, the tightly shut door abruptly swung open, creating a loud noise that captured everyone's attention. A sinister voice echoed, "Are you looking for me?" This voice exuded an eerie and terrifying aura, leaving everyone frozen in place, their bodies mechanically turning to face the source. Their faces turned ashen in that moment. In the moonlight stood a figure, long hair flowing, clad in white. Most importantly, good heavens, this person cast no shadow. No shadow. Could it possibly be a ghost? The one referred to as Big Brother had already become rigid with fear, utterly unable to move. I know, no need to say it. Their hands were untainted by blood. Yet in this apocalyptic world, humanity was no longer regarded as such. The death of one or two individuals would go unpunished. Before the apocalypse, they were not virtuous souls. And now, unrestrained, they indulged even further. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had no idea how many women they had ruined. Yet they had never anticipated encountering a female ghost. How could there be such a thing as ghosts in this desolate world? Go on, let us see who dares to play tricks. He shoved the person beside him, who trembled as they stepped forward. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, and the ghostly figure vanished. The lights in the house began to flicker, eventually settling into silence once more, but the television beside them flickered to life. The screen displayed a flurry of static before revealing an image. A woman in a red dress with long hair approached swiftly, a hand reaching out from the television, suddenly lifting to reveal a pale face with blood-red lips and eyes devoid of color appearing before them. Ah, a ghost. There's a ghost. The entire room descended into chaos. The man referred to as Big Brother plopped onto the floor, his gaze fixated on the female ghost emerging from the television. Stay away. Get back. The previously raucous environment abruptly fell silent. The once crowded room was now devoid of anyone but him. The television returned to normal, rendering everything that transpired a mere illusion. He hurried to the light switch and pressed it. The room was instantly illuminated. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, the lights extinguished once more. Before him stood a line of female ghosts clad in white, with long hair. In a panic, he pressed the switch again, but to no avail. The haunting image was indelibly etched in his mind, compelling him to turn off the lights instead. In that moment, he gasped in horror. There was indeed something there. When the lights were off, the ghosts lingered. With each flick of the switch, the specters drew closer, encroaching upon him with relentless intent. Overwhelmed, the man collapsed to the ground. What a coward I am, so easily frightened. I haven't even had my fill of fun yet. A voice of regret echoed, and the room's lights blazed back to life. Li Yuqing wiped away his FAOD, speaking as he realized he had discovered the delightful thrill of his younger sister's ghostly antics. This is utterly amusing. I must partake in this again. Ling descended from Yixi's embrace, and this time she had not even had the chance to act before these individuals were rendered unconscious with fright, leaving her devoid of any sense of involvement. Ling felt discontent. Chapter 112. How could he be concerned about his own body? Boss, what shall we do with these women? The women who had been imprisoned were released, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that their wounds were more numerous than those previously observed. Their bodies seemed to emit an unsettling scent. Li Yuqing glanced at Ling. recalling her words that among these individuals there were purifiers, yet he was unsure of who among them bore that title. He remained at a loss as to how to proceed. Yun Ling's gentle voice spoke. If you have a destination, you may leave. If you have nowhere to go, you may choose to seek refuge at the nearby base. Those who wish to remain may accompany us. However, we cannot offer you protection or provisions. We are still but children, and you are all adults. Surely you would not desire the belongings of children? Yun Ling is testing the waters. Soon, some departed. Others opted to leave at dawn, while a few chose to remain. Yun Ling's gaze settled upon the 3 individuals who chose to remain, 2 of whom were purifiers. Have you made your decision to stay? She inquired. Indeed, we have. We are not without merit. We can offer you considerable assistance, one of them replied. Her head bowed slightly in modesty. I notice you have children here. I can help care for them. She had previously concealed her pregnancy, and as she approached the time of delivery, she never anticipated being captured by this group. These individuals were devoid of humanity, utterly disregarding her condition as an expectant mother. The child had been lost amidst the turmoil. Yun Ling nearly forgot that they had another infant in need of nourishment. Very well, if you can tend to the child, we shall protect you, and provisions will be made available for you. The other 2 silent women, upon hearing this, were engulfed with envy. Had they known that caring for a child would grant them protection and even supplies, they would have spoken up long ago. I can do it too. So can I. Yun Ling's gaze shifted to the other 2 individuals. It was sufficient for the child to be cared for alone. Oh, this person seems familiar. Isn't she that mistress? What was her name again? Ah, Lu Qingqing. Li Yukem. Mistress? Whose mistress? She could only hide and evade, her mind in a daze, to the point that she had yet to recognize who this group before her was. Observing that they offered her neither supplies nor protection, she clung desperately to Li Yuqing's thigh. Li Yuqing? What are you doing? Why are you clinging to his leg? Sir, please take me along. I have nothing. She was frantic in her quest for refuge. Li Yuqing, however, did not comprehend her words. He acted as he pleased, questioning the necessity of a woman in his affairs. Yun Ling remarked, how shameless. This person actually covets her cousin. Li Yuqing swiftly pushed the individual aside and embraced himself tightly. He had saved her. Yet this person was intent on his physique. Young men must safeguard themselves in the outside world. Young sir, my martial arts are quite proficient. Please allow me to stay. Li Yuqing thought, what kind of bizarre creatures are these? Retreat. Retreat. As Lu Qingqing approached him once more, Li Yuqing could no longer contain himself. Someone, throw this person out. Young sir. Under Lu Qingqing's gaze, Li Yuqing felt a jolt. This woman could very well be old enough to be his mother. Yet she harbored such intentions. Get lost. Lu Qingqing was unceremoniously cast out. Li Yuqing then turned his attention to another woman nearby, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Surely, she could not be interested in his youthful, vigorous physique as well. However, she had long since perceived the truth. This group of youngsters, despite their seemingly lack of self-defense capabilities, possessed formidable strength. Among them were several girls, and the boys were on the cusp of adulthood. As an older woman, she did not presume to attract their attention. I am a supernatural being, specifically a water elemental, lacking in offensive capabilities, yet I can provide you with a water source. We are not in need of a water source. The woman fell silent, realizing that her only utility lay in this. Yun Ling possessed a pair of eyes that seemed capable of discerning the very depths of one's soul. As she gazed upon the individual on the ground, she noted that the person's heart was not inherently wicked. Rather, they had simply encountered misfortune in their associations, oblivious to the betrayal they had suffered. You may accompany us, but be warned, you must face any peril that arises on your own. Your water-based abilities, while not entirely devoid of merit, lack offensive capabilities. At that moment, the woman remained unaware of the true implications behind Yun Ling's words. Yun Ling exhibited no desire to elucidate. The sky gradually brightened. Yun Ling led the purifier upstairs. The purifier, named Chun Chun, had been a mere office clerk before the apocalypse. Unbeknownst to her, she possessed the ability to purify, nor did she know how to wield this power. She was brought to the side of a swaddled infant, and, upon catching sight of the child's visage, gasped in astonishment. She had never imagined that the child was, in fact, a little zombie. Auntie, having seen this child's appearance, will you still care for him? I. She faltered, uncertain of her capacity to nurture this child. Auntie, do not be afraid. Tell me, can you sometimes see the dark energy in the air or the stains in the water? Chin was taken aback. How do you know? Heaven knows. She had felt bewitched lately, perceiving many things invisible to others. Initially, she had been curious and inquired of those around her, yet none could see what she saw. Instead, they regarded her words as the ramblings of a madwoman, gradually ostracizing her, leaving her vulnerable to the clutches of those demons. How I know is of no consequence. Ling perched herself on a small chair, her tiny feet swinging playfully, while Yi, witnessing this scene, found it utterly delightful. Look at her, how adorable. Auntie, you need only tell me. Can you see them? Yes, I can indeed see these things. Am I ill? Is it something like floaters in my vision? Ling shook her head and said, No. Auntie, come here. Place your hand on him. Chin. What? Place my hand on the little zombie? Even though he is still a child, he is nonetheless a zombie. Is it truly permissible for her to do so? Yet, she found herself with no alternative. Trembling, she gingerly laid her hand upon the swaddled infant. Closing her eyes and holding her breath, she concentrated intently. What did she perceive? Chin. She glimpsed the internal condition of the baby's body. She even discerned a mass of dark energy within this infant, and even with her eyes shut, that black energy remained visible. What could it be? Any attempt to touch that mass of dark energy. After a brief moment, Chun beheld the child before her, now restored to normalcy, her face awash with disbelief. She stared at her own hand, then glanced at the child seated on the small chair, legs crossed, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 113. Grandfather. She had never realized she possessed such a remarkable ability, capable of restoring a zombie to its original state. You're a purifier. Ling spoke softly. This is the zombie toxin that has been inherited since birth. With the diminished potency of the toxin, you can directly restore this child to normalcy. Such revelations were entirely foreign to Chin, who could scarcely believe that she had the capacity to revert a zombie to its former state. Although she was unaware of what a purifier was, the term sounded remarkably impressive. A purifier, when sufficiently powerful, could eradicate the dark energy surrounding us. Chin's mouth fell open in astonishment, for these concepts were utterly unfamiliar to her. Are you willing to study the art of purification under my guidance? I am willing. Then I entrust this child to you. Ling casually handed the child over to Chun, not intending to care for the infant herself. The sooner she relinquished the responsibility, the better. Chin gazed at the child in her arms, her lips twitching slightly. Nevertheless, she resolved to provide diligent care. Ling leaned in and asked, Brother, what do you intend to do with these individuals? Not to mention the thought of taking their lives. I have yet to devise a plan, he replied. However, we cannot simply let them go. These people are nothing but scoundrels, steeped in wickedness. Should we release them? Who knows how many lives they would ruin? Ling shared a similar sentiment. Why not entrust these individuals to me for handling? She possesses an abundance of extraordinary items, the kind that can render one impotent and disperse their supernatural abilities. Liu Ken. The words intended for refusal lodged in her throat. It seemed that surrendering them to my younger sister was indeed a judicious decision. Very well, let her take charge of the matter. Ling chuckled softly, producing a handful of small black beans from an unknown source, and handed them to Yi beside her. Dear brother, please assist me. A slight chill crept down her spine. A dark, glossy pill was forcibly lodged in her mouth, and she could not fathom how this child had managed to make her swallow it. Any attempt to expel it was futile. What have you made us consume? Upon closer inspection, it appeared that her body exhibited no unusual reactions. Ling approached, her voice soft and sweet, yet carrying an unsettling tone. It's nothing, really. Just a means to render your abilities utterly non-existent, nothing more. The crowd gasped, incredulous at the coldness with which such a cruel statement was delivered by a mere child. Is this nothing? It is akin to taking our lives. In this apocalyptic world, the absence of their powers would spell doom for their very existence. How can you children be so heartless? We took you in out of kindness, and this is how you repay us. In the gaze of the multitude, Ling nonchalantly extracted a handful of sunflower seeds, settled herself upon a small stool, and began to crack the seeds while articulating her thoughts. Your intentions are far from pure. You perceive us as mere children, seeking to ensnare us, desiring to turn us into instruments for your own desires. Her demeanor was unhurried, and the words she uttered bore no resemblance to those typical of a child. Were it not for our astuteness, we would be the ones subjected to such treatment now. Those individuals had completely underestimated the clarity with which their thoughts had been discerned. With a dismissive puff, Ling expelled a seed shell and continued, "The fact that we have not immediately taken your lives is already a display of mercy. Cousin, let us depart." "No, you must administer the medication and leave at once. Are you truly going to abandon them like this?" Ling has truly departed. She recalls the little girl, Yun Duo, who possesses remarkable fortune. Soon, she will be adopted by a powerful figure. Due to the unique nature of her blood, she has garnered significant attention and is destined to become the savior of this world. She must join in the excitement. It is imperative that she partakes in the festivities. The vehicle sped along, swiftly arriving at the entrance of a base. Ling rested her chin on the windowsill, gazing at the surroundings, where the sky above appeared remarkably clear. "Cousin, let us reside here for today. This place is extraordinary. Indeed, there are several purifiers here, and the leader of this domain wielded considerable power even before the apocalypse, overseeing the armory. After the world fell into chaos, the entire arsenal became his to command. This individual possesses a vast array of weaponry. Moreover, he is one of the few who understands that purifiers can purify the air and cure the zombie virus. He is also conducting experiments and has made certain advancements. However, these experiments involve human subjects, resulting in the tragic deaths of many innocent lives and the emergence of numerous abominations." Liu silently listened to Ling's thoughts, feeling a tinge of curiosity about the nature of the creatures that had been created. Yu was equally intrigued, pondering the implications of experiments conducted by the inhabitants here. If they could unravel the zombie virus, wouldn't that imply he could allow himself to be bitten by a zombie at will? It would be splendid if he could transform into an ability user. If not, at least he wouldn't become a zombie. The more he contemplated, the more he found this notion appealing, indeed very appealing. It was settled. Upon entering, Ling encountered the legendary figure, known as the godfather of Yun Duo. However, she was taken aback by his advanced age. To call him a godfather seemed insufficient. One might as well refer to him as a great-grandfather. Yet, there was something familiar about him, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Beside her, the fluffy creature raised its head and mewed softly. "Master, this man is your grandfather." Ling? What? She does not recall that the esteemed figure had a father. "Master, you are unaware. There exists a concealed storyline here." Ling was genuinely unaware. "What? You claim this person is the biological father of the esteemed patriarch?" The trio of onlookers expressed their astonishment. "What? This individual is his grandfather?" Liu interjected. "No, he is the grandfather of my younger sister." Sitting nearby, Gu Xian inquired, "What? Who is speaking?" It seemed to be the voice of a young girl. His gaze fell upon the person standing before him, ultimately resting on Ling, as if she were the child in question. "Oh dear, Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa! Look, Grandpa is watching her." Gu Xian, he thought he heard the voice of a child calling for their grandfather. In chapter 114, the tone was imbued with excitement, and his eyes instinctively focused on the child beside him, meeting a pair of sparkling, curious eyes. Yet, why was this child calling him grandfather? Before he could ponder for long, he heard, "Oh dear, just look at Grandpa's face. It appears he's been influenced by a petty person and will perish in 3 days." Gu Xian was taken aback, staring at the child. Had he not perceived this as the child's innermost thoughts, he would scarcely have believed it. A petty person? To die in 3 days? A son? Did he have a son of whom he was unaware? Having encountered the world's wonders, he swiftly composed himself, maintaining an air of calm. "Rest assured, you are welcome to stay with me for as long as you desire. Gu Xian Yi exhibited a warm hospitality, and Ling thought to herself that her grandfather was rather easygoing. Grandpa, could we explore the surroundings? Gu Xian Yi had indeed intended to take the child for a stroll. He was curious to discover who this petty individual might be. This base was considerably superior to other locations, and Ling gazed at a nearby building, heavily guarded, wondering what significant treasures it might hold within. Grandpa, what is inside that house? Ah, that is a laboratory. A laboratory? Indeed, it was my granddaughter's idea to establish a laboratory here. It contains various purifiers. According to the child's account, these purifiers could restore the world to normalcy. Gu Xian Yi found this notion rather absurd, but felt powerless to refute it. Grandpa, may we enter take a look? Gu Xian Yi frowned. Yin Duo does not permit others to enter. Ling? This girl, with her clever persuasion, not only convinced Yi Ming to acknowledge her as his daughter, but also introduced her to Gu Xian Yi. Alas, my poor grandfather has unwittingly accepted a duplicitous false son and a scheming false granddaughter, both of whom are plotting to poison him. Their ultimate aim is to inherit this base and ascend to the role of its leader. Gu Wanyi, a counterfeit, he fell into deep contemplation. In this post-apocalyptic world, conducting a genetic test is no simple feat, thus he refrained from pursuing it, merely observing a jade pendant. This pendant is unique to the Gu family, and he had never entertained the thought that this person could be an imposter. How could she subtly caution his grandfather to be wary of these two individuals? Additionally, he must remain vigilant regarding the food entering the premises. Liu Cheng, observing Gu Xianye's expression, realized that he could indeed hear Ling's thoughts, no reminders necessary. He was fully aware. It was a matter of whether he chose to believe it or not. Since you wish to see, I shall guide you within, Gu Xianyi declared, preparing to lead them inside. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. His son and granddaughter were mere facades, and they even sought to bring about his demise. Under these circumstances, there was no need for him to obstruct them. Yet, he found it peculiar that he could hear this child's thoughts while others seemingly could not, since he was privy to the truth. The absence of tangible evidence rendered him powerless to expel them immediately. He must remain vigilant, clandestinely seeking proof to drive these two away. The door to the room swung open, revealing a space that resembled a quintessential laboratory. Gu Xian had not only equipped this laboratory to facilitate Yin Duo's every whim, but had also employed dedicated research personnel. Grandfather. The clouds beheld Ling and her companions, observing that their faces bore no hint of surprise, as if they had anticipated their arrival all along. Yin Duo, I have brought a few guests. May we have the honor of a visit? As the clouds nodded in agreement. A fleeting moment of lowering her head concealed all the emotions lurking in her eyes. How could Gu Xuanye, a man of considerable age, possibly remain oblivious to this? In that brief instant of her bowing, the disdain in Yin Duo's gaze was strikingly evident. Yet, upon raising her head, all traces of emotion vanished, leaving only an aura of innocent charm. Gu Xuanye pondered how he had failed to notice this before. Despite his years, he had been deceived by a mere child. Grandfather, please feel free. I shall not disturb you. Gu Xuanye turned away, adding, then you may enjoy your observations. Suddenly, the laboratory was bustling with numerous individuals. Ling glanced around and was taken aback to find that very few purifiers occupied the space. Instead, the majority were ordinary people, not even possessing any supernatural abilities. They lay upon their beds, connected to an array of instruments. Not far away, a large screen displayed a scene that resembled a game, yet the figures within bore an uncanny resemblance to those resting on the beds. Ling, I now remember this experiment. As the time of the apocalypse stretches on, many individuals, particularly the affluent, are reluctant to succumb to death without having fully indulged in their wealth. Consequently, they began to deliberate on alternative means of survival, leading to the inception of this experiment, a cerebral separation experiment. Individuals can repose in a sufficiently secure location, undetected by the undead, while their consciousness persists within a prearranged game. As long as their awareness does not dissipate, these individuals can continue to exist within the confines of the game. However, it was unexpected that the current overseer of this experiment is, in fact, Yin Duo. Even more astonishing is the ease with which they allowed visitors to observe. Yin Ling felt an inexplicable unease. At that moment, Yin Duo had already entered another room, where a mysterious man awaited. The participants had all arrived. It was time to commence. As they proceeded, Yin Ling began to feel dizzy, observing one person after another collapse to the ground. She contemplated the reason behind Yin Duo's silent invitation, without the slightest attempt to evade them. It became evident that she intended to use them for experimentation. When Yin Ling and the others regained consciousness, they found themselves before an enormous villa, surrounded by an oppressive darkness that obscured the distinction between day and night. Yin Ling, what is happening? Having already lived in such a manner, why can't we transition to a more favorable environment? In order to maintain an active state of consciousness, it is imperative that they exist in a terrifying atmosphere, which serves to prevent cerebral death. Little sister, what kind of place is this? This must be classified as a game. A game? Indeed, a game. We have been reduced to mere subjects of experimentation. There was a note of excitement in Yun Ling's voice. Chapter 115. This is quite absurd. Gu Xinhua, who had not interacted with Yun Ling, gazed at the young girl before him, perplexed by her exhilaration in the face of danger. After all, they currently exist as mere guinea pigs. Due to the arrival of Yun Ling and her companions, Gu Xinhua's demise had transformed into their current status as experimental subjects. Yun Ling was filled with curiosity regarding the nature of this laboratory. The book contained scant descriptions of the experiment, leaving much to the imagination. Naturally, Yun Ling was intrigued by the unknown. A total of 5 individuals entered: Guan Yu, Yin Yu, Li Yuqing, along with Yun Ling and Gu Xuanya. At this moment, Yin Duo stood beside one of them, questioning if they were headed directly to the most perilous location. Though her voice was that of a child, it carried a venomous undertone. She wished for their total demise. It is indeed the most treacherous. Rest assured, here I hold the reins. The clouds lifted their weight. A faint smile curled upon her lips as she gazed at the figure sprawled upon the experiment table. Now, let us see how you manage to survive. At that moment, Yun Ling and her companions swung open the door to the chamber. The scene within unfolded before them. A colossal screen flickered to life, the previously dark display suddenly illuminating with images of ancient divine beasts. What is this? The 4 great divine beasts of antiquity: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Apart from the screen, there was naught else in the room. Sister, what must we do to awaken? The disconnection of consciousness from the body was an unprecedented phenomenon. Since this realm is a game world, there must be rules governing it. As Yun Yu's voice faded, an abrupt sound reverberated. Welcome to paradise. Yun Ling? Paradise? The first task in paradise: evade the divine beasts. As the words echoed, the divine beast depicted on the screen abruptly leaped forth as if animated, charging towards them. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What should they do? What do they do now? Quickly evade. This is one of the 4 great divine beasts. Yun Ling gazed with great interest at the 4 divine beasts before her. Their formidable powers were evident, and it was clear they were intent on her demise. All 4 beasts charged towards Yun Ling, the only one who did not evade their onslaught. Outside the screen, Yun Duo observed this scene, a faint smirk curling at her lips as she envisioned Yun Ling's impending misfortune. Yet in an instant that smile vanished. How could this be possible? Not only was Yun Duo stunned, but the other players in the game were equally astonished. What they witnessed was astonishing. The 4 divine beasts, long praised by many, were effortlessly struck down to the ground by a mere child, unable to rise again. Was such a legendary creature truly so feeble? Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then approached Yun Ling and silently gave her a thumbs up. His little sister was genuinely remarkable. Gu Xinyu was equally incredulous. He had never anticipated that this tiny figure could so easily bring the 4 divine beasts to their knees. Was it truly a reflection of their lack of strength? Li Yucheng shared this sentiment, subconsciously inching closer to the divine beasts, a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. After a considerable effort, Xian Wu managed to rise. only to receive a swift slap to the face. Stunned, he let out an enraged roar at the figure before him. Li Yu-chung, taken aback, began to retreat hastily, distancing himself from Xianwu. However, Xianwu, having been unjustly struck, was not one to concede easily. He pursued Li Yu-chung, who was darting about, as torrents of water erupted before him, each attack brimming with potency. The onlookers concluded that it was not the beast's weakness, but rather the extraordinary prowess of the young girl. Li Yu-chung realized this as well and called out to Ling, "Little sister, help me." Xianwu chased him until he found himself before Ling. Witnessing his quarry sheltering behind the very child who had just sent him crashing to the ground, he slammed to a halt, panic rising as he drew closer to her. Unable to stop in time, a tiny finger gently pressed against his nose, and in that moment, it became impossible for him to advance any further. Xianwu stared bewilderedly at the delicate hand before him, slowly beginning to retreat. He could not fathom how this seemingly frail child had so easily pushed him away and toppled the other three beasts. Gu Xianyu was increasingly astonished. Although he had previously recognized that this group was led by Ling, he had not anticipated her strength to be so formidable. He did not perceive the four divine beasts as mere decorations. They were beings of immense power, capable of inflicting mortal harm. Yet now, the entity that could vanquish them had been effortlessly subdued by a child's hand, a testament to her extraordinary might. The other divine beasts observed as Ling approached them, a smile gracing her lips with each deliberate step. In that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words to articulate their emotions. Yet an overwhelming sense of dread permeated their hearts. The smile that had once adorned the clouds now illuminated Yunling's visage. Ling approached the four divine beasts step by step, extending her hand to poke them gently. "Could you perhaps shrink down a little?" she inquired in a remarkably amiable tone, a smile gracing her lips. Yet, the four divine beasts inexplicably sensed an aura of threat, especially upon witnessing the smile at the corner of Yunling's mouth. That feeling of menace deepened profoundly. We cannot diminish in size. Ling, you cannot shrink." Her tone was laced with regret, and just as the four divine beasts prepared to slip away quietly, Ling spoke once more. "But I wish to see you become smaller. What should I do?" The four divine beasts. How could they possibly know? "Very well. Since you refuse to shrink, let us begin your training now. I believe you will master it swiftly. Do your best." The child before them even made a gesture of encouragement, while the four divine beasts. This is utterly unreasonable. They were clearly being placed in an impossible situation, yet they dared not resist. The child before them, who could easily crush them with a single blow, radiated an aura that was quite formidable. All they desired was to flee. Woe is me! Under Ling's imposing presence, she finally beheld the miniature versions of the four divine beasts. Crouching before them, she observed these diminutive creatures, no larger than her palm, poking at one and then the other. The four divine beasts. The onlookers? This was truly absurd. Chapter 116, A Change of Heart. Before her, the divine beasts had transformed into obedient little beings, even playfully appealing to Ling. Who could possibly comprehend this, dear family? Surely, they had not lost their senses. Witnessing divine beasts endearingly interacting with humans, Ling crouched on the ground, playing for quite some time before rising to her feet, her gaze falling upon the screen beside her. "When do you intend to release us?" Her soft and tender voice resounded. Outside, Yin Duo's anger intensified with each passing moment, her face darkening with fury. "Release you? Since you have entered, do not even think of escaping." Her tone was laced with malevolence. She wished for their demise. The notion of emerging unscathed was utterly impossible. She was determined to destroy their very bodies, ensuring they would never awaken, forever trapped within the realm of the game. The clouds are somewhat frenzied. She desires to see them all perish within the game, all of them to meet their demise therein. The clouds parted to reveal the laboratory doors. "Administer the serum," commanded the young lady. "But, miss, that contravenes the regulations." The staff replied, visibly troubled. "What regulations? I am in charge of this matter." She insisted. "Inject the serum immediately." A man, who had been observing, interjected, finally recognizing the individual before him. It was Yi Ming. The staff glanced at Gu Xuanya, who lay on the experimental table. "What about that gentleman?" they inquired. Yi Ming cast an inscrutable glance at the staff beside him. "Follow the young lady's instructions," he reiterated. He then placed a hand on Yun Duo's shoulder. "I'll leave the rest to you." Yun nodded thoughtfully. Yi Ming turned and departed. "Hurry, act swiftly, do not linger idly." The experimenters, witnessing this scene, suddenly comprehended Yi Ming's intentions. They did not intend to allow the senior to survive. They sought to ensure his demise. Having discerned the entirety of the plot, the hand grasping the syringe trembled uncontrollably. If he were to act, he would be the one to end the senior's life. In that eventuality, his own survival would be impossible. No, he cannot allow that. He must find a way to save himself. Yet in this dire situation, escaping seemed exceedingly difficult. "Why are you trembling? Just proceed with the injection." I suddenly feel unwell. "Perhaps, miss, you should handle it yourself." With that, the staff abandoned the syringe and fled in haste. Clouds? This is quite perplexing. What is happening here? Holding a syringe, the Cloud approached the figure lying on a laboratory table, step by step, eventually halting before Yun Ling, a strange smile gracing its lips. "Yun Ling, did you ever imagine that one day you would fall into my grasp? To perish by my hand would indeed be a stroke of fortune for you." The entire needle was poised to pierce Yun Ling's arm, the moment drawing near. The corners of the Cloud's mouths curled into a triumphant smile. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through my hand. The syringe clattered to the ground. "Do you wish to accept this fortune?" Before the Clouds stood a line of people. "How did you all emerge?" The Clouds were filled with trepidation. During previous experiments, scarcely anyone was able to emerge unscathed, which is precisely why they persistently endeavored to enhance the experiment. Yun Ling pouted slightly. "Is this really so difficult?" Beside her, Gu Xuanya observed Yun Ling, whose demeanor was as carefree as if she were merely discussing what breakfast they had that morning, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indeed, this was quite a challenge. However, recalling the scenes he had witnessed earlier, it seemed less daunting. He had personally seen this child manage to confound several divine beasts, not to mention her propensity for dismantling them at the slightest disagreement. Her destructive capability surpassed even that of a mischievous husky. It was truly perplexing how this seemingly unremarkable child possessed such formidable prowess. "Yin Duo," he continued, "we once spared you, considering you had not committed any acts of harm against us. However, the circumstances have changed. Now that you seek to bring us to ruin, we shall not be so easily lenient with you. Clouds, what do you wish to accomplish?" Yunling gazed at the large screen ahead. "In truth, there is nothing extraordinary. It is merely a matter of reciprocating your actions towards us. Since you lack the capacity to retain us within this virtual realm, it seems you shall remain there instead. I have faith that your experience will be profoundly different. Perhaps upon your entry, you will discern the inherent flaws of this experiment." Cloud, she began to retreat in fear. Success? How could it possibly be achieved? It was utterly impossible. Observing them enter the realm of the game, striving to maintain mental agility, yet failing to evade peril, they perished within. The number of casualties was staggering. To this day, they held no faith in this experiment. If success remained elusive, she would have to devise an alternative solution. I was mistaken. I was truly mistaken. With a snap, Yunling watched helplessly as Cloud knelt upon the ground, pleading desperately. "Yunling, what are you doing? Do you not know that one should not kneel before her casually? Upon kneeling, she is bound to grant a request from the supplicant." Beside her, Yu, having overheard Yunling's thoughts, promptly knelt before her as well. "Yunling? No. What is fourth brother up to again? Why is he kneeling?" Yunling quietly evaded the situation. Yu stubbornly knelt before her, an act that should have been quite humiliating, yet his face radiated enthusiasm. He knelt willingly. "Fourth brother, please rise. I shall only stand if you promise me one thing." Yunling curled her lips in disdain, sensing the ill intentions of the individual before her. With a barely perceptible nod, Yu swiftly rose to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yunling then shifted her gaze to the Cloud beside her. "I promise you, I shall grant you this one final chance, but only this once. Should I encounter you again, I will not be so accommodating." Upon finishing her words, Ling turned and departed. Though the clouds remain oblivious to the reasons behind the cloud spirit's insistence on her release, such matters hold little significance. As long as she breathes, there will come a day when she will rise to great heights, witnessing firsthand the lives of those who once tormented her. Rendered miserable and desolate, as the cloud was about to depart, it was intercepted by another group of individuals. Ling just said I could leave. Indeed, she did say you could go, but I did not. Gu Xuanye stood before the cloud, his expression icy. How audacious for a mere child to wish for his demise. They were utterly oblivious to the gravity of their actions. Cloud, grandfather, I was compelled to act as I did. I beg your forgiveness. Will you grant it to me? Gu Xianyi gazed at the child before him, increasingly convinced that he had been blind to reality, mistaking such a child for his granddaughter. To be my granddaughter. You are unworthy. You cannot go back on your word. Yin Duo shouted, but her cries fell on deaf ears. Thus, she was taken away by Gu Xianyi, while Yun Ling remained indifferent, relishing a large chicken leg in her hands. Chapter 117. A wail of despair. Her carefree demeanor elicited a faint smile from Gu Xianyi. He had not forgotten that, according to the child's innermost thoughts, she was indeed his true granddaughter. At that moment, he completely disregarded his own son, fixating solely on the fact that this was his granddaughter. Such an exceptional and delightful child was his granddaughter, although she shattered his preconceived notions. As he had envisioned a granddaughter who was soft and sweet, this child, had he not witnessed her commanding the ancient divine beasts into submission, he might have assumed her to be gentle and tender. At least, she appeared thus on the surface. However, in truth, this child was far from soft. Her fists were quite formidable, yet it was such resilience that allowed one to survive in this world, thus reshaping his ideal standard for a granddaughter. This child seemed quite commendable. He expressed his gratitude to all present. Upon hearing this, every gaze turned towards him. Gu Wanye almost revealed his secret. Li Yucheng cast a knowing glance at Gu Xianyi, indicating that it seemed the grandfather of his cousin could indeed hear the heart's voice of his little sister. How intriguing this was. In the following days, Ling did not encounter Gu Xianyi again, and feeling rather bored, she began to explore her surroundings. She wandered into a courtyard bustling with people. Oh my, these are the purifiers. The earlier attempts by Yi Ming and Yun Duo to assert control over this place were likely motivated by the presence of these extraordinary individuals. However, now that it belonged to Ling, these people were hers, having acquired the purifier she desired. Ling finally met with Gu Xianyi the next day to express her wish to depart. Gu Wanye, just like that, he was leaving? Was he not her grandfather? Was he truly leaving without acknowledging her? Not just Ling, but also Yun Shun and Gu, and you had no intention of recognizing him. This was utterly absurd. No, you cannot leave. Cloud Spirit, what is the matter? Is grandfather reluctant to part with him? Realizing his own lapse in composure, Gu Xianyi gently cleared his throat twice. Well, I have some matters that require your assistance. Ling blinked her eyes eagerly, awaiting Gu Xuanye's next words. Gu Xuanye then spoke. I would like to ask all of you to assist me in locating someone. He is my son, whom I have been separated from for many years. As the conversation unfolded, Gu Xuanye passionately recounted the tale of his life, artfully crafting an image of a devoted and yearning father, fervently desiring to reunite with his long-lost son. Ling cradled her small face with both hands, pondering. How does Grandpa know that my father's name is Gu? According to the current narrative, he shouldn't be aware of such matters. Ling was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. She had never been one to compromise her own feelings, so if she could not understand, she simply chose to dismiss it. The esteemed father was currently at the estate, quite a distance away. If her grandfather wished to reunite with him, a visit to the estate was imperative. Gu Wanye, do you know where he is at this moment? Little Ling, you must know, don't you? Ling silently nodded, feeling as though her grandfather had seen through her very soul. Gu Xianyi averted his gaze, evading Ling's eyes filled with confusion, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, was he not capable of hearing the thoughts of this child? Though the reasons eluded him, it was undeniably a remarkable ability. Please wait for me a few days. Once I have settled matters here, I shall depart with you all. Ling. A few days later, on the journey home, an additional vehicle joined the lengthy procession at the rear. Ling was still somewhat bewildered. This was utterly absurd. Cousin, for the first time, she felt as though she was being manipulated, as if her grandfather had orchestrated some scheme against her. Yet, she could not comprehend how she had been ensnared. It was simply outrageous. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Mr. Gu bore no ill intentions, and if he wished to accompany her, so be it. Ling pondered for a moment, realizing the truth of the matter. The estate was in need of reinforcement, and their presence would indeed be beneficial. He casually extracted all the information he sought. His biological son, Gu Yi, had been ensnared in a scheme, resulting in 5 children unbeknownst to him. The first 2 were twins, the third and fourth were also twins, and there was a little girl, Ling. Among these children, only one was raised by Gu Yi. The others bore different surnames, a sheer folly. As dusk descended, it became apparent that they must find a place to rest for the night. In the stillness of the night, Ling sat up, her gaze drawn to a distant flicker of light, her brow arching slightly. A smile graced her lips. It was the child of destiny. New, little sister. Just as she stepped outside, Yu intercepted her. He had been eager to find his little sister, but had been thwarted by his grandfather, who insisted on engaging him in conversation for reasons unbeknownst to him. Faced with the elder, he felt too polite to refuse. Now, he finally had the opportunity to seek out his little sister. Little sister, you promised me you would grant me one thing. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ling nodded slightly. Well, go ahead. What are your wishes? Yu's eyes brightened. I desire to possess supernatural abilities. I wish to shed weight, to strike down zombies with a single blow. I yearn to become stronger. I want. A cascade of desires flowed from his lips. Ling raised an eyebrow, taken aback. I to be considered a wishing well? Her gaze fell upon Yu's face. Her expression complex. Perhaps you should contemplate your wishes before seeking me out? I am in a hurry to leave. It seemed his requests were rather excessive. Yu ruffled his hair and then spoke. Then let it be one wish, little sister. Could you transform me into a supernatural being? His longing to become such had never waned, yet every attempt had ended in failure. This is for you. A pill appeared in Yu's hand. Consume this, and you shall gain supernatural abilities. However, these powers differ from those in apocalyptic scenarios. This pill is meant for tempering one's physique in the realm of cultivation. You take it first. I have matters to attend to, Ling said before swiftly departing, as the child of destiny awaited her. Yu gazed at the pill in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation, only to soon regret his decision. He watched in horror as his body began to darken, the stench around him growing increasingly unbearable. Chapter 118. No more, no more. Ling approached the source of light, gazing with astonishment at the figure standing within the luminous circle. A woman. How extraordinary! This time, the child of heaven is indeed a woman. After all this time, it is my first encounter with a female child of heaven. Ling gazed at the girl before her and could not help but remark on her extraordinary beauty. Feng Chao was equally taken aback, surveying the surroundings. Her eyes met a pair of sparkling orbs, and in that moment, Feng Chao found herself at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Little one, where are we? We are in the apocalypse. Feng Chao. Ling nodded eagerly, exclaiming, I know. Children's words are of no concern to Feng Zhao. Now tell me, who am I? I am the beloved young princess of Qi Kingdom, Feng Zhao. You are adept in medicine and unparalleled in martial prowess. As she spoke, Ling had already moved closer, wrapping her arms around Feng Zhao's leg. Feng Zhao gazed down at the child clinging to her with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. This child truly recognized her identity. Yet, she remained oblivious to the realities of this world. How did I come to inhabit this realm? After posing the question, Feng Zhao felt a wave of confusion wash over her. If she herself was uncertain, how could this child possibly possess the answers? Just as she resigned herself to the thought that the question might remain unanswered, Ling spoke up. It is due to the chaos of time and space. For a beautiful young lady, anyone would show a little extra patience. Yunling is naturally the same, a chaotic intertwining of time and space. Yunling observed Feng Chao Chao as she began to enlighten her about the existence of the 3,000 small worlds. Upon hearing this, Feng Chao Chao felt utterly astounded. The notion that this world harbored 3,000 parallel realms was beyond her comprehension. There are still matters left unresolved in that world. Wait, Feng Chao Chao, the child of heaviness will? Could it be her? She seemed to have encountered an extraordinary child, or perhaps all children in this world possess such qualities. Uncertain, she felt increasingly uneasy in this realm. The very air around her was oppressive, laden with a metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Her instincts warned her of the lurking dangers. As the door swung open, Ling had just crossed the threshold when a figure lunged toward her, charging directly at her. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand in defense. A cry of pain echoed through the air. Ling turned to see Gu and Yu sprawled on the ground. Fourth brother, what on earth are you doing? Gu and Yu pouted. I merely wished to express my gratitude for transforming me into an ability wielder with a grand embrace. Yet, before he could close the distance, he was swatted away with a swift motion. That was merely reflex. Remember next time to approach with caution and without a sound. Gu and Yu nodded, acknowledging his lapse. He would be more careful henceforth. The interaction between the two children piqued Feng Chao Chao's curiosity. In her own world, she had never experienced the warmth of sisterly affection, let alone such camaraderie. Oh, dear sister, where did you find this beautiful girl? She is stunning. Feng Chao Chao instinctively recoiled, having been raised to maintain a distance from boys. Gu and Yu felt a twinge of jealousy. He had taken a long time to earn the protective affection of his sister. Meanwhile, Mu Yixin wore a face of melancholy, lamenting how quickly the bond between siblings could shift, as if she had completely forgotten his presence. Gu Xianyi pondered deeply. Who was this woman? What motives lay behind her approach to his granddaughter? Was there an ulterior agenda? His suspicions intensified, especially upon noticing that Feng Chao Chao was clad in traditional attire, amplifying his sense of unease. Who could truly understand such feelings? Ling grasped Feng Chao Chao's hand, her heart brimming with joy. Yet beside them, Yi Ci felt an inexplicable sense of abandonment, akin to a jilted lover. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, he silently lifted Ling into his embrace. Feng Chao Chao sensed the hostility emanating from this individual, though its source eluded her comprehension. Nevertheless, the tension was palpable. As she drew nearer to the group, Feng Chao Chao realized the youthful nature of the assembly. Most were mere children, yet their abilities were formidable. From their brief interaction, she gained a profound insight into this world, one teeming with monsters whose bites transformed victims into grotesque replicas of themselves, leaving her bewildered and astonished. What manner of world was this? The more she learned, the more her heart raced. The vehicle sped onward until it finally reached its destination, a vast estate, sprawling and teeming with peculiar creatures. Gu Xuanya was exhilarated, for he was about to meet his long-desired grandson. This was his own flesh and blood, and it seemed these grandchildren possessed extraordinary powers. As the gates of the estate swung open, Gu Xuanya beheld the visage of his cherished grandson, though the multitude of children emerging left him momentarily bewildered, unable to discern which among them was his kin. He hurried forward, his gaze settling upon one who bore a striking resemblance to him. Indeed, he looked quite promising. In his excitement, he seized Yun Chen's arm. Yun Chen, poised to embrace his little sister, turned in confusion to the stranger gripping his arm. Sir, is there something you need? Gu Xuanya was eager to claim this grandson, yet he lacked justification for doing so. It was all his son's fault for not having met him yet. What a disappointment, losing his wife and child. Chapter 119. A lack of martial virtue, however. Gu Xuanya's grip tightened, leaving Yun Shun unable to break free, his expression a mixture of helplessness as he cast a glance at Ling, his eyes filled with resignation. Observing that Ling paid him no heed, Yun Shun sighed. The sound of wheels rolling over the ground caught his attention, and with a flicker of hope in his eyes, he grasped Gu Xuanya's arm. Grandfather, allow me to introduce my elder brother. As soon as Yun Chao was released, he was embraced by someone. Gu Xuanya was aware of his eldest grandson's mobility issues, Yet he was taken aback to discover that he was seated in a wheelchair. "Oh, my poor grandson. My dear, unfortunate grandson." Gu Xuanya scrutinized the individual before him, who was confined to the wheelchair, his eyes filled with compassion. Such an exceptional grandson. Such a handsome grandson. And yet he suffers from physical limitations. How pitiable. Ling had quietly slipped away long ago. She yearned for the sumptuous braised pork knuckles prepared by her mother, and felt compelled to indulge in 2 generous portions. When Yun Chaozi and the others encountered such warmth for the first time, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. Faced with Gu Xuanya's solicitous inquiries, they were utterly unprepared. Finally, one of them mustered the courage to speak. "Sir, perhaps you should consider visiting Gu Yi." Gu Xuanya was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall who Gu Yi was. After a brief pause, a realization dawned upon him, and his gaze grew increasingly profound. His eyes settled upon Yun Chaozi, as if he were on the verge of voicing something, yet remained silent. With a smile gracing his lips, Yun Chaozi spoke. "Grandfather, we, like you, can hear Yun Ling's innermost thoughts. Had we not been able to perceive her heart's whispers, we shudder to think how dire our circumstances might have been. Perhaps it is the heavens, in their mercy for the trials that lie ahead, that have granted us this gift, allowing us to avert all dangers and secure a place in this apocalyptic world." Gu Xuanya's curiosity deepened. He leaned closer to Yun Chaozi, inquiring, "Grandson, do you understand why we are able to hear little Linger's thoughts?" It seems she remains blissfully unaware. "I do not know. Yet, these matters hold little significance." Gu Xuanya nodded. Indeed, they were inconsequential. Regardless of the reason behind their ability to hear little Linger's voice, it mattered not to them. "Grandfather, please go and check on Gu Yi." Yin Chaozi spoke once more. Gu Xianyi stood on the second floor, gazing disdainfully at a house not far away. He could not fathom what sort of child would lose their spouse and offspring, remaining oblivious to the fact that their child now bore another surname. The thought of meeting them filled him with reluctance. Nearby, Gu Yi, absorbed in his work with the crystal core, suddenly sneezed, perplexed by the occurrence. He hadn't sneezed in years. Could it be that someone was thinking of him? His gaze drifted towards the gate, which had previously been closed but was now wide open due to the estate's expansion. Each day, he could see busy figures within, as if the distance between him and her had diminished. Yet, they remained devoid of any communication, a sensation that weighed heavily upon him. He found no justification to approach them. "Big brother, if you like her, then pursue her." He was well aware of this. He lowered his head, pondering silently until those nearby assumed he would remain mute. Finally, his deep voice broke the silence. "What kind of gifts do girls typically enjoy?" When Gu Yu was summoned, he was still somewhat bewildered. If not for his father seeking him out today, he might have forgotten he even had a father. "Father, what brings you to me?" Observing the child before him, who had not lost weight but appeared more robust than before, he asked, "What does Yun Ling fancy?" "Gu Yu?" His father intended to present a gift? Little Ling already possessed everything. He genuinely had no idea what she might like. However, that did not hinder him from offering suggestions. "Father, you've come to the right person for this. I know exactly what gifts would delight little Ling. She adores long swords and Ultraman, and she has a penchant for stylish clothes." Gu Yi's eyes grew increasingly puzzled. These gifts sounded oddly familiar. Moreover, would a girl truly be interested in such things? He looked at Gu Yu, who appeared flustered under his gaze. "Father, I've shared everything I know. I'll take my leave now." In a flash, the agile boy disappeared from sight. It suddenly dawned on Gu Yi why these gifts sounded so familiar. They were indeed the very items Gu and Yu had once wished for on his birthdays. His heart filled with resignation, recognizing that this child had been neglected in his upbringing. Feng Zhao bore witness to the strangeness and divergence of this world, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yun Ling indulged in 2 generous portions of pork knuckles, and only then did she settle into her chair. Contentedly patting her small belly, she let out a burp and reassured her sister Zhao, "Do not worry." Yun Ling spoke, "Your male lead will soon come find you." "Feng Zhao, what male lead?" Yun Ling leaned closer to Feng Chao, a smile gracing her lips. "The children of destiny," she began, "in every realm, there exists 2. the male lead and the female lead. You have arrived here, and your male lead shall come to protect you." The other children of their respective worlds turned to Yun Ling in unison. According to her words, did this imply that there awaited a female lead in their world for each of them? Yun Ling, you are distinct. You are the protagonists, and the heroines cannot shield you. You must devise your own means. Quickly bestow your trust upon me. The phrase children of the heavenly Tao, it resonates with a palpable lack of trust. How can they possibly place their faith in such words? Especially upon witnessing the child before them lift the milk beside him and drink, their sense of trust diminishes further. Yun Ling paused mid-action while drinking milk, casting a glance at the Son of Heaven beside her. Disbelief etched across her face. How can you behave this way? This is utterly devoid of martial ethics. Chapter 120. Little Linger is upset. Yun Ling hurriedly covered her petite form, realizing that once she did so, escape was futile. However, it proved utterly ineffective. Her already scant trust points dwindled further, leaving Yun Ling in a state of helplessness, her face etched with sorrow. She plunged into the sofa, cradling her head, lamenting, "Oh, it's so difficult." In the shadows, Chi observed this scene, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. As the night deepened, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, causing the little fluff ball to bristle with unease. Yun Ling furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss with the fluff ball today. Rubbing her eyes, she dashed barefoot towards the door. As soon as she opened it, she fell into a refreshing and familiar embrace. Yi Si, with a hint of exasperation, gently tapped Yun Ling's tiny nose, skillfully placing her back on the sofa before retrieving a pair of shoes to help her put them on. Yun Ling blinked her eyes innocently, sitting obediently on the sofa. Yi Si lifted her up and walked outside. Where were they headed? To the backyard. In the backyard, all the zombie dogs huddled together, their once ferocious eyes now filled with terror, as if something dreadful lurked nearby. Yun Ling? Weren't they all quite formidable? How have they come to be in such a state now? It is not merely the zombie hounds. Even the mutated man-eating flowers beside them have entirely transformed, huddling together. The little turtle has withdrawn into its shell, remaining utterly still. Yun Ling furrowed her brows slightly. In the distance, she surveyed her surroundings, perplexed by the transformation of the sky, which had taken on a blood-red hue, reminiscent of fresh blood. The color was so intense that it seemed as though it could drip at any moment. Nearly everyone was drawn out by this extraordinary spectacle. The atmosphere was unusual. What could have caused this? Almost all gazes were fixated upon Yun Ling, typically characterized by her cheerful demeanor, wore an expression of utmost seriousness. The celestial phenomena suggested the impending arrival of a fearsome beast. Remarkably, the usually slumbering fluffball perched upon her shoulder, gazing into the distance. Almost everyone sensed the heightened danger this time, more so than ever before. Witnessing Yun Ling's grave countenance was a rare sight, casting a weighty shadow over their hearts. Suddenly, a series of crackling noises broke the tension, starkly contrasting the solemn atmosphere. All eyes turned to Yun Ling, who, in that moment, seemed to have shed her seriousness, busily munching on something. As for the others, they found themselves at a loss, unable to determine their next course of action, and could only follow suit in departing. Yet, it was notable that nearly everyone remained awake, save for Yun Ling, who alone found solace in restful slumber. Yun Zhao Si sat in his wheelchair, gazing into the distance, while Chi stood beside him. Do you comprehend what I mean? In recent days, Chi's whereabouts have been shrouded in mystery. He is not oblivious to this. Last night, nearly everyone vacated their rooms, but you? A new zombie king has emerged in this world, and I have been summoned. He met the new zombie king last night. This enigmatic being was instantly recognized by him as an entity he could not defy. At the moment he beheld the new zombie king, he found himself at a loss for words to convey his emotions. Fear? Surprise? Yet predominantly, it was a tapestry of complexity. The new zombie king? Not merely a ferocious beast. One could indeed refer to it as a formidable creature. Yin Chao's departure? That refers to a being with the body of a serpent and the head of a human. Even she had not anticipated that such an existence could inhabit this world. He was astonished and bewildered, yet ultimately had no choice but to accept it. After a brief slumber, Ling rose early, rushing towards Feng Chao Chao. Sister Chao Chao, follow me. I shall take you to meet your male lead. Feng Chao Chao. Yi remained steadfastly by Ling's side, ever vigilant in his protection. The vehicle came to a halt at the foot of a mountain, and upon entering this area, one could sense the air was far more tainted than in other locales. This place appears quite perilous, Feng Chao Chao observed, gazing at the imposing mountain before her. This is due to the abnormal celestial phenomena from yesterday. Sister Chao Chao, your male lead is pursuing you. As Ling's words echoed, a resounding noise erupted from a distance. The sound was deafening. Suddenly, a horde of zombies emerged before them, and at the forefront stood the newly transformed zombie king, an entity with the head of a human and the body of a serpent. Feng Chao Chao, Sister Chao Chao, look quickly. Your male lead is truly handsome. Feng Chao Chao. She stared incredulously at the sight before her. Should it be referred to as a monster? This creature appeared genuinely terrifying. Is this truly the male lead? This resembles a wild beast. Little Linger, you must be jesting. I am not joking. This is your sister's male lead, the national advisor of your realm. Sister, do you not recognize him? Feng Chao Chao beheld that familiar visage, tears welling up without relief. This face was unmistakable. It belonged to the national advisor. Yet the national advisor was human, and what stood before her was something else entirely. Clearly, this individual was a monster. However, it seemed that he had been affected by the zombie virus, his consciousness clouded. Sister, you should step back to avoid being inadvertently harmed, Ling urged, positioning himself protectively in front of Feng Chao Chao. With a sudden crash, something struck down beside Ling. How dare she strike her? Is she tired of living? Cio Ling Evas Infoyatet. Chapter 121. True strength. The individuals opposite remained oblivious to Ling's unusual demeanor, looking down upon her from their elevated position. You have come here to seek death. Brother National Master, you have erred in your words. We are not here to court demise. Ling craned his neck, gazing at the colossal figure before him. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he absent-mindedly rubbed his throat. You are too tall. Could you lower yourself a bit? The individual across from him? How did they suddenly adopt such an endearing demeanor? However, the little girl before him appeared undeniably charming, prompting a flicker of tenderness within him, compelling his body to lean forward almost against his will, inching closer to Ling. The others around him remained tense, their vigilance fixated on the peculiar figure. Should any anomaly arise, they would be ready to act without hesitation. Brother National Master, have you forgotten your original intentions? Have you lost sight of why you ventured into this world? The person opposite him visibly froze, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his eyes. His mind was a blank canvas. Since awakening, a singular thought reverberated within him, to become the sovereign of this realm, and to obey. Obey, whose commands had slipped from his memory entirely. Feng Chao Chao could not help but grasp Ling's garment tightly. This place was ominously foreboding, strikingly terrifying. Ling shook her head, her gaze drifting towards the distance. A conspiracy was already underway, and it would not be long before this world transformed into a purgatory. She needed to swiftly gather the scattered children of the heavenly Tao in this realm to establish a new order. Only then could this chaotic era truly be considered at an end. She had begun to comprehend that, as the master of the heavenly Tao, she had created 3,000 miniature worlds, only to abandon them capriciously, inciting the displeasure of that entity known as the heavenly Tao. Little did she expect that, while she was preoccupied, she had fallen victim to its machinations. Nevertheless, this world appeared to be far better than she had anticipated. Thus, she did not mind restoring its rightful order. Suddenly, the state advisor, who had been standing calmly before Ling, his human head atop a serpent's body, had his eyes transform entirely to crimson. Concurrently, hordes of zombies and ferocious beasts emerged from all directions, with a plethora of true monsters appearing, beings that were, without exception, hybrids of savage beasts and the undead. In the distance, a large and a small figure observed the unfolding scene. a triumphant smile gracing their lips. That large and small duo was none other than Yun Duo and Yun Ting. Ultimately, these two had come together once more. The clouds, utilizing their unique essence, have mastered the control over the undead and ferocious beasts, giving rise to these monstrosities. Now, all these creatures heed only her command. In this apocalyptic realm, she stands at the pinnacle. What, after all, do Yun Ling and her companions amount to? Ultimately, she is the sovereign of this world. The assembled progeny of the heavenly Tao beheld such a spectacle for the first time, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, instinctively turning their gazes toward Yun Ling. Yun Ling stood before the crowd, gazing upwards at the ever-increasing multitude of monsters, pouting her lips. Yun Ling stepped forward, her small finger pointing at the sky. Heavenly Way, it is you who brought me here and have caused me so much trouble, whether it was merely a collective illusion or not. The onlookers distinctly felt the entire sky shudder, as if in trepidation, as the monstrous entity drew ever closer. The smile on Yun Duo's face broadened, as if she had already envisioned the dire fate of Yun Ling and the others. As she watched her companions encircled, the grin at the corners of her mouth split wide open. In this world, she was ultimately the sovereign. Her eyes gleamed with a madness not befitting her age. Suddenly, numerous zombies and ferocious beasts collapsed to the ground, severed in half. Those who were supposed to be dead stood unharmed in their places, while countless zombies, beasts, and monsters perished in that fleeting moment. No one witnessed how Yun Ling made her move, nor did anyone comprehend the events that had transpired. Everything unfolded with an eerie quality. Yun Ling gently tapped her small hands. In her prime, she was an invincible force. Among the myriad worlds, she stood as the strongest, capable of vanquishing countless foes with a mere gesture. It was no wonder she ascended to the position of the Lord of the Heavenly Tao. Born amidst the cosmos, she had neither father nor mother, yet possessed an immense power within her being. Accustomed to freedom, she traversed the various realms with ease. The Heavenly Tao, unable to tolerate her existence, sought to obliterate her, but she retaliated, reclaiming her dominion and becoming the sovereign of the Heavenly Tao, remaining within its ethereal realm. The 3,000 minor worlds lay under her command, and these creatures posed no challenge to her. Yin Shun and the others sensed something amiss and hurried over, only to behold this astonishing spectacle. In that fleeting moment, to claim they were not taken aback would be a falsehood. They were aware of their sister's formidable strength, unparalleled and invincible, yet they had no inkling of the extent of her power. As the monstrous creature perished, Yun Duo and Yun Ting stood fully revealed before the crowd, with any hope of escape now utterly futile. The clouds were summoned forth. Gazing at the cloud spirit, the depths of the clouds were filled with dread. She is a monster. A monster. No, she is far more terrifying than any beast. Yun Ling gazed at the clouds with a curious demeanor. I initially had no intention of concerning myself with you, yet you persistently vex me. It seems you have rendered your existence unnecessary. In that moment, Yun Ling emanated an aura that was distinctly befitting the sovereign of the celestial realms, compelling one to contemplate deeply. The serpent-bodied national master lay prostrate on the ground, paralyzed by fear as the fragments of lost memories began to flood his mind. He finally grasped his true identity and recalled the reason for his arrival in this realm. Instinctively, he glanced toward the petite princess standing beside him, trembling in terror, yet steadfast in her position. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. How delightful it is that, even in this foreign world, he has successfully found his princess. The clouds have finally perished, and Yun Ting has long succumbed to the hands of the frenzied creature. Yun Ling wore a genuine smile upon her face. It's done. Celebrating my birthday with family feels truly wonderful. Yun Shun came to his senses and cradled Yun Ling in his arms as he made his way home. Throughout the journey, an unusual silence enveloped everyone, with only the sound of the vehicle's movement piercing the stillness. In her slumber, Yun Ling sensed something additional within her, which only deepened her dreams. Chapter 122. A true father and son. Although the turmoil was swiftly resolved, many had sensed its presence. An increasing number of individuals were making their way to the estate. At this moment, Ling remained blissfully unaware that soon the estate would be teeming with visitors. Her gaze was fixated on the exquisite cake before her, a suspicious droplet of saliva escaping her lips. She stared at the cake with wide eyes. It was something she had only seen before but never tasted, and it appeared utterly delectable. "Mommy, when can I have some cake?" Wan's lips curled into a faint smile as she watched the child before her eyes radiating joy. "I know you can't resist looking. Wow, it's a miniature version." The palm-sized cake was both delicate and beautiful, and Ling took small bites, savoring each morsel. The recently arrived national master observed the eager child before him, momentarily struck by a sense of disconnection from reality. Wasn't this the same child who had obliterated numerous monsters with a mere slap? Even he, who had not been targeted, had felt the repercussions. Yet now, how could anyone believe that this innocent child, seemingly so fragile, possessed such immense destructive power? Ling finished her petite cake, even licking the cream off her nose. Still yearning for more, Wan gently tapped Ling's little nose, saying, "That's enough. Eating too much will make you feel unwell." Ling seemed utterly dejected, brimming with resentment. Today, she had received a plethora of gifts, a delightful array surrounding her. He lingered hesitantly at the doorway, when a sudden force from behind caused him to stumble forward, presenting himself before the crowd. Almost all gazes fixated upon him, making him feel like an outsider at the threshold, momentarily lost and bewildered. He also scrutinized the figure before him. In recent days, amidst conversations with his grandchildren, he had entirely overlooked the existence of his son. Though they often crossed paths, this was indeed his first encounter with his son. One could not deny that this boy appeared far more agreeable than the previous one. Handsome, yet somewhat lacking in intellect. Unbeknownst to he had unwittingly become a figure of diminished mental capacity in his father's eyes. "Is it you, father? Have you come to bestow a birthday gift upon me?" This marked the first birthday he would spend alongside his child, and he felt a swell of anxiety, uncertain whether Ling would appreciate the offerings he had prepared, or what gifts had been given on her previous birthdays by others. As he wrestled with his nerves, he heard Ling's inner thoughts. "This is the first birthday with father present. That previous scoundrel never remembered my birthday, always spending time with the daughter of his mistress." Yi's heart softened, his eyes shimmering with compassion. That man had been a selfish wretch, devoid of any heartfelt sentiment. Had he not already met his demise, he might have taken matters into his own hands. Although guilt washed over him, he recognized that he had been foolish, completely oblivious to the machinations against him, and had failed to be present for his children. By the time he became aware of their plight, they had matured, each capable of standing on their own. He yearned to make amends, to offer recompense, yet the opportunity had slipped away. They tolerated his presence, yet treated him as a stranger. "Little Linger, I am uncertain of your preferences, but here, take this." He held forth a key in his hand. Ling was perplexed. A key? This did not resemble a car key. Rather, it seemed more akin to a room key. Why would father give her a key? He continued, "Ever since I became aware of your existence, I have yearned to provide you with the finest treasures. This is the key to that room. Whenever you find the time, do visit and take whatever you fancy. Anything you do not desire may remain there. Father will occasionally place gifts within." Ling's eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you, father. I truly adore this gift." Yi's previously rigid posture finally relaxed. "As long as you like it. Father, this is grandfather. I believe you are yet to make his acquaintance." Ling tugged at Gu Xuanyue's sleeve, introducing him to her father. To her surprise, Yi exhibited no sign of shock upon seeing Gu Xuanyue. Gu Xuanyue, puzzled, thought this atmosphere did not resemble that of a family reunion at all. "I am well aware of the tumultuous love and hatred between grandfather and grandmother. I suspect that, at this moment, father harbors no desire to acknowledge grandfather, perhaps even feeling resentment towards him." As Ling's words faded, several gazes fell upon them, sensing a juicy revelation. Gu Xuanyue looked at Yi with confusion. Does this child resent him? Why? Yi pressed his lips together, the atmosphere growing awkward. Those nearby who had overheard Ling's voice watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly bewildered. Yet no one dared to break the silence, unsure of what to say. Feng Zhao Zhao was the first to find the tension unbearable. Shall we cut the cake? At last, the crowd shifted their attention, but the feeling of being caught in the middle of a scandal was undeniably uncomfortable. What could have transpired to incite Gu Yi's resentment towards his own father? The gnawing sensation was truly distressing. This tension lingered until the conclusion of the birthday celebration. Ling gently patted her small belly, her gaze resting upon Gu Xianyi and Gu Yi. Surely, Grandpa is unaware that when father was young, he was impersonated. Along with him, Grandma was also a victim of this deception. Gu Wanye. What? Why does every word make sense? Yet the entire statement eludes her understanding. Impersonation? Were they not simply lost? Grandpa and father truly are alike. One was deceived and unaware of having a wife and children, while the other's wife and children were impersonated without his realization. Gu Wanye. How could he be so oblivious? He also sensed the gravity of the situation, momentarily stunned as he turned to Ling, awaiting her next revelation. However, after a long day, Ling had already succumbed to a deep slumber, blissfully unaware. He could only resign himself to the night, as several individuals remained awake, their minds racing with possibilities. What sort of tale could this be? They were eager to rush to Ling's room and demand answers. Chapter 123. Is it too late to run now? Afterward, his relationship with his wife transformed into one of mutual respect, lasting until the onset of the apocalypse. The false grandmother was actually Grandma's sister. One night, Grandma lost her virtue and, in her confusion, confided in her sister about the incident. Little did she know, her sister harbored malicious intent. The impersonation tricked Grandma into hiding with her child, never to appear before Grandpa again until her death. Upon hearing this, everyone found the story utterly absurd. Though it was unintentional, Gu Yi had no intention of acknowledging the person before him. He glanced at the children nearby, finally resting his gaze on Li Yunwan. Li Yunwan instinctively sensed that he had something to say to her, and coincidentally, she had something to convey as well. Gu Yi, come with me. Rongyun, standing beside Li Yunwan, instinctively positioned herself in front of them. Li Yunwan. Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hee, a love triangle. How thrilling. Li Yunwan's face flushed, a rare sight. Rongyun said nothing but merely called her name, and Rongyun dutifully stepped aside. Nearby, Mei nudged Li Rong with her elbow. This was more astonishing than the sun rising in the west. Li Rong retreated a step, muttering, "You should take care of yourself." Mei replied, "What is wrong with me?" "Me perfectly fine." Yet her gaze inadvertently drifted to the distant Yunshan, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. But soon that feeling vanished. Watching the two walk away together, Rongyun felt like a discarded puppy, enveloped in solitude and despondency. Upstairs, Gu Yi reiterated, "I have previously told you, there is no possibility for us." Gu Yi slightly lowered his head. Is it because of Rongyun? Li Yunwan. It does not concern him. Regardless of his presence, our possibilities are non-existent. Although we have a child, we are essentially strangers who have barely met. Had I not married the wrong person, we would not have crossed paths at all. In this apocalyptic world, I merely wish to lead a good life and care for the children. Do you understand? Such a candid rejection was unmistakable to Gu Yi. Nevertheless, a sense of unwillingness lingered within him. He had to admit that before encountering Li Yunwan, he had hoped to remain close to the child. Yet, after their interactions, he was acutely aware of his growing affection. Who does not admire a beautiful and accomplished woman, especially when she had appeared countless times in his dreams, intimately entwined with him? I understand. Li Yunwan, if it were not for the apocalypse, would you ever consider liking me? Li Yunwan gazed at the man before her, undoubtedly aware of his remarkable qualities, the kind that many dream of. Perhaps, if, and I emphasize if, the apocalypse were to end, could I pursue you? Just a door apart, Yunyu, Guanyu, and Ling pressed their ears against the door, straining to hear the commotion within. Did you hear that? Why is there no sound at all? Suddenly, the door swung open, and the three of them stumbled and fell to the ground. Guanyu was the first to react, darting away in a flash. Yunyu followed closely behind. After much effort, Ling, who had just been pinned to the bottom, finally managed to rise. Escaping was no longer an option for her. She could only muster a smile and say, "Hi." What a coincidence. Yun, squeezed between the two, exuded a possessive air, casting a glare filled with hostility at Gu across from her. Though oblivious to the contents of their conversation, it was evident that Gu appeared quite pleased. Wan would not have acquiesced to this individual regarding any matter, would she? Days have elapsed, and Gu has remained in his modest abode, accomplishing naught. It is only now that he finds solace. Over these past few days, an increasing number of individuals have congregated near the estate. Some have even established encampments at the periphery. On that fateful day, when zombies, ferocious beasts, and monsters emerged, it was not a secret that many met their demise in an instant. Yet, the identity of the perpetrator remains shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that the group ultimately entered this estate. They approach it with trepidation, well aware of the formidable presence within. Lacking clarity on the situation, they hesitate to act recklessly. On the second floor, Yin Zhao Ci sits in his wheelchair, observing the growing multitude of tents and vehicles outside. A barely perceptible frown creases his brow. It appears that this tranquil existence shall not endure for much longer. Little Linger, what are your intentions? Big brother, I aspire to unite these individuals and forge a new world. However, I am uncertain of their trustworthiness. Thus, I will require your assistance once more. Yin Chaozi gently ruffled Yun Ling's little head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter. 3 days later, a portion of the crowd outside the manor had diminished, and simultaneously, the grand entrance swung open. Li Rongrong, donned in athletic attire, appeared at the threshold, accompanied by Yin Shun. Ladies and gentlemen, since you are here, please step inside. No one dared to underestimate this duo. Over the past few days, they seemed to have done nothing, yet they had discreetly sent individuals within to gather intelligence, none of whom returned. Some who harbored ulterior motives had vanished without trace. They certainly did not believe those individuals had departed of their own volition. As they gazed at the open door, hesitation crept in. Once they entered, their fates would no longer be in their hands. Life or death would be beyond their control. Enough dawdling. Your companions are waiting for you. Yunshin interjected impatiently. Hurry up, don't waste my time. With that, he strode in without affording them a moment to respond. The onlookers exchanged glances, unsure of who would lead, and gradually began to file inside. The sudden wave of ease enveloped them, accompanied by the astonishing sight of an abundance of fruits and vegetables sprawling across the courtyard, while the docile, swaying carnivorous plants instilled a sense of trepidation. The snarling zombie dogs filled them with fear. Which household employs zombie dogs as guardians and carnivorous plants as mere decor? They pondered if it was too late to flee. Chapter 124. Random drops. Curiosity about the manor's owner inevitably grew within them, mingled with a newfound respect. Yet, upon entering and witnessing a group of children within the house, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. The only familiar faces, Li Rongrong and Yin Shun, showed no intention of acknowledging them. It was not until Yin Chaozi made his appearance that they seemed to find their anchor, all eyes turning towards him, each mind contemplating whether he was indeed the master of this estate. But seated in a wheelchair, prior to this encounter, their imaginations had conjured various speculations. Yet upon seeing him firsthand, their thoughts became animated again. After all, this individual did not appear to possess an imposing presence. In that instant, their minds diverged in myriad directions. Yin Chaozi perceives the thoughts of everyone around. My friends, let us take respite within the manor tonight. We shall engage in further discussions tomorrow. Yin Chaozi left behind a single phrase, leading others away. The night was heavy with darkness, destined to be a sleepless one. This evening, the manor buzzed with an unusual liveliness. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't desire to claim such a haven? At this moment, nearly everyone was blinded by their own greed, forgetting the harrowing scenes of zombies and savage beasts that had recently transpired. Perhaps they recalled them, but chose to dismiss those memories subconsciously, for none among them appeared capable of combat. Even the presence of man-eating flowers and zombie dogs posed little threat. Their domesticated nature rendered them harmless. The blood-red moon ascended higher, casting its eerie glow through the windows, bathing the room in a bizarre ambience. The tightly shut door was quietly ajar, and a figure armed with a weapon stealthily entered. As he drew closer to the bedside, excitement flickered in his eyes. If he could eliminate these individuals, the manor would be theirs. This was the consensus reached by various factions that afternoon, to silently eradicate everyone within the estate. They would assume control of the manor. Victory seemed imminent. Suddenly, the lights of the entire estate flickered to life simultaneously. In that instant, he met a pair of cold, penetrating eyes. At that moment, he realized they had been ensnared. From the very beginning, these individuals had awaited their self-imposed trap. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. The once tranquil living room had gradually filled with an increasing number of people. Ling approached, inquiring, "Mother, are you all right?" Behind her stood another individual, trembling with apparent fear. "We are fine. Little sister, we have subdued all these people. What should our next course of action be?" Yin Shun, a towering figure, stood beside Ling and inquired of a child how to proceed. Almost all eyes were fixed upon him. In that fleeting moment, those unaware of the circumstances experienced an uncanny sensation. So many adults, all awaiting the words of a mere child. Was this child truly the master of the estate? In truth, these individuals were not mistaken. A soft, tender voice resonated. They were merely committing the same errors that everyone is prone to make. The crowd? Yinshin cast a glance at the domineering CEO, Muyaxuan. Muyaxuan? No, why should I look at him? He is merely a tyrannical president, not a scoundrel. Yinshin, do not assume he is unaware. All domineering CEOs are scoundrels. Muyaxuan, this is a mere stereotype. Is it not possible for him to be a warm-hearted gentleman? Indeed, he embodies warmth. What kind of scoundrel would take care of children? He has already become a king among children. Little sister, these individuals covet what does not belong to them and even dare to strike against us. Therefore, shall we not reciprocate their actions in kind? Everyone, no, this is about ensuring their demise. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I admit my mistakes. I truly erred in my greed and in coming here. If only you would spare me. I am willing to comply with any request. I too. An increasing number of individuals began to plead for mercy and express their loyalty. Ling exchanged a knowing glance with her second brother, a triumphant smile glimmering in their eyes, though regrettably, no one was privy to their silent exchange. Had they been, it would have been evident that they had once again been outmaneuvered. At this moment, their sole desire was self-preservation, rendering all else inconsequential. Well then, since you have all spoken thus, you may proceed to construct your courtyard here. What would you say? Construct a courtyard? But we lack the necessary building materials. Someone murmured softly. Ling, you need not worry. Everything you desire will be available tomorrow. I intend to establish a new world within this realm, and the duration of this apocalypse will depend on your efforts. When they first learned of Ling's plan, skepticism was rife among them. How could the courtyard they were constructing be untainted, just as it was before the apocalypse? It seemed implausible. In the early days of the apocalypse, many yearned for change, yet none succeeded. Now, was it truly sufficient to merely construct a courtyard? Instinctively, they deemed it impossible. However, the area enveloped by the manor indeed remained unpolluted, and there were even pristine water sources. Their doubt began to wane. By the following morning, upon witnessing the plethora of building materials scattered throughout the courtyard, their skepticism vanished entirely. Those knowledgeable in the field were astounded at the sight of these materials, which had not even been produced before the apocalypse. If they could indeed utilize these to forge a new world, it would surpass anything they had known. Could the apocalypse truly come to an end? The once despondent crowd began to harbor a glimmer of hope. The children of destiny from various realms found themselves gathered in one room. Each wore a solemn expression. As progenitors of destiny, they were inherently intelligent and irreplaceable, initially arriving in this peculiar world under the impression of mere coincidence. It now seemed they bore a sense of purpose. Regarding Xiaoling's earlier assertion about the necessity of their trust, what are your thoughts? Shu Shou, with an ethereal air, leaned against the doorframe. I believe this matter to be true. I witnessed Xiaoling extinguish a multitude of zombies with a single strike. I have chosen to trust unconditionally. What ordinary child possesses such remarkable power? I too, me as well. A small creature beside them let out a cry. Having believed from the outset that his sister was extraordinary, it appears our trust must be wholly intact. National Master? Don't look at me. Mine is full. After all, he is the National Master, capable of divination. Perhaps there are other children of destiny yet to be discovered? The first arrived child of destiny, Gongjin, pursed his lips. It is unacceptable for children of destiny to sporadically appear. Chapter 125. A transformation begins at this moment. Ling was surveying her surroundings in her courtyard. A dark cloud drifted by in the distance, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Hey, don't leave. This was a rare encounter with a child of destiny, and she could not let it slip away. The child of destiny, wishing to observe discreetly, was caught off guard by her keen perception. What have we done now? It turned to flee, only to be seized in the next instant. Yunling's lips curled into a smile. Do you still wish to flee? Can you truly escape? The heavenly Tao? Oh, my master, please release me. I shall not depart. I shall not leave. Yunling's grip tightened, her strength intensifying. I still do not know you. The heavenly path twisted its body slightly. Is this not the world you previously abandoned? Someone has awakened the consciousness of the small world, aware that it would be forsaken, and thus employed secret techniques to summon you here. Perhaps they wish for you to restore this world. Look, are you not already prepared to revive it? Ling raised an eyebrow, her gaze towards the heavenly path imbued with skepticism. Did you not play any part in this? Why is she so incredulous? If the heavenly path had truly done nothing, how could she possibly have arrived here? The heavenly path felt a pang of guilt. It had indeed intervened, and extensively so, forcibly drawing its master into this miniature realm and transforming into a child in the process. This action had consequently led to complications in other miniature worlds. The children of the heavenly path had all arrived in this realm, yet it could neither confess nor dare to disclose the truth. What could I possibly do? I am merely the heavenly path of this small world. Ling, have you forgotten that I am your master? I am fully aware of all your thoughts and actions. The way of heaven. How careless of me. Your master will always remain your master. Even in dire straits, your master cannot be undermined in the slightest. My master, I was mistaken. If the way of heaven had a corporeal form, it would now be in a state of clinging for support. I was wrong. I truly erred. Please grant me your forgiveness. As long as one acknowledges their mistakes earnestly, punishment shall be avoided. Ling, is the heavenly principle of this little world so obsequious? How did she fail to notice it before? Ling gazed at the heavenly Tao before her and mused. I have recently sensed that the trust levels of many chosen ones of the heavenly Tao are at their zenith. Yet, why has my own strength not been restored? Could it be that there are other chosen ones of the heavenly Tao? She discerned that only these few chosen ones from the small worlds had arrived, with none others in sight. Master, have you perhaps forgotten about the chosen one of this world? The heavenly Tao spoke cautiously. Ling, indeed, she had momentarily forgotten that there exists a child of the heavenly path in this world. However, the presence of this child is so subtle that even when he is near her, she finds it effortlessly easy to overlook him. I understand now. You should seek out the child of the heavenly path in the higher realms and learn from him. Before long, this small world shall transform into a higher realm. The night grows ever darker. Ling gazed at Qi before her. At this moment, Qi had shed the disheveled and wretched demeanor she had upon their first encounter. Qi, I can assist you in fulfilling your wish, but you must bestow upon me your trust value. Only then can I possess the strength to rescue this world and bring an end to the apocalypse. Qi looked at Ling, her expression serene. Do you truly believe these efforts are for my sake? Currently, Ling found herself perplexed by this individual's intentions, for she was still but a child. Qi continued, is this world truly as dreadful as you envision? So much so that you would abandon it without a second thought? This world is not lacking. I have discerned your purpose in bringing me here, and I too have felt the beauty of this realm. Even amidst the decaying world, familial bonds endure. I commend it. I intend to elevate this world, but I require your trust value. Please, grant it to me. Ling gently shook Qi's thigh. In that moment, all resentment dissipated unexpectedly. The trust that had been so fiercely guarded suddenly gravitated towards Yun Ling. "Thank you." Yun Ling stood at the doorway, gazing at the sky outside, feeling an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through her being. Simultaneously, her body underwent a dramatic transformation, beginning to elongate. Chapter 126. The Age Unknown. A few minutes later, the little Yun Ling that once stood in place was no more. Yun Shun and the others gazed in astonishment at the figure standing before them, momentarily at a loss for words. Gradually, they regained their composure, and the energy within their bodies began to restore itself. It had been a long time since they had felt such comfort. Yun Ling stood in place and stretched languidly, and in that fleeting moment, the ethereal aura she once possessed seemed to dissipate. Had she suddenly matured? "Are you still Xiao Ling, or was someone else entirely?" Yin Yu leaned closer, now having to look up at Yun Ling. Before him was an extraordinarily beautiful face, reminiscent of a fairy, though upon closer inspection, one could still discern a resemblance to Xiao Ling. Her features were simply more refined and exquisite. "Third brother, please stop pinching my face. You're making it chubby." Yin Yu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, reluctantly released his grip, momentarily at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. Who could truly understand? In the blink of an eye, his little sister had grown so much. He experienced a profound sense of disconnection. This feeling was indescribable, quite peculiar indeed. "Dear sister, pursue whatever you wish without hesitation." Yinling nodded and turned to Yi Si. "Brother, will you accompany me?" Even though Yinling had grown, she barely reached Yi Si's shoulder. Over the years, Yi Si had grown rapidly. When he first met Yi Si, he was already 1.7 meters tall, and in the past 2 years, he had reached 1.9 meters. Standing beside him, Yinling at 1.7 meters still appeared delicate and dainty. "All right, I will accompany you." No one knew where Yinling had gone. All matters pertaining to the estate were entrusted to Yun Zhao Si and his companions. The once tranquil atmosphere began to stir restlessly. The individuals they feared were no longer present. How could they remain docile while engaged in construction at the estate? Some individuals could not help but have their minds wander. Conspiracies began to fester in the shadows. In the stillness of the night, several figures stealthily infiltrated the main building of the estate, quickly vanishing into the darkness with purpose. "Don't move." A dagger was pressed against Yun Zhao Si's neck as he lay in bed. "Huh, did you not foresee this? Ultimately, you have fallen into my grasp." Yun Zhao Si regarded the person before him with an expressionless demeanor, revealing the arrogance of a petty villain. "I advise you against foolish actions, or you may not even know how you met your demise." His voice was calm, yet chilling. "At this moment, you should be more concerned about yourself than about me. You are in my grasp. Let us see who meets their end first." The man had not finished his words when, suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as he clutched his neck. In astonishment and fear, he watched as the one who had been seated in a wheelchair approached him, rising effortlessly. With an elegant motion, Yun Zhao Si picked up a tissue and began to wipe his hands methodically. The man, terrified, attempted to flee, only to witness the seemingly incapacitated individual advancing towards him step by step, easily grasping his throat. There was no need to spare a fool. "Brother, are you all right?" The door swung open, and Yun Shun, filled with concern, froze upon meeting Yun Zhao Si's gaze. "Brother, you are well. That's a relief. Now let's all rest." Yun Shun witnessed with his own eyes as his elder brother, who had been standing perfectly still, approached the wheelchair, seated himself with ease, and skillfully maneuvered it towards the bedside. "Yun Shun, it seems that my elder brother has grown rather accustomed to his wheelchair." At this moment, Yin Ling gazed at the subtly transformed figure before her, a hint of astonishment gracing her features. "Young sir, you appear somewhat different, don't you?" He remained the same individual, yet ever since he stepped into this miniature realm, Yi Si appeared to have matured. Is this the true visage of the young gentleman? He seems even more handsome than before. I originally belonged to this small world. Circumstances compel me to venture into the apocalyptic realm, which altered my form as well. Little Linger, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Yi Si. I am 20 years old and unmarried. Meeting Yi Si's expectant gaze, Yin Ling bit her lip. I I am Yun Ling, and as for my age, I'm not quite sure. She had lived for an extensive period, completely forgetting her age, only recalling that she had just reached adulthood when she became the sovereign of the heavenly Tao. In the endless years that followed, she resided within the realm of the heavenly Tao sovereign, losing all sense of time. She had no idea how many years she had lived, nor did she know her age. I don't care. If I don't know, then I shall declare myself to be 18. Don't question me. I am 18. Yi Si reached out to gently tousle Yun Ling's hair, a smile gracing his lips. Come, little sister, I will take you to my residence. This world belongs to a higher realm, brimming with a sense of advanced technology. Yun Ling engraved everything in this world within her mind. Young man, will you take me to find a most formidable person in this realm? Yi Si momentarily appeared taken aback, before gently pressing his lips together. Concealing all emotions hidden in his gaze, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Very well, I shall escort you. However, it is rather late today. Let us rest first and embark on our journey tomorrow, shall we? Ultimately, they arrived at Yi Si's abode in this place. Yun Ling, so adorable. Thank you for the compliment. Charming lady. Yun Ling was filled with affection, her face radiating delight. Young man, could you possibly give me one? It's simply adorable. I shall accompany you to purchase it tomorrow. Chapter 127. A transaction the following morning, before Yun Ling and Yi Si could step outside, someone arrived at their door. Young man, we have a visitor. Yun Ling, seated at the dining table and eagerly awaiting breakfast, spoke up. May I answer the door? Yi Si, donned in an apron and busy in the kitchen, he had only just tidied up the night before, glanced at Yun Ling as she dashed to the entrance. Realizing too late that he could not stop her, the door swung open. Shangguan confirmed he was at the right place and scrutinized the young girl before him. Where do you hail from, O girl? Of course. I'm a little girl from home. Who are you looking for? Shangguan assessed the girl. Xiaolinga, who is this? The moment Yi Si appeared at the doorway wielding a spatula, Shangguan thought he must be hallucinating. Is this truly the person he recognized? Surely not. In the interstellar realm, who still cooks? What astonished him further was the complete absence of energy fluctuations in Yi Si. It was well known that when Yi Si had been abandoned by the interstellar elite and exiled by his entire family, he could hardly contain the energy within him. Yet now, there was no trace of turmoil. He appeared utterly serene. Even Shangguan felt a tinge of envy. Yi Si, what have you endured? How is it that your energy fluctuations have been so thoroughly suppressed? Shangguan circled around Yi Si twice. Could that enigmatic dimension possess such formidable power to suppress energy capable of annihilating the entire interstellar realm? The smile on Yi Si's face gradually faded, replaced by a stoic expression as he regarded the individual before him. Then turn a head back inside. Shangguan followed closely behind. What brings you here? I simply missed you. Yichi, please enlighten me on how you managed to suppress the energy fluctuations. This is of utmost importance to our entire interstellar community. You could leverage this knowledge to negotiate with the higher-ups. What is it that you desire? Regardless of Shangguan's entreaties, Yi Si continued into the house, wholly disregarding his words. Yun Ling sat beside the table, eagerly awaiting the arrival of delectable dishes. Shangguan's attention was swiftly captivated by the culinary delights before him. In the vastness of the cosmos, it is well known that few indulge in traditional cuisine. Most rely solely on energy supplements. As for the flavor, it is a tale best left untold. He reached for the chopsticks, yearning to partake, only to find the plate whisked away. Shangguan, Yichi, we were once friends. Not even a morsel to share, he exclaimed. If you wish to eat, go to the kitchen and prepare it yourself. All this is for Xiaoling. With so much food, she, a mere girl, cannot possibly consume it all. What harm is there in me having a taste? Yunling silently placed the plate before her. I can eat. Shangguan, initially skeptical, found himself utterly astonished 10 minutes later, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. This petite girl had an unexpectedly hearty appetite. After satisfying her hunger, Yunling languidly reclined in her chair and finally turned to Shangguan. Tell me, if I possess a means to suppress the energy surges, will your superiors allow me to take a few individuals with me? Shangguan, you claim you can suppress the energy surges. His voice wavered with incredulity. It was only natural for him to be taken aback. This had been a persistent dilemma plaguing the interstellar community for years. Countless formidable individuals had succumbed to the energy surges, ultimately rendered powerless. Now, someone claimed to have a solution. How could he not be astonished and exhilarated? Was this not an extraordinary revelation? Ling explained. The so-called energy surges are merely the celestial laws of this small world reacting to individuals with excessive power, perceiving them as a threat. Thus, when exceptionally gifted individuals arise, the celestial laws initiate suppression, resulting in their energy spiraling out of control and rendering them incapacitated. However, this predicament is rather straightforward. With my presence, I can merely fortify the celestial laws of this world, eliminating the suppression altogether. Straightforward? Shangguan began to reassess the young girl before him. Initially perceiving her as mere eye candy, he now recognized her deeper capabilities. If you can achieve this, countless high-ranking officials will be at your service. Gome, let's seek out your leader. The girl exuded an air of authority, a slight smile gracing Yixi's lips. Shangguan, am I seeing things? This person is smiling. In the end, it was either becoming powerless or meeting a tragic demise. How could they not be astonished? When Yixi arrived with Ling, they immediately convened a meeting. Yixi, have you managed to control your energy? The high-ranking officials expressed their surprise. You actually managed to gain control. Indeed, I have controlled it. Ling spoke, proposing a transaction. I can eradicate the energy upheaval among the interstellar beings, but I require a few individuals to accompany me to the apocalypse to reconstruct a new world. That night, the high-ranking officials convened an urgent meeting that lasted until dawn. Chapter 128. Ultimately departed at the break of day. Ling observed the high-ranking officials before her, each bearing dark circles under their eyes, and blinked in surprise. Are you all masquerading as pandas? To be fair, they resembled them quite closely. After a sleepless night, these officials had come seeking her assistance. Were they truly playing the roles of pandas? They were, in fact, weary laborers. The conditions previously articulated by Miss Yun were unanimously approved after deliberation among the officials. We consent to provide you with the individuals you seek, Miss Yun, and we hope you will uphold your promise to resolve the energy upheaval. Ling waved her hand with assurance, declaring, Rest assured, I will not waver in this matter. The onlookers found themselves at a loss for words to describe their emotions. To dismiss the girl as merely boasting would be a grave error. She genuinely possessed the capability to deliver, with Yixi serving as a prime example. While one might deem this task straightforward, it had troubled them for years. Countless individuals in positions of power had suffered immensely, unable to contain the turmoil unleashed by energy fluctuations. It is indeed true that comparisons between individuals can evoke a deep sense of frustration. Ling arrived swiftly and would have departed even more rapidly had it not been for the higher-ups' lingering apprehensions regarding her. When those she needed stood before her, she felt an irresistible urge to leave without a moment's contemplation. Miss Yun, I have brought the individuals you requested. What are the energy disturbance? Rest assured, it has been resolved. Upon hearing this, some expressed belief while others remained skeptical. Resolved? I followed you all day yesterday and witnessed nothing of the sort. You claim it has been resolved, yet I perceive you as nothing more than a deceiver. Ling, observing the woman before her, she arched an eyebrow. She recognized this individual from her previous visit to the executive office alongside Yixi. The woman had been present then as well. From their very first encounter, she sensed an inexplicable animosity emanating from her. This hostility was utterly bewildering. When the time comes, we will be unable to locate you. Ling subtly furrowed her brow. The other senior members stood silently beside her, their disbelief in Ling's words unmistakable. They were waiting. Ling was somewhat irate. Even li dao, come fort. The distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously, seemingly mirroring Ling's current emotions. Behold, this is the heavenly Tao of your petite world. The previous upheaval of energy was instigated by this entity's concern over your formidable power, which it perceived as a challenge. This time, I have endowed the heavenly Tao with even greater energy, You no longer pose a threat to it, and thus the energy disturbances shall cease. Thunder continued to rumble around, with the heavenly Tao looming behind Ling, as if rallying in support. May I take my leave now? No one uttered a word, merely gazing in astonished silence at the young girl before them, the master of the heavenly Tao, who turned out to be the child of the heavenly Tao. You claim to be the master of the heavenly Tao, and so you are. Yet, what significance does the lightning conjured from nowhere hold? A woman nearby began to shout and tug at her companions once more. The thunder erupted anew, striking her with unerring precision. In that instant, nearly all the lightning descended upon her. In the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. Everyone, please step aside. We shall wait until you complete your assessments to ensure no energy disturbances will occur before we depart. Upon hearing Yi Si's words, the high-ranking officials exhaled in relief, and almost instantaneously, they disappeared without a trace. An hour later, the high-ranking officials reappeared at Yi Si's doorstep, their faces alight with expressions of astonishment, exuding utmost respect. When Ling departed, the high-ranking officials bestowed upon her numerous gifts, offering anything she desired. A few days later, the entire apocalyptic realm experienced a refreshing transformation. The surrounding environment gradually began to rejuvenate. Before long, this world embarked upon the dawn of a new civilization. The apocalypse evolved, morphing into a novel interstellar realm. This petite world welcomed new opportunities. Ling sat upon the chair, blinking her eyes. The heartfelt words of Ling caused a sudden tightening in the hearts of those nearby. Yin Xiao tightly clutched the object in his hand. Although his face bore no signs of disturbance, the involuntary tightening of his fingers revealed the turmoil within his heart. Beside him, Li Yinwan pressed her lips together. Ling, regardless of your true identity, we have come to regard you as a genuine member of our family these past few days. She held onto Ling's hand firmly. Ling, this world has only just begun to find its footing, and there are many matters that require our attention. Will you stay and assist me, Ling? She uttered not a word. How did they discern her intentions to depart, even if she wished to remain? The absence of anomalies in this world would not permit her to linger for long. The heavenly Tao space relies on her sustenance. Brother, Yi Si shall assist you. Ling ultimately departed, leaving no one aware of her destination. Chapter 129. She came for him. Amidst the apocalypse, everything was gradually falling into place, progressing in the direction that Ling had longed for. Yet, her shadow was nowhere to be found in this desolate world. Years later, in a bright and immaculate room, a man sat beside a chair, holding a picture frame. As he turned the chair, his features came into view. He was the grown-up Yi Si. Over the years, Yi Si had risen to become the sovereign of this world, with Yun Zhao Si and the Li family wielding control over this entire microcosm. Yi Si, are we taking action tonight? Yin Chun exclaimed eagerly as he rushed over. The trap is set. Once that person makes an appearance, we will capture them without delay. That individual proved to be exceedingly cunning. For years, they had evaded capture, sowing chaos and instilling fear in the hearts of many. If we could finally apprehend them this time, it would be nothing short of a triumph. Let us proceed with our plans as usual this evening. Yun Chun departed with exuberance, while Yi Si's gaze once again fell upon the photograph in his hand, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Xiao Lingya, did you not say you would only be gone for a moment? Such scenes unfolded daily, rendering the workers here immune to their strangeness. The night was shrouded in a somber chill, as Yun Chun and his companions stood guard in the alleyway. Not far away, a figure staggered forward, swaying as if inebriated. A closer inspection revealed these individuals to be grotesque creatures resembling beasts. These monsters were remnants of the experiments conducted before the apocalypse. They had fled swiftly at the time and had since lived in hiding. It had taken them years of relentless effort to nearly eradicate their presence. The one before them was the last and the most perilous of its kind. What was once a foolproof strategy was unexpectedly thwarted in an instant. This is bad, boss. It's a ruse. It's a deception. Yun Chun muttered a curse under his breath and rushed out. In that fleeting moment, the dim alleyway was suddenly teeming with a multitude of monstrous creatures, encircling the individuals present. Goodness, boss, where did all these monsters come from? Indeed, boss. There are far too many of them. It was evident that the traps originally set for the creatures had now been turned against them. Escape was no longer an option. They could only fight with every ounce of strength. The alley erupted with the sounds of fierce combat. Clearly, these monsters had come prepared. Not far away, a figure cloaked in black stood shrouded in darkness. Yun has been defeated for the first time in so long. Pressed to the ground, Yun clearly sees the face of the person before him. So it is you, Yin Ting, that treacherous and ungrateful person who betrayed friends with ulterior motives, has now transformed into a monster. This image truly suits you. A flicker of tempered anger crossed Yun Ting's face. Yin Shun, you are now a prisoner. In my grasp. When you possibly present? Yin Shun scoffed. What can you possibly do to me? Death is but a triviality. Oof. I have no intention of allowing your demise to be so simple. I have specially chosen a new vessel for you. I trust you will find it quite appealing. Behold, a mouse's body. It took me quite some time to procure one of such considerable size. It will surely suit you splendidly. Yin Shun furrowed his brow imperceptibly. Make your move. As the monster's presence drew ever closer, Yin Shun found himself with no means of escape. Suddenly, an eerie sound of bells echoed through the once tranquil alley. A figure emerged, illuminated by the moonlight, their features obscured. The entire alley was filled with the haunting melody of the bells. Mind your own business. Leave at once. A hoarse and fierce voice emanated from Yin Ting. Rather than retreating, the figure approached with increasing proximity. An eerie sensation deepened within the atmosphere. At last, the sound of the bells ceased, and the person opposite came to a halt. She stepped before Yun Shun, causing the surrounding monsters to tremble involuntarily. Even the previously arrogant Yin Ting began to shiver. Yun Shun turned in astonishment towards the girl beside him, whose visage remained obscured. His surprise swiftly transformed into delight as a familiar voice echoed. One he had not heard in years. Have you become foolish in our time apart, second brother? Now that no one is suppressing him, he could easily rise. Yin Shun was momentarily taken aback before he embraced the little girl before him. Little sister, it truly is you. Little sister, oh how I've missed you. The sight of a grown man weeping sorrowfully while holding a young girl was rather poignant. Yi Si, who had hurried over, stood at a distance, observing the enchanting beauty of the girl, his hands trembling slightly at his side. Ling gently pushed away Yun Shun, who was embracing her, and cast her gaze towards the person standing not far away. Her crimson lips curled into a subtle smile as her soft, melodious voice floated through the air. Hello, handsome. It has been a long time. You have grown even more exquisite. Yin Shun, that familiar tone, soon to be distanced from his departing figure. Yin Shun recalled that his younger sister had always been infatuated with handsome young men since childhood. Yi Si, possessing an unparalleled beauty that had only intensified over the years, was undeniably the most striking man he had ever encountered. Such a man was clearly vying for his sister's affection. Without giving Ling a moment to react, he took her by the hand and led her towards a nearby mode of transportation. Yi Si followed closely behind, maintaining a steady distance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ling, as if he feared that the reality before him might be but an illusion. After a moment of reminiscing, when Ling became momentarily available, Yi Si finally stepped forward. Ling's lips curved into a smile. That depends on whether you hold me in your heart, young sir. She came for him.